Chapter 601. The meeting was over after half a day. Although both the Supreme Lords and the guards kept talking, they didn't say anything useful. The meeting was confidential, but before the content of the meeting was announced to the public, another force knew the content of the meeting besides the participants. That was the Inquisition. Your star zone is simply a model star zone for the Empire, and you are the model subjects of the Emperor, so thank you for the Pope's praise, but we have nothing to discuss about the issue of the state religion in the star zone. In the courtroom. Below the words Chin Mo was here engraved in ancient Terran script, a group of judges were listening to the meeting of the High Lords Council. As for why the judges could hear it, don't ask, the answer is that the seal holder has given special permission to execute first and report later. They didn't seem to talk about anything. I think so too. The judges looked puzzled. They thought that the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council would talk about some sensitive things in the meeting, but what they heard was nonsense. Some people suspected that it was a code word based on the art of ruling. But someone soon denied it. Because the code word level of the Tyrone people is not as good as that of the judges. When it comes to playing tricks, they are as immature as babies. Because there is nothing to talk about at all. A deep voice came, and the judges looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions became serious. The person who came was a fellow judge who had no expression on his face and looked like a robot. The judges present knew that this colleague was not unkind or unsmiling, but his face had been tortured, so he was paralyzed and could not make any expression. The old Inquisitor was tall and handsome. But in this era, tough guys were the most common in the Empire. So the most distinctive thing was his green shoulder armor. When the old Inquisitor walked over, some Inquisitors from different factions had already left to avoid suspicion, but when they left, they all cast a complex look of respect and suspicion at the senior. Only some Inquisitors, who didn't care about faction, stayed. Among them was the Lord Inquisitor Chuck. You? Chuck stood up and hesitated for a long time. His face was extremely excited, as if he had seen an idol. The visitor nodded to Chuck, and then said to the rest of the people, they didn't talk about anything, because the most important part is not to talk, but to invite the Talon people to Terra. Since they agreed and came, that's the most important thing. Because this proves that the Empire and the Talon sector can communicate. Regardless of whether Talon is actually a subordinate of the Empire, on the surface they are still a member of the Empire. Just like many star regions of the Empire. And we can also see the thoughts of the Talonians from the side. They have no intention of starting a civil war between human races. After hearing the words of the senior, all the judges present suddenly realized. Then, the old judge who was respected or questioned by Chuck, and the people present looked at Chuck. Chuck stopped hesitating, and quickly moved his chair behind the senior, and asked him to sit down. But the visitor did not sit down, but patted Chuck on the shoulder and asked him, can you help me contact? I want to meet the Lord of Talon. Dang, of course. Chuck nodded vigorously. As the only Inquisitor who could survive in the Tyrone sector, Chuck had a way to communicate directly with the guards. Chuck sent a message to the person in charge of intelligence liaison in the guards, explaining the request of his predecessor. Then the guards asked who the visitor was. Chuck trembled as he entered the name on the communicator. Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn stood in the secret base of Holy Terra. In front of the old Inquisitor was a static stand, and a woman was stored in the static stand. The woman looked very beautiful. Because she had been in the exquisite position for many years, she was not as old as Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn looked at her. Silently. This judge who was once thought dead by the Inquisition returned to the Inquisition half a year ago. He wanted to serve the regent of the Empire, and use his almost exhausted life to fight against the enemies of mankind. He was a legend, but he did not expect to have much effect. Just kill some corrupted heretics and some chaos war bands, and provide a little pulling force for the humans who were rushing towards destruction, that's all. Eisenhorn. A call sounded in the shadows behind the Inquisitor. Then Eisenhorn turned his head, and saw a young man slowly walking out of the shadows. Lord Talon? Eisenhorn bowed slightly. The Inquisitor did not need to salute the governor of a star region, but Eisenhorn knew that the person in front of him was not just a governor or lord. Besides, he had something to ask for. Chin Mo looked at Eisenhorn, surprised and excited. He just complained about why the guards did not pass on the news of Eisenhorn to him earlier, and then he immediately found Eisenhorn's secret base. Eisenhorn was very puzzled as to how Chin Mo found him. In his imagination, he should have been introduced by the guy named Chuck, and then met at the residence arranged by the High Lords. But considering the rumors he had heard, Eisenhorn did not hesitate. You are a legend, Chin Mo said excitedly. If there were any judges in the tribunal that Chin Mo admired, Eisenhorn was one of them, and the other was a group of judges, who could still remain rational in dealing with things after having the power of judges. Eisenhorn is undoubtedly a legend. He has wiped out the corrupted judges and crushed the alien conspiracy outside the Star Torch. He was once sentenced by the Empire as an enemy of humanity and was jointly encircled and suppressed, but he cleared his name and found the mastermind behind the scenes. He is a walking legend and a walking story. Do you know me? Eisenhorn was very curious. He could see that the young leader in front of him was very interested in him. Yes. Chin Mo nodded in response, and then added in his heart. In Eisenhorn's 3/4 part. Chin Mo looked at Eisenhorn from top to bottom, and then looked at everything here curiously. It was very empty here, with only a static stand, nothing more. When he saw the static stand, Chin Mo suddenly became less excited but sad. The person lying in the static stand was Eisenhorn's lover. Just like the person in front of him, Eisenhorn had lost a lot. Friends, brothers, apprentices, lovers. Those who he cared about and cared about him left when he grew older and became more legendary, either died or disappeared. Chapter 602. Her name is Baekun. Eisenhorn walked to the stationary position. The fingers wrapped in wrinkled skin trembled and raised, trying to touch, but retracted. Eisenhorn's hand was injured before, and when he was old, the sequelae of the hand injury were only the most insignificant of many hidden diseases. Chin Mo looked at Eisenhorn's right leg. The right leg was equipped with some kind of instrument, and was shaking constantly. Chin Mo wanted to ask, but considering Eisenhorn, he swallowed his words, and pretended that he saw nothing. The hero is old. Legends live in the conversations in the most secret corners. This is the most touching thing. Since you know me well, you should know that I am not a conservative judge. Eisenhorn turned to look at Chin Mo. I am different from them, you know, I am a radical. Of course, you may have heard from others that I am cold-blooded, cruel and a bastard, but that is one-sided. The judge said a lot of things about how he was different from other judges, and explained his different choices from other judges in the mission. He couldn't laugh, and he didn't like to laugh, but he still laughed, and this laugh was expressed by the tone of his voice rather than his face. Chin Mo didn't know why he said this. And Eisenhorn seemed to be showing goodwill. Chin Mo said nothing, and listened quietly to Eisenhorn's words. He thought Eisenhorn would say the coolest words in the coolest tone, like the sentence. My patience is limited, but my power is not. But he was like expressing his desire to meet with the Lord of Tyrone in front of the judges, which seemed to involve something that made it difficult for him to suppress his impulse with reason and coldness. Although you may not understand, we are old friends and I know you well. After Eisenhorn finished speaking, Chin Mo patted his shoulder armor and said in a heavy tone. Eisenhorn nodded in a trance, but seemed to be worried and continued to speak. Chin Mo saw his shaking legs again, so he interrupted Eisenhorn's words. Why can't we sit down and talk slowly? Then Eisenhorn subconsciously looked for a chair, but found that 2 metal chairs appeared behind them at some point. The two sat down. About the untouchable. Eisenhorn looked at the static stand and told the story of the woman inside. The woman's name was Baekun. She used to be a woman who sold her body in exchange for food and money. She was an untouchable. She met Eisenhorn in a case. Then the two experienced many things together, too many things. Eisenhorn told the story vividly, like a bystander watching Eisenhorn and his cool team on a cool adventure. Chin Mo had known these things for a long time. He remembered them more clearly than Eisenhorn, and could even find a small detail error in Eisenhorn's narration. But Chin Mo still listened curiously, and with interest, as if he had heard it for the first time. Because listening to Eisenhorn tell his legend himself was an extremely precious and interesting experience. And Eisenhorn didn't know that the person in front of him knew those parts of himself that he had hidden. Feelings for Baekun. As an inquisitor, Eisenhorn was undoubtedly a psychic. But Baekun is an untouchable. The two of them are like two special abilities. They are born to be unable to get together. But they still have feelings for each other, but they have never expressed it. Baekun still doesn't know what Eisenhorn thinks, just like she doesn't know what happened in the outside world since she was injured. Eisenhorn did not express her feelings for Baekun, but described the friendship of life and death in front of Chin Mo as detailed as possible. It was like he was looking for a motive for something. Eisenhorn was talking non-stop, and the amount of things he had said so far was unbelievable to Chin Mo. He told about the most interesting action he and Baekun had taken, in which they pretended to be a couple, saying that he was doing serious work while Baekun was enjoying a temporary luxurious life of eating and drinking. He also said that Baekun was an optimistic and cheerful girl, even though she was born as an untouchable, and even though she had experienced many tragedies, she was still optimistic and cheerful. "You like her, right?" After the narration, Chin-mo suddenly asked. Eisenhorn was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Chin-mo looked at Eisenhorn helplessly. That's why he emphasized the importance of communication, and that's why after the spread of Lord Tyrone's sincere message in the Star Zone, the marriage rate and family conflict rate in the Star Zone increased and decreased respectively. It's the most frustrating thing to hold something in your mouth. Chin-mo didn't expose Eisenhorn's secret love for stillness in person. He now probably figured out why Eisenhorn wanted to see him, and why he said so much to him. "Do you want Baekun to come back to life?" Chin-mo asked. Eisenhorn was stunned again. He had never expected this meeting to develop to this point. Eisenhorn's original idea was to meet Chin-mo and have a decent conversation, just like a conversation between an imperial noble and an imperial institution staff. Then use some rare treasures in his hands to make a deal. Eisenhorn didn't like the situation getting out of control, and he had the idea of refusing, but the impulse in his heart forced him to nod. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Chin-mo shook his head slowly. Baekun's consciousness was shattered by the psychic titan. "Otherwise, even if she only had a head left, I could make her whole again, but I really can't do anything about this situation now. This is why Baekun lies in the static position." In a mission, Eisenhorn faced the psychic titan, and Baekun's consciousness was shattered by the titan. When he was helpless, he thought of the demon prince, and then summoned the demon prince to shatter the psychic titan. During this mission, Eisenhorn understood the words of a senior. There are only two kinds of judges in the tribunal, radical ones, and those who are about to be radical. Chin-mo's answer did not stop Eisenhorn. The radical judge took out an item obtained by a super heretic who sacrificed billions of people, an item that was originally intended to be used as a bargaining chip with other things. A hexagram-like thing. This thing can reverse everything about a person. It can reverse Baekun to before she lost consciousness, but her body is damaged after all, and I have no way to save her body. Eisenhorn said. "But I can." Chin-mo's eyes widened. The two looked at each other for a second and immediately began to act. Chin-mo began to transform the static stance. Eisenhorn began to infuse the heretic thing with psychic energy. Chapter 603. The function and form of the static stand were distorted, turning it into a more precise and efficient life support device. Baekun's body was protected by pure material power, and the wounds were recovering quickly, but her consciousness had not yet recovered, which was equivalent to a puppet with an empty shell. Eisenhorn on the side was still injecting psychic energy into the heretical items. He suddenly realized that he didn't know whether it was because he was too old or for some other reason. The psychic energy required for the things in his hand had increased, and it became much more difficult to take effect. But fortunately, the heretic stuff still worked. The hexagram-like thing slowly floated up, and the subspace energy was rushing out of this thing that opened the channel between the real universe and the subspace. Eisenhorn took out many more goodies. Exorcism amulet. The skeleton of an exorcist in the dark ages of the human race. A handwritten letter written by the Emperor at an unknown time. There are many more. This is not the first time that Eisenhorn has used the heretic's blasphemous creations. He has plenty of experience. When no demons could get their hands on this space, Eisenhorn looked at Chin-mo and nodded. Baekun's consciousness was gradually gathering, until an expression appeared on her face, and Chin-mo and Eisenhorn realized that the time had come. It was a painful expression. In Baekun's perception, her consciousness was being annihilated by the psychic titan, but everything was flowing backwards, and a resolute look soon appeared on her face. For Eisenhorn, she was willing to fight a titan alone. "That's it!" Chin-mo shouted to Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn stared at Baekun, seemingly hesitating, then showed a determined look and shook his head vigorously. Baekun's expression became dull again, then joyful, and there was always a smile on her face. Obviously, she was an optimistic and cheerful person. From death to the eve of the last mission, to daily life, to the first acquaintance between Baekun and Eisenhorn. But Eisenhorn still did not stop. Baekun was reversed to the point where she was still a person who sold her body for a living. Only then did Eisenhorn stop. Chin-mo opened his hands, and then suddenly clenched them. A stream of energy spread out from Baekun to the surroundings. Finally, everything settled down. Under the suppression of the exorcism amulet and many sacred objects, the hexagram object slowly settled down and fell back into Eisenhorn's palm. Baekun woke up. The girl sat up and habitually pulled her clothes, and then found that she was not only wearing clothes, but also wearing a very nice and decent dress. "Eisenhorn, you shouldn't." As soon as Chin-mo opened her mouth, Eisenhorn trembled and walked to Baekun, holding her hand and putting it on her face. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Eisenhorn apologized to Baekun. Chin Mo didn't know whether he was apologizing for saving Baekun so late, or for going too far, or for dragging Baekun into danger again and again. Baekun was much more confused than Chin Mo. She looked at Eisenhorn, feeling neither sad nor melancholy. She touched Eisenhorn's old face and smiled sweetly. No matter what you say, I will not let you go if you don't pay me after you finish the job. Eisenhorn reached to his waist and took out a small package. He trembled and showed Baekun the contents of his package. A bag of throne coins, a small piece of eagle gold, and various Eldar jewelry. This money is enough for Baekun to become a rich woman in the upper nest of the hive world. Seeing so many valuables, Baekun did not accept them immediately because of the money, but stared at these things blankly. This clever girl noticed something. It is impossible for a person to give so many good things to a special worker like herself for no reason, and looking at the clothes of the person in front of him. This is obviously a person of extraordinary origin. Baekun raised his head and looked at Eisenhorn. His hand gently stroked Eisenhorn's withered skin. Eisenhorn trembled and nodded continuously. The two looked at each other for a while, and Baekun became more and more sad. A tear fell from the corner of Baekun's eyes. Under Chin Mo's gaze, Baekun looked at Eisenhorn sadly and said softly, You are me. You are my lost father? Eisenhorn lowered his head and wiped his eyes. Baekun thought Eisenhorn agreed, hugged him and said, My mother abandoned me a long time ago, and I met her again when I grew up. I met her on the same street. After we met, she asked me for a cigarette. Then she told me that she had a customer who was a wealthy businessman in Shangqiao, and then I was born. Maybe you are my father. But I didn't ask her in detail because she immediately threw away the cigarette, and went to serve customers. Baekun half believed and half doubted. He talked about family matters. Eisenhorn held her hand and listened with his head down, his body trembling. There was no expression on his face, and he couldn't have any expression, but crying came out of his mouth. First, he cried out of regret. There was also laughter in the crying. He laughed happily for Baekun's revival. Chin Mo didn't know what Eisenhorn was thinking, that he didn't stop the heretic creation in time, but let Baekun's consciousness return to before they met. Seeing Baekun's current appearance, he must have regretted it. This is human nature. But he was also happy that Baekun did not remember those painful experiences after waking up. I don't know how much time has passed. Until Eisenhorn was affected by the solace and had a splitting headache, he quietly knocked Baekun unconscious and then stood up. The judge turned back into the cold and tough guy and saluted Chin Mo. I don't know how to express my gratitude, these things are for you. Eisenhorn turned and walked to the corner of the wall, dragging out a huge box. Inside were the spoils obtained by Eisenhorn in the magical adventures of most of his life. There are also some things that are the relics of Eisenhorn's friends, apprentices, and mentors. I will put these things in a static position and collect them very carefully. Chin Mo carefully sent the box into the dimensional space, fearing that these things would be bumped in the real universe. After sending the things, Eisenhorn looked at Baekun. Can she live in the Talon Star Zone? Of course. Chin Mo nodded. She will be sent to a planet with only soulless people, or a city with only soulless people. If she likes to open up a new home, she can join the colonization fleet. In short, she doesn't have to sell her body and suffer cold eyes anymore. I still hope she can live a better life than others. Eisenhorn murmured. Chin Mo nodded. Then she can sell the things you gave her, and then hire an investment consultant to invest in some colonies or emerging industries. In short, thanks to your gift, she can certainly live better than others. Eisenhorn was completely relieved, and then handed the key to the secret hideout to Chin Mo. Chin Mo felt that Eisenhorn was not going to live, and he couldn't help but worry about the fate of this legendary judge. Eisenhorn noticed it, and he patted Chin Mo's back with a smile, and his words were full of relief. The regent asked me to investigate something, and I may not be able to return. Now I can go to die without any worries. Hearing this, Chin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. The fight against the enemy of mankind is a great cause that will last for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't be too concerned about the gains and losses of a day or a night, and don't throw your life away casually. People like you are good for the entire human race just by living. But some things have to be done by someone. For the Emperor, for mankind, for the 42nd millennium. Eisenhorn turned and left, leaving only a majestic back. Chapter 604. After fulfilling his wish to find the Void Dragon and leave his name in the Inquisition, as well as the unexpected surprise of obtaining Eisenhorn's items, Chin Mo finally had to do the public thing of the trip to Terra. Victory Ceremony. The entire solar system was preparing for this ceremony. Gilliman and Lion put on their coolest armor, holding the Emperor's sword and the Emperor's shield. Chi Nemo also attended in full dress. The Solar System Fleet, the Talon Navy, and the Navy of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar began to assemble a month in advance. All three armies will also participate in the military parade in front of the Holy Terra Palace. The Dark Angels and Primaris recruits, who came to the solar system to find their fathers, must also participate in the ceremony. When the ceremony begins, the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council, the Regent and War Master of the Empire, the Lord of Talon, and other distinguished people will all rush to the giant tower near the High Lords Council to enjoy the upcoming grand occasion. The ceremony has not yet begun, but everyone who can come from Terra has gathered on both sides of the newly built huge and vast road. In order to prevent the civilians from not responding enthusiastically, the High Lords even distributed a week's worth of free food and fresh water, and said that they would be given 2 more weeks after the ceremony. This was a guarantee given to them by the Imperial Regent rather than the High Lords. So on the day when the ceremony was about to begin, there were naturally huge crowds of people, and the cheers and celebrations were deafening. Guilliman and Lion rushed to the top of the giant tower with their guards. Guilliman and the Supreme Lords were worried that Lion would embarrass Chi Nemo on the spot, but the fact was that they were worried entirely because of their prejudice against Lion. 10,000 years later, Ryan was not so excited. He was also much more mature. Moreover, even 10,000 years ago, he knew that he should not embarrass others in such a grand occasion. So Ryan, wearing gorgeous dark green armor, saluted with Guilliman and Chi Nemo, and then took the guards to sit where they should sit. The Tyrone Navy really stole the show. Ryan looked up at the sky. The giant flagship named Glory Human was not very close to Terra, but it looked as if it was in orbit, covering the sky and the sun. Bombard the fleet of the founding group, and then sail over Terra in a show of force. Huh? Ryan complained to Guilliman in the encrypted communication channel. Guilliman remained calm, as if he didn't listen. Chi Nemo could hear what Ryan said, but he didn't care. He looked at the huge crowds of Terra people, but his mind was on the matter of Talon. There are many star gods in the Talon star region now. Burner, Mimic, Recorder, Saranoga, which is about to be fused, and the other 3 star gods swallowed by Saranoga waiting to be fused. There is also the Void Dragon that is now thrown into the dimension. It is obvious that the Gate of Tyrone, which was originally represented by the Northern Star System, must now be inside the Tyrone sector. The Gate of Tyrone will be rebuilt outside the outermost edge of the reinforced reality structure. The population in the sector is booming, and the number of colonized worlds is growing. Tyrone is about to become the second 500 worlds. Soon. And if it continues to develop, it may border the 500 worlds. Then if you want to expand, you have to enter the Ghoul Star region. Everything in the Star Zone is developing prosperously. However, there are threats. The Dark Eldar's tentative reconnaissance activities are increasing. There are more and more intelligence reports on sightings of green-skinned ships. The Necrons may also be sharpening their knives. Compared with these forces, Chaos is much more honest. These are all troublesome things, but what makes Chi Nemo happy is that he doesn't have to think about these things, and the people in the Star Zone are already thinking about how to deal with them. The Bison shipbuilding group from Bison No. 7 has designed a fast small ship to deal with the Dark Eldar pirates. This ship is not a small ship that can compete with the Dark Eldar in terms of speed, but a new type of ship with a size between a cruiser and a frigate. It can carry more firepower than a frigate, and has the same defense as a cruiser. Combined with the latest engine improved by the Scientific Research Department of the Star Zone, it will be able to use the most unexpected teleportation assault tactics to beat the small boats of the Dark Eldar. Bison shipbuilding group was established during the colonial wave, and became rich by selling the most and best colonial ships. They have strong shipbuilding capabilities, and are determined to demonstrate their ability to meet the needs of civilian and special military ships in the next war in the Star Zone. As for the Greenskins, a special anti-greenskin force is being established. This force will use a large number of soulless people and blackstone artifacts used to analyze and minimize the influence of the warp, as well as warp shadows and other means. It is a good anti-greenskin. Let's start. Guilliman reminded Chi Nemo in a low voice. Chi Nemo immediately turned his attention back to the present. The army was marching in an orderly manner on the newly built vast road on Terra. Ultramarines, Ultramarine Sub-Regiment, Ultramar Auxiliary Army, Tyrone Army, Solar System Auxiliary Army, Dark Angels. It was not the first time that the Terrans saw so many Emperor Angels, but it was still very exciting to see the Emperor Angels marching in an orderly manner. Surprisingly, the Imperial Guards and the Grey Knights also participated in the parade. The Imperial Guards were unexpected but reasonable, but the Grey Knights. The Cadians have seen too many demons. This matter can no longer be concealed, and there is no need for the Grey Knights to conceal it any longer, Guilliman explained. Seeing the Terrans curiously looking at the silver-armored space marines, Chi-Nemo nodded. Then Chi-Nemo suddenly thought of someone. Where is Kaldor? Why can't I see him in the team? He just came out of the warp, and has to undergo decades of internal review. Well, not surprising. The army marched on the road. In the sky above, the glory of humanity, the invincible truth, and the glory of Macridge sailed by first, followed by the other ships in the entire fleet. They looked like huge, blurry shapes that were out of reach from the ground, but the sight of so many warships sailing past Terra was still particularly impressive. For humanity, Guilliman stood up and walked to the edge of the tower, his roar being broadcast by the loudspeakers and heard far and wide. The Imperial Regent grabbed Lion's hand and held it tightly, when Lion subconsciously tried to pull it free. The Regent then grabbed the Lord of Talon's hand. The three of them came to the edge and raised their arms to all the people who were looking at the top of the tower and cheering like a tidal wave. The beginning of the 42nd millennium. Enemies of humanity are still everywhere in the galaxy. Evil beings in the warp are still corrupting the creatures in the real universe. Wars are ignited or extinguished every minute and every second. Countless Astra Militarum are sacrificing in places far from Terra. There are still disputes within the Empire, and the High Lords are still trying to figure out how the Regent will arrange the future of the entire High Lord Council. The Lion is still hostile to the Talon sector. The Dark Angel ships still carry the wounds from the Talon Navy when they pass by Terra. But to ordinary people, everything is fine. The giant fleet belonging to humanity looks enough to sweep away all enemies of humanity. The Emperor's angels marched in unison at the parade on Terra. The mortal army marched forward with their heads held high for the sacrifices and honors they have made. The glory of Macridge and the invincible truth have both been replaced with dimensional engines. The Supreme Lords will eventually compromise on the issue of dimensional engines, and the era of stable FTL travel is coming. The harmony of the three powerful leaders standing together, with their hands held high by the Regent, is enough to prove this. This is the 42nd millennium. Humanity has persisted to this day in the storm. Strong enemies still exist, but hope and despair coexist. Chapter 605. A ship that has stopped moving floats in the dark subspace. In the darkest corner of the ship, Klein leaned against the wall, groped for the dagger in the darkness, and carved a vertical line on the wall. That was a stroke of the word Zheng. Klein put down the dagger and questioned himself, forcing himself to recall everything about this Zheng counting method. Then he answered himself. That was a counting method that he accidentally saw Chi-Nemo using when he was still the leader of the base nest of the Tyrone Hive. Every time the guards finished a battle, Chi-Nemo would carve a stroke on the wall of his laboratory in the bottom nest fortress, and then these strokes would form a word Zheng. What does that mean? It looks like hieroglyphics. Klein forced himself to recall more content, including his conversation with Chi-Nemo at the time, because he was afraid that he would forget everything. This is called Zheng. A Zheng has 5 strokes, and a stroke is a line drawn with a writing tool. It's not important, the key is that the Zheng character can be used for counting. So what can be used to count? Legion Commander. Anything is fine. Any non-astronomical number you can imagine. Draw it on the wall, on paper, on a data board, or even on your belly. Klein is now using this counting method to count how many years he has spent in this dark place. 1 stroke represents a month. Klein is counting silently all the time. He doesn't dare to stop because he is afraid that if he stops, he will forget how long he has lived here, and how old he should be according to the age calculation method outside the subspace. While counting silently, Klein recalled the past. He had to recall. Because he was afraid that he would forget his hatred. Because of the transaction with a family of wandering traders named Caesar in the Calixus sector. The patriarch of the Caesar family, a neurotic bastard, took a fancy to the flagship of the wandering traders of Tyrone, so he decided to buy it. The conditions were very generous. The management rights of 5 agricultural worlds, 12 frigate-level ships, 200,000 throne coins, and materials equivalent to 800,000 throne coins. But for Klein, the flagship was not just a ship of a wandering trader. It was a gift from his leader and friend who had been through thick and thin with him when he decided to leave the army. Klein certainly couldn't agree. The patriarch of the Caesar family nodded, and the matter was settled. Klein thought the matter was settled. As a result, the next day, when discussing the sale of the dimensional engine, the patriarch tricked Klein onto a frigate and ordered the frigate to sneak into the subspace. Klein's life on the ship was no different from when he was in the Underhive War Zone. killing people, getting rid of tracking, hiding in the dark corners of the ship. That is the place now. And then survive. Klein tried to fake his own death to deceive the ship's managers, and then wait for the ship to leave the subspace to find a way to rob a transport plane and escape. But thinking that he had shot the three-eyed guy in the head, this plan had to be abandoned. Every day, he escaped from his hiding place and followed the ventilation duct to other parts of the ship, eating and drinking in the crew settlements on the ship that even the captain himself had forgotten, and working as a killer and mercenary for those crew members, until the settlement was discovered by the captain one day, and then everyone there was slaughtered. For a long time, Klein survived like this. He's here. I promise you he's here. Can you give me my daughter back? A voice rang out, followed by a chaotic sound of footsteps. That was the sound of military boots stepping on the metal floor, a sound that Klein was very familiar with. Amid the chaotic footsteps, there were also a few laughs, followed by gunshots, and the sound of someone falling to the ground. Klein didn't have time to pay attention to so much information. He subconsciously shrank in the shadows, holding two large-caliber homemade pistols in his hands. He bought them with the money he saved from being a mercenary for others in the forgotten corners of the ship. But these few weapons in hand are useless. Klein suddenly recalled his life fighting in the nest. As long as he was still wearing the officer's power armor, he could kill all the enemies who came to him. Or he could stay with Chin Mo. As long as he was there, everything would be fine. Klein was terrified. He stared at the entrance of the hiding place with wide eyes. He held the pistol tightly with trembling hands. The fear of death made Klein almost collapse, but he still planned to die heroically. Instead of being stabbed by the neck while wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog, and then waiting for his daughter, who may be decades old, to hear his enemy bragging to her one day, "Your father died like a wild dog." Bang! A gunshot woke Klein from his thoughts before death. A gunfight broke out outside. Something was fighting with those who came over. Klein waited nervously until the sound of a human body being torn apart was heard. Inside the hideout, Klein could see the shadows on the wall outside the entrance. That was a shadow cast by the dim light. A terrifying thing nearly 3 meters long tore a trembling soldier apart, tearing it apart with bare hands, just like tearing bread. "Monster," Klein exclaimed in his heart, immediately threw away the pistol and fumbled around on his body, and finally found a small bomb in a pocket. The patriarch of the Barrett family grabbed the small bomb he found with all his strength. At this moment, he did not act like the head of a noble merchant dynasty, but like a desperate soldier. The torn flesh fell to the ground with a plop. The 3-meter-tall monster turned its body stiffly and walked towards the entrance. Klein could analyze all this through the shadows on the wall. Finally, the monster came in. It was a 3-meter-tall, extremely strong metal skeleton. Its structure looked like a human skeleton, but it was enlarged and inlaid with metal armor. Behind the skeleton hung a weapon that looked like a pump-action shotgun, but the shotgun had eyes. In the eye sockets of its skull, scarlet eyes stared at Klein. Klein tightly grasped the bomb, his hand already on the fuse. But the metal skull did not kill Klein. Instead, it projected a red light from its eyes to scan everything here. The red light illuminated the dark hiding place, and the densely packed characters on the wall behind Klein were clearly visible. Click, click. The metal skull pulled out the shotgun, grasped the handguard of the shotgun with one hand, and loaded the shotgun with a swing of its sturdy iron arm. The mouth of the skull shook up and down, and a cold mechanical voice came into Klein's ears. "Follow me." Chapter 606. One man, one metal skeleton. They killed everyone in the ship. The shotgun with eyes fired winged pellets that automatically drilled into the enemy's body. For a while, the sound of gunfire, screams, roars, and limbs being crushed was endless. After living in darkness for an unknown period of time, Klein came to the bridge for the first time. At this time, the ship was no longer in the subspace, but drifting in a galaxy in the real universe. Like a space wreck. "What are you?" Klein looked at the metal skeleton and asked the question he had wanted to ask during the battle. The metal skeleton did not answer. It stood still, and then the entire metal body turned into fragments scattered all over the ground. It disappeared. Just as Klein wanted to go forward to check the fragments of the metal skeleton, a dazzling blue light appeared in the galaxy. A Tyrone Navy patrol fleet discovered the suddenly appeared ship on the scanner, and immediately sailed over to deal with it. The cruiser approached the ship, and the Marines teleported into the ship. After a search, the Tyrone soldiers found that there were broken bodies everywhere, and there was only one living person in the bridge. Klein was wrapped in a torn blanket, and sat on the command throne on the bridge. "Raise your hands." The captain of the Marines scolded. Klein raised his left hand, and his left hand was holding the officer's certificate he carried with him. The commander of the 47th Regiment of the Tyrone Army retired. The captain stepped forward to check it out, then put down his gun and saluted. "Thank you for your contribution to the Star Zone during your service." "What year is it now, Corporal?" Klein put away his ID and asked in a deep voice. 003.M42. The captain replied. "Very good." Klein felt fortunate from the bottom of his heart. He thought that 30 years had passed, but in fact, it had not. It had only been 2 months since he was sent into the warp. "This is what I told you last time, that I was sent into the warp for decades." Klein broke away from his memories and focused on the present. He was now in the bridge of the Glory Human. The entire bridge was decorated very gorgeously, like a giant auditorium. Beyond the 1,000-meter-high floor-to-ceiling porthole was the prosperous scene of the capital of the Tyrone sector. The bridge was full of guests, including friends that Klein had met during his many years as a wandering trader, his subordinates, and high-ranking officials from the Tyrone sector. A banner was hung at the highest point of the bridge. The patriarch of the Barrett family retired in 040.M42. "I wish him a happy retirement life, and I also wish his daughter Bailey to live up to her father's expectations and be a good new patriarch of the Barrett family." This was a retirement farewell party. Klein was going to retire. The founder of a dynasty of wandering merchants was about to hand over responsibility and authority to the next generation. Due to personal reasons, the Lord of Tyrone personally arranged this farewell party, and he was also present. Chinimo was at the head of the table where Klein was, eating candy while listening to Klein telling about the disaster he had experienced decades ago. "Damn it." Groot took a sip from the wine glass. "During the defense of Tyrone, you said you were sent to the subspace for decades. I thought you were joking. What happened next?" Chinimo reached into the jar with the devil's logo, took out an orange crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. Klein continued, "Then I went back for revenge. It was not easy to kill a roaming merchant dynasty with 19 fiefdoms. I spent a lot of effort. At that time, an inquisitor wanted to uproot the Caesar family that had dealings with Huron, so we cooperated. There are elves who were taken over by the Caesar family. They are also my partners. Anyway, I pulled that bastard clan leader off his throne in the end." Klein made a gun gesture with his right hand and put it into the cup. "I put the barrel of the shotgun into that bastard's mouth. Then, boom." As soon as the words fell, everyone at the table burst into applause and laughter. Chinimo happily ate 2 more candies, but he was not as relaxed and happy as he appeared. The metal skull that Klein mentioned, it must be the same kind of creature as Piccolo. It appeared earlier than when he entered the subspace and met Piccolo. This means that it is undoubtedly a subspace creature that has existed in the past and future since its birth. Time flies. Donna, who was at the next table, walked up to Klein with a glass of wine. "When we fought on the Talon 2, we were still young. To be honest, I wanted you to marry into my family. Why don't you just call me to your night to spend the night with you? Otherwise, I would be an old senior in the Knight family now." Klein laughed and toasted Donna. As Donna said, time flies. It is the 40th year of the 42nd millennium. The Terra victory ceremony that boosted the morale of the entire empire happened more than 30 years ago. Chinimo couldn't help but feel nostalgic when he saw Donna. Because Donna has changed from the Duchess of the Tyrone 2 Knight family, who drove the Scarlet Rose, a heroic young female knight, to a plump lady with a few wrinkles on her face. Her father's funeral was held 17 years ago, and Chinimo went to mourn. Recalling the siege battle in the Antarctic underground of Tyrone 2, when Donna and her father drove 2 brave knights to tear apart the fortress gate, and then looking at Donna now, it seems like a lifetime ago. "Are you still driving a knight now?" Chinimo asked. "No." Donna shook her head. "Since I forced myself to drive a knight and knock my eldest son out of my belly early, I no longer drive a knight." "A wise decision." Chinimo nodded. After chatting for a while, Klein called his daughter. Bailey saluted Chinimo, and the others present very obediently. "I found a lot of information about the Dark Eldar." Klein looked at his daughter. "Although I'm retired, she will take over my duties and help the sector deal with those damned alien bastards. I'm good at dealing with those Dark Eldars. I've smashed a predator's head with my own hands." Bailey followed her father's words, nodded, and patted the bolt pistol on her waist. The bolt pistol was a gift from the crazy Inquisitor Bologna when Klein designed Bologna. "Dark Eldar." Chinimo nodded and murmured. "The Empire has remained the same for decades. Apart from the promotion of the dimensional engine, there have been no major disturbances. The greenskins imagined by the Star Zone did not cause much trouble, but the raids by the Dark Eldar increased year by year. They could not take away the population, and at most they could seize some materials that were not very useful to them, but they just wouldn't give up. This matter was also very strange, so the Star Zone did not think that the Dark Eldar came here to plunder the population. There must be some secret conspiracy, otherwise they should have left long ago without gaining any advantage in decades. Chapter 607. I want to recommend someone who can help us better deal with those bastards from Comoros. Klein took out the data pad and slid it gently. A person was projected on the data pad. This was obviously a female noble. She was wearing green power armor and holding an ancient power knife. Li Sun. Klein pronounced the name of this female noble, and he tried his best to pronounce it with the accent he heard from this female noble named Sun Li. Just hearing this name, Qin Imo recalled a person. That was a wandering trader named Sun Li. She was like Qin Xia of the White Scars and Shin of the Night Lords, but she was not as famous as these two space marines. In the Calixis sector, which is the sector close to the Eye of Terror in Cadia, there is a wandering trader family named Makwa. This family has many agricultural world fiefs and is very wealthy. The head of the Makwa family is this noblewoman named Li Sun. Li Sun has a Dreadnought-class light cruiser as her flagship, which is decorated with dragons and phoenixes, and is full of nobility. The reason why I recognize her is that she also got involved when I took revenge on the Caesar family in the Calixis Star Zone. Klein said. Why do you think she can help us deal with the Dark Eldar? Groot asked curiously, are there aliens in Calixis too? No, the reason is that Ms. Li Sun has some business dealings with the Dark Eldar. When Klein said this, everyone at the table immediately became serious. Qin Imo narrowed his eyes and looked at Klein. Merchants familiar with the Dark Eldar can help the Star Zone deal with the Dark Eldar, but the problem is that if it is a merchant who has dealings with the Dark Eldar, she is likely to sell out the interests of humans. This is like the green skin of the Blood Axe clan being hired by a human inquisitor to deal with another inquisitor. Humans are a race, but they are not monolithic in the face of interests. Let's not talk about this for now. Qin Imo shook his head. I really can't trust this Calixis. Klein was obviously quite familiar with Li Sun, and he urged anxiously, Ms. Li Sun is a good person. From my experience working with her, she doesn't have a good impression of the Dark Eldar. When I met her again, by chance in a trading post, I mentioned the Dark Eldar, and she obviously hated them. Gray, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. So, she wants to cooperate with you and Talon to do something about the Dark Eldar? Yes. Klein nodded in agreement. He then told her about his meeting with Li Sun at the trading post. When talking about the Dark Eldar, Li Sun expressed her hope to cooperate with Talon, but she did not say why she was willing to help with the Dark Eldar matter, or what purpose she wanted to achieve, or what benefits she wanted to gain. You reply to her like this. Qin Imo thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, if she wants to cooperate with Tyrone, then she must do something to prove her attitude towards the Dark Eldar. As long as she proves it, I will allow her to come to the Star Zone to discuss how to deal with the Dark Eldar. Yes, I will contact her right away. Klein took the order. 1 month later. An uninhabited star system in the Calixis Star Zone. 3 frigates escorted a Dreadnought-class light cruiser into the star system. They crossed out of the dimensional space, and then docked near a death world. The 3 frigates were common frigates for Ronin merchants, the Storm class, with no special features. The light cruiser being guarded reflected the aesthetic characteristics of its owner. Its overall color was almost jade, and it looked like a battleship-shaped gem. A golden dragon was coiled on the Imperial Navy's iconic ram on the bow. The heavy artillery under the ram extended from the mouth of another dragon under the ram. The weapon itself was a special collection of the owner of this battleship. Its name was not yet known, but it was very powerful. When the 4 warships appeared in the galaxy, there was a wave in the space, and a small black ship that looked very Eldar came to the real universe and gradually approached the cruiser. The private guards of the Ronin family gathered in the cruiser, from the boarding point to the bridge. The black ship sent a transport plane to carry the guests to the cruiser. The black gate opened. 6 Dark Eldar wearing black armor came out, surrounded by an Eldar woman with tentacle-shaped limbs instead of legs. These aliens were obviously not on the cruiser for the first time. No one greeted them, so they walked along the corridor and went straight to the bridge. The tentacles of the lower body of the leader of the True Sons from Comoros stopped, and he raised his head and looked down at the command throne in front of him. A woman sat on the command throne. The woman was wearing green power armor, and an ancient power long sword hung around her waist. Li Sun. Ai Rui. Long time no see. The leaders of both sides greeted each other, and then, Like every meeting before, the Dark Eldar found a place to sit down and started to talk. Which conspiracy group has been trying to plunder the Talon sector? Lee Sun knew the Dark Eldar quite well. She knew that there were no large organizations like the Empire and the Ark Management Council in the Dark Eldar area. They were composed of conspiracy groups. The so-called conspiracy group is an organization, a force. In the deepest part of the webway, there are countless conspiracy groups in the place called Comoros. Lee Sun asked the strange Dark Eldar alien named Arrow. She knew that this guy must know which conspiracy group was trying to plunder Talon. Because Arrow is a true child. No matter what kind of Eldar, due to the difficulty of reproduction of the Eldar species itself, their population is very small. In Comoros, most of the Dark Eldar are bred by technical means, and the offspring of the male and female Dark Eldars through normal means are called true children. The status of true children is high, not only because their birth has special significance, but also because if it were an ordinary family, it would be impossible to breed true children in a place like Comoros. You should ask me which conspiracy groups they are. Ariel smiled and explained slowly. My conspiracy group also participated in the looting operation. Although there was nothing good about it, we participated anyway. There are many other conspiracy groups, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. After hearing this, Lee Sun thought for a moment and suggested, let's make a deal, just like before. Ariel listened silently. I know you want to obtain a relic of the ancient elves, and that thing is in the hands of my competitors. You betray some conspiracy groups and let them die, and I will kill my competitors and snatch the relics of the ancient elves and give them to you. Silent A-Ray thought about the feasibility for a while, then nodded. Okay, but why do you want to do this? What benefit can you get from letting my fellow people die? Don't ask the reason, just talk about the deal. We have made a deal. Lee Sun said coldly. Arui nodded. Anyway, I am not on good terms with those conspiracy groups, and we will eventually break up, so let's use their cheap lives to exchange for relics. After discussing the matter, Arui took the 6 followers and left the bridge. After watching these aliens leave, Lee Sun stared at the gate they had just passed through and whispered softly. Let some of those twisted scums of Comoros die. This is the benefit. Chapter 608. After the expansion of the Tyrone sector, the original Tyrone Gate Defense Zone has become the core area of the Tyrone sector. The new Tyrone Gate Defense Zone has been established. And this new Tyrone Gate has naturally become the primary target of the Dark Eldar raids. Almost every star system in the Tyrone Gate Defense Zone will be raided by the Dark Eldar once a week, but there is always a star system that is given special attention. That is the Lyra star system, a star system that has just been incorporated into the Tyrone Gate, and various defensive void buildings are still under construction. A standard cruiser formation of the Tyrone Navy appeared from the edge of the galaxy, and sailed towards the 6 colonized worlds in the galaxy. At first glance from a distance, it was the Tyrone Navy. Their appearance was normal, because the Tyrone Navy had been on patrol missions. But if a human could enter each ship of the cruiser formation and take a look, they would find that each ship was a hell. Various intelligent life forms in the universe were tortured inside the ship, or were about to be tortured. Even the prisoners, who were not asked about, could not live in peace, because they were either locked in boxes full of spikes or solidified by a jelly, and their brains kept replaying the memories of their torture. Every corner of every ship was echoing with screams, one after another day and night. Those were not heart-wrenching screams, but desperate sobs after finding that they could neither live nor die. Those who were afraid of death did not have to worry, because the terrible aliens, who tortured them cruelly, would not let them die easily. Even the most fragile humans would be injected with a drug that could quickly restore their bodies when they were about to be killed. In the lead ship of the cruiser formation of the Tyrone Navy, in this largest mobile hell, the Dark Eldars enjoyed an even more cruel torture feast. The commander of the fleet, composed of many conspiracy groups, was in the bridge to command the next battle. The entire bridge was more like an interrogation room full of torture instruments. In the center of the dazzling array of torture instruments and human bodies, the fleet commander, the temporary leader elected by the conspiracy groups, the male abominable alien named Salo, sat on the throne made of human bodies, taking some time to observe everything in the galaxy while enjoying the sadism. As he expected, the people in this galaxy really thought it was a patrol fleet of the Tyrone Navy. It was not because Salo had seized the Tyrone Navy's ships and transformed them into the Dark Eldar's mobile hell, but because the Dark Eldar's ships had something called a mimicry engine. This mimicry engine could disguise a ship as any other ship, not to mention the Tyrone Navy. Even the green-skinned ships could be disguised. And under that exquisite disguise, the cruiser's elegant wings were flapping, increasing the ship's speed to a level similar to that of the Tyrone Navy's latest thrusters. Don't come any closer. I don't want us to lose 60% of our warships, like we did 10 years ago. The skeleton door of the bridge opened, and Arrow led his men into the bridge to give his sincere advice to the temporary leader she voted for, Sorrow. Sorrow was a little unhappy when he heard this, and he reached out and patted the head under his crotch. The mobile throne composed of stitched creatures slowly turned around, wailing in pain, while carrying its master closer to Arrow. "Do I need you to remind me?" Sorrow asked coldly. Arrow nodded and turned away. Sorrow really didn't need Arrow's reminder, because he had already gained experience from plundering. Although he didn't catch anyone in the past few decades of plundering, he still had experience. Even if he couldn't decipher the communication in the Talon Star Zone, Sorrow knew what was happening now. The space station in that galaxy would scan the fleet entering the galaxy, and then find the identification code of this fleet, and then make a judgment based on the patrol schedule of the Talon Navy, and finally determine that this patrol fleet that suddenly appeared was the enemy. This process takes at least an hour. After all, identifying the enemy is the most important thing. However, compared with other human forces that Salo has encountered, this is already amazingly efficient. As Salo expected, the energy shield that slowly rose on the space station proved that they had entered combat mode. Sirens rang in various human worlds, and people left factories and farmlands and entered underground bunkers. Logistics machinery and a large number of swarm drones counted the population on the planet. The entire galaxy has entered a state of combat. Just like before. Sorrow picked up the spirit bone communication device and gave orders to the others in the fleet. The entire fleet immediately approached the nearest world, then used mobility to evade the fire from the orbital defense platform and return fire. The fleet quickly broke through the energy shield of the orbital defense platform, and then fired a few more shells at the structure of the defense platform. Then it was time to evacuate. As the entire plundering fleet quickly returned, the fleet of the Tyrone Navy jumped out near the space station. Those new ships immediately locked onto the location of the Dark Eldar fleet, and then jumped over at an extremely fast speed to launch a counterattack. The two sides bombarded each other, until the Dark Eldar fleet reached the edge of the system, where the impact of the celestial body was the weakest, and then used their special technology to drill into the webway. There was also a webway in the system used by the Talonians, but when the Navy fleet jumped into the webway, it was found that there was nothing inside. The Dark Eldar fleet would not enter the webway directly, nor would it drill out of the webway directly. In fact, 15 years ago, when Gilliman tried to help the Talonian sector get rid of the annoying Dark Eldar, the Arc Eldar killed many webway gates leading to Kimura, but it was useless. Because the Dark Eldar will use their special technology to reshape the webway connection point, and then sail a distance in the warp before entering the webway. In this raid, the Talon Navy achieved 0 results, and the Dark Eldar fleet achieved a renewable shield for an orbital defense platform. This looks like a failed raid, but in fact this is the plan of the conspiracy led by Salo. Through seemingly meaningless harassment again and again, they are looking for the flaws of the Talon Navy. Although they have not been found for decades, the Dark Eldars have plenty of time to waste with this short-lived species. The Dark Eldar fleet is not worth mentioning, even though they have extremely fast ships and defenses like Black Fog that can interfere with the fire control system. But in front of the fire control technology and powerful hulls of the Tyrone Navy, these are not enough. Adam, the Tyrone Navy Marshal, believes that only one fleet battle, a large-scale void fleet battle, is needed. Even if the Dark Eldar fleet of Comoros comes out in full force, the Tyrone Navy only needs to send out the first fleet to annihilate them. But the problem is that the Dark Eldar will not jump out to fight a large-scale fleet battle. They just use their advantages to avoid disadvantages, and carry out raids that have no results, but will win in the long run. The Dark Eldar have figured out the webway. But in this raid, which was no different from the previous ones, a group of Dark Eldar in the warship belonging to the Arrow conspiracy in the fleet launched a beacon used to mark the webway into the void, where Usalo could not notice. Chapter 609. The entire raid is almost over. The entire Dark Eldar fleet that was scattered to the Talon Gate defense zone regrouped in the giant webway and returned to Comoros. This is a fleet consisting of 1,200 Dark Eldar ships. The fleet led by Salo can only be regarded as a small detachment of this huge fleet. Due to the need to plunder, they must be divided into small groups. However, when the plunder is over and the fleet is reunited, Salo still has the command. After each previous raid, Salo would find an ignorant barbarian girl and use a series of methods to make her know what it meant to be unable to live or die. But today, just when he was about to order his men to bring people over, he heard a shocking news. This news forced Salo to get up from the throne and rush to the porthole to look outside. In the vast golden webway that was wide enough for a fleet to sail, another fleet appeared. That was not a fleet of a conspiracy group, but a patrol fleet of the Tyrone Navy. This large patrol fleet consisted of 30 cruisers, 140 frigates, and 200 anti-raid ships. If 500 cruisers were not enough to scare Salo, 200 anti-raid ships would be the most terrifying in his opinion. Anti-raid ship. A new type of warship designed by the Bice's shipbuilding group, specifically used to counter the raiding ships of the Dark Eldar. This new type of warship was approved for purchase by the Tyrone Navy 15 years ago, and once used, it caused tragic casualties to the raiding fleet of the Dark Eldar. The anti-raid ship can make 40 continuous dimension jumps in 1 hour, which means it is extremely agile. And at the beginning of the design, various equipment carried by normal military ships were cancelled as much as possible, with the intention of allowing the ships to carry extreme firepower. Seeing such a fleet, Salo couldn't help but exclaimed, "How could these barbarians get in?" No need for others to answer. Salo, who has been running a conspiracy group for many years, immediately realized that there was a ghost in the fleet. But he was unwilling to admit it, because those who could come with him to carry out raids were all trustworthy conspirators. The so-called trustworthy of the Dark Eldar did not mean sharing life and death, but that even if everyone broke up and ran away in the face of a powerful enemy, at least they would not defect. The conspirators sold out a few warships to each other during the raids, which was nothing, and even if the betrayed and the selling parties met, they would just laugh it off. But bringing the enemy into the webway, this was something that touched the bottom line of the species. The Arrow conspiracy has left the fleet. The subordinate walked into the bridge and reported loudly to Sorrow. Then the two warships in the fleet went straight to the Tyrone Navy, and were not attacked even when they were in attack range. The two warships were also running mimicry engines, disguising themselves as Tyrone Navy warships, just like the Tyrone Navy returning to the team, and directly joined the fleet of the barbarians on the opposite side. Impossible. Sorrow stared at the two warships with a look of disbelief. "Sorry, I have already negotiated with the barbarian merchants." A familiar voice echoed in the bridge. The communication system popped up Arrow's face. She was in her own warship, communicating across the fleet. "Sell you in exchange for the relics of our ancestors?" Arrow's bland explanation was like the villains in those bad movies, who had to reveal their true feelings at the end. Sorrow was angry at first, and then he saw through the conspiracy of this conspiracy in his anger. Obviously, it was Arrow who sold out her own kind after negotiating a deal with the human merchants. Or it could be said that she was killing someone with a borrowed knife. No matter what means Arrow used, she brought the Tyrone Navy into the webway. After seeing through the conspiracy, Sorrow no longer had the cold and tough attitude towards Arrow before. He squeezed out a trace of warmth and growled painfully, "But we are close relatives. That's why I can't let you live, my stupid brother." Arrow said the last sentence and turned off the communication. Sorrow now faced two choices. First, escape back to Comoros, but humans will also find a way to Comoros. Second, this is a last-ditch battle. More than 1,000 warships against less than 500 barbarian boats, it is possible to fight. In the hesitation, Sorrow has been forced to make a choice. The Tyrone Navy launched an attack. The cruiser advanced forward while firing under the protection of the frigate. The anti-raid ship took the lead and instantly appeared in the center of the entire Dark Eldar fleet. Before the Dark Eldar ships reacted and maneuvered, they used their terrible firepower to destroy as many enemy ships as possible before the next jump began. Dark Eldar ships do not have defense devices like void shields. The fastest speed, the most elegant appearance, and the mimic engine that can be used for camouflage are the advantages of the Dark Eldar fleet, but now they have become disadvantages. The defense method of forming a fog-like cover around the hull alone cannot protect the ship under the Talon Navy fire control system that constantly calculates the aiming parameters. The fragile hull structure will be instantly penetrated by the full-power particle light spear emitted at close range. Sometimes several warships would even be strung together. The ships designed by the Dark Eldar, who mastered the most advanced webway technology, were not originally intended for fleet warfare. The idea was to be fast, and to plunder any enemy they encountered if they could defeat them, and to run back to the webway if they could not. The disadvantage in ships was not the only flaw of the Dark Eldar fleet. There was also the problem of organization. The fleet of the Ark Eldar was not very powerful, but at least the Ark Eldar would unite under the management of leaders such as the Prophet and advance and retreat together. The Dark Eldar conspiracy is ridiculously less organized than the Chaos War Band. If Salo can control the fleet at this time, even if he cannot defeat the enemy, he can still inflict heavy damage on the enemy. But the problem is that no one cares about the temporary commander now. Rather than responding to the call of the temporary commander, the leaders of the conspiracies still need to think more about how to survive, and how to prevent their subordinates from backstabbing them in this disaster. The huge fleet composed of numerous warships is a mess. With the conspiracy groups unprepared, and without prior consultation, the fleets were scattered like a pile of shit. Anti-raid ships were teleporting back and forth in the fleet, and dozens of Dark Eldar warships were destroyed every second. The tortured slaves lost control due to the chaos. Some of them were given strong bodies by the Dark Eldar, so they used this body to intercept the Dark Eldar rushing to the artillery, or rush directly to the engine room, and die together with those who had tortured them. The fireworks when the small boats exploded did not look spectacular. In addition to the ships with low organization and poor direct confrontation, the Dark Eldar also have another shortcoming: fear of death. Just like demons, the Dark Eldars are not sadistic because they love to do it. Of course, part of the reason is to satisfy their desires, but the bigger reason is that they find that torturing others can delay aging and preserve their souls, ensuring that they will not fall into the hands of Slaanesh. If they are killed by others, their souls will inevitably return to Slaanesh. The Dark Eldar will not use the Soul Stone to help these disgusting relatives. When several ships stopped fighting back and moving, and found that they would not be attacked by human ships, a large number of remaining ships immediately followed suit, gathered together, and chose to surrender temporarily. Various unfavorable factors led to no suspense in this fleet battle. Chapter 610. We won. Gather the surrendered aliens, and put them into their 100 intact ships. Then we will take them back to the Star Zone for trial. In the bridge of the Tyrone Navy Fleet's pilot ship, the fleet commander issued orders to the entire victorious fleet. Only a dozen ships in the entire Tyrone Navy Fleet were damaged, and the damage was insignificant. Call the alien leader, who helped us. When the commander gave the order again, the alien leader had already entered the bridge under the escort of the Marines on the ship. She undoubtedly came to the ship on her own initiative. I helped you, and this is how you repay me. Arrow glanced at the soldiers beside him, who were pointing their guns at him. The commander said nothing, with obvious fear on his face, looking at Arrow. The upper body of this female alien looked no different from those female bodybuilding champions in the Tyrone Star Zone, which was a characteristic of the Eldar. The lower body was extremely strange. Those were not 2 legs, but tentacles. Arrow did not look like a Dark Eldar lady. She looked more like an octopus species that evolved from scratch to intelligent life on a certain ocean planet, or the creation of a mad scientist who liked human experiments in some horror movies in the Star Zone, like Frankenstein. Shut up, alien. To hide his fear, the commander shouted loudly, and then found a place to sit down. Out of courtesy, he also asked Arrow to sit down. Then the commander immediately regretted it, because the way Arrow sat down was with her tentacles wrapped around the chair. It was very scary. Take us to Comoros. The commander swallowed his saliva and said in a request or an order. We should leave the webway and go to your place now, and then I will meet with my trader and ask her to fulfill her promise. Arrow mentioned Lisunde. If it weren't for Lisun, she wouldn't sell her own kind. Take us to Comoros. The commander emphasized, I must at least scout the place where the Navy's fleet is about to attack. In war, even the slightest bit of intelligence is important. Ares subconsciously wanted to refuse at first, but then she nodded and agreed for some reason. She agreed faster than the commander expected. I take you there. Ares stood up and pointed to the navigation station in the bridge, which had been switched to the webway navigation system. A crew member immediately walked to the navigation station, put his hands on the controller, and waited for Arrow to provide navigation information. Just like the beacon that Arrow had left for the fleet before. Some people also walked up to the fleet commander and reminded him that this alien might have bad intentions, because if you put yourself in his shoes, it is not surprising that the Dark Eldar betrayed their compatriots in exchange for benefits, but it is a bit too incredible to betray the entire Comoros. But the city and the webway will soon be revealed to everyone. All the person in front of the navigation station needs to do is enter the coordinates as Arrow said. Discovering Comoros may be something that is enough to leave a name in history. However, the commander did not let the crew enter the coordinates on the cruiser's navigation console, but sent an unmanned shuttle. Arrow was still willing to reveal the existence of Comoros to the fleet. She personally entered a string of coordinates for the unmanned shuttle so that it could find the correct path in the network and reach Comoros directly. The senior officers of the fleet stayed in the bridge of the pilot ship, watching the images broadcast by the unmanned shuttle with bated breath. The unmanned shuttle quickly sailed to the coordinates provided by Arrow. A shocking picture was presented to the fleet's top brass. The picture showed a giant spike-like black object. But as the shuttle gradually approached the spike, everyone could see various lines and depressions on the spike. It was not until the shuttle got closer that everyone realized that the lines on the spike were giant traffic arteries, and around the traffic arteries were groups of giant cities. The entire spike could no longer be seen on the picture, and the shuttle was traveling through the area at the top of the spike. Various images beyond human sensory comprehension were displayed. Just looking at those cities from a distance, the distribution of urban buildings and traffic made the people in the bridge feel at a loss, because their senses could not clearly understand the appearance of these cities, let alone the ideas of urban construction. Is that Comoros? The commander looked at it in shock and couldn't help asking Arrow. That's Comoros. Arui nodded, then shook his head. That's not entirely Comoros. After saying this contradictory sentence, Arrow thought about how to explain the giant webway city of Comoros to these monkeys in human language. The shuttle was still flying. The giant spike that it explored at the beginning was just the smallest one. As it went deeper and deeper, spikes appeared one after another, interlacing and overlapping each other until the top of the webway. And these spikes were obviously the foundation. The huge city beyond the human sensory understanding ability obviously existed on each spike. 2 minutes later, the shuttle set back the last second of footage, and was suddenly smashed from top to bottom by a flying monster. It's amazing. Everyone whispered, expressing their shock. And Arrow had already prepared an explanation. In your mind, Comoros is just a city built in the deepest part of the webway. That's right, but not entirely right, because in our Eldar language, the word city can be used to describe two concepts. Iceberg theory. This is a theory of your human philosophy. The tip of the iceberg. Or something like that. As Arrow patiently explained, everyone gradually learned the truth about Comoros. Comoros is a city, but it is not a city. This is completely reasonable in the minds of the Eldar. Comoros is composed of countless large and small parts. If Comoros is moved to the real universe, it is impossible to build a city, because the distance between its two ends has already spanned several star systems and hundreds of light years. But such a city can be built in the webway, because the space in the webway is different from the space in the real universe. Then what we saw. The fleet commander asked in astonishment, according to the iceberg theory, how much of the iceberg did we see just now? Arrow thought about it very seriously. She was not a scholar, so she could only speculate based on experience. Finally, the commander got the answer. A piece of ice, probably? Chapter 611. The victorious naval fleet escorted the ships filled with Dark Eldar out of the webway and returned to the Talon sector. However, the fleet commander learned on the way that the Lord of Talon would personally deal with the aliens, so he immediately made all arrangements. The 6,100 captured Dark Eldar prisoners were all imprisoned in a large temporary prison in the cruiser, and then all the captains of the fleet were asked to come to the pilot ship with their entourage to prepare for the arrival of important people. After doing all this, the commander waited at the entrance of the place where the alien captives were held. Considering that Arrow contributed knowledge about Comoros, and that if she hadn't secretly dropped the beacon, the fleet would not have been able to chase into the webway, so Arrow was also allowed to welcome the head of the sector together. The transport plane arrived at the apron. The guide is gone. The fleet commander heard the report from his deputy and nodded. At this time, everyone was silent. Returning victorious with a Dark Eldar alien, and then meeting with the Lord of Talon with her, this matter made everyone present feel complicated. Everyone was thinking, why did Arrow betray her kind? Why did she tell the fleet about Comoros, and even let the shuttle go into Comoros for reconnaissance? Could she be a hybrid of a human and a Dark Eldar? No, that's impossible. Humans and Eldar can't mix at all. There is reproductive isolation. Why do you want to help us? You definitely don't just want to exchange for the relics of the ancient Eldar Empire. The commander couldn't help but ask. Arrow nodded expressionlessly. We are descendants of the ancient Ida Empire, and it is our duty to collect the relics of our ancestors. As for me taking you to see Comoros, if you can figure out the reason within 30 years, remember to contact me, and I will let you, the smartest person among the upright 8 barbarians, be awarded the title of Honorary Ida. Go to hell. The commander raised his middle finger. This is why it is difficult for our two races to establish friendship. Arui said coldly, our thinking is too profound and complicated. I can't explain my motives or anything else to you, because I am too lazy to downgrade my thinking to the level of a 3-year-old Ida child, and then talk to you. Arrow's words were heard by others, and everyone cast unfriendly eyes at her. The Eldar's arrogant attitude is the most hateful. Those profound thoughts, extreme emotions, complex and sharp senses, These racial advantages that can make humans feel superior to humans physiologically are precisely the most sinful and deadly of the Eldar in the eyes of the Talons. Compared with the Eldar, the senses that humans have are very simple, but they have thresholds. This means that no matter how hard humans can struggle, they will not pursue sensory stimulation like the Eldar, and naturally they will not use that strong emotion to hatch a demon. Another thing is the extreme emotional feelings. The Eldars protected by the Star Zone on Karis made a huge joke because of their extreme emotions. A life and death love triangle started between three Eldars. The man who was abandoned by the woman felt that he had lost the meaning of living, so he committed suicide. The woman resonated with the dead man's emotions and also committed suicide. Then another man also committed suicide because he also had a good impression of the dead man and was moved by this emotion. Finally, the three people were saved, but because the Star Zone did not accept medical insurance for aliens, they had to bear a large amount of medical debt. Now, what's the point of love? They all have to go to work to pay off their debts. Humans will not be like this. This is the benefit of simple senses. After thinking about these theories in his mind, the commander was ready to systematically refute the alien arrow, but the sudden sound of footsteps interrupted him. For the 500 worlds of Talon. All the people present stood at attention and shouted in unison. Chin Mo, wearing a gorgeous formal suit, came to the entrance of the temporary prison, where the aliens were imprisoned with his hands behind his back. In the past, everyone would feel honored and happy to see this Star Zone leader, but not now. Everyone felt that they were under strong mental oppression, and fear spread in everyone's heart. But this was not because of Chin Mo. In fact, it was because of his existence that everyone was not about to collapse. The source of the fear was a fireman behind Chin Mo. It was suspended in the air, wrapped in flames, and its white crazy pupils swept over everyone and everything. Burner. Star God is such a powerful existence that it will make every living being in the real universe feel uncomfortable. Even if Burner did nothing, even if it was following Lord Talon at this time, it could not do anything, but fear is fear. In addition to Burner, there is another follower following Lord Talon. That is also an alien, but it is an alien with a good relationship with the Star Zone. Former prophet of Ulthwy, now the supreme prophet of the Death Army, Eldred Ulthlin. Everyone present was very curious. Why did this alien appear again? You did a great job. The entire Star Zone is excited about your feat of annihilating the alien fleet. We will teach those aliens who are eyeing the Star Zone a bloody lesson. Chin Mo first praised the fleet's senior management, then said a few other words, and then walked directly into the temporary prison where the Dark Eldar alien captives were held. As for Rui, she didn't say a word to Chin Mo, and there was no need to say anything. She just made an appointment with Li Sun in the Star Zone and took away what she should take. But Ai Ruedwa glanced at Uslin, because the old prophet's deep temperament, elegant manners, and extremely handsome face made her heart move. We'd better not kill these captives, Uslin suggested as he walked along the corridor into the temporary prison. You are not qualified to make decisions. How to deal with these captives is something I need to consider and decide. What does it have to do with you? You captured these Comorian bastards alive? You still have prejudices against me. I came here on the orders of Prophet Enad to help you deal with our bad relatives. Of course, I am not qualified to make decisions, but I have to give some suggestions, right? By Evelyn's order, my people said that when they went to pick you up outside the Star Zone, you were surrounded by a group of Eldar, and you were holding a crystal prophet in your arms. You came here to avoid trouble again like last time. Chin Mo's last words made the crystal prophet plunderer shut up. Uslin wanted to defend himself, but after opening and closing his mouth several times, he just smiled and complained, You humans are too straightforward. Chapter 612. An empty warehouse in the pilot ship was a temporary prison for the Dark Eldar captives. These aliens talked to each other, discussing their possible endings, or secretly discussing how to escape. Sorrow, who was elected by all the conspiracy groups as the temporary commander of the plundering fleet, was also here. At that time, Sorrow ordered his warships to bombard nearby friendly warships. This made the Tyrone Navy fleet misjudge that the warship where Sorrow was controlled by the prisoners on the ship, so they stopped firing and even let the cruiser block the crossfire between Sorrow's ship and other Dark Eldar ships. Salo survived like this. But the current situation made Salo think that he might not live long. Although you are prejudiced against me, I still want to suggest that you don't kill them. If you hand them over to me, I will take them back to the Death Army, and then these guys will become a group of qualified warriors. Fight for Anad. Fight for the alliance between the Death Army and humans. Uslin still persisted in persuading Chin Mo. This was not because he wanted to cause trouble, but because he saw that Chin Mo did not immediately release lightning or fire to kill all the captives. This means that Chin Mo didn't want to kill them, at least not so quickly. Chin Mo really thought so. But it wasn't because he hesitated or felt pity, but because he wanted to figure out a super question that people in the entire Star Zone were guessing. That is, what is the motivation and reason for the Dark Eldar's persistence? What's the point of them joining the Death God army? The burner floated to Uslan's side and looked down at him. Let these bad guys show how to abuse in front of you. Uslan held his helmet, leaned on his staff with one hand, and responded calmly, any creature in the universe will change. We cannot judge good or bad based on origin and current situation, but should consider the future. The burner narrowed his eyes, obviously not believing it. He is right. Evelyn was born in Comoros, and there are indeed dark elves in the Death Army. They are all fighting for the alliance between the Death Army and humans. Chin Mo agreed with what Uslan said. Uslan turned around with a smile, a relieved smile on his face, and bowed slightly. But fortunately, Evelyn didn't fall into my hands because of looting Tyrone before she became the prophet of Anad. Chin Mo turned his eyes to the captives, otherwise, there would be no Death Army. While Uslan was still trying to persuade him, Chin Mo ignored the Crystal Prophet Plunderer and turned to the captives. Who is your boss? Hearing Chin Mo's question, everyone pointed at Salo. Salo pointed at the people around him, but it was obviously useless. Chin Mo grabbed his neck in the air and pulled him out of the crowd. What's your name? Can you speak human language? My name is Salo. Okay, Salo, I'm going to ask you a few questions now, and you must answer truthfully. You should be able to see that I'm not immortal. If you lie, I know and immediately crush your head and send you to Slaanesh. Assyrian, don't say that word directly, at least use a nickname. Sorrow was so scared that he trembled when he heard Slaanesh. Even the name of Slaanesh in the alien language would make him feel afraid. This is why the Dark Eldars are afraid of death. Sorrow didn't know that Chin Mo didn't have the ability to judge whether the alien was lying, but the mimic had this ability. But after the mimic had lived as a human for a while, perhaps because it became complete, and its ability improved, it really looked like a person. Even when Chin Mo got up in the morning and rushed here, the mimic had to sleep in. However, Lord Tyrone was surrounded by talented people. Although he forgot to bring the instrument, he could use Uslan to make do now. First question, you have never gained any advantage in the Star Zone in the past few decades, but you have persisted in exploring until the moment when your small sampan was blown up by my navy. What made you persist until now? Hearing the question, Salo naturally told the truth without hesitation. We want to wait for you to show a flaw through long-term exploration, and then plunder. Hearing this, Chin Mo looked at Uslan calmly. Uslan, who was conducting psychic exploration, nodded silently, indicating that he was telling the truth. Chin Mo nodded, took a deep breath, and prepared to ask the most important question. This question aroused his curiosity to the extreme, so much so that he could not wait for the intelligence department of the Star Zone to interrogate him, and ran over to ask directly. What is your motive? Why do you come to plunder? Chin Mo asked again. 4. Wait, let me guess. Is it because of Aisha? Or because of the Soul Stone? Or is it because my Star Zone has your artifacts and relics? Chin Mo interrupted Sorrow's answer, and gave a series of speculations. It was no longer a secret that Aisha had returned. All the Eldars could sense that their mother goddess was out of danger. The Star region had held several meetings in the past few decades on the motives of the Dark Eldars for looting. There were even countless papers in the scientific community on the motives of the Dark Eldars. The most mainstream speculation was that the Dark Eldars came for the mother goddess Aisha. To loot your population. Sorrow gave an answer that was completely inconsistent with Chin Mo's series of speculations. Chin Mo knew this was nonsense without even looking at Uslan, and immediately decided to crush Salo's head. But Salo predicted that Chin Mo would not believe him, so he began to explain in advance. If it was for Aisha or other reasons, it would not be a few conspiracy groups that formed a fleet to plunder, but all the conspiracy groups in the entire Comoros came together. Chin Mo was convinced. Thinking about it carefully, the conspiracy groups of the Dark Eldar should not be so crazy that a few groups dared to come to rob Aisha, because that means that as invaders, they must break through the Gate of Talon, and then fight their way through the core area of the Talon Star Zone to reach the capital of the Star Zone. The Dark Eldars may not be without courage to do what the Hurons, who are blessed by the 4 gods, cannot do, but it is definitely not just a few conspirators who do this. He told the truth. Uslan nodded with a puzzled look. So why did you rob my people? Chin Mo looked confused and slowly put Salo on the ground. Salo hesitated for a while, and finally explained. Because the nobles of Comoros think that the Tyrones will taste sweet. When I say eating, I don't mean eating, I mean eating to get special feelings through sadomasochism. Of course, some nobles may like eating, but they should not be the mainstream. As for the reason why your people are targeted, it's probably because the more the masochists feel like they are in hell during the sadomasochism, the more exciting and delicious the feelings are. You know, it's the same reason why your human nobles are also expensive in Comoros. Chapter 613. Chinimo felt as if his brain had been hit hard, and the sound of tinnitus echoed in his ears. Decades ago in the Plague War, Chinimo did not feel as if he had been hit hard by the most powerful demon prince on the Onira Eye, but now, after hearing what Salo said, he felt as if Salo had hit him hard with a weapon that could break through his defense. Uslan on the side was also shocked. He tried his best to use his psychic power to explore Salo's brain, but he could only find that Salo was telling the truth. The motive is to plunder the population. Not for Aisha, not for the relics of the ancient Ida Empire. Talon is too far away from the Eye of Terror. How could there be any relics of the ancient Ida Empire? You have been trying for decades just to make a fortune in Comoros? Chinimo asked with his eyes wide open. Salo shrugged, otherwise. What is it for? The other decades are nothing to us. Chinimo was silent and fell into thought. From the first sprout of life in the ancient saints' test field, to the giant warships of the space age, to the fall of the ancient Eldar Empire, to the establishment of Comoros. Chinimo thought a lot. His thoughts spanned ancient and modern times, and the distance and scale of time and space could not stop his meditation. This special human, special intelligent life that has integrated the power of the Star God, is thinking about the past and future of the entire Dark Eldar. In the end, he came up with an ultimate question: what is the meaning of the existence of the Dark Eldar, and what is the reason for its existence? Every race in the galaxy now has a meaning to exist, and those without a meaning to exist have a reason to exist. The Eldar should have died long ago, but the reason for their existence is to continue to exist in the universe. The Greenskins want to fight. The Necrons want to become Necronter again, or kill all creatures with souls. Humans want to continue the existence of their race just like the Eldar. But as an extension of the Eldar, what is the meaning of the existence of the Dark Eldar, and what is the reason for their existence? These guys don't stir up trouble, they just plunder and abuse, plunder for the sake of abuse, abuse for the sake of survival. It's like a plate of excrement placed on the table at a feast. I don't know why it's on the table, but it's just there, and because it stinks, no one is willing to clean it up first. No. Think about it carefully, the Dark Eldar seem to have a real meaning of existence. That is to show how disgusting the Eldar species can be when they are safe, and don't need to restrain themselves with things like the Tau. The number of true children among you may not exceed 10. After pondering, Chinimo spoke. Most of you are created by biotechnology, a group of people whose genes will gradually deteriorate if they are not updated and iterated, polluting the gene pool of your entire species. But you can still abuse the unfortunate people who fall into your hands, not because you are powerful, but because you are despicable and insidious enough. You are twisted like maggots, and your life is as cheap as weeds. Watching Chinimo cursing at the captives, Uslan realized that something bad might happen next, but he still wanted to fight for it. But they can die for the alliance between the Death God army and humans. Chinimo ignored Uslan, turned around and looked at the burner, then walked out of the temporary prison. The burner laughed cruelly, stepped forward and set off a sea of fire, making these dark elves struggle and wail in pain in the flames, and then it tasted the souls of the dead. Save us! A Dark Eldar crawled out of the sea of fire, crawled to the feet of Uslan, who had been speaking for them, and then stretched out his hand, which was burned to the bone, to hold Uslan's shoes. Uslan looked at the guy who asked for help with contempt, and kicked him 5 meters away with disgust, and then turned and left. After a heart-wrenching scream and a terrifying cry, the screams. The burner, who had a full meal, floated out of the temporary prison. Lord Talon has left on a transport plane. The fleet commander stepped forward and said, "Do you need me to arrange a transport plane for you?" "No, I can fly back to the capital of the Star Zone by myself." The burner looked down at the commander and answered. The commander nodded, and then made a gesture of invitation, wanting the burner to leave his warship quickly, because this guy's mere existence made people feel palpitations. "Are you afraid of me?" the burner asked. The commander said nothing. Even tens of millions of years ago, if a star god wanted to eat the followers of another star god, he had to leave something like currency. "You are safe. I have cleaned up the captives in there. You don't need to sweep those arms and legs, no thanks." The burner floated forward, like a ghost without collision volume, directly penetrating the bulkhead of the ship and floating into the void. When the star god fragment left, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew that the burner would not kill them, fear was fear, and it had nothing to do with whether the other party had any ideas. Will you come to plunder the Star Zone later? The fleet commander looked at Arrow, who stopped breathing for a few seconds when facing the burner. Arrow's face was pale, and he shook his head slowly. I'm not as crazy as my brother. If I didn't want them to die and sell them for a good price, I wouldn't have followed them to carry out this robbery that was no different from seeking death. I still don't like risks. If I hadn't refused the treatment with a high mortality rate back then, I wouldn't have accepted the safer transformation treatment and become the horrible look I am now. Arrow touched the tentacles. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you in the Star Zone. The commander smiled and touched the back of his head. We will ensure that you leave the Star Zone safely, but we can't help you if you are retaliated by your own kind. The Eldar's feelings for emotions far exceed any intellectual race. Arrow felt pure kindness from the commander of the barbarian fleet. The commander himself only said this sentence, but for Arrow, this kindness was extremely strong. You are indeed very sweet, Arui said with a straight face, but if you fall into my hands one day, I will send you out of Comoros just like you did to me. As the two were talking, a ship crossed the dimensional space in the galaxy and sailed towards the starport at high speed. It was a beautiful warship with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. When Arui saw his partner coming, he asked the Tyrone people to send him to the starport. In the starport, Arui and Lee Sun met. At this time, Lee Sun was covered in blood, holding a power knife in one hand and an extremely beautiful ancient elf empire artwork in the other. That artwork was exactly what Arrow wanted. For this decoration, everyone on a rogue trader's ship was killed, several conspiracy groups were destroyed, and thousands of your warships were destroyed or turned into research samples for the Talons. Lee Sun sighed as he handed over the artwork. Arrow first took the artwork with both hands and observed it carefully to make sure it was not a fake. Then the leader of the conspiracy said something in a manner that made Lee Sun shudder. And the expenses of the Talon Navy in the deployment and battle, and the warship I sent to die in the looting operation in order to make Sorrow believe me, and the thousands of clone pariahs on it. Chapter 614. Capital of the Star Region, World Number 1 of the Tyrone system. Inside the research facility, the burner, who was most proficient in webway technology, debugged the webway gate it created as usual, and this time its webway technology had made a breakthrough. The Dark Eldar named Arrow, the webway coordinates she left behind during the war, and the coordinates entered into the unmanned shuttle were temporary. She thought she had successfully completed the transaction with humans, and would not cause trouble to her kind except those she sold. But that's not the case. The burner has determined the base addresses of the two coordinates provided by Arrow. Although this does not mean that it can enter and exit the depths of the webway where Comoros exists at will, at least there is a trail to follow, so it is not as helpless as before in finding Comoros. I heard from the fleet that the unmanned shuttle has already entered the tip of the iceberg of Comoros. Why can't we just go in like the unmanned shuttle? Anyway, we have the coordinates. Chi Nemo slowly walked into the research facility and asked Burner his questions. Although Chi Nemo had no expression on his face, he was quite dissatisfied with Burner in his heart. This guy was the best at webway technology among the star gods, and he even had his own private webway to store items. But Burner failed to find Comoros. The webway was not invented by me. I really tried my best. Burner did not explain in detail because it was really unwilling to admit a fact. The fact that people are reluctant to admit is that the webway technology mastered by the Dark Eldar is more advanced. The burner can build webway gates at will, find webways, and temporarily connect two different webways, which is its advantage. The advantage of the Dark Eldar is that although they cannot expand the webway, they have more advanced ways to enter and exit the webway. Even the Arc Eldar and the Death Army have been dismantling the webway in Comoros for decades without affecting the Dark Eldar's access to the webway. I do have some dissatisfaction with you, but now I think it's normal. Chi Nemo floated in front of the burner, patted the burner's shoulder as if he were treating a human, and comforted it. You just snatched a little bit of webway technology from the ancient saints, and you have been researching and developing it until now. Let's talk about the Dark Eldar. There is a reason why they always think they are the heirs of the ancient Eldar Empire. They have a lot of good things in their hands. So it's not surprising that their webway technology is so powerful. After listening to Chi Nemo's words, the burner frowned and looked at the experimental webway he had built. After a few seconds of silence, it complained, "You said that as if I was completely helpless in finding Kimura." After that, the burner continued to work. Chi Nemo watched for a while, and found that the burner was reverse engineering the webway coordinate information left by Arrow. It was very complicated for a star god, who knew nothing about psychic energy to complete this task. In terms of the level of psychic technology, a most ordinary Ark-World prophet can beat the technological star god, like the Void Dragon. Just like even the weakest and most ignorant star god, it can easily take out a material technological product that can completely beat the technological accumulation of a race for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. In this universe, characteristics are more important than anything else. The place where the fleet entered is not the webway at all, but a kind of ever-changing structure similar to the webway. It is the webway, but not completely. I don't know how to explain it. After studying for a while, the burner came to the conclusion. This is why we can't use the coordinates directly. But it doesn't matter. Give me some time and I will find a way to enter Comoros. A way to stabilize the ever-changing structure and form a real and strict webway. I have a feeling that the webway technology one master will advance by leaps and bounds. Listening to the confident words of the burner, Chin-Mo pondered for a moment and smiled. Thank you for your dedication. You helped me become complete, so I have to do something to help you. The burner shook his head. Chin-Mo stopped disturbing the burner and turned to leave the research facility. In fact, there was one thing he didn't tell the burner. That is, it might not be necessary to master the webway technology to enter Comoros, and other methods could also be used to enter. But the success rate of this method is not 100%. In the hall that was once used to receive the war apostle Matthew, Li Sun, a wandering trader from the Kayla Star Zone, walked in slowly alone. Like Matthew, Li Sun saw the past of the Lord of Talon, and those glorious epic deeds were engraved on the surface of the giant column. However, Li Sun had no feelings about these epic deeds, because as a well-informed roving trader, he knew that 80% of these leadership deeds were to lead others to worship. For example, the picture on the pillar in front of him. Lord Tyrone was an engineer in the 44th Infantry Regiment. He stepped on a pile of fortification materials. In the distance of the picture were genestealers rushing towards the position, and then Lord Tyrone raised a shovel and called on everyone to build fortifications to resist the enemy. Some people knelt at his feet, holding their hands. Some people stood with their arms around each other, looking up at the Lord of Tyrone, holding up shovels and industrial equipment. Although he knew nothing about Tyrone's past, Li Sun could guess from experience that this was 100% nonsense. There's nothing to see in those paintings. A voice came from the throne in front. Li Sun retracted his gaze and walked quickly to the front, where he saw the Lord of Tyrone sitting on the tall throne. Next to him was the prophet of the Death Army, Eldred Uslan. Li Sun first bowed respectfully and introduced herself, then looked at the Eldar prophet. Obviously, she didn't think an Eldar prophet should be present during the next conversation. He wants to deal with his dark relatives just like us, Chin-Mo said. Uslan stood up and bowed slightly to Li Sun with an elegant manner. Just call me Uslan, ma'am. In front of others, Uslan always looked elegant and profound. His handsome face did not have any contempt or pride that was common on the faces of the Eldar, or perhaps these contempt and pride were hidden in the slight worries on his face. Uslan can easily make others like him. But the premise is that the others who can like him are not people like Chin-Mo who are familiar with Uslan's crystal prophet plunderer deeds. Otherwise, once the embarrassing things in the past are mentioned, Uslan will easily lose his temper. I would like to ask, have I proved that I am someone who can become an ally of the Talon sector? Li Sun asked respectfully. Without a doubt. Chin-Mo nodded. Originally, I thought that the matter of the Dark Eldar should end when my fleet annihilates the plundering fleet, but their meanness and disgust angered me, and I decided to go deep into Comoros to brand them with fear, so that they know not to target my people. Li Sun was secretly happy. If Tyrone stopped after annihilating the plundering fleet, then she would get some rewards, or even better, Tyrone's trader certificate or something. But these benefits were not what Li Sun wanted. Now the Star Zone is going to take further revenge on the Dark Eldar. There is nothing better than this. Thinking of this, Li Sun said, in order to thank you for your wisdom, I decided to give you a piece of information about the portal in Comoros that we can use. You don't have to say it, ma'am. Uslan looked at Chin-Mo on the side. I have already told you about this matter a long time ago. Chapter 615. The Rogue Trader and the Death Prophet wanted to say the same thing as they had said. About how to enter Comoros without using the web way. There is a portal in Comoros called Desadrian. This portal with a very difficult name is usually closed. But once in a catastrophe in Comoros, the portal was opened and the salamanders were teleported in. They killed many people and successfully left Comoros before they could leave. But that involved a conspiracy. The conspiracy of Comoros Overlord Victor. Chin-Mo knew everything about Comoros of the Dark Eldar, so he had known about the Desadrian portal for a long time, and neither Li Sun nor Uslan had to explain it to him. Li Sun was surprised at the reliability of the alien friend next to Lord Talon, and then fell silent. She had to think carefully about what she should say next. After all, she originally planned to mention the Des Adrien portal, and then continue talking about the portal. What do you think is the purpose of your friend, the Archon of the conspiracy group named Arue, trading with you? Qi Nemo suddenly asked while Li Sun was still thinking. Li Sun thought about it, and wanted to answer that it was for the relics of the ancient spirit empire. But after thinking carefully, even an outsider should know that Arue's purpose is definitely not that simple. So after thinking about it, Li Sun answered, I think her ultimate goal may be related to something that happened in Comoros. The deeds of Victor, the overlord of Comoros. Then Li Sun told what she knew about Victor. Although there were conspiracy groups in Comoros, it did not mean that the Dark Eldar did not have an overlord who ruled Comoros. This overlord was Victor. Victor was born before the fall of the Eldar Empire. At that time, Comoros was still ruled by the Eldar nobles. Victor offended some people at that time, and was ordered to be executed. When he was about to be beheaded by the executioner, Slaanesh was born, and many people present were affected by Slaanesh and fell into madness. Victor took advantage of the chaos to escape. Then he became a slave in Comoros. After that, through some things, he won over many people. Victor founded the conspiracy group, and then he jumped from a slave to the master of the entire Comoros step by step. The dagger and poison of the conspiracy group shattered the authority of the aristocratic ruling class, and a slave became the supreme ruler in Comoros, who was known and feared by everyone. And Victor's conspiracy to disintegrate the rule of the aristocracy was to lead the Space Marines to invade Comoros, so that many nobles, who could have dealt with him and his conspiracy group died in the war, until there was no one in Comoros who could stop him. Li Sun told the story in full. Although it was complete, there were some errors, but the overall story was correct, with only minor problems in the details. Finally, Li Sun connected the purpose of his collaborator in the conspiracy group with this story. Obviously, Arue also wanted to let the aliens invade Comoros, like Victor, and then she could profit from it. Qi Nemo nodded in agreement. He also thought so. Uslan was the same. Victor has lived to this day. As long as the Dark Eldar has something to torture, they can have an almost infinite lifespan. In addition, Victor is vicious, and will take revenge. Qi Nemo does not think that the Comoros overlord will ignore the destruction of several conspiracy groups plundering fleets, and then be honest, and dare not plot against the entire star region again. Victor will always have a conspiracy to trick others. Even if the Dark Eldar have mastered the webway, and can always hide in the dark, and wait for the opportunity, Qi Nemo does not want to wait for Victor's conspiracy to come to the door, and then counter it. I mean, if you can still contact that Archon, then tell her clearly. Qi Nemo stared into Li Sun's eyes. Tell her that if she can open the Des Adrien portal, I don't mind playing the role of the Space Marine that Victor brought to Comoros, and she can profit from it. Li Sun was shocked and nodded silently. But Qi Nemo still couldn't completely trust this wandering traitor, so some words were not made clear. If Arrow wanted to copy Victor's method back then, this was acceptable. But Qi Nemo would not leave immediately and wait for Arrow, the copy of Victor, to take control of Comoros. He would wage a war, force the Dark Eldar to hand over the human slaves in Comoros, and then send the Iron Man to Comoros. Then Comoros would become a terrifying place for the Dark Eldar. I will find a way to see Arrow again, and then I will instigate her. Li Sun said he would do it. But Qi Nemo did not count on her too much. Even if Arrow's purpose was not to copy Victor's conspiracy, and make herself the new overlord of Comoros, even if she would not make the Des Adrien portal work strangely during the human invasion, like Victor did back then, it would not matter. The burner is still conducting research on the webway. These are the two ways to enter Comoros, and they serve as backup for each other. Li Sun also has her own ideas. She asked tentatively, assuming that we can definitely get in, can we completely destroy Comoros? That's unrealistic. Uslan once heard from Qi Nemo about the idea of completely destroying Comoros. Uslan had the same idea, but it was a daydream. Our dark relatives inherited part of the legacy of our ancestors, and Comoros is in the webway, and it was originally a trade transit point for the ancient Eldar Empire. I mean, they may have some special defense technology. But then again, powerful defense technology may block attacks, but it cannot stop powerful killers with self-awareness. At this point, Uslan looked at Qi Nemo, and he naturally meant the Star God. If the Star God is directly released into Comoros, they may not be able to mobilize the material power of destruction like in the real universe, and distort the laws of physics to cause irreversible and rapid damage to giant cities or celestial bodies in several galaxies. Maybe they cannot directly collapse Comoros, just like the Star God cannot directly collapse the Blackstone Fortress. But the Star God itself still has power. Star gods like the Burner Saranoga, who are good at destruction, can use their own power to demolish. However, Comoros is too large, and this may be a huge demolition plan that will require many Star Gods to carry out for a long time. The problem now is to enter Comoros. Chin-Mo turned his head and looked at Uslan. As long as we can get in, as long as Comoros is not transformed by those psychic technologies, and cannot be destroyed without psychic energy, I will always have a way. Uslan bowed slightly and nodded. We do have to consider the problem of getting in first. Li Sun nodded. Even if Arrow is unwilling to be the insider who opens the door, I can find someone else to do it, but to contact this person, I need an Eldar psychic, who is good at using the Eldar's communication technology to communicate. Hearing this, Chin-Mo looked at Uslan. Uslan smiled awkwardly. I am a consultant. Since the Death Army has not yet been at war with a conspiracy group in Comoros, so... When you stole the Crystal Prophet, did you consider that it would cause trouble for the Death Army? Chin-Mo asked. Oh, that's a personal behavior, and it has nothing to do with the Death Army camp. Uslan smiled and shook his head. Chin-Mo rolled his eyes at the Prophet, and then remembered that when Gilliman said he would send Uslan here as a consultant, he specifically told him not to let the Death Army directly participate in the war against the Dark Eldar. After all, the Death Army itself has the worst interpersonal relationships among the many Eldar Arc forces. If it messes with the Dark Eldar again, I'm afraid it will be in dire straits. Chin-Mo did not force Uslan. He immediately thought that he might invite the Arc Eldar prophet named Aisha's Prayer to come over, and let him be responsible for contacting the person Li Sun mentioned. You said you could find someone else who? Chin-Mo asked. The people in Comoros, who are not slaves and prisoners, are not only the dark relatives of the Eldar, but also some other races. Li Sun said, as she took out a document she had prepared long ago, and presented it to Chin-Mo. Uslan, who didn't care much about this matter, was even too lazy to come up and take a look until he found that Chin-Mo's expression was extremely shocked. Chin-Mo burned the parchment with his name on it. The reason for his series of reactions and actions was, the person Li Sun wanted to find was a gladiator in the Comoros arena. The gladiator was a thunder warrior. Chapter 616. There is an indispensable and most important area in Comoros. That is the Colosseum. The scale of the Colosseum is much larger than the largest urban area in the world of Tyrone Ideal City No. 1. Countless fights are held simultaneously in this area every day. Compared with the nobles who governed Comoros before Victor established the Reign of Terror, a person born in the slums is no longer limited to being a slave or waiting to die. The rule of the conspiracy has brought them a new channel for promotion. That is to enter the arena, make a name for yourself, be invited to join the conspiracy, and then follow the conspiracy to plunder and become successful. Then you will own a house and a group of slaves in the respectable districts of Comoros, and even if you are lucky enough, you can find a healthy true love and give birth to a real child. But the premise of all this is to make a name for yourself in the arena. As long as you are ruthless and cruel enough, and can bring enough sensory stimulation to the audience, even a green skin, a human despised by the Eldar, can become a highly sought-after gladiatorial star and ascend to heaven in one step. In a certain section of the arena, a much-anticipated fight was about to begin. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, two gladiators slowly entered the arena. One of the gladiators was a woman, obviously a member of the witch cult. Her hair was decorated with barbs. She held two short knives in her hands. Her clothes were extremely cool even by the standards of the Dark Eldar. The audience thought that a legend born in the arena had returned, but when the homunculus modified living broadcast called out the name of the female gladiator, everyone realized that they were happy for nothing. Lily, a female warrior who wants to make a name for herself in the arena by following the example of the legendary gladiator Lyris. Although the live broadcast was very passionate, the audience still didn't care much about this cosplay product of a female legend. The crowd's eyes moved to another gladiator they were optimistic about. It was a huge human wearing golden armor. He was very old, and his skin exposed outside the dull golden and broken armor was covered with scars. His hair was gray. He had lost a few teeth. His eyes were blank and dim. He held a spear in his hand. Bindis, a super barbarian. The warm cheers were mixed with a few words of encouragement from the homunculus, who was standing next to the field. The homunculus told Bindis to fight hard, and not to let down the medical supplies he had sold him at a low price. Bindis did not react at all, staring blankly ahead. In the old man's mind, he heard the shouts from his fellow humans, and he himself was following the golden figure walking on the avenue of the imperial palace of Holy Terra. Unity. Bindis' mouth opened and closed, making a vague whimpering sound. The fight had already begun. The Dark Eldar gladiator named Riley immediately ran towards Bindis, and when she approached Bindis and slashed, leaving a deep bloody scar on the old man's arm, Bindis still did not move. "Don't stand there and get chopped to death by me, old man." Riley laughed at Bindis' aging and stupidity. Fortunately, she wanted to play for a while first, instead of killing her opponent immediately. Just like her idol, Riley, she killed her opponent with the most brutal means. Riley continued to attack Bindis. Bindis finally responded and started to fight with his opponent, but he was too old to make any effective attacks. Even his defense was easily found by Riley. Bindis roared in a low voice, fighting with Riley, and because of his trance, he couldn't tell whether it was a memory or reality, and which one in his mind was a memory or reality. In a trance, Bindis felt that he had stabbed something. He pulled out his spear and looked at the ground. That was not a cool witch spirit gladiator, but a Dark Eldar Cabal warrior wearing black armor. The surroundings were not a gladiator arena, but the interior of a warship. The screens of the crew were everywhere. The Dark Eldar were invading the entire ship. "Mr. Bindis?" A call sounded. Old Bindis turned his head and looked behind him, and found a woman in green power armor being held hostage by the Dark Eldar, with a sword on her neck. The young green-armored girl was a member of the Makwa family. She was still young and kind, and she shouldn't have died here. "Let her go, alien!" Bindis roared, but he was too old, and even his roar had no deterrent effect. Finally, a homunculus appeared. Bindis didn't know what a homunculus was at that time. Later, he learned that it was a doctor and mad scientist in the Dark Eldar Society, who liked to transform creatures and invent all kinds of vicious technologies. "Shouldn't you be extinct?" the slave led by the homunculus asked. The slave was left with only a floating head, with his spine connected to the homunculus' spine. He seemed to have become a homunculus messenger puppet. "We are not extinct." Bindis held his spear tightly, ready to fight the homunculus. However, the homunculus had no intention of fighting, and signaled his subordinates to let the human girl in green armor go. A Thunder Warrior who had participated in the Terra Unification War, the homunculus felt excited just by seeing Bindis. Just as Bindis faced the homunculus, a long snake-like tentacle made of countless human spines attacked from behind him and pierced Bindis' neck. The homunculus swung his hidden tail and sensed everything about Bindis. This guy was indeed a Thunder Warrior. He and several of his colleagues chose to leave Terra after the rumors about killing the Thunder Warriors appeared on Terra. After surviving for a while, they heard about the Horus Rebellion, and then they went to the Eye of Terror, wanting to die with honor. As a result, they failed to go to the Eye of Terror. After wandering in the warp for a while, they came out a long time later. The lifespan of Thunder Warriors is too short. Even though Bindis and his men work for a family of wandering merchants, and have received almost a full set of life extension technology support, they are still aging. "Follow me." A blood vessel-like thing stretched out from the messenger puppet connected to the spine of the homunculus, like a hand, and stretched out to Bindis. "We attacked this ship to capture some human warriors. As long as you follow us, we will release the girl." Bindis hesitated and looked at the tentacle that looked like a blood vessel. Suddenly, the tentacle changed and turned into a sharp knife. Bindis suddenly woke up from the hallucination and found himself in a gladiatorial arena in a dark city. Then he fell into hallucination again. His memory was broken again. After being stabbed countless times and waking up again, Bindis took the initiative to face the opponent's attack with his vital parts. Riley stabbed Bindis in the neck. She thought she had won and smiled. But the Thunder Warrior's strong vitality allowed Bindis to still fight before he died completely. When Riley found that Bindis' arm suddenly pinched her, she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In the eyes of all the spectators in the arena, the oversized barbarian tore Riley to pieces. It was not until Bindis fell into memory again, and forgot what he was doing again, that he gently put down the remaining part of Riley in his hand. The winner, Thunder Warrior Bindis. Cheers resounded throughout the venue. Bindis looked at the people around him with a confused look on his face, then turned and walked away. After walking a few steps, Bindis, who was suddenly immersed in a certain memory, shouted loudly, "For unity?" Then those nearby who had long been accustomed to Bindis' mental state heard a low plea again. "At least give us an honorable death." Chapter 617. When Bindis was taken to the resting place, the homunculus came forward and gave him an injection of potion. The old Thunder Warrior recovered, not only mentally but also physically. "This is your reward for fighting during this period of time." The head connected to the homunculus spine spoke, and then Bindis received a square box. There were 4 injections of potion in the box. The homunculus could revive the corpses of the Dark Eldar, who were rotten to the point of no return. They mastered advanced medical technology, so these potions also had the same effect as the potion injected into Bindis' body just now. Only 4? That's not enough. Bindis shook his head. The money you earned is enough to buy 4 potions. The Hay-Monkey turned around. But you have another reward, a trophy you deserve after winning this fight. As soon as he finished speaking, a female Dark Eldar with only a piece of rag on her body was brought to Bindis. It was a slave. It was a trophy given to Bindis for his outstanding performance. It was not strange for the Dark Eldar to give their own kind to alien warriors. After all, they had many of their own kind as slaves. How much can she be sold for? Bindis asked. Maybe worth a shot of potion. Sell her for potion. When the Eldar slave heard Bindis say that he was going to sell him, he was so scared that he hugged his legs and begged. If he was sold, he would sell it to the Hay-Monkey. Then the end. Bindis stood up without caring, took the shot of potion from the Hay-Monkey in exchange for the slave, and turned to leave the arena area. There are many people of other races in Comoros. Of course, the slaves were tortured in their masters' houses, and the non-slaves gathered in a slum-like area in Comoros to live. Bindis' residence is also here. He entered here in a flying machine used by the Dark Eldar for plundering, and came to a building complex built of iron sheets, and pushed the door to enter. 5 Thunder Warriors, like Bindis, were lying on the iron floor. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, those people looked back at Bindis, and then slowly sat up. These people are older, and their limbs are not complete. Some people are not only missing arms, but also paralyzed due to severe spinal injuries. Your armor. Bindis sat on the ground, dismantled the incomplete armor on his body, and then returned each part to his brothers. The only thing Bindis had was the spear. After returning the borrowed armor one by one, Bindis took out the box of potions, and distributed the potions inside. I don't need this thing anymore. Keep it for yourself. The disabled Thunder Warrior crawled to Bindis' feet with his arms, and raised the potion. I feel that Terra is calling me. Bindis took the potion, and thrust it hard into the old man's neck. The disabled body gradually recovered, and regained the ability to walk. The man who was forcibly injected with the potion by Bindis stood up angrily, pinned Bindis down and punched him in the face. Bindis was beaten to a pulp, and heard the old man curse him for always disobeying his superior's orders. He also heard him say that he was already a disabled person who could not walk, and that the potion should be kept by Bindis himself, so that Bindis would not be forced to play in the state of Alzheimer's relapse one day. After being punched, Bindis said nothing, and climbed up, and returned to his own position in the corner of the house. He was too tired and needed to rest. With his mind clear, the others came close to Bindis, and discussed the damn Comoros, and the damn blood orc who exploited Bindis. This potion can't completely heal my spine. I will be a cripple who needs to crawl again in 2 days. Yes, but the potion can make you younger, so that one day everyone won't find you dead in the corner. Damn it, we shouldn't have agreed to come to Comoros with that blood orc. Lee Sun saved us and protected us when we came out of the warp. We can't just watch her being tortured to death by those dark cousins of the Ida bastards. Wouldn't it be better if we died in battle together? You, old man, should have died in battle, but that little guy is still young and shouldn't have died with us. Bindis listened to the conversation between the old guys without saying a word. As the youngest person here, it was tiring enough just to fight in the arena, and he really didn't have the energy to chat with these old guys. Bindis silently took out a device from the small locker above his head. It was a psychic communication device that Lee Sun gave to Bindis when he parted with Lee Sun. This thing can keep us in touch. Hold on, I will bring you out one day. Bindis still remembered what Lee Sun said that year. He put the communication device under his ear. As with every attempt in the past few hundred years, the device seemed to be broken, and he could not hear anything at all. Maybe the device was not broken. Maybe Lee Sun had communicated. Bindis guessed that maybe he fell asleep while waiting, so he didn't hear it. But no matter what the reason was, Bindis didn't want to think that Lee Sun was dead and couldn't contact him. This was very likely. We shouldn't have left Terra. Whether the Emperor wants to kill us, send us to die, or send us to die, we should accept that fate. It's all my fault. I brought you out. Bindis heard the officer with crippled legs talking about his mistakes. Others had different opinions. Some people said that the damn tyrant wanted to get rid of the donkey after it had done its work. Are we going to die? Some people said that the Emperor must want to kill everyone. If we don't leave quickly, does he want to die in humiliation at the hands of his own people? Some people complained that the damn warp had brought us to many years later. Among these Thunder Warriors, only Bindis knew the truth. The Thunder Warriors were not killed by their own people, and did not die in the cold eyes of the emperor. Bindis heard something from a human slave in the arena. A long time ago, there were still a few Thunder Warriors surviving on Terra, but so much time has passed that they are now old and dead. But Bindis, who knew this, did not want to tell the truth, because it would make these old guys who tried hard to live collapse. Being sent to die by the Emperor is not a glorious death. We challenge the enemy, and die in the encirclement of thousands of troops. Chapter 618. No matter what, I regret bringing you out. We might as well die under the tyrant's knife now. Bindis's old commander kept complaining, although the potion given by the Hay-Monkey made him a little younger. But it was precisely because he became a little younger that he had the strength to complain. Otherwise, he would have been lying there with no breath. The truth was about to come out of Bindis's mouth, but he didn't want the old commander to find out that his suspicion was completely unnecessary and collapse, and go crazy after knowing the truth. So forget it. Can you all be quiet? Bindis pushed the communication device given by Li Sun into his ear. I have to go to the arena to kill people in 2 days to keep you alive. I need to rest. I didn't ask you to save me. I am a cripple now. You should have let me die in the arena for you. Yes. People like me have no reason to live at all. Why can't you put the potion given to me in your neck, and then squat there and watch me, a cripple, die? Hearing this, Bindis slowly turned his head, and stared at his old commander with 2 empty eyes in his sunken eye sockets. I have no right or desire to live, but you dragged me away after my head was pierced by a laser. You didn't let me die, and as revenge, I can't let you die either. Bindis's 2 words were like 2 sharp arrows, which silenced the old commander immediately. The other old guys were also silent, and found some warm things in the broken shack to cover Bindis, and then kept quiet, so as not to disturb Bindis's rest. In his sleep, Bindis dreamed of many things. About the Terra Unification War. About the Thunder Warriors. About the symbol of the Emperor at that time, lightning. About the title of the Emperor before he became the Emperor, the Lord of Lightning and Thunder. After these dreams, that almost woke Bindis up from his sleep, gradually faded away, he dreamed of a peaceful scene. A group of people were collecting minerals in the desolate wasteland. This scene on Terra was peaceful enough. There were only a group of workers who sweated and encouraged each other, and women and children who delivered water and food to the workers. There was no explosion, no bloodthirsty shouts, and no horrible looters sent by the warlords. Bindis just stood there and watched. It was the first time that the 10-year-old had seen such a peaceful scene. Then Bindis's father, old Bindis, came. He called on all the workers to put down their work and gather around him to listen to him. Bindis found that there was a tall and handsome man standing next to his father. The handsome man made Bindis sigh in his heart that if he were a woman, he would be willing to be a servant beside this man, as long as he could serve him. We need to select some of the best young men to follow the Lord of Lightning and Thunder to fight. Who is willing to become a Thunder Warrior? Listening to his father's call, Bindis looked at the Lord of Lightning and Thunder. Sir, what is a Thunder Warrior? Bindis saw the man squatting down and looking at him. The people around him didn't seem to see his movements, otherwise his father would definitely rush up and grab his ears and beat him. A group of biochemically modified people, just like the ones you have read in the book, tall, strong fighting power, and tenacious vitality. Sir, how do you know I've seen it? Bindis was very curious. He had only met the Lord of Lightning and Thunder twice. Once he came here and used his charm and tactics to convince his father to join his father's resource city-state. The second time was now. How did this man know that I had seen the cyborg comics? In exchange for powerful power. The man confessed to Bindis, they will be short-lived and crazy, and their transformation surgery will be flawed. No. Stop it, sir. Bindis didn't dare to listen any further. He was afraid that he would be silenced because he knew the secrets of the Thunder Warriors. The man easily saw through Bindis's thoughts. You don't have to worry, they all know their flaws. Then why would they become Thunder Warriors? Who wants to become a defective product? Bindis was puzzled. The man stood up and looked forward. For some reason, in Bindis's eyes, the workers did not gather around his father, but were still working there. So that everyone on Terra can enjoy order and safety like you, so that... The man's voice was deep and powerful, and every syllable was charming. For unity? Bindis realized a lot at this moment. Terra has endured many years of chaos, warlords fighting each other, and civilians living in war and oppression. The wealth consumed by warlords to raise a dog can feed thousands of people, but they are unwilling to give even a little bit of food to allow people to at least have 1 or 2 bites of food to maintain their vital signs. They even took away the seawater. If Terra is not unified, and the warlords are not eliminated, this tragedy will continue forever. So the goal of the Lightning and Thunder Lords is to unify. The Thunder Warriors, this powerful special force, is also born for unification. The dream changed. Bendis was lying on the operating table. As a noble, you can know the flaws of the Thunder Warriors. If you don't want to join the Thunder Warriors after knowing it, then you can serve the Thunder Lord in another way. You are a noble, you are always useful, you always have privileges. The person in charge of the transformation surgery kept talking for a long time. Bendis knew the consequences of becoming a Thunder Warrior, but he did not interrupt the doctor's muttering. He was thinking about the future of Terra and mankind. Someone always needs to make sacrifices, and someone should stand up. Otherwise, Terra would still be like when he was 5 or 6 years old, with a group of warlords' lackeys coming to rob at any time, and people squatting in the underground fortress, thinking about whose daughter to send away this month. Are you sure you know the consequences, and are willing to become a Thunder Warrior? The doctor asked. Faced with the question, Bendis was silent for a few seconds. For unity? Bendis said. For unity? The doctor waved to the door, and those guys with implants could come in to operate, for the Lord of Lightning and Thunder. For unity? A loud shout woke Bendis from his sleep. Others were also awakened, and got up to look at the man who shouted in his dream. Then the old guys lay back down, and continued to sleep as usual. Bendis wanted to rest for a while, but he couldn't sleep, so he took out the communication device, and put it to his ear to listen. As usual, there was no sound. Bendis was not disappointed at all, and put the communication device in the locker. For him, it was no longer an item for calling for rescuers, and he didn't expect a wandering trader to rush into Comoros without telling the Imperial high-level officials that a group of Thunder Warriors survived to this day. It was a treasure used to express emotions. Through this Eldar communication device given by Li Sun, Bendis knew that humans had survived to the 41st millennium. Although humans were still in a mess, the dream of unification had been realized. The human species formed a huge interstellar empire spanning astronomical scales. Rather than being ants that acted independently and killed each other in a certain area of the planet, they could be easily killed by a powerful enemy that fell from the sky one day. Chapter 619. The prophet of Aisha's prayer arc said that it will take another 2 months to reach Tehran. 2 Terran moons for you humans. Chi Nemo and Uslan walked side by side in the newly opened webway of the burner. Since Uslan was not willing to get involved in the direct attack on Comoros, Chi Nemo decided to find another Eldar prophet to contact the Thunder Warriors in Comoros. Human psychics can't figure out things like the Spirit Bone device, so the Eldar have to do it themselves. Fortunately, this communication device is very stable, so Chi Nemo doesn't mind waiting for a while. Wait a moment. It seems that the prophet is obviously not willing to meet his mother goddess for the second time, and he also helped me do some small things during the meeting, telling him that he doesn't need to come, and he can't come to the Star Zone to see Aisha in the future. A wise reply: when I contact the prophet, 2 Terra months will be shortened to 2 Terra days. Although Uslan was unwilling to directly intervene in the attack on Comoros, he did play the role of an advisor. Not only did he help contact the prophets of other arc worlds, he also compensated Chi Nemo in other ways. That was to hand over the coordinates of all the webway gates that the Dark Relatives had entered and exited. The burner was able to speed up the cracking of the Comoros coordinates. However, after thinking about it carefully, I think that the Eldar prophet of Aisha's prayer really doesn't need to come. Chi Nemo suddenly stopped and said something that made Uslan very confused. Aisha's prayer arc world didn't want to meet the Eldar mother goddess again, but they also had their own troubles. Their prophet was presiding over the repair work of the craft world that was damaged in a Nurgle demon invasion. Coming to the Talon sector to help meant that he had to abandon the most important work for his people. Uslan thought about it, and felt that Chi Nemo understood the prophet of that craft world. The Imperial Regent and the Death Army prophet went to the Iyanden craft world together, right? Chi Nemo asked. Yes, I told you about this before. Uslan asked thoughtfully, but what does their going to Iyanden have to do with the current situation? Since the Empire has been relatively peaceful recently, Guilliman can squeeze out some time to take care of the Allies. The Death Army hopes to reach a cooperation with the Iyanden craft world, and Guilliman decides to accompany the Allies, hoping to preside over the reconciliation between the Iyanden craft world and the Death Army, and become allies of humanity against the forces of chaos. Iyanden and Jetton, these 2 craft worlds are the main forces of the Eldar, and they were also allies who once cooperated to fight against the forces of chaos. Later, Jetton was gone, and Iyanden needed someone who could play the role of an ally. As a human, Guilliman dared to go to Iyanden with Evelyn without fear of being wiped out. His confidence was that he brought a large number of soul stones, which the Eldar needed to risk their lives to mine. Chin Mo was worried that Aisha would live a peaceful life and would not cry. So in Aisha's residence in the webway, various news about the Eldar were broadcast on time at 8 o'clock every night. Because Aisha cried for her endangered children, the output of soul stones was very stable. Uslan mentioned this matter. As an advisor, he will also report the new developments of the Death Army to the Allies in a timely manner. But he couldn't understand what Chin Mo mentioned about Gilliman and Evelyn going to Iyanden, and what it had to do with the current situation about Comoros. You don't know? Chin Mo smiled. The prophet of Aisha's prayer Ark World doesn't need to come, because you will help me contact the Thunder Warriors in Comoros. No. Uslan looked worried. I told you that I will not directly participate in the matter against Comoros. I have compensated you with the network data. You can't force me to do this. I won't force you. You are our human ally. You will ask me first. Chin Mo shook his head slowly. Hearing this, Uslan was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. The overconfidence of the human leader in front of him always made it difficult for Uslan to hold back. Time passed in a flash. Uslan found a way to do some practical things, such as helping the burner to detect the webway and sending the burner some knowledge related to the webway technology recorded by the Eldar. Everything he did was to prove that he was not just coming to Talon to join in the fun. He was a very useful consultant, and what he did was enough to prove that the cooperation between humans and the Death Army was a cooperation on the factual level, not just superficial friendship. Uslan never took Chin Mo's words linking the Iyanden Ark and the Comoros incident seriously, until the old prophet received a message. So Chin Mo, who was studying the webway with the burner in the research facility, was found by the Crystal Prophet Plunderer. The regent of the human empire and the prophet of death are in danger in the webway. After they left the Iyanden Ark, they are being targeted. Uslan was more serious than ever at this time. He was also serious with others, but he felt that he was seen through in front of Chin Mo, so it was difficult for him to maintain that mysterious seriousness. Chin Mo nodded calmly. Uslan found something wrong and asked on the spot, Did you foresee this? Chin Mo shook his head. He didn't foresee it. It's just that the events will develop like this. Although his appearance caused a butterfly effect and changed many things, some things will not change. For example, the conspiracy of a terrible force targeting the Death Army. When Evelyn went to the Iyanden Ark World, she must not have brought too many followers to avoid angering the Iyanden people, who were prejudiced against the Death Army. This is the opportunity for the terrible force to take action. Do you know that the person who is chasing them is Ara, the leader of the nightmare cult in Comoros? Now that you mention it, I know everything I didn't know. Ara is the so-called terrible force. It has strong combat power, and is a legend in Comoros. It is also the nightmare of all the archons of the conspiracy group in Comoros. His past deeds include killing 3 guards single-handedly. However, although killing the guards is very surprising, it is actually not abnormal for Ara. The Eldar's troops are all from different sects, such as the Assault Scorpion sect, the Dimensional Spider sect, etc. This is the so-called path. And Ara was once the top figure of the Eldar Assault Scorpion sect, the Phoenix Lord. But he embarked on the Path of Curse. The so-called Path of Curse is to surrender to Kimura, just like the name of the Dark Kin, which is a roundabout way to name the Dark Eldar, and what they do. Chapter 620. What are you going to do? Uslan asked worriedly. Chin Mo replied calmly, Gilliman and Eveline are sensitive. They must not have brought many troops to Iyanden. I have to rescue them. In fact, Chin Mo had no need to care about Gilliman and Eveline. They would not die, because Eveline would be rescued by the Prophet and the Phoenix Lord of the Iyanden Ark. But with Gilliman, this matter cannot be entirely relied on by the Eldar. The relative stability of the Empire now is not given by the enemy, but by Gilliman and Lion's army in the past few decades. They have solved most of the defensive battles in the Empire. It was a grand expedition. The Imperial Regent and War Master each led their own war bands and fleets, and launched an expedition from the east and north, with the Holy Terra Mother Planet as the reference. The war was quickly resolved, and the threat was contained or reduced to a small threat as much as possible. When Gilliman passed through the Talon sector, he learned that 2 Talon colony ships had mistakenly left the sector and encountered pirates. This was just a small matter, but Gilliman attached great importance to it, led the team to leave the main force to provide support, and personally led the champion guard to board the pirates and save the colony ship, and then caught up with the main force to continue leading the troops to fight, and left after the mission was completed, hiding his merits and fame. Gilliman was not able to meet Chin Mo during that incident, nor did they catch up with each other. However, The Imperial Regent received a message from Lord Talon on the glory of Macridge, that is, no matter what danger Guilliman encountered during the expedition, Qin Mo would appear in person to lend a hand, and the Sector Fleet would be able to provide assistance to Guilliman's expedition at any time. Now that the expedition has ended, it is still time to fulfill the promise. I will save Guilliman without hesitation. Qin Mo raised his hand, the dimensional rift opened, and the two legendary weapons, the scepter and the chainsaw sword, were thrown into his hands. Even if I send someone randomly, I can handle this matter. When he heard that he could send someone randomly, the burner, who had been studying hard, looked up at Qin Mo. For some reason, the burner now wanted to devote himself to the study of the webway instead of burning and killing. Of course, it hadn't done this for a while, and it wanted to go, but it just wanted to stay here and do the webway. Then I'm relieved. Uslan breathed a sigh of relief. The demigod in front of him was dealing with a former Phoenix Lord, and that Phoenix Lord was honorable enough. I said I would save Guilliman, but I didn't say I would help you kill that guy named Ahura and rescue all the people in your death army. Qin Mo smiled and said, "Do you remember what I said to us in the webway before?" Uslan nodded, and then tried to squeeze out a word of begging from his mouth. But he couldn't say it even though he was shaking all over. Uslan was thinking that he hadn't done nothing during his time as a consultant in Talon. On the contrary, he had done a lot of things, even giving the burner more in-depth knowledge about the webway. Although the Ark Eldar now may not know more about the webway than the burner, the fact that the Eldar shared what they had with the star god itself had a very special meaning. And Uslan clearly realized that he was serving as a consultant for a half-star god. This incident was enough to make him be severely reprimanded by his ancestors when he entered the infinite circuit of the Ark after his death. As an Eldar prophet and a member of the Death Army, Uslan really didn't want to drag the Death Army, which already had many enemies, into the war with the Dark Eldar. That's why he was unwilling to directly intervene in the war between Talon and the Dark Eldar in any way other than as an advisor. Uslan really couldn't speak, and was worried that Qin Mo would really do something like taking only Guilliman away and leaving the others to Ara. It's not surprising that this person, whose own fate is not in the thread of fate, can unilaterally predict many things, does anything. You don't need to beg me. Qin Mo took out the spiritual bone communication device left by Li Sun, and put it in Wusilon's hand. We are allies. Wusilon looked at the kind smile on Qin Mo's face, and suddenly felt what the friendship of an ally was. As far as Qin Mo knew, Wusilon was originally a person of spiritual supremacy, but due to the interference of some irresistible reasons, he became order supremacy. Uslan really cares about the cooperation between forces that believe in order, and is moved by it. The Dark Eldar have declared war on us. I will not only help you contact your Thunder Warriors in Comoros, but also guide them with psychic power through this thing. Uslan clenched the device. Leave it to me. Leave the matter of Ara to me. Qin Mo turned around, the smile on his face disappeared, and he activated the webway gate alone. As he watched Qin Mo leave, Uslan suddenly remembered something. Do you know where they are? Qin Mo walked into the webway without saying a word and just waved his hand. I once gave Evelyn a soul stone ornament. Qin Mo said in his heart. There is a locator in it. The webway controlled by the Talon forces, including humans and star gods, is the part of the webway in and around the Talon star zone, and this part of the webway is connected in all directions. The location of Iandan's Ark can be reached through the webway in the Talon star zone, because Iandan's Ark once came to the vicinity of Talon and wanted to buy some soul stones in a roundabout way. Guilliman and Ivernay left the Iandan Ark, which was different from what Qin Mo expected, but it was just right because they would not be attacked in the Ark world, but in the webway. As Qin Mo speculated, Guilliman and Ivernay were indeed advancing in the webway. The two were riding on a light Eldar ship, and there was no ship of the corresponding model and level in the various ship forms of the Eldar Navy. And chasing behind them were 6 Dark Eldar plunderers. Not every webway is the same. Some webways are large enough for ships to pass through, while others are so narrow that ships can only crawl through them. The latter webways were probably created by the Old Ones before the birth of the Eldar, the first son of the Old Ones, because those super-narrow webways were obviously not built for upright species. In this case, the person driving the Eldar ship must consider the degree of passability and find the one that can allow the ship to pass through among the complex webways, some of which are even beyond the Eldar's sensory understanding. This was an extremely difficult process, as the Eldar had not set foot in the webway corresponding to the Talon sector for tens of thousands of years. Although the Dark Eldar warships in the rear were not very familiar with the webway here, they did not need to consider the problem of finding the way as the pursuers. The time and distance in the webway were greatly shortened, and soon the ships carrying Gilliman and Evelyn left the unfamiliar part of the webway. But at this time, the Dark Eldar ships had already caught up. But when the members of the Death God army who were good at using psychic energy in the ship investigated, they found that the 6 warships suddenly stopped for a while, as if they were blocked by something. The Dark Eldar warships arranged in the front suddenly detected that something had hit the ship. The Dark Eldar did not use psychic energy, so they had to adjust the image of the part of the ship that was hit to judge what happened. Then, they saw a person standing on the hull of the ship. The person was full of lightning, and he raised his scepter and smashed it on the hull of the ship. Chapter 621. The blinding flash overwhelmed the light of the webway itself. The roar of the explosion shook the entire webway route. What happened? Ephraim rushed to the porthole and looked back. A normal-sized ship could not look back in this way, but the Regent and the Death Prophet were now in a very small ship. When Eleni looked back, she saw that the 6 enemy ships chasing behind her had all disappeared. But then 3 more enemy ships chased out from the webway fork. I told you long ago that you should ask for the webway structure map corresponding to the Talon sector. Irene ran back to Gilliman, and in this critical situation, she couldn't help but complain. Obviously, if Gilliman asked for the map, the Talon sector would definitely give it to him, and then he wouldn't be in a state of being like a headless fly when he encountered this matter today. However, Gilliman couldn't respond to Evine's complaint. The Primarch lay flat on the floor, covering the wound on his neck. The honor guard that followed Gilliman anxiously waited beside the father of Jeans. What happened to Gilliman? A voice from a human vocal organ sounded, and Evelyn looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a person coming through the battleship's bulkhead. It was Chin Imo who came to support. He killed 6 ships, and then sensed that Gilliman in the ship seemed to be a little bit wrong, so he hurried over to check. Seeing his friend coming, Gilliman waved with a pale face. Chin Imo leaned forward to listen carefully. That guy named Ara, is not as good as Fulgrim. A weak voice came out from Gilliman's mouth. Although he didn't see what happened, Chin Imo could guess that Gilliman must have run to fight the enemy in anger again. The final outcome was that Gilliman's neck was cut open, but it is unknown what happened to the former Phoenix Lord named Ara. If Ara unilaterally injured Gilliman, it would be bad luck. I cut off one of his legs. Gilliman squeezed out these words from his teeth. It's not worth it. You should just run all the way, because that guy named Ahura is a former Phoenix Lord. Even if he can't suppress you, he can still hurt you. You don't have to fight him to death. Chin Imo said, as he injected Gilliman with a potion containing Aisha's power. Gilliman's face regained a little color after the injection of the potion, and the wound on his neck also recovered quickly. Besides me, who can deal with Ahura, who else can stop him and not die? Gilliman asked. That's right. Chin Imo had to nod. Gilliman's luck was not good. He always encountered such things that no one could handle unless he took action. But think about it carefully. Gilliman is the Primarch after all. Ara was seriously injured. It is estimated that it is impossible for him to come out in the short term. Boys, can you excuse me for a moment? Evelyn came over to remind Chin Imo, there are 3 warships following us. Take the webway branch line, there is a webway gate, and then we return to the real universe. Chin Imo has known the webway in his area very well through years of webway exploration experience. At this time, the Eldar warship just arrived at the branch line intersection, turned directly in, and then jumped out of the open webway gate after driving for 3 seconds. The 3 warships of the Dark Eldar realized that something was wrong, but they still couldn't stop in a hurry and entered the real universe together. Immediately, an uninhabited wild world in the galaxy began to collapse, and a small black hole was created. Gravity pulled the Dark Eldar ship into the core in an instant, while the ship Chin Imo was on was not affected by gravity, and quickly left the range of the black hole. Then Chin Imo took out the forge that fed the star gods in the star zone and reshaped the celestial body that was affected by his power, and turned into a black hole into a normal celestial body. After being safe, Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief. I thought we would die in the hands of Ara. No. Chin Imo shook his head. On the way to the ship, he saw the support troops sent by Ian in Arkansas. Even if he didn't come, Gilliman and Evelyn would not die in the pursuit. Evelyn went to Ian Ark this time to pay the highest respect to her compatriots. Since the Eldar believe that awakening the Death God will lead to genocide, many forces are hostile to the Death God army. Ian Ark certainly doesn't accept the Death God army so easily, so Evelyn will go to the Ark without troops, just sitting in a small boat. Ian Ark is respected, so naturally it won't sit idly by and ignore Evelyn. Now that the worry about her life has disappeared, Evelyn can think calmly, and then ask Chin Imo, How did you know that we were being hunted by Ara? Because I've seen this. Aw? Just kidding. The Prophet Uslan told me about your visit to Iondan's Ark a day ago, and then Uslan relayed your request for help to me, so I came. Shinemo gave a reason that was as reasonable as possible. But Eleni knew that this couldn't be the whole reason, otherwise it couldn't explain how Shinemo could find the group of people in the webway directly after just getting the news. Considering the current alliance between humans and the Death God army, Eleni decided not to ask too many questions. Their dark relatives' raids on Talon, and the recent reports from the Inquisition that the Black Ship Eldar's raids on the Empire are increasing. Gilliman found a place to sit down and elaborated on his speculation. We are being hunted again now. It is estimated that their dark relatives are brewing some big conspiracy against the entire human race. Gilliman kept glancing at Eveline while speaking. Their dark relatives naturally refers to the Eldar. Eveline felt that Gilliman seemed to be secretly expressing his dissatisfaction with the Eldar race, but then realized that she had never taught Gilliman other names for the dark relatives. After a pause, Gilliman said in a deep voice, even whether Iondan Ark is trustworthy is also a question. Iondan Ark has little to do with your attack. Shinemo explained for Evelyn, the Death Army has long been targeted by Ara. Whether you go to visit Iondan alone, or visit other Ark worlds, even if you go to visit the Greenskins, he will still jump out to hunt you down. This is an incident encountered by the Death Army. Humans are not the only enemies in this universe. The Death Army also has its old enemies, and the Eldar have also experienced events similar to the Battle of Cadia, the fall of the Bjetan Ark world. The Iondan Ark world is absolutely clean. In the original development of the incident, Everin was only a palm away from Ara's sword, and then it was the Phoenix Lord and the Prophet of Iondan who saved her. And there is a reason why Gilliman suspected the Iondan Ark. Shinemo thought about it, and felt that it should be that the Iondan Ark did not leave a good impression on Gilliman. Unlike Everin on the Death Army side, who said whatever she wanted, she was like the common Eldar, with an unfathomable and mysterious face, and it seemed that she was not holding back anything good. I know that the Tyrone Navy wiped out the looting fleet. I thought those dirty maggots in Comoros were just relying on their powerful webway technology to cause trouble everywhere. They are not vulnerable at all. But now I know that there are also powerful people in Comoros. It is not without reason that they can survive until now. Gilliman wanted to persuade Shinemo to be more cautious. At least he should spend more time considering whether to rush into Comoros to give those twisted guys, like maggots, a deep revenge. Komora is too mysterious. In Gilliman's opinion, there are many more of the guy named Ara in Komora, so we must not underestimate the enemy. Shinemo understood what the pre-march meant, but he knew clearly that no matter what species it was, the strongest were very few. That Ara is indeed a tough guy. But my sword is not bad. Chapter 622. Comoros, the City of Darkness. It was raining, and although it was daytime, the whole city was shrouded in darkness. Bindis took a look at the shabby shack where he and his old friends lived. There was a big hole in the top of the shack, but no rain fell there. Bindis realized that his mind was not normal again. It would not rain in Comoros at all. The rain he saw was an illusion. But the darkness was real. There was a star in the sky of Comoros, a star stolen by the aliens. But the light released by the star was not something that could be enjoyed in this rotten place where all kinds of races live together. The effect of the drug is wearing off. Bindis muttered to himself, got up, took out the communicator from the locker, put it on his neck, and walked out of the shack. Where are you going? Someone suddenly called Bindis, who had already walked out of the shack. He looked back and found that his old superior was crawling behind him with his arms, and asking him questions. From the condition of the old superior, it can be seen that the potion given by the Haymonkey is losing its effect. He can no longer stand like he did yesterday, when he was injected with the potion. I go get some food for you old guys. Bindis turned his head, and continued to move forward. In this place similar to a slum, the archons of the conspiracy will come with people, and put out food that all races will find delicious. The method of obtaining food is very simple. 100 people form a group, and the people in a group fight with other hungry people who want to get food. Then the one who survives can take away a whole box of food, but that delicious food will rot quickly, and there is nothing to store food here, so you can only watch the food rot. This seemed to be a form of mockery from the alien. Take me with you. The old officer used his arms to drag his body on the ground, and he crawled to the side of Bindis. Can you stop making trouble? If you go over to grab food like this, you probably be trampled to death. Bindis looked helpless. Then trampled to death. The disabled should die, deserve to die, fuck. Bindis was still very surprised by the old officer's attitude of hating the disabled. Because in his impression, the old commander would not hate the disabled. He would personally carry the disabled people, who were abused by warlords on his back during the battle, and then run forward. He would also shout to his subordinates to watch behind him, so that his behavior would not change from protecting others to letting others serve as human armor for him. But when it was his turn to become disabled, he showed incredible disgust and hatred for the disabled. Okay, let's go together. Bendis had no choice but to agree. But he planned to find a trash can and stuff the old officer into it before fighting for food, and then fish him out and bring him back after beating him. The premise is that he can grab the food alive. Just when Bendis was about to do this, he heard a voice echoing in his ears. Bendis couldn't understand the voice. It was like the mumbling of some strange creature, but it was physiologically incomprehensible. After listening for a while, Bendis was surprised to find that the voice could directly imprint the information in his head, and then he could understand it. Just a string of repeated words can make Bendis realize many things. An Eldar prophet is sitting with Lisande. Lisan tells the prophet Bendis' name, and then the prophet speaks. Although Bendis is still in Comoros, he can feel the picture formed by the syllables in the words as long as he wears the device. Bendis is not surprised at all that the rogue trader and the Eldar prophet are sitting together. In the experience of escorting the rogue trader before being threatened by the blood orcs to come to Comoros, Bendis even saw Lisan hire a special forces team composed of blue-skinned aliens. Am I crazy again, or is this thing really working? Bendis knocked his head. What nonsense are you talking about? The old commander looked puzzled. Bendis got a response. The strange language appeared again, and he felt many things again. Lisan said it was not an illusion. She seemed very excited. She talked about what happened over the years again, briefly, and then asked if the Thunder Warriors were still alive. We are all still alive. Bendis lowered his head and looked at the old commander. It's just, I can't remember his name. Anyway, he is our captain. But he is disabled. Disabled? The old commander crawled to Bendis's feet, clenched his fist, and hit Bendis's knee. I cut 2 traitorous Astartes in half with one sword. Why didn't you say I was disabled at that time, huh? Bendis took a step back to avoid the fierce attack on his knee, and then explained his situation over the years. Aging, disease, forgetfulness, hallucinations, amnesia. All the Thunder Warriors here can't remember their names. If Bendis hadn't engraved his name on the spear when he was young, he wouldn't know what his name was. After saying this, Bendis heard crying. On the other side, Lisan's personal guard was extremely shocked by the emotions shown by the clan leader. He thought Lisan had no emotions for a long time, otherwise why did she have no expression when facing the difficulties that could destroy the family? Then Lisan choked up and said a lot of words. These words were not one by one, but Bendis could sense what she wanted to express. Ah, you are old too. Bendis raised his head and looked at the top of the dark city. I remember that I just came out of the subspace and went to your family for help. You were only 12 years old at that time, but you had the courage to speak for us when your father was going to send us to the Ministry of Justice. Time has passed too fast. After saying this, Bendis waited for Lisan's response. The voice sounded again, forming a picture. Bendis then realized that Lisan did not initiate the communication for the sake of reminiscing about the past, and many people came to her side. Lisan said that there was a portal in Comoros that could connect to the outside world. She asked Bendis to find a way to open the portal, and then the army would rush into Comoros to punish the aliens and bring them back. Of course, I have no choice. Bendis agreed without thinking, just like agreeing to buy candy for a child, and agreed calmly. But then another person on the scene spoke up. He first asked Lisan about the situation of the Thunder Warriors, and then a large group of people discussed it together, and finally believed that the Thunder Warriors did not have the ability to execute the plan to open the portal. Then he mentioned that there was a breakthrough in the network technology. He suggested that the Thunder Warriors report their coordinates, and then wait until the fleet that could not enter from the core portal of Comoros fought all the way from the edge of the network where Comoros was located. After sensing this information, Bendis had only one feeling. Like falling into an ice cave. He suddenly understood the mentality of the old commander. When a person who was once given high hopes and a major historical mission suddenly found himself useless, no longer counted on, and even lost the qualification to be a cannon fodder, this was a devastating blow. You may not need us anymore, but we may still be of some use. We will open the portal called Des Adrian, no matter where it is. Either we open it, and provide you with another way to enter Comoros. Or we welcome. Bendis paused, then murmured, his tone still calm. Glorious Death. Chapter 623. As Bendis sensed, there were more than just Lisan and Uslan on the other side of the communication device. Chi Nemo and the high-level officials of the Tyrone Star region gathered nearby. When they heard Bindis' response, someone wanted to signal Uslan to tell Bindis that he had better wait and respond after the Tyrone Navy launched an attack from the edge of Comoros. For example, rescue some human prisoners or provide some military intelligence. The Thunder Warriors were in the deepest part of Comoros, which was their advantage. They were valuable just by surviving. However, Chi Nemo raised his hand to signal Uslan not to convey the message to the Thunder Warriors on the other side. Let them open the portal. Li Sun held Uslan down and asked, "You told me before that you have found a way to go to Comoros." Li Sun knew very well what would happen if the Thunder Warriors were asked to open the portal. The Thunder Warriors would definitely die. Originally in Li Sun's plan, the Thunder Warriors were only providing information. The key to opening the Des Adrian portal was whether Arrow wanted to imitate Victor. Just like when the Space Marines attacked Comoros, Victor kept the Des Adrian portal strangely functioning normally. Or we can take a second choice. Let Arrow capture a few guards as slaves, and then these guards can kill their way to the portal. Comoros is huge. Chi Nemo sat next to Li Sun. Even if the entire Tyrone Navy is out in full force, they can only attack from the edge of Comoros after entering the webway where Comoros is located. It is still unknown how long it will take them to reach the core area of Comoros. Li Sun thought about it, and had to admit that this was a problem. In Chi Nemo's opinion, the burner's ability to crack the way to enter the Comorian webway was already a surprise. It was not an old saint, and it had not kept the old saint captives until now. It was wishful thinking to want to open a webway portal directly in the city of Comoros. Even the Dark Eldar themselves could not open a webway portal directly where they wanted. The Des Adrian Gate was not built by the Dark Eldar themselves, but was built by the eldest sons of the Old Saints, who inherited the complete webway technology during the existence of the ancient Eldar Empire. If this thing broke, the Dark Eldar would be helpless. If the Thunder Warriors can open the portal, we need this possibility. Chi Nemo said again. Everyone present nodded. Although Li Sun didn't want the Thunder Warriors to take risks, the problem was that the Thunder Warriors would not listen to her. Okay. Li Sun could only nod. In addition, the Archon of the conspiracy group, Arue, she decided to cooperate with us, but she made it clear that her conspiracy group did not have the strength to open the portal. All she could do was to help, as long as the humans did not kill her when they attacked Comoros. Then let Arrow go and deliver something to the Thunder Warriors. If she does deliver it, she won't die in the next war against Comoros. Chi Nemo said this and thought for 2 seconds. Then he added, if the situation is controllable and not very chaotic, I can guarantee that she won't die in the catastrophe of Comoros. He looked at Uslan. That's it. Uslan nodded silently, and conveyed everything to Bandis, who was in Comoros on the other side. Then Uslan conveyed the situation from Bindis. They promised to do it, but they can't guarantee that the portal will be opened. Chi Nemo nodded. After the communication ended, Uslan took off the communication device, and couldn't help but sighed. Fortunately, I used our way to convey the information of both parties, otherwise it would take a long time to convey the information like you did. Chi Nemo ignored Uslan, and turned to look at everyone. The webway still needs some preparation time. We can use this opportunity to start gathering our fleet and ground forces. Comoros is huge. To ensure that we can accomplish our goal in one fell swoop, and completely ensure that the dark relatives of the Eldar can never gather together to plunder again, we must go all out this time. Everyone nodded. This is undoubtedly another large-scale, all-out war. Going all out means that the fleets and all the armies of the sector, as well as the godlike beings in the sector, must be mobilized. And the Space Marines protected by the sector must also fulfill their responsibilities. Don't fight with people who can only run on the ground. Try to use your flying advantage and speed advantage. All the warriors of the entire Burning Falcon chapter were on the flagship of the Flame. Just like the training in the past decades, all the Space Marines of the chapter were trained personally by the chapter master Lando and 2 other chapter elders. At this time, the training was over, and Lando helped the fighting brothers to sum up the experience and lessons. Accepting personal training from the chapter master has become the culture and tradition of the chapter. The flying device is integrated into the power armor of the Burning Falcons. After several improvements, the power armor can allow them to fly at a speed of Mach 9. And the Burning Falcons must learn how to use the flying device of the power armor in combat. For example, when they pounce forward, they can turn on the propulsion device, rush to the enemy before the enemy can react, and directly smash it into a pool of mud. And this is just the most basic skill of using speed advantage in combat. We must intensify our training during this period. Because the Star Zone is gathering fleets, a full-scale war is coming, We should show our combat effectiveness in the war, and teach those alien pirates hiding in the webway a lesson," Lando said, motioning everyone to continue. A total of 500 Burning Falcon Space Marines immediately attacked Lando, the chapter master, and the two elders beside him. After developing for a period of time in the dimensional space created by the mysterious existence, the Burning Falcon now has a size of 500 people. This chapter has 5 companies, but unlike other chapters, the first company is composed of elite veterans wearing Terminator armor. The entire Burning Falcon focuses more on rapid assaults, and the vehicles they are equipped with are also various aircraft. The tactics of the Burning Falcon chapter are to cooperate with the Sons of Antaeus, using the Space Marines' rapid action capabilities and decapitation tactics to fight deep into the enemy's hinterland. Even if there are more flying vehicles, personal combat capabilities are still extremely important, which is why Lando keeps training the individual combat capabilities of the chapter members. After another training session was completely over, Lando took advantage of the rest time to handle some regiment affairs. He suddenly discovered that just as the training was underway, a Tyrone Navy transport ship approached his flagship, the Flame. Outside the porthole, a large number of transport planes were running back and forth between the two ships, transporting something. In addition, there was a pending communication request. "Sorry for the wait." Lando opened the communication channel and said to the captain of the Navy transport ship, who had been waiting for the training to end, "It always takes a long time to get close to the void." "I'm used to it," the captain said calmly, raised his hand, and sent some information on the communication device. Lando saw the information on the bridge data board. It was the armament sent by the transport ship. It included a new type of power armor, with stronger protection and faster speed. Although the internal affairs of the Space Marines were not interfered by the Star Zone, the Star Zone still ensured that the battle group had an extremely sufficient supply of materials. "The sector is going to go to war. When will we?" I brought the call from Lord Talon. When Lando wanted to ask about the war, the captain took out a document. It was a document that summoned the Burning Falcon and several other chapters in Talon to participate in the next expedition to Comoros. The Sons of Antaeus and several other chapters have signed the document to promise to respond to the call. I was just about to ask. Lando smiled, then gradually became serious. The Burning Falcon will respond to the call from Lord Talon. There is no doubt about it, no need to ask. Chapter 624. A few days later. Comoros. The Thunder Warriors still lived in the broken shack as before, but they did not lie on the ground like before, waiting for Bendis to return victorious from the arena to bring back the potion, or for him not to return, and then they would all die in their sleep. Led by the disabled old commander, all the Thunder Warriors except Bendis gathered together, and a route map was placed on the rotten ground in front of them. The route map shows part of the dark city of Comoros. It is obscure, distorted, and abstract. Human senses are often unable to analyze the overall or partial appearance of the city of Comoros, but the Thunder Warriors do not need to perceive and analyze, they just need to hurry along as shown on the route map. I feel like we have returned to a few hundred years ago. I want to teach the aliens a lesson. The old officer excitedly lay on the ground, staring at the route map with bloodshot eyes. He was memorizing the route shown on the route map, as well as the sentries and enemies that might or would definitely be encountered on the route. Then he sadly found that he couldn't remember. After staring at the route map blankly for 2 minutes, he asked the person next to him, pointing at the route map, "What is this?" The person questioned by the old commander had lost all his teeth, but at least he was still relatively sober. He responded in a low voice, "You will know when Bendis comes back." The Thunder Warriors just looked at the route map. Just like the old men who sat at the entrance of the village and stared at something for a whole day in the ancient times of Terra. When another round of fighting in the arena ended, Bendis returned. This time, Bendis was not holding the potion given by the Haymonkey, but a box that was square and black enough to absorb light. It was steaming in Bendis's hand. Just like before, guys, I met that guy in the arena again. The things in Bendis's hand and the road map in front of him were all obtained from one person. That person was the Archon of a conspiracy group. The day before yesterday, after the communication with Lee Sun ended, Bendis was preparing to participate in another fight to get more potions for the glorious death. He was suddenly taken away by a governor named Arrow in the arena. In the private meeting place, Arrow handed something to Bendis. That was the route map. During the meeting, Arrow also told Bendis one thing, that is, she had made a deal with humans, and she would help Bendis to open the portal. When Bendis asked Arrow what the reward for the deal she agreed to was, the Archon of the conspiracy smiled and remained silent. When Bendis went to the arena again today, he was taken away by Arrow again. Arrow handed him a black box and agreed with him to meet at noon tomorrow and open the portal together. When Bendis tried to discuss this with the guys, he only got a blank look from the old boss. That person? Which person? You are sick again. Forget it. Bendis got up helplessly and walked to the old boss to open the black box. There were 6 potions in it. These potions shone with a strange metallic luster and flickered green light. They looked more like a tube of mercury than any medicine that was good for living things. Bendis took out a needle of potion and inserted it into the old commander's neck. The Thunder Warrior's extremely strong body was twitching and recovering. The wound on the spine that could never recover on its own was filled, and the necrotic nerves were removed and replaced by artificial machines that were so tiny that they were invisible to the naked eye. When the biological signal was transmitted between the spine and limbs again, Bendis saw his old commander stood up in surprise. Just repairing the wound is not enough. The potion seems to contain a very special life force that can reverse the process of a life. The loose, wrinkled skin is tightening, and the eyes that have become myopic due to aging are recovering. The Thunder Warriors witnessed the power of the potion, which turned their leader from an old man with intermittent amnesia back to the stage when he just became a Thunder Warrior. Then, under Bendis's gaze, the old leader touched his head and remembered many things. Do you remember your name? Bendis asked tentatively. Gunter. The old commander said the name without any delay. Bendis nodded and dispersed the remaining potions. All the Thunder Warriors injected the potion into their bodies, and then they were reborn. I'm ready to crawl to open the portal. Gunter knelt on one knee and picked up the route map to observe it carefully. His brain memorized the entire route map and all the information contained on it in an instant. Others just glanced at it and remembered everything. A second later, Gunter clenched the route map and stuffed it into his mouth. The Thunder Warrior's stomach digested the paper made of special materials into nutrients for the body. The people outside helped us plan the whole plan so that we can do what we are best at killing. Get your weapons ready now. Those without weapons can find a stone. Anyway, we will have weapons after we kill a few enemies. After hearing Gunter's words, except for Bendis, who had a spear, everyone else went to find a few big rocks. Including Bendis, they had no armor. But Ari had no way to transport the armor to Comrose. She had already planned everything just to bring the potion and the route map and meet with Bendis. Although her betrayal of other conspiracy groups had not yet been exposed, someone was still eyeing her to investigate the situation of several conspiracy groups that died in the hands of the Tyrone Navy. The alien named Ari. Bendis mentioned what he had talked about with Arrow before. She proposed to meet at noon tomorrow, the noon of our human race, and then she would arrange some tough guys to act with us. Gunter's mind was restored by the rebirth, and he figured out the whole story in a few seconds. The governor named Arrow must have her own plans, but she is indeed trustworthy, at least very trustworthy to Lee Sun. Because when we were still on the ship, I found that Lee Sun was secretly trading with the alien, and the two of them also went to rob the looting ship together. Remember the story of Victor? No matter what she said to others, she must want to emulate Victor and seize power in another catastrophe in Comrose. After analyzing it, Gunter said calmly, people outside will not sit idly by and watch a new overlord appear in Comrose, so hanging out with him may lead to all of us eating up all the spears together. Bendis thought about it, and finally decided not to think about it. Everything depends on Gunter to make decisions. This has been a habit since he became a Thunder Warrior until Gunter's legs were disabled, and he was crazy and stupid. We will act at night, Gunter said, clenching the stone in his hand. Chapter 625. The Des Adrian portal is located in the deepest part of Comrose, the deepest part of the webway. This is an extremely critical strategic location. Victor, who made his fortune through it, naturally knows how to prevent others from using this portal to make a fortune. Victor wanted to move the portal to a safer place a long time ago, but the project was too huge, so he only completed the relocation work recently. The entire portal is located in a warehouse. There is only one straight and wide road leading to the portal, and this road is suspended in Void Abyss. Before becoming the home of the Dark Eldar, Comrose was a transportation hub in the webway. It inevitably had to assist the trade ships of the Eldar Empire, delivering all kinds of products that would make everyone in the Empire very happy to all parts of the Empire, so Comrose had many warehouses. These warehouses were unfathomable and extremely vast. Although no one had measured how big these warehouses were, the Dark Eldar intuitively felt that each warehouse seemed to be equal to the space of a planet. Anyway, in a warehouse, the Des Adrian portal floats in the center. The so-called road built on the Void Abyss is not a cool name for a road, but people walking on it really feel like they are walking in the void, because there is no bottom below. The seemingly infinitely long road leading into the warehouse is dotted with various large and small outposts and checkpoints. The small outpost located behind the entrance of the entire road intercepts and checks any personnel and vehicles passing by as usual. Those who are allowed to pass through the entrance of the passage called Cain's Gate must undergo a second inspection here. Normally, the warriors of the conspiracy group belonging to Victor in the outpost would do their boring work honestly while complaining that they could not abuse others. But today, the uninvited guests added some fun to their work. 6 Thunder Warriors walk side by side on the road leading to the outpost. In the eyes of the Dark Eldar warriors, who had gathered to eliminate the invaders, these 6 people were just a few large human barbarians. They had no armor, and even lacked weapons. But the 6 people were covered in blood. It was obviously the blood of the Dark Eldar from the Gate of Cain. "We're just going to charge in?" Bendis pointed to the aliens, who were rushing to operate heavy weapons in front, and asked. "What else?" Gunter spread his hands. The route map also clearly stated that there is no possibility of infiltration. Otherwise, what is the meaning of the portal being moved here recently? Another warrior laughed. "It seems that we can't kill our way to the portal alive." Gunter didn't care. "But we can make a big fuss and let these damn aliens focus all their attention on the portal, and then the fleet coming from the edge of Comoros may be a little easier." Listening to the guy's conversation, Bendis located all the aliens in front of him while thinking about the portal. In fact, in the plan presented on the route map, Lee Sun said that Arrow would help them sneak into a place as close to the portal as possible. But the Thunder Warriors are now rushing over instead of joining the alien helpers. Bendis could understand Gunter's idea. It was not that he did not trust Arrow, the alien. After all, he had lived in Comoros for many years. Everyone knew that the Dark Eldar could sell their own mothers as slaves for benefits. It was not surprising that an ambitious person wanted to lure aliens into Comoros and take advantage of the chaos. Even long before in Comoros, someone did this. And Gunter still chose not to do it according to the plan. The reason was unclear, but if the people outside had not said in the previous communication that they could come in without opening the portal, Gunter would definitely not be so reckless. If the portal didn't have to be opened, if the people outside didn't have to rely on the Thunder Warriors in Comoros, then they could focus on what they wanted to do most, a spectacular death. The low discipline of these guys makes me sick. Gaunt stopped and looked at the enemies in front, who were just ready to fight. Then Gaunt gave Bendis a few gestures, and the 6 Thunder Warriors gradually dispersed and rushed to their respective targets. Gaunt was responsible for the most difficult heavy weapons team. A shooter who just woke up the heavy weapon and turned the gun. The other 10 conspirators protecting the shooters and heavy weapons. Seeing that the other side was about to open fire, Gunter's pace gradually became faster, and his speed increased to the extreme. He threw 2 stones in his hand in succession while running wildly. The first stone pierced the armor and chest of an alien warrior. The second stone pierced the heavy weapon and the shooter. At the same time as the sound of the stone smashing flesh and metal objects rang out, Gunter had already arrived in front of the enemies he was targeting. Armor was smashed. Chest was pierced by fist. Guns disappeared from the hands of a Dark Eldar, and suddenly appeared in the blood hole of another Dark Eldar. Gaunt vented his years of accumulated resentment and suppressed fighting spirit. The killings carried out by others, including Bendis, were no less efficient than his old superior. The number of Dark Eldar in the entire outpost was decreasing at a very fast speed. The Thunder Warriors had great flaws, but these flaws were exchanged for a stronger combat power than the Astartes. After quickly dealing with the enemy he was responsible for, Bendis returned to Gaunt with a bloody spear in hand and handed him a long knife used by aliens. Gaunt did not take it immediately because his battle was not yet completely over. A Dark Eldar alien knelt on the ground, leaning back, with his neck tightly wrapped by the spine pulled by Gaunt's hands. After a whimper and a bone-cracking sound, the Eldar's neck was crushed by the spine. Gaunt casually threw away the spine that he had just pulled out of some unlucky guy's body and reached out to take the long knife. There are more guards at the outpost than at the Gate of Cain, and naturally they have more weapons, so the Thunder Warriors can always find something they can barely use. A dagger, very good. This weapon is a knife in the hands of the alien, but it is a dagger in the hands of the taller Thunder Warrior. Although I don't want to use it, it is better to have a weapon than nothing in this situation. Other Thunder Warriors also found the weapons they wanted to use, standard weapons like the dagger in Gunter's hand, or heavy weapons removed from the fixed frame. Everyone had weapons, but they still lacked protective gear. Sons of Thunder, supply on the spot, Gunter ordered loudly. All Thunder Warriors immediately took off the armor of the dead aliens, then selected the relatively intact parts, stacked them together, punched them down, used their fists to force the armor fragments to fix, and then used the hair of the Eldar to string the fragments together and hang them on the vital parts of the body. After a simple protection, Gunter ordered again. Forward, Sons of Thunder. Chapter 626. The Eldar, at all the defense sites on the road, have been mobilized, listening to the reports from the combatants in front, and nervously waiting for the terrible warriors mentioned by their colleagues to come to their side. The fighting power of the 6 Thunder Warriors, and the tactical effects they demonstrated were amazing. Gunter led the Bindis, a group of old friends who had lived and fought together since the Terra Unification War, and charged forward at the fastest speed. After several more consecutive battles, the Thunder Warriors' defenses were upgraded. The shells or metal plates of some Dark Eldar vehicles were torn off, and as before, the Thunder Warriors used brute force to forcibly build a hole, and then connected them with any relatively soft objects they could find and hung them on their bodies. As for weapons, they used whatever they had anyway, no matter what. It could become a killing tool in the hands of the Thunder Warriors. Their equipment level was so poor that it was outrageous. Astartes, Custodes, and all the superhuman warriors created by the Emperor except the Thunder Warriors would never fight with such poor equipment, but the Thunder Warriors are used to it. In the early days of the Terran Unification War, the armor worn by the Thunder Warriors was literally armor. There was no power auxiliary unit. It was heavy, slow, and had not been through design iterations. There were many small problems. Even the design of the upper body armor, with a power unit, but not the lower body, was already equipment for the later stages of the war. The Thunder Warriors rely purely on their own strong bodies to support the entire armor. This seems incredible to the Astartes, who use auxiliary means such as black shells to control the armor, because after losing power, the power armor will become a human-shaped walking coffin. It is still possible to move, but it is too difficult to drive the armor with the biological energy generated by muscles like the Thunder Warriors. As the breakthrough player of the 6-man combat team, Bindis always charges at the front with a gun. In order to enhance the defense as much as possible, Bindis hung armor plates torn from alien vehicles on his front. The Dark Eldar vehicles pursue speed and ignore defense, so the armor plates of those large vehicles are just right for the Thunder Warriors as bulletproof plates. Bindis is the main combat force. There are 4 others on Bindis's left and right. Gunter, the officer, is responsible for commanding and dispatching and supporting his comrades in other positions behind Bindis. A total of 6 people killed all the alien enemies that appeared on the straight and vast road in front of them. Unlike the common Astartes, the Thunder Warriors' fighting style does not focus on concealment. The sound of their running is like thunder and lightning exploding in the wilderness. Their fighting skills focus on using the most brutal and violent methods to make the enemy lose their combat effectiveness and the possibility of receiving medical treatment in an instant. As for cooperation, it is difficult for a team that has received military training and lived and died together to not cooperate, whether it is Astartes, the Imperial Guard, the Thunder Warriors, or the Mortal Army. When Bindis charges forward, his other 4 old friends will cover him and eliminate those enemies who are not in front or the most dangerous, ensuring that Bindis will not be shot by other enemies during the charge. Although none of the 6 had communicators, Gunter, who was also responsible for commanding during the battle, did not need to shout, but only needed a look to let his subordinates know what to do. The 6 had been together for too long. Even the other 5, including Bindis, knew when to look at Gunter to get the orders from his eyes and expressions. There was no language during the battle. When they first came over, the Thunder Warriors would chat a little, but that was because they had not carried out regular military operations for too long and were a little lax. Soon after the battle began, they found their habits on the real battlefield. In the absence of communication equipment, everyone must minimize communication as much as possible to avoid interfering with the issuance and execution of orders. Although there was no communication, Gunter, who gave people the feeling of seeking death, commanded the entire team to kill through every line of defense they encountered at the fastest speed, in order to advance further and deeper in this unobstructed straight passage in the shortest time. This shows that Gunter is not indifferent to the thoughts of the people who want to break in from outside. What he wants to do is to pursue a relatively happy ending. This so-called happy ending is that the Thunder Warriors die gloriously in battle, and also fulfill the high hopes given by the people outside to open the portal. Gunter hates tragedy. If he did not pursue a relatively happy ending, he would not have fled Terra with his subordinates and sought death in battle with the enemy when rumors were spreading on Terra and people were in panic. Not to be abandoned, nor to participate in the rebellion that the Thunder Warriors might launch. Not to die at the hands of his own people, nor to break the oath of loyalty to the Lord of Lightning and Thunder. This is Gunter's motive. Wait a minute. After killing through dozens of defense lines, and taking the lives of thousands of Dark Eldar aliens, Bindis roared and broke the silence. The entire Thunder Warrior team stopped. In their field of vision, Bindis was holding a spear and lowering his body, staring fiercely at a witch spirit. The so-called witch spirits are female warriors from the witch spirit sect in Comoros. The purpose of their existence is to bring the most brutal performances to their compatriots in the arena. The witch spirit sect also often participates in looting operations, and occasionally acts as bodyguards for some bigwigs. When people including Gunter saw Bindis facing the witch spirit warrior directly, they understood his idea. Bindis wanted to duel with a witch spirit. Although Bindis never revealed his true feelings, he was almost killed by a witch spirit sect alien in the arena at that time. In the end, he relied on his physical functions to fight back at all costs to win the battle. This matter became Bindis's heart disease. Bindis had a question at that time. If he was still young, if he was still normal, would he not have almost died in the arena? He wanted to prove this question. He wanted to attribute all the scars he suffered in the arena to aging and the genetic defects of the Thunder Warriors, because this was related to whether all of them, the Thunder Warriors, relied on the Emperor's technology to bully the weak in the human civil war on Terra. As long as you go to the battlefield to fight against powerful aliens, you will know what you are worth. Bindis wanted to prove that he was just too old at that time. The Thunder Warriors are far more unstable than the Astartes and the Custodes, and this instability includes irrationality and more humanity. Chapter 627. 10 seconds. It took you 2 seconds to stop us, so you still have 8 seconds. Gunter looked around and decided to give Bindis a chance to resolve his worries. The high-ranking elite of the Willing sect hadn't figured out the situation yet. She just thought that these upright apes in front of her might have stayed in Comoros for a long time, and were pursuing things like etiquette and glory in war. The powerful warriors of the two races each took a step back and kept a little distance. Just like in the arena, Bindis held the gun tightly with both hands. The weapon made of an unknown extremely tough metal made a faint metallic whine in his hands. The alien held a single knife dripping with green blood. The other hand seemed to have been modified, but it was different from the modification of humans. That hand looked more like bone material, not metal. Riley, who seriously injured me in the arena, and was killed by me. Bindis asked, "What level is she?" The alien translated the words he heard into the Eldar language in his mind, and then responded contemptuously, "Just a fool who thinks he is the second legendary second Lyris. That kind of trash is not even qualified to face me in the arena." After saying that, the alien raised his bone-made modified arm and pointed it at Bindis. "She is like this. You are the same." The last syllable spoken by the alien became the announcement of the start of the battle. This elite Dark Eldar warrior from the Witch Spirit sect has the powerful physique of the Eldar, and the common point of all legendary Dark Eldars is that they are true sons. The alien was incredibly fast, and it arrived in front of Bindis in almost the blink of an eye. Bindis, who had been in the arena for a long time, also had experience. He expected that his opponent would directly attack first, so he just swept the spear across. The alien rushed to Bindis, and easily grabbed the spear with her modified hand. With just one hand, she grabbed the spear swept by the Thunder Warrior. Then the alien took advantage of Bindis's astonishment, and cut Bindis' throat with a knife in an instant. This is what the alien thought. Elite warriors always think of the next plan during the battle. The next plan of the alien is to cut Bindis' throat. With her experience, skills, and innate talent, this can be done in almost an instant. Until this strong man in the Willing sect, the alien warrior, who is indeed of extraordinary origin and powerful combat power, realized a very serious problem. In the previous battle, Bindis threw the spear, and could penetrate a light vehicle. If he swept it with all his strength, all thoughts and combat actions were completed within 1 second. Then, in the first millisecond after a second, Bindis released his spear that was easily grasped by the alien. The Thunder Warrior's entire body instantly tensed up like an arrow on a string, and then quickly exploded like an arrow released from the string. Bindis clenched his fists and raised his arms. His arms quickly fell and hit the alien's shoulders. With a series of sounds of bones breaking and flesh cracking, the alien's upper body was wrapped around his legs. It was like a nesting doll that was hammered by an industrial forging hammer until the upper and lower bodies were almost overlapped. "You finished the battle in the 6th second, very good." Gunter clapped his hands. Bindis smiled at Gunter, pulled his spear out of the alien's hand, and then continued to kill forward with his old friends. The entrance of the portal moved by Victor was flat, and led directly to the warehouse, where the portal was located. The chance of infiltration was suppressed to zero by Victor's simple, but extremely sophisticated design for his compatriots, who were good at playing tricks and stealth. Any intruder could only force his way in, which was exactly the frontal attack that the Dark Eldar were not good at. Thunder Warriors are good at this. If Bindis tried to attack the Arc Eldar instead of the Dark Eldar, a prophet might be able to wipe out the entire team in an instant. But the Dark Eldar hate psychics more than all the anti-psychics in the Empire. In the corresponding real universe timeline, all armed forces in the Talon sector have been assembled. Transport ships carrying all armed forces and warships of the Talon Navy are staggered in a galaxy on the edge of the sector. In front of them, the completed webway gate was being lit. Behind them, the celestial engine was being maintained by the power of the star god, coexisting with the original celestial bodies of this galaxy without being restricted by astrophysics. The Leviathan Iron Mothership would naturally not be absent from this war. And in the fleet, all the star god fragments in the star region were suspended in human form in the cold void outside the warship. This even included the complete star god Saranoga, who had just been fused into a hole and left the forge from the star god forge. The augmented reality structure of the star zone will not disappear because of the short-term departure of the star gods. Because there is a supreme rule in the real universe that only the star gods can distort, but not distort unless necessary, inertia. It is not that the reality structure of a certain location will be enhanced immediately when the star gods arrive at a certain location. It will increase slowly over time, and then gradually increase rapidly until it reaches the limit. It is also not that the reality structure of a certain location will become fragile immediately when the star gods leave a certain location. It will maintain the optimal stage of enhancing the structure for a period of time, and then slowly decrease over time as the individuals exerting the influence leave, until it is completely indistinguishable from the structural strength of other places in the real universe. Even human subspace resistance will be enhanced along with the structure of reality, which also increases or decreases according to a rule. While the webway gate is still open, the Army and Navy generals emphasize to the crew or soldiers of each ship what to pay attention to in this war. There are a lot of human slaves in Comoros, lots and lots of them. So the Navy fleet will not bombard Comoros indiscriminately. The ground forces will go to rescue any rescuable people scanned by the detectors with the cooperation of the Iron Man, and then slaughter all the Dark Eldar aliens they meet along the way. And what the fleet has to do is to ensure that the orbital control of a certain Comoros area is controlled just like the orbital control, to ensure that the Dark Eldar aircraft or ships cannot support the ground. As for the star gods, they will be responsible for the demolition together with the solar engine until there is no time to waste before the demolition, and demolish as much of the Dark City as possible. A moment later, the Blackstone fortress that was once snatched by heat death and presented to the Lord of Iron Man entered the galaxy, and used the wave cannon containing the majestic subspace energy to bombard the webway gate, providing the last bit of help for the lighting of the webway gate. Then, the entire fleet entered the webway. Chapter 628. The superluminal method created by the ancients is so useful that the fleet appears directly at the edge of Comoros after being teleported to the webway. For those who have not entered the webway and seen Comoros, this is an extremely rare experience. The scale and quality of the Tyrone Navy fleet are amazing. Gene Mo designed these warships according to the standards for dealing with the Necrons in the future. This huge fleet is the pride of the Star Zone. It is precisely because of this huge fleet that Tyrone can maintain a free status like the 500 worlds led by the Primarch. But such a huge fleet, at the most inconspicuous edge of the entire Comoros, is like a group of ants crawling on the curves of the highway into the human city. There are buildings above. There are buildings below. The fleet is sandwiched in the middle. However, the celestial engine is still like a sun descending to the earth due to its huge size, so that its brilliance can be seen on the entire surface of Comoros. Fortunately, although these military forces other than the celestial engine are ants in terms of size, they are ants with amazing destructive power. Once it appeared, the fleet opened fire on the areas that the detectors scanned and could be safely bombed. Giant spike-like towers detached from the top of the unfathomable webway and drifted away. The ancient defense weapons in the giant buildings that were larger than the fleet immediately responded and attacked the fleet. Countless colorful giant light beams bombarded the energy shields of every warship in the fleet. But this bombardment launched by the automatic defense weapons did not last long. The fragments of the Void Dragon took action. Within the astronomical distance of a star system, 50% of the automatic defense weapons in the ancient cities on the edge of Comoros instantly surrendered to the enemy. They turned their guns and bombarded the automatic weapons left over from the ancient Eldar Empire, which was older than the existence of Comoros itself. The Dark Eldar had better webway technology. Facing the webway technology of the Dark Eldar, the Arc Eldar could only blow up the webway gates everywhere, and then found that their idea of trapping the Dark relatives in Comoros was so stupid that it made people laugh. But the Dark Eldar also have something they are not good at, that is, the more advanced application technology of spirit bone materials, and the defensive weapons commonly seen on the Arc world. The automatic defense weapons built by the Dark Eldar, and the craftsmen captured from nowhere were controlled by the Void Dragon in an instant. The power of the Void Dragon is technology and machinery, and there is a reason why some people suspect that it is the god of all machines. Even weapons with a high content of psychic energy can be forcibly controlled, as long as a little source biomass belonging to the real universe is mixed in. This is why weapons such as the Amulet of Vol in the Eldar's mouth, and the Blackstone Fortress in the human's mouth were created to fight against the Void Dragon. Purely material weapons will be controlled by the Star God, and only the warp energy, which the Star God cannot understand or interfere with, can be used as a weapon against the Star God. Some scholars in the Empire believe that the Blackstone Fortress came from the Necrons, because the Necrons built Blackstone buildings on many human worlds. To this day, only a few people in the 500 worlds know who the Blackstone Fortress belongs to. Gilliman once told the 500 Worlds Association for the Study of Reliable History that when he was captured alive by Huron and his men and imprisoned in the Blackstone Fortress, the Veil Walker appeared and saved him, and then they left together through the Eldar's webway gate in the fortress that looked like an unspeakable thing, not the tomb gate of the dead. And Eveline said that the Blackstone Fortress was called the Amulet of the Vol in the Eldar, and the Blackstone was called the Blessing of the Vol, because the Blackstone could reduce the influence of the warp to the extreme, but it could also amplify it to the extreme. In short, no matter who the Blackstone Fortress belonged to, it was an uncontrollable threat to the Star God. The function is more single than the Black Stone, but the principle is the same as the Spirit Bone and the Eldar technology. When facing the bombardment of the later built defense weapons controlled by the fragments of the Void Dragon, the defense weapons that existed in the ancient times of the Comoros endured the bombardment and projected as much firepower as possible to the fleet attacking the Comoros before they were damaged. Many years after the fall of the ancient Eldar Empire, the activation method of those ancient weapons in the Comoros has been completely forgotten. The Dark Eldar even organized a ceremony to worship the god of war, Cain, in front of the weapons, offering the heart and soul of a slave. No matter how hard they tried, they could not be activated. But the moment the attacker appeared, the weapons left by the ancient Eldar Empire, which had been silent for a long time, woke up by themselves. The ancient consciousness in the weapons instantly saw through everything. The ancient Eldar technology they carried could teleport them out of the battlefield in an instant, but they still chose to fight for their descendants, who claimed to be the legitimate heirs. However, the number of these defensive weapons was too limited. Although they were indeed strong, they still could not turn the tide of the battle. Glory humanity. Sheen Emo walked towards the bridge, and the mimic followed behind him. All the crew members along the way saluted the Lord of Tyrone silently, and then hurried to do their own things. After entering the bridge, Sheen Emo saw the extremely busy flagship bridge. All affairs of the entire fleet, data information, battle situation, and various applications are handled in the flagship. These affairs are handled by a Stone Man assistant, so that the fleet's naval marshal can focus on commanding the war. Adam, who was connected to the cable and sensed everything, saw Sheen Emo outside the battleship, and then he turned around and bowed in the battleship bridge. Sheen Emo nodded, and walked silently to the porthole at the front of the bridge. Every Tyrone Navy ship has no portholes, strictly speaking, but in order to allow the crew to see more than just the completely enclosed bulkhead, there are some visual imaging devices that look no different from portholes. In front of the giant porthole that is 1,000 meters high, Sheen Emo and the humanoid mimic are extremely small compared to it. Everything outside the ship is displayed outside the porthole. The crisscrossing Tyrone Navy warships slowly advance in the network channel, bombing any place where the detector shows no human beings. In the cities above and below, the Tyrone army and the Iron Men brought a sea of fire to various buildings and routes as well as the Dark Eldar living in them. The warriors of the conspiracy group were making a meaningless resistance in front of the Iron Men's attack in groups. The terrifying transformed monsters controlled by the Haymonkey were just mincemeat under the feet of the Iron Men. The army soldiers entered every building, took out the slaves inside or shot a slave in accordance with his wishes after he cried and begged. The Star God fragments entered the fortress-like buildings and slaughtered them wantonly. Saranoga released an attack that was no weaker than the Celestial Engine, pulling up a giant spike-like building from one corner of Comoros and throwing it to the other side. Sheen Emo clenched his right hand. We will let the whole Comoros burn. Chapter 629. The deepest part of Comoros. 90% of the Archons of the conspiracy in the Dark City are in this dark space. The Archons looked worried and terrified as they watched Victor pull his hand out of the heart of a rebel. Several hours had passed since the news of the invaders' attack came. The first thing Victor asked his conspiracy to do was not to deal with the enemy, but to carry out indiscriminate killings in some places in the core area of Comoros. After the killing was over and everyone was filled with fear, Victor called the Archons over. We must work together to overcome the difficulties in the face of a powerful enemy. I will never tolerate those who have ulterior motives and want to destroy the entire Comoros and all of us in the flames of war. Victor's voice echoed throughout the space. Then the Archons saw him wipe his bloody hands on the robes of the dead. Those present were all Archons who had waded through the mountains of corpses and blood and crawled among the dead. It would be wishful thinking to scare them just by killing one person. But the Archons were still afraid. They were not afraid of Victor, but the conspiracies in Victor's head and the powerful military strength of his conspiracy group. It would be difficult for Victor and his conspiracy group to drive away the invaders. But it was easy to pick out the Archons and kill them all. Chromis. The overlord of the Dark City looked at a female Archon among the Archons. Chromis is a tough guy, but she still feels fear when Victor is targeting her. Don't be afraid. Victor smiled and walked towards Chromis, took her hand and kissed it, then said seriously, "Your Obsidian conspiracy has the best weapons. I need you to produce and equip as many weapons as possible. I want to arm everyone in Comoros." Chromis nodded, "I promise." Victor then walked to Merlis. Merlis is also a consul, and her conspiracy is one of the best in Comoros. Moreover, Merlis and Victor had a bad relationship. But now is not the time to talk about personal feelings. There may be some misunderstandings and conflicts between us, but now we are facing a great enemy. I need you. Comoros needs you. Victor looked at Merlis affectionately. Merlis rolled his eyes at Victor and nodded. Then Victor gave some instructions and called on everyone to resist. The call is the most important, because the Dark Eldar are used to being a mess, and Comoros is very huge. Before the enemy comes to the front, at least say some nice words to let everyone stand firmly together. Until the end, Victor looked at Arrow again. Archon of the Terror Squid Conspiracy, Arrow. The overlord of the Dark City first stared at Arrow for a while. Arrow did not react on the surface, but was worried in his heart whether Victor knew what he had done, but Victor said nothing, just smiled and nodded, and then left in front of everyone, leaving only one sentence. "Give me some time, I have to use my brain to come up with a more detailed strategy." Victor did not think alone, but came to the Cain Temple in Comoros. That was a temple that belonged exclusively to the Nightmare cult, and no one was allowed to enter. Trespassers would be killed by Nightmare, those extremely terrifying, elusive warriors. But Victor never believed that any rule of anyone included himself. He walked into the temple with a swagger, but he did not think about it, so he did not bring his guards. In the dim Cain Temple, which was only illuminated by fire, Victor saw the towering Cain statue after entering the gate. Cain, the god of murder and war, looked as ferocious as ever, whether in mythology or on statues. And under the majestic statue of Cain sat a man who had lost one leg and was balancing on only one leg. That was the former Phoenix Lord of the Assault Scorpion cult, Ara. "Ara, we are in trouble." Victor approached Ara. But the sudden strong wind and cold light forced Victor to stop 10 steps away from Ara. Ara was still standing, and it was completely unnoticeable what he had just done. "I can't help you. The pre-march I hunted cut off my leg." Ara turned his head and said. Victor remembered what he had heard about the Nightmare Lord a few days ago. Ara ambushed Gilliman and Evelyn, and he attacked the champion guards by surprise, and then forced Gilliman to be furious and follow him to the battlefield he had arranged. With the advantage of terrain, a team of assault scorpions can slaughter enemies dozens of times their own. Then Ara cut the Primarch's neck, but one of his legs was cut off. "You don't think I want you to jump and kill people?" Victor said nonchalantly. Ara turned around and looked at the statue of Cain. "I need someone to deal with the invaders on the other side of the portal. I don't trust any conspiracy group, not even my men, because that place is too important. My people will still support the battle on the other side of the portal, but I hope that if you go there, you can kill them all." Victor was very frank. He and Ara were not close, but he knew that if he wanted Ara to do something, it would be better to confess everything to him. "So you can trust me?" "Don't be stupid. You know I can't trust you either, but I can trust what you can summon." Hearing this, Ara turned his eyes and looked at the statue of Cain. "I know you have wanted to die in battle for a long time, but you never got the chance. Now this opportunity is in front of you. 6 Thunder Warriors, and any invaders they might have released from the portal. Go ahead, at least you won't die as a cripple. Victor's voice angered Ara, but it was precisely because he was hurt that he got angry. A former Phoenix Lord, now the leader of the Nightmare Cult, lost a leg. This matter is not a big problem from a physiological perspective, because any homunculus can transplant a more useful leg for Ara. But Ara himself could not accept his own failure. If he and Gilliman had a fair duel, he would feel that he had lost well, but he was fully prepared. Gilliman was brought into a place with all the disadvantages for him. And then Ara still lost. It turns out that the Phoenix Lord of the higher race is no match for the large upright ape held by the barbarian chieftain. Whatever you want, Ara. Victor turned and left. I'm just here to remind you not to waste your life on the front battlefield. Neither you nor you can withstand a particle-light spear. You should go and win the victory you can win. Ara turned and glared at Victor's back. Then he retracted his gaze and looked up at Kane's face. Chapter 630. Legend has it that when the 6 Phoenix Lords gather together, they can place their weapons in front of the statue of Kane and summon the incarnation of Kane, the god of war. However, it is basically impossible for the 6 Phoenix Lords to gather together. When the Ark World faces life and death, the Eldar have to summon the incarnation of Kane to fight the enemy. Only a person comparable to the level of a prophet can stand up and sacrifice himself in exchange for the arrival of Kane. Ara can't find the other 5 Phoenix Lords, but he himself is a Phoenix Lord. He was not a believer of Kane, but he had a stronger ability to summon Kane's incarnation. Ara even knew a more forbidden way of summoning, which would make Kane more powerful and more controllable. Kane. You are the god of cowards. You are the so-called god destined to be ended by mortals. Ara walked towards the statue of Kane and placed his hand on the surface of the statue. Under the outer shell of the statue, flames and blood were surging. This statue itself is a treasure collected by Ara, and now, the statue will become a tool for Ara to win an inevitable victory. The Thunder Warriors have already rushed into the warehouse. The road is still straight, and the enemies are still numerous, but on the road ahead, the space is no longer vast, but composed of levels and rooms. The Thunder Warriors don't know how to describe and perceive those rooms, and it's not even certain whether those rooms are rooms in the human concept. It can only be described as an abstract thing created by a race with richer senses. When the Thunder Warriors inevitably delayed some time, because of observation, the pursuers also arrived. The Blood Orcs led the various twisted and powerful creations they created and came, and the warriors of the conspiracy group belonging to Victor stood behind those twisted creations. With just a rough glance, Bendis could count the number of enemies to nearly 1,000. There were also some vehicles, and even a fighter named Razor. The Dark Eldar would never have dreamed that 6 Thunder Warriors, who could not move without the blood magic, would suddenly attack the portal, and they did not know how these Thunder Warriors knew the location of the portal. But by now, the Thunder Warriors' advantage of surprise has been lost. The enemy's reinforcements have caught up. For the glorious death. Bendis held the spear tightly, let out a plain war cry, and walked towards the enemies with ease. But he was held down by Gaunt's arm. You will not get a glorious death here at this time. Gunter pushed Bendis back and looked at the other subordinates. Guys, it is my honor to fight with you and lead you. When the old commander said this, the other 5 Thunder Warriors already knew what he was going to do. The aliens are still advancing, and will soon kill here. Behind them is the entrance to the maze-like room, but if no one can stop the enemy for a while, they will still be caught up. We can die here together, someone said. Gunter shook his head slowly. No, we are not a group of dispensable trash without a goal, born to die. Bendis hesitated. I don't like sensationalism. Gunter turned around and faced the incoming alien army. You must open the portal before you die. I don't want people outside to say that we are a group of guys who did nothing but die. Bendis nodded silently, took the 2 knives that Gunter was about to use, and handed over his spear. Gunter nodded, and looked at Bendis for one last second, and the Thunder Warriors parted ways. Bendis took over the command, and led the other 4 Thunder Warriors into the entrance. There was a reason why the Thunder Warriors could talk to each other when the enemy was coming. The alien that was killed earlier left behind a defensive device, which formed a barrier between the Thunder Warriors and the alien army. Countless dense light spots washed over the barrier, and the aliens advanced while firing tentatively. Gaunt turned around to make sure his men had indeed left. Then he took a step and walked in the opposite direction of Bendis and the others. The only decent thing about this Thunder Warrior was the spear in his hand. His makeshift armor looked as simple as the armor of the green skin. Bang! Bang! Every time Gaunt took a step, a heavy muffled sound would spread throughout the space. Before a person decides to die heroically, his past will keep flashing in his mind. Gunter suddenly recalled that he had been a slave under a warlord in Terra. 1 year, he did not receive any reward, but only received an object that was equal to the reward, a very old storage device. Gunter read the contents of the storage device, and then he saw things from the ancient Terra era. At that moment, he felt that it was worth it even if he did not get any reward. There was some information in the storage device, and Gunter learned that the place where he lived was originally called the Eastern Ocean, which was further east of the place where the Lord of Lightning and Thunder was born. There is another story. A powerful warrior faced the lackeys of the warlord. His troops were killed or wounded, but he was not afraid. He stood in front of the surging army with weapons in hand, as calm as a magnificent statue. Then the warrior shouted a sentence before welcoming his own death. After becoming a Thunder Warrior, Gunter thought that the ending of the protagonist of the story he saw was the end of his life he wanted to welcome. The memory ended. Gunter slowly came to the back of the barrier, only 2 meters away from the barrier. The tall body stood still. The long spear in his hand was turned twice by his agile and powerful wrist, and finally fell heavily on the ground at his feet. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. This is what the protagonist roared before his death in the story. Gaunt did not understand the meaning, but he knew the pronunciation. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. For a great goal, I challenged many enemies alone until I died. This is the glorious death that Gaunt longed for. A huge stitch freak named Twisted Abomination broke through the barrier first. Gaunt roared, and the spear in his hand pierced through the body of the abomination from bottom to top. The special metal that made up the spear decomposed the flesh and blood, and the body of the abomination began to disintegrate. A missile launch nest sewn on the right hand fell to the ground. At this time, more and more enemies rushed into the barrier. Gaunt picked up the missile launch nest, holding a gun in one hand and a blasting weapon in the other, killing every enemy who approached him or the entrance. And Bendis, who was running inside the entrance, could only hear roars, explosions, and screams from behind. Chapter 631. The Thunder Warrior guarded the entrance to the deeper part of the warehouse at all costs. Even though the front of Bendis and his team was not safe, even though they might be killed by the horrors deeper in the warehouse, even though they might not be able to reach the end. But Gunter was still guarding the entrance, guarding it at all costs. In the brutal battle, Gunter suddenly felt that he was quite selfish, and he actually wanted to die here, regardless of what kind of enemies Bendis and his team would encounter in the warehouse next. The warehouse where the portal is located is difficult for humans to understand at the sensory level. There must be more powerful guards on the road ahead. But Gaunt thought about it, and realized that he was the only one left to deal with the pursuers behind him. If he didn't stay, would everyone be dragged to death by the pursuers? Moreover, Gaunt himself still believed that the probability of having a strong enemy ahead was not high. In essence, he wanted Bendis and the others to survive, rather than face a glorious death. Gaunt didn't think about these things for too long, because he soon had to concentrate on dealing with the enemy. There are all kinds of enemies among the Dark Eldar pursuers, and the Cabal warriors are just the most insignificant and lowly ones among them. The followers of the Witch Spirit cult and the Nightmare cult, the twisted creations of the Blood Orcs, these are the real enemies. A dwarf Blood Orc that is less than 1 meter tall and looks like it has shrunk itself, and next to it is a 7-meter tall stitched monster. Gaunt had to deal with it with all his strength, and was stabbed from the back by the Witch Spirit in the process. When the 7-meter tall stitched monster died, Gaunt turned around and grabbed the neck of the Witch Spirit that stabbed him, and pulled out its head with a little force, using it as a throwing weapon to kill a Cabal warrior. Nightmare appeared from any corner that Gaunt could not notice, and then left a deep scar that could be seen to the bone. In the end, because Gaunt noticed the existence of Nightmare, Nightmare was killed by a spear piercing his head. These situations are not common. Most of the time, Gaunt can kill the enemy in his eyes before he gets hurt, but there are too many enemies. 4. Unity. A loud shout came from the mouth of the Thunder Warrior, and a weak-willed conspiracy warrior was frightened for a moment, and then the next second his head flew out and hit his companion behind him. He's crazy. Now! The Blood Orcs judged Gaunt's situation and shouted loudly to urge their subordinates and others to go forward and kill Gaunt. Then, while shouting loudly, the Blood Orc was nailed to the wall by a gun. Gaunt was not crazy, but he was indeed abnormal. Even when the Thunder Warriors were not aging, they would occasionally become mentally ill, that is, immersed in the memories of the past. When injured, Gaunt's condition was particularly serious. This veteran of the Thunder Warriors, who had fought since the Terra Unification War, felt that he was still fighting the Terran warlords. More and more enemies were coming. Among them were even some security sentinels similar to Iron Man. Gunter shouted, while delaying time for his companions, who had evacuated first. For unification. Gunter was not afraid at all. Compared with the fear of death, he still had more hatred for the warlords. Being a slave to the warlords when he was young was nothing. After all, which Terran civilian had not been a dog before the Lord of Lightning and Thunder came? After he became an adult, he served as a guard for the warlord. He met a female soldier in the guard team, and then they fell in love with each other during their cooperation. Until one day, the warlord's son, who was provoked by Gunter, brought his lover into the room. Gunter didn't know what happened that night, but his lover was sent out in sections the next day. At that time, Gunter didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In his education, the law of the jungle prevails, and everyone is the private property of the warlord. Isn't this normal? Until one day, Gunter was exiled to the territory of the Lord of Lightning and Thunder, and he saw what order, peace, and responsibility were. Everyone has his own responsibilities, and everyone is controlled by order. After talking with the Thunder Warrior Commander Yusotin, Gunter suddenly realized, what the hell was my life like before? I was so stupid that I thought that all of us were the private property of the warlord, and he was right to do anything to us. Damn it! After realizing it, Gunter was immediately filled with hatred for the warlord. He also realized how to change the current situation of Terra, that is, to follow the Lord of Lightning and Thunder, and fight for unification. Only unification can change the current situation of warlords fighting each other, and civilians being treated like dogs. That is why Gunter would fight against the warlord's pursuers alone, and he was not afraid even when facing the security sentinels, just wanting to kill more people who were determined to be the warlord's lackeys. At this moment, only people other than Gunter knew that what he was dealing with was not the warlord's lackeys, but the aliens. But Gunter's state made him full of hatred for the enemy, which was helpful in the battle. He was gradually injured in the battle, and his body functions declined due to bleeding. Gunter had to pause the killing for a while, and when he took a breath, he found that two scenes kept flashing in front of his eyes. One was that the warlord's lackeys on Terra surrounded him, like a group of primitive people hunting wild beasts. The other was that the aliens surrounded him, also like a group of primitive people hunting wild beasts. Until death. Gunter didn't care what kind of enemy he was facing. He only knew that he had a duty, and had to delay time, that's all. For unity, or so that his companions could go to the portal. In short, for duty, until death. The Dark Elves who came to hunt were afraid of being killed. The barbarian soldier called Thunder Warrior used the force field barrier belonging to the noble race, forcing everyone to fight him hand to hand. Any hits from the antimatter rifle on the barrier would be absorbed. The morale and organization of the Dark Eldar were already low, but they continued to attack because the Cabal had ways to make them attack. Whether those who retreated under the threat of the Homunculi were all sent to the Homunculi Association, or those who retreated under the threat of the Cabal's top leaders were skinned and pulled out. In short, these ways of death were much more painful than dying at the hands of the Thunder Warriors. From Gaunt's perspective, the warlord's lackeys shouted loudly for the soldiers to go forward and fight the so-called lackeys of the Lord of Thunder. Then, there were more powerful enemies. Gaunt lowered his head and checked his body. His left arm was cut off, and there were wounds all over his body, and blood was all over the ground. For unity, never stop until death. Gaunt took the initiative to charge forward. But he stopped soon. Because in the scene that was constantly overlapping with his eyes, a large number of enemies suddenly died painfully. A leader in golden armor appeared with his guards. But when the scene changed again, and the enemy in front of Gaunt changed from a warlord's lackey to an alien, he saw not a leader in golden armor, but a terrifying killing god. Gaunt, who had lived in Comoros for a long time, knew what it was called. In the mythology of the Eldar, the god of murder and war, Bloody Hand Cain. A powerful Cain incarnation summoned by a Phoenix Lord appeared. It slaughtered all enemies it saw without distinction, and then entered the warehouse entrance because of a certain obsession in its heart, ready to go to the deepest part. The twisted creations of the Homunculi, nightmares, and which spirits were cut in half by the sword of Cain's incarnation in an instant. Gaunt had just prepared to face Cain's incarnation, but he found that his body lost balance and fell to the ground. When he reacted, he found that his legs were cut off by the sword. Kill. Kill Aisha and Konoga's bastards. Well, kill. The Cain incarnation walked past the fallen people, and it did not finish off any of the living people, because it had an obsession in its heart, that is, the portal. Chapter 632. Bindis and his team stole 2 flying motorcycles and laid with blades. These were not military vehicles of the Comoros conspiracy, but just ordinary killing machines after modification. Gunter's determination made Bendis understand that he did not want to commit suicide by opening the portal, and also made Bendis habitually regard Gunter's determination as an order. In any case, the portal must be opened. The only survivors of the Thunder Warriors are most likely the 6 people in Comoros. If the story of the Thunder Warriors is to be concluded, it should not be the meaningless death of 6 Thunder Warriors. After taking over the command of Gunter, Bendis, who had figured out these things along the way, also expressed to his old friends his attitude of opening the portal even if he died. Even if he couldn't open it anyway, he would die in front of the portal. At least when people later found their bodies, they would say, the Thunder Warriors burned their last bit of life in the war to attack Comoros. Rather than, the Thunder Warriors selfishly sought a glorious death. They could have opened the portal, but they died meaninglessly on the road. The flying motorcycle sped along the straight passage. There were many outposts and defense points along the way. The Dark Eldars along the way tried to intercept them, but because the motorcycles driven by the Thunder Warriors flew at a very low altitude and extremely fast, the Dark Eldars could not intercept them effectively. They could only watch them fly past, and then run over to drive the vehicle to start chasing. As the eldest son of the Ancient Saints, the Eldar have superhuman physiques. In addition, they have inherited various advanced weapons from the ancient Eldar Empire, so it doesn't seem difficult to kill some flying motorcycles. This also made Bendis wonder whether those conspiracy warriors were working hard for their leader. Finally, Bendis and his party came to a narrow passage, and they had to stop to observe the situation. What the hell is this place? A Thunder Warrior looked around and felt that his head was about to explode. This passage looks extremely twisted, but it also gives people a straight feeling. There seems to be a passage under your feet, but it also seems not to exist. There is a bottomless abyss in the distance, but the abyss seems to be close at hand. If you want to move forward, it seems that you should go up, but it also seems that you should go down. It is obvious that this passage is not designed for humans. The abstract things that the elves are good at analyzing can only bring extremely twisted and bizarre feelings to human senses. We should keep going forward. No matter what we see, keep going forward. Bendis recalled the contents of the route map, which was the route map sent by Arrow before. There was a sincere warning on it. If you see an extremely bizarre road, don't worry about it, just close your eyes and walk. This was the sincere advice given by Uslan, because he knew that there was a similar passage in the Eldar Arc, which was used to shorten a long road to a shorter one across space. This passage was clearly visible to the Eldar, but it might not be intuitive for other species. Walk with your eyes closed? Are you kidding? The Thunder Warriors entered the passage. After walking a few steps, they found that there seemed to be something under their feet that was bearing their weight, but when they looked at it with their eyes, it was a bottomless abyss, and when they turned their eyes, it became a step that reflected their faces. In the end, they could only walk with their eyes closed, as Bendis said. After closing their eyes, everyone found that everything under their feet became a smooth road. There was nothing in the place where there seemed to be obstacles in front of them. They just needed to move forward. Until the sound of the Razor Fighter came from behind, Bendis opened his eyes and looked back, and found that there were a large number of pursuers rushing over from the top. As soon as he closed his eyes, the direction of the sound of the pursuers turned to the back again. It's my turn. Bendis stopped and turned to look at his old friends. Go, I stay. The Thunder Warriors nodded silently, and the command was inherited by the next veteran, and then they continued to move forward. But when Bendis turned around, he found that the pursuers who had just arrived were shouting and turning around, shooting at the people coming from behind him. Then a sword flew out in a circle, killing most of the pursuers that Bendis was supposed to deal with. The blood sword flew back. Amid the corpses and pools of blood, a guy with blood dripping from his hands and lava-like lines all over his body was walking slowly, raising his hand to hold the blood sword that flew back. Cain? Bendis suddenly recalled the statues in the arena. But the statues in the arena looked like statues made of some material. How could the Eldar worship a certain god, and then that god really jumped out to help them fight? What's more, Cain in front of him didn't regard the Eldar as his believers or his own people. He didn't distinguish between enemies and friends, and he killed them without hesitation. The Dark Eldar who worshipped Cain were firing at the gods they believed in regardless of everything. They knew exactly what kind of god Cain was. Worship was worship, but it would be bad if Cain really appeared. In the bloody battle between gods and believers, a nightmare warrior hired by Victor's conspiracy group had one leg cut off by Cain. The nightmare collapsed at the edge of the passage, took off his helmet, and revealed the face of a beautiful Eldar girl with blonde hair and pale skin. She began to cry and beg for mercy from Cain. Cain's incarnation walked up to the girl, His mouth full of fangs and sharp teeth opened and closed, making a familiar sound to the girl. No, no, no. Don't cry. I won't kill you. Lord Ara? The Eldar girl looked at Kane's incarnation in horror, realizing that this incarnation was actually summoned by Ara, the master of the nightmare cult, who sacrificed himself. I am the master of this Kane incarnation, and I can control it. Ara's voice sounded again. Then, in the girl's delighted eyes, Kane's incarnation chopped off the girl's head with a sword and kicked the remaining body into the abyss beside the road. I can control it. I can control it. Allah kept repeating his influence, but in reality, he could not have any influence on Kane's incarnation except for a few nonsense words. And he thought he was controlling Kane to kill, but in fact, he was just being controlled by Kane. In any case, the Kane incarnation summoned by the Phoenix Lord was indeed extremely powerful. Kane's incarnation slaughtered all the Dark Elves, and then rushed towards Bindis. The bloodthirsty desire in Kane's incarnation's eyes frightened Bindis. This fear came from the depths of his soul, just like the instinct that any mortal who faced a god would inevitably have. But Bindis was not overwhelmed by fear, and he still chose to face it. Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the blood sword chopped down from top to bottom. Bindis knew that he could not block it, so he rolled on the ground to avoid it. But the moment he stood up, he saw Kane's fist. Bindis was hit in the chest by a punch and flew back more than 10 meters, and before he had time to check his physical condition, Kane's incarnation had already rushed in front of him, and the blood sword in his hand fell towards Bindis's neck. Chapter 633. The Thunder Warrior's eyes widened. The tip of the blood sword was only a palm away from his neck. It hung there, not falling or retracting. Kane's incarnation noticed something, turned his head silently, and looked behind him. A Thunder Warrior, who had lost both legs, held Kane's right leg with one hand, and stabbed Kane's left foot with the other hand, holding the Dark Eldar's long knife. Bindis came back to his senses from his trance, and saw Gunter. Gunter had obviously crawled over, and the spear he had given him was stuck in the ground not far away, and there were holes along the way caused by the spear. As you can imagine, Gunter, who lost his legs again, held the spear in both hands, inserted the spear into the ground, and used it to move his body to crawl over quickly. Touched by this strong ant, Kane decided to end his life first. The blood sword was moved from Bindis's neck to Gunter's spine. Gaunt, who was lying on the ground and poking Kane, took a look at the blood sword, then lowered his head and roared at Bindis. What are you still waiting for? Get out! With the last syllable of the roar, Kane nailed Gunter to the ground with the sword in his incarnation. The spine, that was repaired by the potion, was hit hard again. Gunter felt that he had lost contact with his lower body, but it was not the first time he had this feeling. He was used to it. The pain of the blood sword being pulled out again did not stop Gunter from attacking. He still held Kane's leg tightly with one hand and stabbed with the long knife with the other hand. But such an attack was meaningless. The long knife not only failed to penetrate Kane's armor during the stabbing process, but was also shattered by the armor. In Gunter's opinion, it didn't matter, as long as he could attract Kane for a few seconds. Kane's incarnation didn't expect that this mortal body had such strong vitality that he could still live even with a damaged spine. It slowly reached out to Gunter's head, ready to kill him in the most cruel way. At this moment, a light spot hit Kane's incarnation's back, attracting its attention behind it. A Dark Eldar warrior pretending to be dead held an antimatter rifle, and his horrified eyes met Kane's fierce eyes. The antimatter rifle is one of the relics of the ancient Eldar Empire inherited by the Dark Eldar. This thing should instantly destroy any enemy it hits, but the incarnation of Kane summoned by sacrificing a Phoenix Lord is not so easy to destroy. The blood sword was thrown out, and the whole body of the conspiracy warrior, along with the rifle in his hand, was split into two, falling to the left and right. Kane turned around, put his big hand on Gaunt's head, and lifted him up. Gaunt did not beg for mercy at this time, nor did he fall into an irresistible fear. He just turned his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, Bindis had just passed through another entrance, and the portal emitting red light was right behind Bindis. At this time, Bindis sensed something and turned around. Gunter smiled and waved his hand, signaling Bindis to hurry up. The Kane incarnation, who was holding Gunter's head, slowly raised his other hand, grabbed the broken leg of the mortal who dared to provoke him, and then exerted force with both hands. A tearing sound was heard, and blood splashed on Kane's head. Bindis did not see the last scene. He and his old friends, who were still alive, quickly ran through the last section of the passage and fought the last stage of the battle with the aliens guarding the portal. Behind him, Kane's incarnation pressed forward. In front, The elite warriors of the conspiracy group were fighting with others next to the portal. Bendis used his body to knock away the alien who tried to intercept him, and flew over half a meter away from the portal console. When his arm was 1 centimeter away from the crystal on the console, Bendis suddenly stopped in the air. He turned around and saw an alien with armor and a body far superior to those of ordinary conspiracy soldiers, smiling slyly, and the rifle in his hand that could fire static positions was being recharged. The alien didn't wait for Bendis's revenge, and was hit by Kane, who was chasing from behind, and his upper body was broken. Kane's incarnation had an inexplicable obsession with the portal. He looked around, ignoring the Thunder Warriors, who were fighting with his followers, and finally rushed straight to Bendis, who was suspended in midair by the ray. Kane, who had entered the static range of the static rifle, was also affected, but this effect was minimal to him. Kane walked slowly to Bendis as if in slow motion, slowly grabbed Bendis's head, and slowly threw him out. Until Bendis left the static range, his flying speed increased exponentially, and he crashed into the portal. Bendis subconsciously wanted to avoid Kane's further pursuit, but he fell down uncontrollably as soon as he stood up. He found that his legs could not stand, and he couldn't even lift his arms. Kane didn't chase him, but turned to kill other Thunder Warriors who tried to open the portal. Damn alien false god. Damn it. Bendis watched Kane chase and kill others, and he was so angry that he wanted to bite Kane to death with his teeth, but he found that his arms and legs could not move, which was even more embarrassing than the situation Gunter faced before the injection of the drug. After trying every muscle and bone in his body, Bendis was surprised to find that he still had a section of his spine behind his chest that could move. Bendis looked at the crystal on the portal console and threw himself to the ground. He precisely controlled the section of his spine that could move and slowly approached the crystal in a creeping manner. The Thunder Warrior felt greatly humiliated. On this battlefield with powerful enemies, his friends were being hunted by Kane, while he was crawling on the ground like a reptile. Maybe he could roar at the alien false god and provoke it to come and kill him. When this thought came to Bendis' mind, he suddenly remembered Gunter. When Gunter appeared again, not only were his legs cut off, but he was also covered in blood, with various deep wounds on his body that could be seen to the bone. He must have met Kane a long time ago. He could have leaned against the corner after Kane cut off his legs, waiting for a peaceful death as his vitality faded, but he still crawled over and saved himself from Kane's sword. Thinking of this, Bendis growled and crawled forward vigorously, finally hitting the crystal on the console. Nothing happened. The Kane incarnation heard the noise, turned his head to look at the portal that did not respond, and then looked at Bendis. When it saw that this weak creature that was crippled just by being thrown out actually crawled so far, it showed a look of surprise on its face. After pulling the blood sword in his hand out of the abdomen of a Thunder Warrior, the Kane incarnation walked towards Bendis with the sword raised high. Bendis lay there motionless, no longer obsessed. He opened the portal desperately, but the portal did not move at all, which was not his fault. After doing everything he could, Bendis just wanted to wait for his own death. However, Bendis did not notice that the spirit bone device he was wearing was releasing light, guiding the psychic energy from Muslin. A dazzling white light appeared in the middle of the portal, and the entire gate was instantly lit up. Sons of Antaeus, Burning Falcon, Black Dragon. These space marines, who had been prepared for a long time, walked out of the portal. After the last space marine walked out, a huge floating book also appeared from the portal. Chapter 634. When the Forger and other gods attacked Comoros, the Chronicler stayed in the least important place of the fleet. When the signs of the portal opening appeared, the space marines, who had been teleported to the city on the edge of Comoros to hunt the Eldar, were called back. The Chronicler finally found a place to use his skills. In the bridge of the Glory Human, the Forger who was sitting there ordered the Chronicler, "Take those space marines, enter the core area of Comoros through the open portal, and destroy the incarnation of Kane." The brave human warrior Bendis thought he couldn't open the portal, but that was only because the portal required psychic energy to open it, and it took Muslin a while to open the portal through the spirit bone device. And now, the one who appeared in front of the Kane incarnation summoned by Phoenix Lord Ara's sacrifice was none other than one of the three complete star gods, the Recorder. The huge book that kept turning pages showed words that appeared out of thin air. The power of the star gods set off a storm that disturbed the space in the entire warehouse where the portal was stored. No one present could understand what the Recorder was muttering, but a fragment of consciousness in the Kane incarnation, who had fought a bloody battle with the star god, understood it. However, the Kane incarnation, which was just a fragment, could not talk much. It slowly turned its body and looked at the powerful enemy that suddenly appeared. There was only one powerful enemy. For the Cain incarnation summoned by the Phoenix Lord through sacrifice, those space marines were just mortal bodies waiting for him to abuse them. The real enemy was only behind them, and there was only one. Faced with the aggressive incarnation of Cain, the recorder who is not good at fighting can only think of one way to fight. Behind the incarnation of Cain, a narrow crack that disturbs the space appeared. The crack contains pure material power. Its existence itself is a forced distortion of the rules of the real universe. The phenomena that can be extended are enough to make any mortal in the real universe feel that the scientific system they have established has collapsed. That is material power. As the narrator spoke, a crack appeared behind the incarnation of Cain. The moment Cain turned his head to look at the crack, the entire crack instantly enlarged, tearing a hole in the real space. In the sinful city of Comoros, located in the deepest part of the webway, psychic power is forcibly prohibited, and material power does not seem to be contained in the webway built by the ancient saints. The incarnation of Cain was amazed at the pure material power he saw. It was a destructive material power. How could it be possible? Cain's incarnation was confused. That's not impossible, the recorder said. The recorder kept explaining everything that happened in front of him. What appeared behind Cain's incarnation was a small singularity. This singularity was forcibly compressed and distorted by the black hole captured by the recorder in the real universe. It was not added to the webway city out of thin air by material forces, but was released and superimposed. As soon as the voice fell, Cain's incarnation instantly felt a strong attraction, and it had to stick the blood sword into the ground to resist the traction of the small singularity behind it. When the space marines walked past Cain as if nothing had happened and injected the Thunder Warriors with drugs, Cain's incarnation glared angrily at these mortals, who had special immunity from the tyrannical rules of physics. Just like Chi Mo could make his soldiers unaffected by material forces, and achieve the effect of passing through walls. The recorder can also control the composition of space marines, creatures that exist based on the real universe, to ensure that they will not be affected by the singularity like Cain. Cain's incarnation persisted. Although in the real universe, it must have been sucked into the singularity long ago and turned into matter that was twisted and crushed by the laws of physics. This is the webway city of Camorra after all, and the influence of real creations is ultimately limited. What's more, Cain himself is a powerful Eldar war god. Although the one in front of the recorder is just an incarnation, he still has a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Faced with the embarrassing situation in front of him, the recorder said to a space marine of the son of Antaeus, "Give me the most useless thing you have." The recorder was recording while telling the story, and the last sentence was forcibly analyzed by it so that the space marines could understand it. "So do I really need to find something for you?" A son of Antaeus thought that the recorder was just talking to himself, but he still took out a bottle of water from the power armor storage layer. Under the control of the recorder, the bottle floated up, the lid was unscrewed, and then a drop of water floated out. This drop of water was controlled to float towards Cain, and at the same time it was infinitely compressed until a fusion reaction finally occurred, and the released energy rushed Cain into the singularity released by the recorder. Finally, the material phenomenon that had forcibly appeared in the webway dissipated, and Cain's incarnation disappeared without a trace. The space marines put all the Thunder Warriors on stretchers. They were all seriously injured. The pharmacist stays, and the others continue to move forward. The son of Antaeus left an apothecary to rescue the Thunder Warriors, and the rest left the vicinity of the portal with the other chapters. The two Iron Warriors who joined Talon more than a decade ago stayed to build positions to ensure that the portal must be under human control. Give me a glorious death," Bendis begged the pharmacist, who was walking towards him. "We will give you what you deserve." The pharmacist squatted down and inserted a potion into Bendis' neck. Bendis then felt his body regain feeling, but he would still be paralyzed for a while, during which time he could only lie on the ground. He saw his old friends being carried over and injected with potions. Seeing Gaunt, who was torn in half by Cain from the waist, being carried over. Even though Gaunt seemed to have died a glorious death, with his organs scattered, the pharmacist was still trying to save him. "Can he survive?" Bendis asked the pharmacist. "I'm not sure. Maybe he can't be saved, or maybe he'd be paralyzed if he's saved. I don't know how long he's been dead," the pharmacist replied. Facing Gaunt, who seemed to have died a glorious death, Bendis collapsed there, feeling mixed emotions. On the one hand, he hoped his old friend could survive, but on the other hand, he hoped his old friend could die a glorious death. Hearing this, Bendis looked in the direction of the voice in astonishment. The huge book was suspended there. This scene was so weird. What the hell are you? Bendis asked. A bystander, nothing more. The narrator closed the page and caught up with the Space Marines, who had fought their way out of the passage. Chapter 635. Space Marines rushed out from the portal in groups. They controlled the warehouse, where the portal was located, and set up defense points at the entrance and exit. Several conspiracy groups hired by Victor ran into the Space Marines. The Sons of Antaeus moved forward firmly, under the heavy artillery fire, and other groups followed the Sons of Antaeus. The Burning Falcon flew rapidly in the air to deal with the fighters, or flying vehicles of the Dark Eldar. Although the various weapons of the Dark Eldar emphasized flexibility, the Razor fighter, no matter how flexible it was, could not be as flexible as a person who could fly. It is common to see the Burning Falcon fly to the fighter plane at a speed of Mach 9 in the blink of an eye, then tear open the hatch and throw the pilot out. Only the flying warriors transformed by the Hay Monkey can fight against the Burning Falcons for a while. The recorder never takes risks by relying on his status as a star god, and will never rush faster than human warriors like the Burner. This star god hides behind the Space Marines, and throws compressed water at any place where there may be enemies. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Dark Eldar, Chi Nemo once compressed a planet into a black hole in an instant and threw it out. As a complete star god, the recorder can also compress certain substances into black holes, but it takes a long time to do it. Although it is impossible to compress water into black holes and throw them everywhere in an instant, it is still no problem to compress water into fusion weapons and throw them out in the blink of an eye. If they encounter extremely strong giant fortresses that the Space Marines cannot take down in a short time, the recorder can only spend a little more time to compress the water into black holes and throw them out. Otherwise, there is no other way to take down the giant Comrose fortresses with infantry alone. During this attack, the recorder discovered a fact that must be recorded. That is, pure physical attacks have limited effects in the Webway city of Comrose. There are also some physical rules in the Webway. It seems that there is a reason why Comrose can be built like this, and is completely unrestricted by any rules. The Desiderian Gate has fallen. In the deepest part of Comrose, Victor and the Archons hiding there received a news that made them feel desperate. The portal was lost, which meant that the enemy could not only come in from the edge of Comrose, but also directly from the core of Comrose. This was extremely deadly. Victor nodded to show that he understood, and then walked to the huge monitor used to monitor the entire Comrose to observe the situation. At the same time, on the edge of Comrose, the human army that rescued the human slaves was continuing to go deep into Comrose. And in those places where they went deep, a white storm appeared. It was a white storm formed by countless artificial creatures that were so small that even simple observers could not see them. They ate the building materials of Comrose, or the flesh and blood of the Dark Eldar, and then evolved themselves in the direction of using local materials. Until now, the white storm was almost covering the edge of Comrose, and they would continue to spread until they completely devoured Comrose. This process might take thousands of years, or even more than 1,000 years for Comrose to completely become a dead land, but as long as the entire Comrose was not devoured now, the Dark Eldar still had time to breathe. Even if the storm might devour Gamora. Even if those star gods threw black holes everywhere, and turned the 10,000-year-old fortresses into deep pits. Since Gamora is so huge, there is always time to come up with a solution. But now it is different. Victor wanted to calm down and think about how to deal with it, but now that the portal has been lost, he is anxious for the first time in thousands of years. Why? Victor turned around and looked at the Archons. Why did those upright apes suddenly know where the portal is after just living in the slums for a while, and fighting in the arena for a while? Why do they even know how to open the portal? Faced with Victor's questioning, everyone was silent. Arrow, do you know why? Victor looked at one of the Archons. It was Arrow. Arrow was just thinking, I didn't expect those humans to be so efficient, and they actually came in through the portal so quickly. Now being questioned by Victor, it was hard for Arrow not to feel guilty. I don't know why. Arrow answered very calmly. Victor looked at her meaningfully, then calmed down and waved to everyone. This was the overlord of the Dark City signaling the Archons to leave. The Archons left just like that. But when Arrow was about to leave, Victor ordered, "You stay." Arrow nodded. Only Victor and Arrow were left in the hidden hiding place. Arrow was in a state of anxiety, but she still showed no reaction on the surface. Under the cautious gaze of the Archons, the overlord of the Dark City sat on the throne. Arrow walked over slowly, her octopus-like limbs supporting her to move, and then she knelt down in front of Victor. Victor pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand to hook Arrow's chin, and let her look directly at him. Arrow looked at Victor in fear, trembling all over. I asked you to gain the trust of humans. I asked you to introduce humans to the webway, but you let them in through the portal? Victor's questioning voice was not as cold as when he spoke to others before. Aye. Shoo. When Arrow wanted to explain, Victor raised his index finger to signal her to be silent. When Arrow swallowed what she wanted to say, Victor stroked Arrow's chin like stroking a pet, and said to himself, I just wanted humans to help me clean up those conspirators and ambitious people on the edge of Comoros, but now it seems that the situation seems to be a little out of control. You warned me before. You said that the leader of the human race doesn't like to play conspiracies, nor is he good at playing conspiracies. He may do something I can't expect. I think such idiots are the best to deal with. As a result, I must admit that I don't have a clear understanding of their destructive power. After listening to Victor's words, Arrow explained, This is not your fault, because I didn't know they had so many star gods. You know, even my human partner, can't enter their star zone. It doesn't matter, we are not finished like this. Victor whispered, You have gained their trust after all. You must continue to hide until I can use you to deal with them. When the Dark City Overlord finished speaking and looked at him, Arrow smiled and nodded. Yes, I understand. Then when Victor looked away, Arrow's eyes showed a hint of indifference and cunning that was not noticed. I will do as you say. Father. Chapter 636. We have to go in and see if our Archon is safe. Lord Victor will not harm your Archon, you can go away. Oh, I don't think so. Outside the hideout, Arrow's conspiracy group and Victor's guards were confronting each other. Both sides were on the verge of a fight. The friction between the conspiracy groups was not a big deal, even if someone dared to draw a sword against the conspiracy group of the Dark City Overlord. After daggers and poison replaced bloodline and innate power, Comoros derived a series of rules that everyone silently abided by. One of them is that unless Victor directly offended himself, Victor would not kill someone in his conspiracy group who offended him. Because it is hard to say whether some people in Victor's conspiracy group are loyal to him, or whether Victor wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Enough, Salo. A cold voice came into everyone's ears along with the creaking sound of the door opening. Then Arrow walked out of the door unharmed, and the door was closed immediately, leaving Victor alone in the hiding place. When the soldiers of Arrow's conspiracy saw that their Archon was safe and sound, they were all very shocked. Because it was a foregone conclusion that Arrow and humans were colluding. Since Victor called Arrow away alone, he wanted to do something. I was just told some things about defense. Arrow walked forward as if nothing had happened. The members of the conspiracy group also left with Arrow, leaving the members of the Overlord Guard, who were also wondering why Victor didn't attack Arrow, looking at each other in bewilderment. When they walked out of the hiding place, Arrow's deputy Salo couldn't help asking, Consul, I thought you would be killed by Victor. No, he won't kill me. Arrow shook his head. No one knew that Victor had children. No one except Arrow, and Victor knew the relationship between them. As for whether they were father and daughter, even Arrow herself couldn't figure it out, because she had lived in her adoptive parents' home since she could remember, and the birth certificate from the Haymonkey told her that she was the real twins born to her adoptive parents. Until one day, Victor came to the family, and told little Arrow many things, and those words made her remember them vividly. You are my biological child, but don't worry, you are still a real child. Your adoptive parents are very good to you, right? That's not because they love you, but because you are Victor's real child, and they have to do whatever you ask them to do. Ari didn't even know whether Victor still had the ability to reproduce after living for tens of thousands of years, let alone who his mother was. So, in Arrow's view, maybe he was just a hard-working conspiracy tool created by Victor, with the bond of family affection. But this conspiracy tool may not be as loyal as Victor expected. Or maybe Victor could not believe in the role of family ties, he just wanted to have fun. But Victor showed that he cared about family affection in front of Arrow. Victor had helped Arrow solve problems many times, and quietly, until one day Arrow followed the clues and found the person who had been protecting him in secret. Then Victor said that he just wanted to prove that even a cunning and mean person like the Lord of Comoros could still feel family affection. In short, no one could figure out Victor's thoughts. He won't kill me. Arrow emphasized again, and then said to Salo, we have to go to the humans quietly and talk to them. Salo stopped and looked at his Archon in amazement. She couldn't believe that Arrow had the courage to go to the humans. Just doing 2 transactions with humans almost led to her being killed by Victor. But Arrow never listens to other people's advice. They want benefits over their lives, which is a common characteristic of Archons. I will convince humans to cooperate with the conspiracy groups we trust, and then... Arrow smiled and calculated. Conspiracy. Salo also smiled, and everyone in the conspiracy group smiled. Each of them thought that the Archons did not make deals with humans for a little bit of profit, and did not act as spies for humans for excitement, risking being excommunicated by Victor. In the long life of the Eldar, nothing can make them more excited than conspiracy and sadism. After a while, traitors and aliens entered the bridge. The gate opened. Lee San took Arue into the bridge of the Glory Human. Arue never contacted Talon. Whether it was to talk about things or request a meeting, it was Lee San who was the matchmaker. In front of the giant French window, the two saw that the entire city on the edge of Comoros was engulfed in a sea of fire. The speed of the fleet's advancement depended on the fleet's sailing speed. Lee San, who brought Arue here, looked at Lord Tyrone. Lord Tyrone stood in front of the French window, watching Comoros slide into the abyss of destruction with his female guard, who gave people a strange feeling. How is the portal being used? Arue spoke without asking Lee San and Lord Tyrone. But Chin Mo was not a person who cared about etiquette. He turned his back to the wandering merchant and the Archon and replied, "The portal has been completely controlled, but we will not use it to send troops to the core of Comoros." You took the trouble to open the portal, but you don't use it? Arue felt that this human ruler was hopelessly stupid. However, Chin Mo did not say that he just did not trust the psychic portal. The Iron Warriors who came to the Talon Star Zone to seek refuge more than a decade ago not only built positions around the portal, but also built teleportation base stations. When the Iron Warriors finish the Ash, the teleportation base stations will completely replace the portal, and the Desiderian portal will be destroyed. No matter what you plan. Arue mentioned the purpose of her coming here. Many conspiracy groups have decided to join us. They are all very strong, and can help your army speed up the progress of the war. Hearing this, Chin Mo first glanced at the mimic, who turned into a female guard beside him, and then looked at Arue. For some reason, Chin Mo's eyes made Arue vaguely remember Victor's eyes before. Victor clearly knew everything, but he pretended not to know, and showed a suspicious look towards Arue in front of everyone. What's the benefit of letting the conspiracy group join my army? Do you think my military strength is not enough? Chin Mo asked calmly. AI Arue immediately replied, "You know, our Eldar are good at high-speed assaults, and your troops are almost all heavy armored troops, and because of the limitation of information transmission, they can't be transmitted as freely as in the real universe." High-speed assault? Chin Mo nodded. "I really need it." AI Arue nodded, waiting for Chin Mo to agree. But Chin Mo shook his head. "It's enough to make a deal with a conspiracy group like you. I understand your good intentions, but I really don't need it." "What do you mean? You said you need it in the first sentence, and you said you really don't need it in the next sentence." AI Arue analyzed in his mind whether this contradictory statement was a problem with Chin Mo's thinking or a communication barrier between different races. Chapter 637. The reason why he doesn't need you is simple. Because he already has an ally who can be responsible for high-speed assault. The gate opened, and the heavy treading sound echoed in the bridge. Then a group of Space Marines stepped into the bridge. These Space Marines are completely different from those Space Marines sheltered by the Talon sector, and also different from the Ultramarines, who often cooperate with Talon. Their armor is painted white. I brought the white scars here. Yao En walked out from behind these white-armored space warriors, and saluted Chin Mo. Arrow was very surprised to see these white scar space warriors. Not to mention Arrow, even Chin Mo himself was quite surprised when he learned that the white scars were coming. The white scars did not participate in the war because they had already agreed with the Star District, nor did they appear to scare Arrow at a certain moment. This was an extremely sudden event. The news that the Tyrone Star District had come out in full force spread far and wide. When it was discovered that the Tyrone Navy really came out in full force as rumored, the White Scars Regiment contacted the Star District, hoping to participate in this military exploration of the Webway. Military exploration, this is the reason announced when the Star Zone mobilized on a large scale. As for why the White Scars wanted to join the military exploration, their motives are a mystery. After all, even the Ultramarines did not express anything when they learned that Tyrone was going to explore the Webway. How could the White Scars, who were far away from the Star Zone and had little contact before, suddenly jump out to cooperate? When the Star Zone asked the White Scars about their motives, they only gave one answer: don't ask why the wind is howling. From the White Scars asking the Star Zone whether they can cooperate, to Chin Mo's permission, the White Scars arrived at the Star Zone on the Dimensional Engine Transport ship and entered the Webway. The whole process took less than an hour, and it happened before Arrow came. Speed and efficiency are the characteristics of the White Scars. Doing something at lightning speed, catching the people of Talon who pursue speed and efficiency off guard. These are the men like the wind. Why are you here? Arrow knows a little about the white armored space marines. In the Archon's pre-planned plan, any space marine may join the war action in the Talon sector, but the white scars, who have no intersection with the sector, cannot. Don't ask why the wind is howling. The helmeted captain walked past Arrow and came to the tactical table on the bridge, because the wind will not answer you. Arrow looked unhappy, but he couldn't get angry. The plan to insert the conspiracy group into the human army failed, because the white scars replaced the strategic position that the conspiracy group could assume. The Archon said nothing, and motioned Li Sun to take him away. After the aliens left, Yao En, who brought the white scars to the bridge, walked to the tactical table. The guard asked the captain of the white scars, "Why did you come here? You can't tell others, but you can't tell me. Children have no mothers. It's a long story." As the voice rang out, the white scar captain standing beside the tactical table took off his helmet, revealing a face that Yao En was familiar with. It was Qin Yi. Seeing that the person under the captain's armor was his old friend, Yao En was obviously stunned for a moment. He was just considered to have dealt with the white scars, and was familiar with the character of the white scars warriors, so he was arranged to receive the guests, but he didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. The bridge gate opened again, and a white scar warrior with armor that was obviously more gorgeous than others stepped into the bridge and bowed to Qin Yi to report, "Khan, the company is ready." Qin Yi nodded, then held the helmet in his hand and looked at Qin Imo, bowing slightly. "Lord Tyrone, I brought a company of the white scars as a vanguard, and more white scars are on the way. My company's fighting style is a rapid assault like a storm. 12 of the 13 combat squads in this company can fight side by side with your soldiers. You are the company commander now?" Yao En was shocked. In the white scars, the title of Khan means company commander, just like the title of Wolf Lord in the Space Wolves. Qin Yi glanced at the startled Yao En, and acted very indifferent, as if he had forgotten his friendship with Yao En. This made Yao En feel a little lonely. "Why can't another combat team fight alongside my people?" Qin Imo asked. "Because the remaining combat team has a special mission." Qin Yi answered vaguely, without saying more. Qin Imo lowered his eyebrows and thought. At first glance, Bai Ba's sudden request to join the battle was very sudden and very strange. It's like the white scars suddenly have a Kara link with the Talons, and suddenly they have to share life and death and fight together. But think about the two key elements of white scars and webway together. Think about how the white scars pre-march rushed into the webway to rescue the humans, who were captured in Comoros, and has been missing until now. The answer is obvious. After thinking for a while, Qin Imo suddenly said to Qin Yi, "Your 13th team, the team that doesn't have to participate in the battle, can use the webway gate at will." Qin Yi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He did not understand where Qin Mo's kindness came from. After all, if they wanted to thank the white scars, the Tyrone people could just send a batch of weapons and equipment like they did to the Weepers. It was hard to link the webway gate with gratitude. Then Qin Yi realized that perhaps the regiment did not need to hide its intention to participate in the war from the Lord of Tyrone in front of him. Such a good intention, no need to thank you. Qin Yi bowed, then leaned over to look at the tactical table. The White Scars company commander saw at a glance where his company was needed to participate in the battle. Although the spatial coordinates of Comoros are very difficult to analyze, which limits the teleportation device, the army still has no problem teleporting on the surface of the city, but it cannot go deeper. However, the regular army has the support of the Iron Man as rumored. The front battlefield does not need the support of the White Scars for the time being, and even if the White Scars are put in, it will hardly be effective. Looking at the portal, only the Space Marines and a small number of Iron Men are fighting on the position there, ready to hold on until the portal belonging to the Talon Star Zone is established. "Let's join the battle in the core area of Comoros," Qin Yi suggested. "That's the best." Qin Imo nodded. "I will lead the troops in person, so don't worry, Governor." Qin Yi bowed again. Qin Imo returned the greeting and looked around. "Where is Prophet Uslan? Quickly activate the portal and send General Chen's headquarters to the battlefield." Uslan glanced at Qin Imo with a complicated look. Then the old prophet walked out of the bridge and went to the psychic portal connected to the Desiderian portal. Only he could use this thing, so it was naturally Uslan who had to send Qin Yi and his group to the battlefield. Qin Yi signaled his men to follow the prophet Uslan first, and he winked at Yao En. "I see him off." Yao En turned around and took Qin Yi away from the bridge. When the two of them left the bridge and walked in the empty corridor, Qin Yi, contrary to his cold attitude towards Yao En, put his arm around Yao En's shoulders. Yaoan shook off Chinye's arm and walked a few steps quickly. I thought your governor was very serious and was afraid that you would lose your composure in front of him and be punished, so it was really difficult to reminisce with you just now. Don't blame me, don't blame me. How do you think I'm wearing? This white armor, this red tassel, this decoration? Thanks to the motorcycle you gave me, I killed an alien warlord in the battle and became a company commander. Yaoan listened to Chinye's chatter all the way. When they were about to go to the portal to meet up with his subordinates and go to the battlefield, Chinye gradually became serious again. Yaoan gave Chinye a sincere warning. The aliens on the other side of the Comoros portal have things like razor fighters, you should be careful. Hee, what if there are razor fighters? It's not even 1,000th of the motorcycle you gave me. Chinye looked confident. What if there are so many aliens? I can kill them like killing a dog. Chapter 638. Locke. When will the teleportation device be built? Lando, the leader of the Burning Falcon, flew over the long path connecting to the Desiderian portal, landed next to the Iron Warrior and asked loudly. The portal used by the Dark Eldar is not stable. It is not stable even when connected to the portal built by the Arc Eldar. If you want to use this portal to send a larger force, you still have to wait for the teleportation device to be built. If the portal is located on the surface of Comoros, then shipborne teleportation can be done, but it is located inside the core of Comoros. Due to the disorder of the spatial coordinate data of the Webway city, it is not easy to teleport deep into the city. This is also the problem encountered by the Tyrone army on the edge of Comoros. Steel inside and out, man. The Iron Warrior named Locke looked at Lando. Have a heart of steel. Face everything calmly, don't worry. Locke has been doing his best to complete the task. His movements seem very fast, but because his expression is too calm, he looks unhurried. The front line has been pushed back, we need support. Lando urged with words that are almost like a roar. The battle at the portal has been going on for now, and the support sent by the Dark Eldar has arrived, so the Space Marines' advance is not so smooth. Indeed, with the help of the Tan Chronicler, the Space Marines can advance while water droplets with more power than nuclear bombs are constantly flying overhead. But the problem is that the Dark Eldar army has also been forced to use its assets. Antimatter rifles are something that almost everyone in the emotionless warrior legions transformed by the Haymonkey has. The Dark Eldar always claim that they are the heirs of the ancient Eldar Empire, and this is not just bragging, but they really inherited some of the legacy. Steel inside and out. Locke was still building the teleportation device quickly, and at the same time, he still had the attitude of, don't ask, just ask, it's all steel inside and out. Lando really had no choice but to look at the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors were leaning against the wall and panting. The warrior named Gunter had not recovered. If he was not sent out in time for more intensive treatment, I'm afraid he would die here. But the problem was that this broken teleportation portal based on psychic technology was one way. You can get in, but you can't get out. This is not because the Dark Eldar built a rubbish gate, but because the Arc Eldar and the Death Army have rubbish technology, because the portal connecting the portal was built by Uslan, and too much technology was lost, so they had to quickly build a makeshift one. Lando! Firepower unit! Quick! The voice of the Sons of Antaeus chapter master rang out in the communication channel. Lando patted Locke on the shoulder and flew into the sky. The Burning Falcon chapter master crossed the road leading to the portal, passed through the large ruins that had been captured by the Space Marines before, passed through a terrain that looked like a wilderness, and finally came to the battlefield where the battle was the most intense. The black hole thrown forward by the recorder presented a strange visual phenomenon of tearing space. Countless clone warriors created by the Haymonkey were wiped out, and only the psychic shields taken out by the Trueborn from the ancient warehouse protected the remaining people. The psychic shield released psychic energy that could distort reality, just like the obelisk and world harvester equipped with psychic distortion technology taken out by the Koron dynasty on Dead Zone 3. The principle was to neutralize the influence of the star god by introducing psychic energy, which inevitably aroused people's reverie. The blood clone soldiers and monsters of the blood clone soldiers, and the handmade clone surged up again. The recorder hid behind the battle line, while infinitely compressing the water droplets, and shouted loudly that someone would not die. Then those mentioned by the recorder's words would really avoid the antimatter ammunition or explosion for various reasons. But this effect is obviously limited. Flying over the battlefield, Lando saw the firepower unit mentioned by the son of Antaeus in the communication. It was a twisted monster arranged vertically, which looked like a chaos egg. 90% of their bodies were transformed into various heavy weapons, bombarding the direction of the Space Marines. The 3 blood orcs who controlled these monsters hid at the back of the twisted creations arranged vertically. Lando's mission was to deal with these firepower units. He dived towards the ground. But when he was about to approach those twisted creations, the information displayed on Lando's visor suddenly showed that there was a high-speed flying object approaching on the left. When Lando tried to react, the high-speed object had already grabbed Lando with its giant eagle-like claws and threw him out. At the moment of being thrown away, Lando saw that the giant eagle seemed to be transformed from something, and its original appearance was probably a female Eldar. Lando didn't know that he saw one of the 2 nightmares of the Dark City, Victor and the legendary Birdman, who kept killing people. The soldiers on the ground saw Lando flying across the sky, and the other burning falcons were also entangled in the fight with the alien air units. They could only hope to eliminate the firepower units of the Dark Eldar themselves. But the sudden arrival of reinforcements on the battlefield allowed the Space Marines to focus only on the enemies they were facing. The White Scars joined the battle. More than 100 hover bikes led by Qin rushed to the battlefield. As the Khan of the company, Qin led the way, driving the superbike given to him by Yao In all the way to the location of the alien firepower units. When those firepower units tried to eliminate the uninvited guests in front of them, Qin twisted the throttle, and a tailspin made the motorcycle turn quickly, drifting sideways towards those firepower units. This is not a difficult method of high-speed vehicle control. Even the blood orcs who saw Qin wondered where this guy got the courage from. Qin is not crazy or reckless. Since he dared to do this, he was sure that he would not die here. The extremely cool motorcycle accumulated energy while drifting horizontally. The words friendship and loyalty engraved on the left and right sides of the motorcycle flashed. Then, before being attacked, the motorcycle suddenly teleported and disappeared from the enemy's sight. When he appeared again, Qin drove the motorcycle to the back of the first twisted creature, pulled out the plasma pistol inserted in the motorcycle frame, and shot the twisted creature in the head. The motorcycle was still drifting sideways. When the plasma penetrated the head, which was obviously a weak point, the motorcycle teleported to the back of the next twisted creature. This was teleported 19 times in a row, and all the twisted creatures of the blood orcs that appeared on the battlefield as firepower units were headshot by plasma. Finally, the motorcycle drifted in front of the blood orcs, and Qin controlled the motorcycle's holographic panel twice. The rear shell of the motorcycle opened, and a compressible and extendable power guando was handed out by the mechanical arm. That was the same weapon as the power guando used by Qin Xia, the White Scar Khan, 10,000 years ago. Qin took the guando and jumped out of the car as the weapon gradually stretched out. He landed in front of the blood orcs and turned his body, and the blade swept past quickly. There was a sound of blood splashing, and the heads of the 3 blood orcs fell to the ground in unison. Breaking into the siege, killing the enemy and beheading them is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Qin raised the head and roared vigorously. The motorcycle automatically drove around a bend and teleported to Qin side, carrying its owner out of the siege of more and more enemies. Chapter 639. The White Scars, who are good at assault and pursuing speed, are evenly matched with the Dark Eldar. The alien army, that relied on their high-speed vehicles and numerical advantages to hold back the burning falcons, now fell into a stalemate with the human warriors when they encountered the White Scars. Qin drove the car that Yao An gave him on the battlefield, and turned the stalemate into an advantage for humans with his own strength. Just like the burning falcons, who had not yet encountered the alien reinforcements and had not gradually fallen into a disadvantage due to insufficient numbers. Tai Yatai? Qin shouted loudly while riding on a motorcycle. A company think tank and a commander of the Khan's guards, after hearing the shouts from the communication channel, they quickly led their team to Qin, the company commander. The entire company of White Scars gradually gathered in the battle, and then followed behind Qin, speeding on the rotten ground ravaged by various powerful weapons or attacks. They didn't need to communicate. Everyone knew what the company commander's goal was. Behind the Dark Elves, a larger psychic device was flashing white light. Although Qin did not join the battle at the beginning, and did not know what the book hiding behind the crowd that threw nuclear bombs and real universe astronomical wonders everywhere was, he could guess that the psychic device must be suppressing the effect of some powerful weapons. Otherwise, how to explain that the Dark Elves could come out safely from the influence of a small black hole? In front of the psychic device were thousands of cloned Elves warriors made by the Hey Monkey. Charge! Charge like a storm and thunder! Qin put down the guandao in his hand, and raised the long spear hanging on the other side of the motorcycle. If there is no special way to resist the firepower fire during the charge, this ancient tactic will definitely lead to death without a burial place. Fortunately, the think tank named Tayalyatai released a psychic barrier to protect everyone in the company. During the company's charge, Chinyi looked at Tayalyatai and nodded. Understood. Tayalyatai looked forward, took his hands off the motorcycle armrests, and pressed them on his head. I have seen the road to heaven. A psychic vortex appeared in front of the white scars. The white scars rushed into the vortex, and suddenly appeared from behind the psychic device, rushing straight into the Dark Eldar's line. Chinyi led his men to kill as many enemies as possible near the psychic device, while Tayalyatai jumped off the motorcycle, placed a vortex grenade on the psychic device, and then quickly jumped on the motorcycle to evacuate. The psychic device was safe and sound under the bombardment of various material forces, but was exiled by the vortex grenade of the same origin. Well done! The narrator applauded the heroic performance of these mortals, and then threw out the drop of water he had just compressed. A black hole the size of a planet exploded behind Chinyi and others. The urban structure of Comoros within millions of miles was torn apart and dragged by the tyrannical gravity. Even the Star Gladiator in Comoros, the best friend of the Prophet of the Death Army, and the arena of the cruel castle where Laylas had fought before were torn off Comoros in pieces, turning into fragments that rose into the sky. The mortal body was torn to pieces before it was pulled into the sky by the black hole. The white scars were protected by the recorder. They rode motorcycles and rushed towards the space marines with their backs to the black hole. The red battle robe behind Chinyi's power armor fluttered in the wind. The words friendship and loyalty engraved on the motorcycle shone brightly under the light. The gorgeous white armor of the Khan's guards flashed. There was light near them, indicating that the recorder did not apply his protection to individuals, but to a range. Thunder and Storm warriors rode on motorcycles, speeding towards the black hole with their backs. I really like these interesting creatures, humans, more and more. The narrator recorded this scene, ready to take it out and savor it at any time in the long years to come. Lando, whose power armor was almost broken, fell from the sky and looked at the huge book. What should we do next? Others also looked at the narrator. After a bloody battle, people habitually ask the most powerful warrior what to do next, because humans think that powerful people are also wise. However, this made the recorder panic and embarrassed. In the Talon sector, the star gods protected by the caster must abide by the rules. Not eating people casually is just the most basic rule, and they cannot accept believers. The star gods who like to be worshipped can only endure it, and their communication with mortals is limited to limited positive communication. Even from the perspective of pure strength, except for Saranoga, other star gods in the star sector cannot fight against the caster in a fragmented state. When all gods have their essence extracted by the caster, let alone any confrontation. The weak and simple pure sun god like the recorder is more honest and abides by the rules. The burner will kill people on the battlefield, and then arouse the size of the mortals of the Talon army to get satisfaction, but the recorder will not. The huge book floated between the space marines. I have recorded your deeds. But about what to do next? Why don't we ask the magical lord of Talon? My brother is dead. Near the portal, the Thunder Warriors gathered together. Gunter closed his eyes and lay in Bindis's arms. The other Thunder Warriors surrounded Gunter, holding his hands or putting their hands on his armor, mourning for this brave warrior. I'm sorry. The pharmacist of the son of Antaeus stood up and apologized to the Thunder Warriors. The portal is one way, otherwise we could send him to a better place and receive better treatment. Bindis said nothing and remained silent. This old warrior who had fought in the Terra Unification War was now extremely sad. He hugged Gunter's body, and kept recalling the figure of Gunter smiling and waving at him in the last few seconds of his life, when he was stalling for time. 10,000 years ago, Gunter, who stayed alone to stop the warlord's pursuit, was not like this. Although he also let his subordinates go first, he was obviously afraid and worried. He was not as free and calm as when he let his subordinates go first in front of Cain. At least pick him up first, so he can look decent, Bindis said to the pharmacist. The pharmacist squatted down and pressed Gunter's torn lower body against his upper body, and then the potion ingredients in Gunter's body would automatically repair his body. Steal inside and out. Lock came over. The teleporter has been repaired. Quick! The pharmacist shouted loudly. The Thunder Warriors also climbed up with their injured bodies. Gunter became the first Thunder Warrior to use the teleporter. He and his men were teleported to the flagship of the glorious humanity one after another. Chapter 640. The Thunder Warriors are teleporting. Let the prepared army teleport, for the Lord of Tyrone. Medical team. The 44th Infantry Regiment will enter the depths of Comoros first. Prophet Usling can rest for a while. The Leviathan mothership has sent a report that he, Death, has led the Iron Man and counter troops to teleport into the depths of Comoros. At the moment the teleportation device was turned on, the situation in the bridge was a little chaotic. The heroes who opened the portal earlier, the Thunder Warriors, were first sent to the Bridge of the Glory Humanity. The medical officer in charge of further treatment called the medical team and rushed over as quickly as possible to carefully check the Thunder Warriors inside and out. This was originally an emergency step. It was used to inject the pharmacist's medicine into the Thunder Warriors in a dying state and then transport them over to rescue them. But when this step was actually implemented, it was found that the Thunder Warriors were in much better condition than expected. Except for a Thunder Warrior, who looked obviously older and lost both legs. The more serious problem is that this Thunder Warrior not only lost his legs, his upper and lower bodies were sewn together. This means that he was torn in two before. The medical officer and the medical team immediately put the older Thunder Warrior on a stretcher and transported him to the emergency treatment cabin on the ship. At this time, in addition to the Thunder Warrior who had just been transferred, the senior Navy officials and the medical staff, Chin Mo, and the Mimic were also in the bridge. Before the medical staff transported the seriously injured away, Chin Mo went forward to check the situation. Just now at the portal, the potion injected by the pharmacist of the son of Antaeus did not work. His legs were not repaired, and the blood did not resume flowing. Only a trace of mercury-like substance was repairing the broken parts of the upper and lower body of the Thunder Warrior in vain. This means that the part of the power in the potion that belongs to Aisha did not work. This person has been sacrificed for a while. Chin Mo signaled the medical team not to send him for treatment. Hearing the opinion of Lord Talon, the medical team stopped. Bindis on the side stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, can Gaunt still be saved?" He had asked the pharmacist of the son of Antaeus this question before, and got an ambiguous answer. Yes, he can be saved. Chin Mo nodded very confidently. It is actually very simple to save this Thunder Warrior named Gaunt. As long as this person's soul has not passed through the curtain between the real universe and the subspace after leaving the body, the scholar can pull back Gaunt's soul, and then let Aisha use the power of the God of Life to forcibly merge the soul and the body into one. Considering that not much time has passed since the portal was opened, it is still in time. Send him back to the webway in the star zone by shuttle. Chin Mo ordered the medical staff. The medical staff nodded and immediately prepared to drag Gunter's huge body, but they found that they could not do it. It was not because the Thunder Warrior's body was too heavy. In fact, every medical staff member was wearing a medical-type power armor, so dragging the Space Marine was not a problem. The reason why he could not drag was because Bindis stretched out his hand and pressed down the steel body. "Sir?" The medical officer looked at Bindis in astonishment. "Forget it." Bindis shook his head. "Let him die peacefully." Everyone present could not understand. Bindis repeated again, "Let him die. Unless you are his direct relative, you have no right to make a decision for this person," the medical officer said. Bindis looked down at Gunter's face, reached out, and held the old commander's hand. Gunter has no direct relatives, but he has subordinates who have fought with him since the Terra Unification War. Do you think that tens of thousands of years of friendship are enough for me to make a decision for him? There was only one reason why Bindis suddenly changed his mind. That was that he recalled the scene before Gunter's death. At that time, Gunter was lying on the ground, holding Kane's foot with one hand and stabbing Kane's leg with a weapon in the other hand. Then, he was lifted up by Kane and torn apart. At that time, Gunter just looked at Bindis, smiled, and waved his hand. That scene did not look like a soldier before his death, but rather like a farewell to an old friend. Relaxed, comfortable, and a smile of relief. There was a trace of worry in his eyes about how the living could survive. "A glorious death," Bindis murmured. He faced the pursuers alone. He chased after them even when his body was broken, challenged an alien god, and was eventually killed by this alien god. This is an enviable glorious death. Hearing this, the medical officer looked at Gunter's face. The dead man's expression was very calm, and it didn't look like he died in battle, but rather like he left peacefully in his sleep. The peaceful expression formed a sharp contrast with the horrible and hideous wounds on his body. There are some things Bindis didn't say. When Kane nearly killed him with a sword, Bindis saw Gunter. He was very surprised. He never thought Gunter would crawl over to save his life. Gunter fought against the pursuers alone. With his character, he should have died gloriously at that time. Or he could lie in a corner after Kane cut off his legs, waiting for death to come. Judging from the wounds on his body, he didn't need to wait long. But he still. Crawling is humiliating in itself, which is why Gunter hates his disability. lying on the ground with one hand holding the enemy's feet and the other hand making meaningless attacks. When facing the looting teams of warlords, those powerless civilians did this. Gunter endured it all. Out of selfish emotions, Bendis just wanted to make Gunter alive, no matter how furious he was after finding out that he was alive and lost the chance of a glorious death. Bendis wanted him to be alive, because in this way Gunter would accompany him to face this cold and cruel universe. Out of emotion, Bendis didn't want Gunter to come back to life. When a Thunder Warrior was old and disabled, he got a rejuvenation potion and became a powerful warrior again. Then he opened a portal to help humans attack the aliens and intercepted the pursuers alone. He even challenged the alien gods. In the end, he died in the hands of the alien gods with a human body. What a glory! So many Thunder Warriors didn't have such a heroic ending as Gunter. Some died in a rebellion against the Lord of Thunder. Some died at the hands of Astartes. Some, like Usotin, died at the hands of the commander of the Imperial Guard, Valder. Some lived to death in the caves of Terra. Neither the desolation nor the sharpness from the former fighting partners should be the ending of a Son of Thunder. If Gunter wakes up like this, he will never have such a glorious death as thunderous as thunder. Do as he says. Shin Mo ordered the medical officer. Thunder Warriors are not from the Star Zone. They do not need to be restricted by the medical laws of the Star Zone. The medical officer nodded and signaled the medical staff to seal Gunter's body and wait for his subordinates to decide where to bury him in the future. Chapter 641. People come and go in the bridge. Bendis and his old friends sit in a corner, mourning for Gaunt, and constantly recalling the life of this great warrior, trying to engrave it in their minds forever and never forget it. Physical destruction is not true death, but being forgotten, and then the last trace left in reality is erased. The Thunder Warriors were transformed later than the Astartes and the Custodes, so they are more humane, and it is difficult for them not to be sad for the death of their companions. The corner where Bendis and the others were was a sad corner filled with sadness. No one woke them up, asking them to go somewhere else on the ship to grieve instead of wasting time on the bridge. No one tried to persuade them to cheer up, because no one knew how to persuade those soldiers who had lived for tens of thousands of years and were like living historical documents. They just sat there, silent. Others could do nothing but cast a glance. The war could not stop just because someone died. The bridge quickly returned to its previous busyness, with various reports and information flowing into or out of the bridge. I just realized it. The mimic standing next to Shin Mo heard this, and looked at Shin Mo curiously, wondering what interesting things he suddenly found. Then, under the mimic's gaze, Shin Mo exclaimed, I just realized that this is a low-profile version of the war in heaven. The mimic looked at the battlefield image displayed on the tactical table. Among the many battlefield images, the only one that fits Shin Mo's statement is the battle on the other side of the Desiderian portal. The Space Marines fought side by side with the Army and Iron Man, who had just been teleported over after blowing up the portal. There was even a star god fighting behind them. A complete star god. On the battlefield, black holes, singularities, nuclear explosions, these things that were not particularly common even in the Apocalypse War were now everywhere. On the alien side, antimatter rifles were already in large-scale deployment, and grenades that could create a large-scale subspace rift by throwing them randomly were flying everywhere. The ancient Ida Empire heritage that had been hidden in Comoros for many years was almost fully activated. The battlefield has been destroyed, and the armies of both sides use various methods to stay on the newly created terrain. Although the current Dark Eldar are just a bunch of bastards whose lives are as cheap as weeds and twisted as maggots, their ancestors were not. One of the Dark Eldar Haymonkey holds a rifle in his hand, which can directly generate battlefield terrain that is beneficial to them out of thin air. Unless this person is beheaded by the Space Marines, as long as he is not dead and the trigger of the rifle is still pulled, the armies of both sides will have a battlefield that will never be destroyed. Even the Recorder is creating his own battlefield, using the materials that can be manipulated to shape large plains or mountains. The two terrains are constantly alternating, like a cycle of copying and pasting. In this case, the war has exceeded the physiological cognition of the combatants on both sides, and even the Space Marines are dizzy on the ever-changing battlefield. That rifle. The rifle that creates terrain. The mimic points to the battlefield. This shows one thing. The ancient spirits are very good at maintaining their combat effectiveness even when the terrain is extremely damaged. After listening to the mimic's words, Shin Mo thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This war is a beggar's version of the war in heaven. The information it presents is very important, because it allows people today to get a glimpse of how the war in heaven was fought back then. Shin Mo has always been curious about one thing. If the star gods are the masters of the real universe, they seem to be omnipotent. In fact, it seems that they are indeed omnipotent now. After all, being able to compress a drop of water into a black hole is enough for a mortal civilization to exhaust countless energy, and countless years to do it. What kind of energy and material utilization ability is this? So how did the psychic races such as the Old Saints and the Eldar, who used the warp, but could not live in the warp without leaving the real universe, and who achieved the situation like now where the warp gods and the real universe creatures each occupy one domain and oppose each other, fight against the Necron's army led by the star god, now? This war is also a glimpse of the leopard. The real universe matter will be controlled by the star god, just like the weak chicken, like the recorder can easily rub a black hole with a drop of water. If real matter is used in combat, the weapons in the hands of the ancient saints and the Eldar will be controlled or crushed by the star god. As a psychic race, the ancient saints and the Eldar need to create matter that is not controlled by the star god. This may be the reason why the material of spirit bone was developed. It can be concluded that during the war in heaven, the ancient saints, the Eldar and other descendants of the ancient saints were all seeking to fight or produce without the basis of the real universe. Chinemo thought about all this, and then thought of the green skin. The greenskins were not like this during the war in heaven. They were all as tall as the Primarchs, and their power of thought was not as uncontrollable as it is now. The powerful technology of the ancient saints was written into the gene sequence of the greenskins, and the greenskins could complete the transformation from primitive civilization to space civilization in a short period of time. And the power of thought was definitely stronger in the hands of the ancient orcs than it is now. Perhaps it is really possible to make extremely sophisticated advanced weapons with a pile of scrap metal. If the weapon itself violates the rules of the real universe and is stitched together with scrap metal and psychic energy, its existence is completely based on psychic energy, then this kind of weapon will not be interfered by the star god. Look at that psychic device. Chinemo suddenly pointed at the image. The device that could protect humans from the black hole, like the recorder did before, was now brought up by the Dark Eldar. Although he knew nothing about psychic energy, Chinemo could guess that the principle of that thing seemed to be to increase the psychic energy content. This was equivalent to the function of the black stone obelisk, and the device looked black and was also made of black stone. I thought of our war with the Koron dynasty on Dead Zone number 3. Mimic said. I thought of that too. Chinemo nodded. In the war that broke out on Dead Zone 3, the two powerful war machines used by the overlord of the Koron dynasty were Obelisk and World Harvester. They were both equipped with Blackstone technology, which amplified the psychic power of Dead Zone 3 to the extreme, thereby weakening the star god's control over reality. Chinemo still remembered that he had to work hard to kill the World Harvester. Although the thing was a war machine during the War of Heaven, and was used in the war between the ancient saints and the star gods, its strength was a bit too high. After thinking about it, Chinemo felt that it was not the World Harvester's high strength, but the Blackstone technology carried by the World Harvester that greatly increased the impact of psychic power. Chapter 642. Our enemies are not just the toys created by the reptiles in front of us. Necrons are also our enemies. And they are powerful enemies. Mimicry murmured meaningfully. Chinemo once again agreed. He thought of another question of his own. That is, how did Necron succeed in attacking Star God after the war in heaven? This seems incredible. If Necrons are representatives of advanced races in the material universe, then the weapons they use based on the laws of physics cannot be effective in the process of attacking Star God. Even if the Star Gods at that time were in civil war, weak, arrogant, and underestimated the enemy. Even if the Necrons were determined to take revenge at that time. But what cannot be done cannot be done. Using weapons created based on physical laws that can be arbitrarily twisted by the Star Gods to crush the Star Gods is more outrageous than using a piece of tofu to kill an Astartes. At least a piece of frozen tofu can really be used to kill an Astartes if it is a god player, because frozen tofu can be blessed as a weapon. Think of the world harvesters used by the Koron dynasty before, the technology used on the tomb obelisk, and the tactics of increasing psychic power that are incompatible with the painting style of the Necrons. The Necrons' tool for revenge should be psychic power, which is the psychic power that forced the Void Dragon, the representative of technology and combat power among the Star Gods, to develop Blackstone technology and repair Blackstone obelisks everywhere. The war we are fighting is an extension of the war in heaven. The Mimic suddenly sighed. It had this idea a long time ago. From the perspective of the Star God, the battle between humans and chaos, and various aliens, is not a battle for the continuation of the race, for the growth and prosperity, but an extension of the war in heaven. The star god is still fighting the war in heaven. So, Chi-Nemo looked at the mimic. The mimic looked at the vast void outside the porthole and slowly turned his head. So we should be mentally prepared, that is, one day the Necrons and the Eldar will unite to deal with us. Chi-Nemo thought about the crazy people in the Necrons and felt that this was impossible. But then he thought about it again and felt that it was possible. After the war in heaven, as the final winner of the entire war, the Necrons fell into a deep sleep. Then the losing side, the Eldar created by the ancient saints, grew and developed in the galaxy. The former did not do anything to the latter after the victory. After the former fell into hibernation, the latter did not go around digging graves and killing it while it was sick. Perhaps the two sides had already cooperated. In any case, all races look like they are about to die. Chi-Nemo shook his head slowly, indicating that mimicry didn't need to make such a pessimistic assumption. Besides, in the process of the Necrons' revenge on the Star God, not all Necrons were full of hatred towards the Star God because they were transformed by living bodies. Do you remember what the recorder said? That the Casa dynasty really ascended to immortality through the backdoor opened by the Forger? Perhaps only a small disagreement is enough to start a civil war among the Necrons. Perhaps we don't need to use anything. The Silent King who once destroyed the General Control Agreement will realize how wrong his decision was, because there is already a Storm King in the Necrons who opposes him. Hearing this, the mimicry felt relieved. After becoming relatively complete, the mimicry can have most of the characteristics of the things it has transformed into. It even feels that it has a heart. The recorder once told Chi-Nemo privately that even if the mimicry is 100% complete, it will not become a real human being like him, because all this is just a disguise that even the mimicry itself cannot pierce. During the war in heaven, it could disguise itself as a ruler in the ancient saint society through this extreme transformation, and then help the star gods achieve a victory that no matter how many burners there were, they could not achieve through killing and tyranny. But a pure star god, what kind of real humanity does he need? Let's focus on the current situation first. Chi-Nemo put his hand on the mimic's shoulder and patted it gently. Let Nyadra, Magladros, and Saranoga use the teleportation device to support the battle on the other side of the portal. Just like the communication between the two just now, Mimic conveyed the order to the three star gods through the communication method between star gods. Then the three star gods, Burner, Void Dragon, and Outer One, withdrew from the wanton destruction in the edge of Comoros and went to the portal to join the battle with the recorder. Another complete star god and two powerful star god fragments joined the battle, and the situation immediately reversed. The defense line of the Dark Eldar, who dug out the ancestral stuff from the ground, could no longer hold up. Although the Burners and Void Dragons were only fragments, they could not compress a black hole with a drop of water in a little more time like the Chroniclers, but their fighting methods were far more sophisticated than the Chroniclers. The Void Dragons could instantly create armor and weapons for the Iron Men and human troops that the Dark Eldar could not match, allowing even the most ordinary Tyrone army soldier to fight the Dark Eldar witches in close combat. Countless materials came from the human empire looted by the Dark Eldar in the Comoros city, whether it was money, decorations, antiques, or anything else. In short, as long as it existed, it would be extracted by the Void Dragons and instantly shaped into extremely powerful weapons of destruction. The burner precisely controls the energy, creating an explosion of intense energy on every molecule and atom, which is presented in the form of tiny sparks everywhere. Even if there are psychic devices that interfere with material forces, they can only allow the elite troops of the Dark Eldar to hold on for a while longer when they are ignited by the ubiquitous sparks. Just like the defensive weapons in the city of Gamora, the psychic devices taken from the deepest part of Gamora protect the descendants of the ancient Eldar. The Dark Eldar who hate psychic energy have to use psychic energy to deal with the master of the material universe. But when Saranoga began to exert its power as another complete star god, the last advantage of the Dark Eldar was also wiped out. The Dark Eldar in the entire space fell into madness. Their logic was stripped from their minds, and everything in front of them was chaotic and empty. They felt that they were in the past and the future at the same time, in reality and illusion at the same time, and in their sanity and madness at the same time. They killed each other. The psychic device that protected them was destroyed by their own hands. And all this was just a look from the outsider Saranoga, on a battlefield that was constantly collapsing and rebuilding. In the crazy roars and wails of the Dark Eldar, Space Marines, Iron Men, and Tyrone army, they walked in the ubiquitous flames. Sparks that were enough to shatter matter at the microscopic level splashed on their flesh and armor, but they were not affected. Saranaga's horrible whispers kept echoing in their ears, and every syllable in the whispers was enough to shatter and glue the will of these mortal bodies countless times, enough to destroy the logic modules of the Iron Men, but they rationally felt that they should not listen to those whispers. Their will and thinking logic were strengthened to the point where they could resist all temptations. In the flames that burned the enemy to ashes in an instant, in the whispers that made the enemy collapse and kill each other, the human warriors and Iron Men wore the armor and weapons that had just been suddenly created and advanced on the ruins that could not be seen at a glance. Although the area that was completely captured in front of them might not even be a drop in the ocean in the incredibly huge Webway city, the Dark Eldar had lost the possibility of victory, which meant that they had actually lost the entire Kimura. Chapter 643. Goddess Aisha wants to see you. When Shin-Emo was observing the powerful destructive power displayed by the star gods and humans fighting side by side, a report forced him to divert his attention from the war and focus on a difficult guy. Let her in. Shin-Emo responded to the AI assistant in the bridge. The gate opened, and Aisha, wearing a subspace shadow device, walked in. The goddess lowered her head, walked slowly with small steps, one hand clasping the fingers of the other hand, and seemed extremely entangled and hesitant. Aisha was also brought to join the battle. There was only one reason to bring her here, and that was to prevent the souls of the participants from being eaten by Slaanesh along with the souls of the Dark Eldar. This was just a worry, a possibility, but it would not necessarily happen. Just like the reason why Slaanesh had not been able to jump out and cause trouble even though the war in the Dark City had been going on until now. Comrak was built deep in the Webway, and if the Webway was complete and had no hidden dangers, then the existence in the warp could only be extremely angry under extremely angry circumstances. Comoros was once invaded by demons, but there were reasons for that. After the Dark Eldar demons invaded, they solved the cause of the demon invasion, cleaned up, and continued to live in Comoros. This behavior itself gave the Dark Eldar courage due to the safety of the Webway. It has to be admitted that the best way to deal with psychic power is still psychic power, or something related to psychic power. Just like the Void Dragons used the black stone that made up the Vol amulet to deal with psychic power, the Webway created by the super psychic race of the ancient saints is indeed very powerful. It does not contain any real universe matter, is 100% psychic, and is 100% resistant to psychic power. As for the subspace shadow on Aisha, this new technology developed based on the subspace psychic matrix entity can indeed isolate psychic energy to a certain extent, but it is just a placebo for Aisha. Just like before the battle, Shin-Emo said to Aisha, "We star gods have gone to fight Comoros. Talon's reinforced reality structure will be weakened, and then guess what will happen to you." This sentence, like the shadow device, is a reason to encourage Aisha to relax and follow. Goddess of Life. As soon as you appear, the atmosphere of the entire bridge is full of vitality. Knowing that Aisha loves to cry, Shin-Emo always faces Aisha with an amiable attitude to prevent himself from being drowned by the soul stone. Shin-Emo is not flattering Aisha. As soon as Aisha appears, the atmosphere of the entire bridge is indeed different. Even the sad Thunder Warriors sitting in the corner raised their heads and began to pay attention to what was happening around them. Aisha saluted respectfully at first, as usual, and then she was silent. It was Aisha who came to me. She must have something to say, so she should have continued to talk, but she didn't. She lowered her head and picked her fingers, and the words of hesitation and entanglement seemed to be written on Aisha's face. "You must not have heard of the teachings of Lord Talon." Shin-Emo shook his head helplessly. "If you have something to say, just say it. You know I can't see through the thoughts of the Eldar, let alone the thoughts of you, the Eldar God. I want to collect the souls of my children." Aisha hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke frankly. "Of course, you don't need to ask me to do this." Shin-Emo agreed very quickly, making Aisha nod first, and then realize that there was something wrong with the speed. What Aisha didn't know was that this was also one of the reasons why Shin-Emo brought her here. The Eldar are highly bound to Slaanesh. The reason why the Dark Eldar are extremely afraid of death is very simple, because once they die, their souls will fall into the hands of Slaanesh. If a human dies in the Webway, their soul may still linger for a while, but the Eldar cannot. If the result of this war is that Slaanesh gets a good meal, Shin-Emo would rather not start a war. "So, I can use the soul stone to collect the souls of my children?" Aisha asked again tentatively. Shin-Emo nodded to indicate yes, but added a condition. "The soul stone will be properly preserved by me." Aisha nodded. The Goddess of Life did not expect that she could still keep the souls of her children with her, but just hoped that they would not be devoured by Slaanesh. Aisha has a very clear understanding of her current situation. Of the Eldar gods, except for the fragmented Cain, Zalago, and herself, all others are gone. including the god King Assyrian and Aisha's husband, the hunting god Kunos. And Aisha's followers, apart from the Aisha Prayer Arc World, are Zalego and the Ice Star Mass Troop, who want to rescue her from Nurgle. It is unknown whether the latter still exists. Aisha knew that she had no one to rely on, she was not good at fighting, and she would never be free, because Nurgle and Slaanesh were watching her, waiting for the moment when she came out of their protection. What else could she expect in such a situation? You are a rational person. Aisha saluted again. She was very glad that the human and star god leaders in front of her were not blinded by anger and hatred, and did not want these Dark Eldars to be completely destroyed. I am a profit-seeking person. Chi Nimmo shook his head. After becoming the ruler of a star zone, I found that I was getting better at answering multiple-choice questions, which is to choose a less rotten apple from 2 rotten apples. By the way, do you know what apple I'm talking about? No. I don't know, but it sounds like a kind of food. Correct. Chi Nimmo chatted with Aisha for a few more words, and then found an excuse for Aisha to return to the Celestial Engine. The Celestial Engine has 2 star gods, the Deceiver and the Nightbringer, sitting in charge. Although the latter would scare Aisha, at least she is absolutely safe on the Celestial Engine. When Aisha was about to go back to lead the children's souls, Chi Nimmo suddenly stopped her and asked a question that needed to be solved urgently by the alien school in the Star Zone. Do you think the dark relatives of the Arc Eldar are the heirs of the ancient Eldar? Chi Nimmo wanted to know what this god thought, which was also a help to the scholars in the Star Zone. Aisha thought carefully for a long time, and then answered ambiguously, yes. Yes. Chi Nimmo nodded. He could feel that Aisha was actually quite sure. The Dark Eldar like to torture people, and the ancient Eldar Empire may not be without this hobby. It seems that except for the hostility to psychic power, and the servile worship of Cain, who once wanted to kill all the Eldar, there is no difference between them and the ancient Eldar. After checking the answer with Aisha, Chi Nimmo no longer had any personal problems, but there might be some problems with the Thunder Warriors. Bindis. This goddess of life can save your commander. If you regret your decision just now you have a chance to regret it. Hearing this, Bindis looked at his other comrades, and they all shook their heads. Can you try to contact the soul of the dead? Chi Nimmo thought it would be better to let Gunter make his own decision. So Aisha tried it, and then responded angrily. Let me rest in peace. Get out of here, you alien. He told me so. Chapter 644. After the goddess of life left, Bindis stood up and walked to the tactical table to observe all the battlefields in the entire war. Let's go down and fight, Bindis asked. Don't use people to death. Chi Nimmo refused without hesitation. You should rest first. When he heard the word rest, Bindis remembered that he didn't know how long he hadn't rested. Thinking carefully, the time was not very long, but considering the high-intensity battles during this period, he was still very tired. It's not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Gaunt is dead. All those who were prepared to die gloriously like Gaunt did not die gloriously. Will his soul return to the Golden Throne? Bindis suddenly asked. I heard from those Astartes that the dead will return to the Golden Throne. This is just a question that does not require a definite answer, but Chi Nimmo did not give an answer immediately. Chi Nimmo is not sure whether humans will return to the Golden Throne. Vanessa once said no. But Chi Nimmo also knew that some people were indeed taken away by the Emperor, such as Captain Garo 10,000 years ago. But if it is said that it will happen, then if Cadia falls, Abaddon will insult the loyalists by saying, the Cadians are suffering in the warp, and if they can be freed by the death of the Emperor, they will shoot without hesitation. But Abaddon's words are fun to listen to. His father also said that the Emperor wanted to use humans to ascend to the gods, but the Emperor was the one who was unwilling to become the Dark Lord and ascend to the gods. However, the soul returning to the Golden Throne often mentioned by ordinary people does not really mean going to the Emperor after death. From the perspective of language itself, it is auspicious words, such as the Emperor's peace and the Emperor's happiness. However, Chi Nimmo did not think about it for too long, because no matter whether the Emperor would protect human souls, his human nature indirectly contributed to the birth of a place to accommodate human souls by helping to develop the psychic matrix. In the subspace entity composed of the psychic matrix, a part of the power of the Sea of Souls was used to build a habitat. In that cold and terrifying subspace, the cold sun will pull the souls of all the dead and put them into the soul habitat. Once the soul habitat is born, it exists in the past, present, and future at the same time. The cold sun before may not care about the protection of human souls because of its own inability to unify its will, or maybe he doesn't want to protect them at all, or his brilliance will burn the fragile souls of mortals. Shin Mo couldn't answer Bendis whether humans would go to the Golden Throne after death. But he could tell Bendis with certainty. After human beings die, they will have a habitat in the subspace. The light of the cold sun will guide the soul into the habitat, and then the soul will be reshaped in the subspace and return to the real universe, achieving an effect similar to reincarnation. This is based on the psychic matrix, based on the Emperor's humanity and his other wills, and the benefits of the subspace entity created by the psychic matrix created by Shin Mo. Shin Mo once followed scholars into the subspace and admired the masterpieces created by himself and the Emperor. Then he saw the souls of some Thunder Warriors who died in the Unification War 10,000 years ago in the habitat. The souls of people at that time were all taken in and protected, not to mention now. Yes. Shin Mo nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. Then I have nothing to worry about. Bendis smiled. I helped you open the portal. Shouldn't you give me some benefits? Shin Mo nodded to Bendis, indicating that he could make any request. Become the governor of a world, yes. Repair genetic defects, yes. Immortality, yes. This warrior deserves all gifts. Let us go to the most dangerous battlefield. Let our Thunder Warriors face the most dangerous enemies. Let us die with honor, just like Gunter. This is the reward we need. Bendis made the request calmly. Shin Mo was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes. Lord Telone pointed to a Dark Eldar conspiracy group's habitat on the tactical table. As long as you nod, I will send you there immediately. You will face the enemy alone until you die in battle. Hearing this, Bendis's old friends came up, which was exactly what they wanted. I won't stop you from doing anything, but I will give you some advice. Shin Mo withdrew his hand and led the Thunder Warriors to the giant porthole of the bridge and looked at the war-torn Comoros with them. The aliens living in this dark city are only the most insignificant of the many threats faced by the human species, because the dark relatives of the Eldar can pose no threat to the Empire except for looting. There are more powerful enemies in the galaxy. I don't quite understand your thinking, but I think warriors like you shouldn't die at the hands of a group of pirates. Listening to Shin Mo's words, Bendis ignored them. Could it be that the Thunder Warriors, who have survived the Unification War, don't understand these great principles? Shin Mo's preaching is meaningless. Because the Thunder Warriors have long believed that they should not live, and it is a blessing to die with honor instead of dying in the gutter. All these ideas stem from the Thunder Warriors' cognition. We are just a group of failures who have survived until now. Bendis said in a cold tone, as if he was talking about something irrelevant to him. We were created for the Unification War. When the Unification War is over, our mission is over, and our mission of loyalty to the Lord of Thunder is also over, just as he cleaned us up. The Thunder Warriors' thoughts are the same as Bendis's. This has long been the consensus of the six of them. You are right. Shin Mo had to admit this iron fact, but it's not because you were deliberately shaped like this, but because the people who shaped you are very anxious. What Shin Mo said is that the Emperor is very anxious. From the beginning of the Unification War to the end when he sat on the Golden Throne, if you have to use one word to summarize it, it is anxious. Before the birth of a more stable Astartes, someone must quickly resolve the Unification War. Because of his anxiety, the Emperor even built a section of the webway himself, just to complete the webway plan quickly. In fact, your defects are not irreversible. All it takes is a few transcendent beings born from the Big Bang, plus a biological and psychic technology expert who wants to make up for the people he has hurt. Then your defects will disappear, and you will even have advantages that the Astartes do not have. Because you are pure genetic engineering creations, completely different from warriors created by biological and psychic engineering. Chapter 645. In fact, your flaws are not irreversible. In fact, your flaws are not irreversible. This sentence kept echoing in Bendis's ears, like the aftermath of thunder. Bendis's first reaction was shock, and his second reaction was disbelief. No one knows the Thunder Warrior's own flaws better than him, and that is an irreversible flaw. Bendis and his team did not try to save themselves. After a long time of subspace navigation, they arrived at the Calixis Star Zone and met the Makwa merchant dynasty. The former head of the roving merchant family of the Makwa merchant dynasty was very interested in the Thunder Warriors. He wanted to help the Thunder Warriors solve their own defects, but he spent his old age and countless gold and silver and still failed to do it. Lisanne did more than her father. She even found the alien prophet, the homunculus of Comoros, and even contacted a white-haired traitor warrior in purple armor, but they were all helpless. The homunculus commented on the Thunder Warriors, an overstandard war consumable. The Thunder Warrior has been positioned as an excellent weapon, but if its creator tries to create a super warrior who can shoulder the burden of conquering the stars within the human race, then the Thunder Warrior project will undoubtedly fail, Because conquering the stars requires more than just strong combat power. You said that our defects can be reversed. Bindis spoke with difficulty. You mean reversal, not using drugs to keep us alive, right? Without a doubt. Chin Imo nodded. The Thunder Warriors are the creations of the Thunder Lord, and the Thunder Lord is now sitting on the golden throne. If he does it personally. No, I see that you have some partners or subordinates, who are obviously not mortals. Their biotechnology may be more advanced than the Thunder Lord. Halfway through the questioning, Bindis answered the question himself. Chin Imo looked at Bindis and said in his heart, maybe it would be more optimistic, that is, the Star God and the human side of the Emperor cooperate. Letting the Emperor personally improve the hastily made products he once made was not a blank check that Chin Imo wrote to Bindis. After learning that there were Thunder Warriors fighting bloody battles in Comoros, the human side of the Emperor possessed by Vanessa said that if the Thunder Warriors could survive, he would personally improve these Thunder Warriors. The new Thunder Warriors will not be named Thunder Warriors. Because their past mission has been completely ended, after rebirth, they will fight for the future of the entire human race with a new identity, rather than for a certain monarch or a certain ruler. As for whether the human side of the Emperor has the ability to improve the Thunder Warriors, the Emperor did not participate in the war against Gamora. Now he is running around in the Star Zone as before, but he is the Emperor anyway. The split at the will level only involves personality, performance, and psychic strength, but the knowledge that the Emperor has studied and researched is still remembered by him. What's more, there is the assistance of the Star Gods. I said I will not force you or make any choice for you. I will just say what I should say. The choice is yours. Chin Imo invited Bindis to make the final decision. Hearing this, Bindis looked at the tactical table. There were fierce battlefields everywhere, and the battlefields waiting for the battle to begin. It was not difficult to find a battlefield where a glorious death would be ushered in. But reversing the defects and continuing to fight, like the Astartes, this choice was also tempting. Finally, when Bindis withdrew his eyes from the tactical table and looked at the other Thunder Warriors, he had made a decision at this moment. We will continue to fight for humanity. For humanity. The Thunder Warriors all made their decision. Except for Gunter, who had already sacrificed, the remaining 5 Thunder Warriors would become the first batch of experimenters of the rebirth plan, and then they would continue to fight for humanity until the moment they died. As for Gunter, although Chin Imo had never been with this person, he could analyze from the soul dialogue between Aisha and Gunter, as well as the various information provided by the Thunder Warriors, who were very familiar with Gunter, that even if the Thunder Warriors could be reborn, Gunter would not want to be resurrected again. Bindis has a deeper understanding of Gunter, and he doesn't think Gunter wants to continue to live in any form. In the long years of inseparable companionship, Bindis has a deep understanding of his old superior, a man who lives for death. When Gunter became an officer of Bindis's group of Thunder Warriors in the Terra Unification War, he was asked what his dream was, and his answer was, a spectacular death. Then Gunter shared his only treasure, the storage device that stored the story of the ancient warrior, and happily told his subordinates how wonderful the glorious death of that warrior was. Those who wish to die are already dead, and it is impolite to force them to work overtime. But Gunter, who entered the abode of human souls in the Sea of Souls, will be like other human souls living there, and may fight for the survival of the human species again at some point in the future or the past. Fighting against the enemies of the real universe is a difficult task, and even the soul of a dead person can find his place and play his role in this difficult task. Take these old warriors to rest. When Chin Imo finished speaking to the empty space, the gate of the bridge opened, and the route to the residence was guided out in the form of a projected route. The Thunder Warriors who found their target again left with their heads held high, and the long-extinguished fire in their hearts was rekindled again. After watching the Thunder Warriors leave, Chin Imo asked the AI in the bridge that was calculating a large amount of war data, "What are the scholars doing?" "Fighting side by side, with heat death, in the 4th quadrant of Comoros." The AI's answer was very cold and concise. At the same time, a picture was presented in front of Chin Imo. It showed a large number of coordinate areas in the entire Comoros that were forcibly classified by AI, and in one of the areas, the Iron Man named Scholar was fighting side by side with his Iron Man compatriot Heat Death. The Dark Eldar were now forced into a corner, and they still made some effective resistance. For example, they threw the ban on psychic power behind their heads, and let the most elite warriors use the psychic power assets left by their ancestors to deal with the most terrifying Iron Man troops. The Scholar was assisting Heat Death in decapitating the users of those ancient Eldar weapons. Call the Scholar back. Also, let Heat Death withdraw from the front battlefield and take the infiltration-type Iron Man to find Victor's location. Chapter 646. The Lower Secret Room of the Glorious Human Flagship. In this secret room with only 4 black walls and strange waves, the scholar sat cross-legged on the ground. Chi Nemo stood beside the scholar and waited quietly. Soon, a vague human figure gradually formed in the secret room. As you thought, I talked to those Thunder Warriors for you. Oh, what did those Thunder Warriors say? They said that if you don't talk to them in person, they will refuse to listen to any advice. The human form formed in the secret room is the human part of the Emperor. The way the Emperor wanted to communicate with Chi Nemo outside the webway was to communicate directly with the psychic matrix entity in the subspace through psychic energy, and then project it out by the scholar. Originally, it didn't have to be so strenuous. After all, dimensional communication was still smooth even in the webway, but the Emperor wanted to create a new communication channel to maintain communication, for dimensional communication means in the dilemma of the Blackstone amplification psychic energy to contain reality. In Chi Nemo's opinion, this was actually unnecessary. The Emperor was more like looking for an excuse not to enter the webway and talk to the Thunder Warriors. He originally wanted to come to the fleet in person to talk to the Thunder Warriors, but he didn't know what he thought of, and found an excuse to let Chi Nemo speak for him. What? They said that? What a bunch of stubborn bastards. I am willing to take a little time out of my busy schedule to help them improve while I am busy with real affairs, but they are clamoring for me to come to them in person. Do they want to hear my apology or something? The Emperor continued to say a lot. What's the matter with the emergency? He didn't want to send the Thunder Warriors to the battlefield in a hurry. If you want to blame someone, blame the universe 10,000 years ago. Just as the human side of the Emperor has been thinking that if someone else had stood up, he would not have stood up to lead mankind. As a pure human part, he certainly has human shortcomings. For example, escaping and passing the buck. The blurred figure projected by the scholar made several smashing movements. Then he stopped, put his hands on his waist, and lowered his head in thought. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Alas. They said I should go there in person, right? Okay, I go. The blurry figure began to pack up. Aren't you worried that you'd be embarrassed after meeting them? Chi Nemo asked. What can I do? I can't just watch them die. The Emperor was angry and helpless. Then he started to talk again. That guy called Bendis, I remember him. I had a conversation with him when he was a child and told him a lot of truths. Although I just want him to join the Thunder Warriors so that his father can honestly supply me with resources. No, not me, someone else has this idea. If it was the Emperor 10,000 years ago, he probably wouldn't care about the Thunder Warriors, because there are big things in the human race that need his attention, and there are trolley problems that need him to answer. He disdains to explain, disdains to conceal. You Thunder Warriors are the defective products I made, so do you want to compete with the Imperial Guards now, or just go away and live to old age? He would reply like this. But for a purely human part, facing the flawed creation he made 10,000 years ago, facing the bitter drama that Bendis and others had been carrying on for tens of thousands of years, the deep guilt and reluctance in his heart, and the Emperor's original inability to express himself and his twisted problems, these factors combined together tortured him to a degree second only to the Golden Throne. You don't have to come, because they don't even know you exist. Chi Nemo couldn't bear to continue to torture this human emperor, so he had to tell the truth. The Emperor was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously, So, I don't have to meet those Thunder Warriors, I don't have to face their anger towards me, and I don't have to be suffocated by the words I can't say, right? Yes. Chi Nemo nodded helplessly. Naughty. The Emperor straightened his back instantly, and took a few deep breaths. Do you know how I feel now? It's like I got up from the Golden Throne. Ah, thank God. The Humanity Emperor was indeed relieved. The half-built psychic communication device was thrown aside, and the whole person was happy. Chi Nemo did not continue to torture the Emperor to vent his dissatisfaction with being a mouthpiece, and talked about serious matters. Aisha wants to collect the souls of the Eldar in Comoros. Hearing this, the Emperor became serious again. Then what? Then I asked Aisha to give me the soul stone, and she agreed. Chi Nemo said. Very good. The Emperor nodded. Remember what I mentioned to you before, I have a good idea. Although the psychic communication projected only a vague figure, Chi Nemo heard the smile in the Emperor's words. In the 12th year of the 42nd millennium, Gilliman officially formed an alliance with the Death Army. And the Death Army participated in the expedition launched by the Imperial Regent and the War Master. At that time, this news reached the Star region. The Emperor who heard the news complained about Gilliman's excessive trust in the aliens, and said that the Death Army did rescue his son from the static position, but this did not mean that Gilliman should trust the aliens. Then the Emperor did not pick up the communication device to scold Gilliman, but prepared to think of another way. A way to help his son after his plan failed. This way is to collect the souls of the Eldar, and find a way to create something that can be used as a weapon, and as a bargaining chip. I have an idea. We can find a way to reshape the soul in the Soul Stone, and then create a device similar to the Infinite Loop to store it, and then we can use this thing to quickly create the Eldar to solve their fertility problem. But don't tell Gilliman about this. He knows nothing about the evil of the aliens. We won't solve the problem for the aliens, but when we work with the Eldar, this thing that can quickly infuse the reshaped soul into the biological container and solve the Eldar's fertility problem is like, the Emperor said, posing as a fishing posture. It's like a carrot hanging on a donkey, visible but unattainable. I have a more clever way to describe it, but those aliens don't deserve it. Use something to lure the aliens to honestly fulfill their responsibilities as allies, to bleed and sacrifice, and then when they think they have paid enough, we will destroy the carrot. After listening to the Emperor's words, Chinemo felt that the question was not whether he should do it, but whether he could do it. But there is no need to rush this matter, just take it slowly. After saying this, Chinemo looked at the Emperor and suddenly felt puzzled. By the way, I think you are a little too much like a human being recently. The Emperor immediately became serious and stared at Chinemo for a while. I have been a humorous person for a long time. Erda knows what kind of personality I have. This personality has just been worn away by all kinds of bad things. Perhaps because I am a pure human nature that has been stripped away, I began to tend to open my heart to true friends. I have been watching you since you were fighting with the gene stealer in the bottom nest, and we have been together until now. I regard you as a friend, but you ask me if I am too human? In Chinmo's eyes, the Emperor suddenly became disappointed. I didn't mean that, I just asked. After all, your will is broken into many pieces. If there is any emergency, we can solve it together. Chinmo hurriedly explained. I understand. The Emperor nodded. The two fell into silence. It seems that this communication device I casually studied is not bad. You should focus on the war first. The Emperor turned off the communication device. The scholar felt the psychic influence from the cold sun in the subspace dissipate from the psychic matrix entity. The black stone that made up the entire secret room also gradually changed from amplifying psychic energy to neutralizing and calming. But the scholar had not yet completely completed his task as a communication bridge. The Emperor's shadow was suddenly projected again. He made a forward-lunging gesture to scare Chinemo, but he saw that Chinemo had already turned around and left, so he had to end the communication completely in disappointment. Chapter 647. On the way back to the bridge, Chinemo walked while thinking with his head down. The human nature stripped away by the Emperor was indeed extremely pure. Chinemo was surprised by what he said about the two of them being friends. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Chinemo recalled that he had had many happy experiences with Vanessa. Or to be more precise, Vanessa, who was controlled by the Emperor. For some reason, Chinemo found that whenever he wanted to go on vacation to the Tylong No. 3 ocean world, he would always run into the human Emperor, who controlled Vanessa everywhere. Then the two of them often found two chairs on the beach, and placed them side by side. Then they bought two sunglasses, and put them on. They lay side by side on the beach chairs, and posed for sunbathing. The beauties and handsome guys playing on the beach or swimming in the sea would burst into exclamations when they noticed the two of them. The Lord of Tyrone actually sunbathed with a blonde beauty. Although this happened many times, it was enough to surprise people every time. This made people speculate about the only secret of the Star Zone, that is, the private affairs of the Star Zone leader. The beauties and handsome guys thought they saw big news, but in fact they were the ones being watched. Chinemo was not doing this for satisfaction. After all, with the existence of mimicry, he could see whatever kind of people he wanted to see, and not just watch. He just preferred to watch a group of people enjoying peace in a peaceful scene, because it would make him feel that everything he did was worth it. As for what the Emperor was watching, Chinemo couldn't guess, but he felt that it was just like the Emperor shed tears when he saw the colony ship set sail. Maybe he was looking for the afterglow of the past. Among these experiences, one of them is still fresh in Chinmo's memory. The living standard in your star zone is really good. Look at the figures of those men, they are very strong, which shows that they have sufficient food supply. Such figures are not seen in the nests under the hive. Yes. The skin color of those women and children is healthy, which shows that they are not exposed to high radiation environments or acid rain. Yes. Is that person the popular female singer on Talon 3 recently? The one who became famous for her figure? She does look pretty good. Not as good as Erda. Then Chi Nemo curiously asked the Emperor why he mentioned Erda so many times. What magic did the woman who threw the original body everywhere have? The Emperor would answer. Erda is undoubtedly a bitch. This is a foregone conclusion. But suppose there is a woman who once followed you and admired you. She and you have many experiences. You have feelings between comrades and other feelings. She even saw your character before you were tortured by all kinds of bad things and your heart became as cold as stone. A humorous and charming leader, not a heartless king. When she almost destroyed everything you worked hard for, you would want to peel her skin off. But there are ties between humans. Especially for a pure human like me, a human with a long life, you know. In short, it is difficult for you to really peel her skin off. It was because of such a conversation that Chi Nemo really liked to go on vacation with the Emperor of Humanity. Because we can figure out many things from his confession. For example, when Erda launched the pre-march and ran away, why didn't the Emperor find her and kill her? Instead, he knew that Erda was in her birthplace, but he still pretended that nothing had happened and took all the consequences of Erda's bitch behavior. In addition, by combining the pure humanity of the Emperor with other cold rational wills, we can also see what the Emperor, who was once relatively humorous and not tortured by all kinds of bad things in the mouths of immortals such as Erda and Orpesan was like. Chi Nemo even thought, if the Emperor will be united in the future, if. The Emperor once said through Vanessa that he might become a whole again in the future, but it is not so easy to unite the will. There may be various terrible consequences, such as the possibility that his human nature will be completely gone. If there is any way to preserve this weak human will at that time, instead of watching the united Emperor become an emotionless trained problem-solving machine, then he will definitely do it at all costs. Chi Nemo thought again. It was impossible for the Emperor to merge into one. He didn't want him to merge into one either. Thinking about me? The ethereal male and female voices echoed from the front of the corridor at the same time. Chi Nemo was stunned for a moment and looked forward, only to see Vanessa with golden eyes walking towards him. But the next second, Vanessa turned into a tall white-haired female guard. That was mimicry. It saw Chi Nemo, who was lost in thought after finishing the conversation with the Emperor of Humanity, through its ability to predict the direction of things. So it thought of finding a way to quickly get Chi Nemo out of his thoughts. Chi Nemo, who was frightened by Vanessa's mimicry, really shifted his attention from the Emperor of Humanity to the people in the current affairs. How is the battle going? Chi Nemo asked as he walked. The mimic walked beside Chi Nemo, reporting what happened after he left. Saranoga and the others have solved the most difficult battle in the core area of Comoros. The next step is to let the mortal army in the Star Zone advance and occupy it. Then, they came back, and are waiting for you. Advance and occupy, not advance and destroy. This is exactly what Chi Nemo wants. In the cabin dedicated to the star gods on the Glory Human, all the star gods gathered together, surrounding the intuitive illusion of the entire Comoros created by the mimicry. When the walls made of extremely strong alloys made by the Void Dragon were penetrated by Chi Nemo, and the mimicry like penetrating the air, all the star gods looked at them. Has the master of the reptilian hybrids, the ant named Victor, been found by your Iron Man family? The burner set off a burst of flames into space. I can't wait to hear his screams when he is burned. Chi Nemo walked to the Comoros illusion and looked down at the entire dark city. Then you will be disappointed, because Death has not found him yet, and other troops have not found Victor's report. The burner is indeed very disappointing. So what do we do now? Saranoga looked at the cabin where the Thunder Warriors were. Like you said before, everyone will go together to clean up the ass of the psychic upright ape who likes to use genetic engineering to make defective products. What kind of upright ape am I in your eyes? Chi Nemo looked at Saranoga. Saranoga was silent for a moment. You are more advanced than them. Chi Nemo glanced at Saranoga, lowered his head, and looked at the small Comoros in the illusion. I have a plan. Chapter 648. This war will end soon. Because we will set our strategic goal as Comoros itself. Since preparing to start the war against the Dark Eldar, Chi Nemo has been thinking about how to solve the problem of Comoros. The Dark Eldar do not have fertility problems. The advanced biotechnology they master can directly mass-produce defective people. Even if Comoros is cleansed, it will be like a wildfire that cannot be extinguished. Because Comoros is too huge. It is not the Dark Eldar who created the Dark City of Comoros, but Comoros created the Dark Eldar, so we still have to start with Comoros itself. Destroying Comoros is much more difficult than cleaning it up inside and out, but it is not necessary to completely destroy Comoros. No matter how high the psychic talent of a race is, it relies on the real universe to survive, which means that it is difficult to survive without material. The fundamental reason why the Dark Eldar can plunder repeatedly is that they have a rich family background and advanced technology. Although Commerce is extremely large, the most developed and utilized part is still the central area. The Haymonkey organization and various messy sects are basically here. We create a weapon that can strip the core of Commerce. Then, as Chinemo continued to narrate, the narrator had an idea. We can let this part of Commerce fall, and then hit the barrier of the webway, and then, boom! Why do you think this place the size of several galaxies exists in the webway? The burner looked at the recorder, because the webway space is different from the real universe. The recorder habitually did not dare to offend the burner, and did not retort. Of course we will not let the core of Comoros fall, we can't do it. Chinemo continued, but we can send this part of Comoros out of the webway, to the edge of the Eye of Terror, or the Great Vortex, the intersection of the reality structure eroded by the subspace, and the reality structure that resists the erosion. Saranoga and the recorder have realized what the whole plan is at this time. The incomplete star gods, including the Mimic, were still waiting for Chinemo to continue. Finally, we will send this part of the core to the Big Bang period and completely destroy it. Time travel will cause the reality membrane to be weakened. I have a deep understanding of this, but there is no reality membrane to be weakened in the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom. As Saranoga and the narrator expected, Chinemo told them the plan they expected. The burner was still at a loss. Sending the webway is no problem, I can find a way, but sending it to the Big Bang period, what means do we use? Saranoga looked at the burner. Although you fragments may have forgotten what you are, I am still shocked by your degree of amnesia. Playing with time is one of our basic abilities. The narrator said. The existence of the star god is a curse to the real universe. The laws of physics are like toys in their hands. The laws such as gravity that bind the creatures of the universe are invalid for the star god. Among the many abilities of the star god, there is an ability to send the target to before the Big Bang. The star god fragments no longer know what they will do. This is one of the countless evil consequences of fragmentation. Only the burner, who is too obsessed with the webway, can still remember how to enter the webway. I am the first Catan to fight alongside the Forger besides Mimic. I have never seen the Forger send anyone back to before the Big Bang. The burner still couldn't believe it. Then when you fought alongside me, which enemy did you fight against who didn't play with psychic power or black stone, except now? Chinemo asked. Before he completely mastered the power of the Forger, Chinemo only used dimensional lightning to completely wipe out some unlucky people from the timeline, such as Abaddon's lieutenant during the Black Crusade. After he completely mastered the power of the Forger, the enemies Chinemo faced were all kinds of messed up monsters. The deadly Fugo, who could use the killing weapon of the War of Heaven, the World Harvester. Huron, the demon army of Slaanesh and Nurgle, Mortar Ion. These enemies are either warp creatures themselves, or they are no different from warp creatures, or the Black Stone uses them very well, or they are so weak that they can't even withstand the force of controlling celestial bodies. These enemies have one thing in common, which is that they can use psychic energy to various degrees to ensure that they are immune to the special effects of pure material power, to a certain extent. Otherwise, why would the Void Dragon want to use the polarity of Black Stone to patch the real universe? Psychic energy is not as simple as the magic power of a mage. All kinds of psychic lightning predicts the future by using the psychic energy to distort reality. When the Vol amulet rushed over with the vortex cannon at full power, even a black hole could not stop it. Enemies like Mortar Ion and the Great Demon are not affected by time at all. Dimensional lightning is equivalent to a powerful attack that loses its instant kill feature, let alone sending these subspace creatures back to the Big Bang. Anyway, this is the plan. Chinemo signaled that the Mimic could put away the illusion. When I recall what happened when I went to help Gilliman get rid of the pursuers one day, and recall that the black hole I created in an emergency actually killed those pursuers. Feels like you're on vacation, right? Said the narrator. That's right. Chinemo nodded. That's nothing. When we run into a hive fleet with few psychic units, that's a vacation. Hearing this, Saranoga thought for a moment. Indeed. A new plan was drawn up, and then quickly executed. For the Tyrone Army, Space Marines, and Iron Man Corps, the plan drawn up by the Lord of Tyrone and the Star Gods had little to do with them. Because when Bendis's head hit the console of the Desiderian portal, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Eldar lost control of the most important part of Gamora. Even if the Dark Eldar used the heritage of their ancestors, and violated the supreme rule of prohibiting psychic energy to manipulate the heritage that released psychic energy, they still failed to retake the portal, and the control of the entire Comoros core was completely lost. All the army needed to do was to advance and clean up, just as they did before. The war became routine. The small-scale war of heaven was no longer seen again. To strip the Comrose core that was not in the real universe, it was impossible to rely on the power of the star god himself. The Void Dragon, who was good at using the polarity characteristics of black stone, could create a stripping weapon, but the problem was that this stripping weapon would be too advanced and sophisticated, and the Void Dragon, which was still a fragment, could not manufacture it quickly. But when extremely advanced technology and productivity were in a cooperative state rather than hostile, this was not a problem. Chapter 649. An urban legend, something used to scare children. Is this what you know? This is not enough to keep you alive. In a ruin somewhere on the edge of Comrose, the 13th squad of the 4th Company of the White Scars gathered around an alien family. The owners of the ruins, a couple of archons of the conspiracy, and their real son and daughter, hugged each other and trembled. This is what we know. This is really all we know. Please spare us. The interrogator in the battle team turned a deaf ear to the pleas for mercy. He stepped forward, grabbed the neck of the couple's biological son and daughter, and pulled the alien child, who was not even as long as the Space Marine's arm, out of her parents' arms. Just as the Space Marine was about to do something to get more information about the Gene father, the roar of the motorcycle sounded. Then all the members of the battle team made way and saluted with their hands on their chests. It was the Khan of the 4th Company, Chen Yi, who led his guards to come. He was originally cleaning up the remaining aliens in the core of Comrose. When he heard the news about the pre-march reported by his subordinates, he immediately rushed over. So you are interrogating them here? Are you kidding me? Chen Yi took a quick look and understood the situation. The captain had to wonder if he was right to entrust the task of finding the original body to such a group of fools. But Khan, these aliens can live for a long time, they should know. The captain stepped forward to explain. Chen Yi was so angry that he laughed. Then, do you think any guy who lives a long time knows where our original body is? Perhaps he realized that it was unreasonable for him to interrogate the aliens, and he also realized that he did not make it clear in the communication with the captain. In short, the captain stepped forward to explain why he had such confusing behavior. We raided the alien archives because we thought that if the Gene father came to Comrose to rescue people, there should be records whether he was dead or alive. In the archives, we found a record showing that the local conspiracy group was transferred to deal with the invasion, and the record showed that the invader was alone. The reason why we interrogated this alien family is because they are responsible for archive management, and they may be able to provide us with some clues. After listening to the explanation, Chen Yi thought about it carefully and felt that this was still a bit desperate. But we have to admit that searching for the original body in Comrose is like looking for a needle in the air. It is not easy to find a vague record and a clue whose possibility is infinitely close to zero. What did it tell you? Chen Yi asked. A legend. The captain answered helplessly. He said that there is a story circulating in his family, saying that the reason why the family was able to establish a conspiracy group was because a family member had a wealth of knowledge of the webway. One day, the invader who made others extremely worried was captured. Isn't this too vague? Chen Yi's newly ignited hope was extinguished in an instant. Besides, there are many invaders in Comrose, even those blasphemous beings have invaded Comrose. Who knows who the invaders mentioned in the legends passed down by their families are? What does rich knowledge of the network have to do with taking down invaders? The captain also thought so he wanted to conduct further interrogation. But Chen Yi is here. He has a more efficient way of interrogation. Because of long-term side-by-side combat, the think tank prophet named Tyliatai doesn't need Chen Yi's orders to know what to do, and he stepped forward. Chen Yi walked towards where his motorcycle was parked. Screams and the roar of grenade launchers rang out one after another. Then Tyliatai returned to Chen Yi and said that those aliens really answered all his questions. At least we have a clue. Chen Yi leaned on his motorcycle, frowning and thinking. Webway. Intruder. Chen Yi tried his best to analyze the abstract story told by the aliens, and finally said to Tyliatai, let's make an assumption first. Suppose the invader they are talking about is the pre-march. Then the people in their family, who are rich in knowledge of the webway, may not be unrelated to the pre-march. Maybe the pre-march is imprisoned in the webway? Hearing this, Tyliatai was confused and pointed at a corner of the golden barrier above. This thing, it doesn't look like it's used to lock people up, does it? You walked to the Comrose webway on the way we met the Tailong Navy. Chen Yi was very sure, but I walked there twice. When I left Baisu, the Tailong Navy took me through the webway. Tyliatai listened silently. Let's put it this way. From Chuenzhou Fortress to our place, a total of 16 light years, I walked with the Navy's legs. Some webways are so small that they can only accommodate 2 gangs fighting on the road. Well, your guess seems to make sense, but it is based on the assumption that the so-called invaders they said are really our original bodies. The so-called assumption. I won't argue with you. I'm just guessing anyway. Qin directly confessed that he was just guessing. There is nothing wrong with admitting this, because in Qin opinion, only the God Emperor on the Golden Throne can analyze the truth of the matter from a rotten clue with a reliability of no more than 5%. What should we do? Taiyatai was at a loss. Of course, we should find professionals to deal with matters related to the internet. Qin thought of a desperate measure. Let's assume that this clue is true and ask the people of Tailong. Taiyatai was in a dilemma, but when we came out, the Khan told us that we must keep it secret. But he told me privately that finding the original body is the first priority, and everything else is second. Chen was fearless. Taiyatai could only obey Chen. There is a reason why Chen is so anxious. Up to now, the entire company has only got this one clue which is completely unreliable. The Tyrone army has begun to slow down its advance and focus on protecting certain occupied nodes. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are brewing some big plan, and once the big plan is completed, the battle will be over. The regiment is eager to contact the Tyrone Star region to express its intention to join the war, because the opportunity to enter the webway and Comoros may only come once, and if it is not seized, it will be too late to regret it in the future. Although the clues may not be even 1% reliable, we have to try before leaving. As long as I can find the pre-march, I will do anything no matter how difficult it is. Chen encouraged himself. He then gave many reasons. The Primarchs of the Ultramarines and Dark Angels have returned, and they are the first to fight in various wars. What if the Regent suddenly decides to shrink all the chapters except the Ultramarines and Dark Angels into a company? Our chapter, which has no pre-march to support it, will be in trouble by then. Taiyatai knew very well that Qin words were just an exaggeration, and the Regent could not shrink the chapter into a company no matter what. But with a pre-march and without a pre-march, that is two different situations. Chapter 650. What the hell is this clue? When Qin heard about the latest progress of the White Scar's search for the pre-march, he couldn't believe that Qin and his team actually took the horror stories that can be seen everywhere in Comoros as clues. It was just a guess based entirely on assumptions, which made it difficult for Qin to extricate himself from the current situation. The important thing he was doing was to mass-produce the stripping weapons made by the Void Dragon. This stripping weapon is like a bomb with integrated webway gate function. It uses many advanced principles of Blackstone technology and can completely strip the core part of Comoros, whose construction materials are not affected by the Star God, and send it out of the webway. The White Scars themselves also think that this clue is very unreliable. But they have tried their best. Looking for the pre-march in Comoros and the surrounding webways is like looking for a needle in the void. Yao En, who is responsible for contacting the White Scars and conveying their various requests to Qin, tried his best to defend his friend. I will help them find the pre-march before we completely end the conquest of Comoros, but they should be more patient and not search for clues that are completely based on assumptions at all costs. Qin retracted his gaze and continued to focus on mass production. This production process is to use the power of the caster to replicate countless copies of the weapons made by the Void Dragon. Unless Qin wants to develop a complete set of production methods and equipment used in the production process for the disposable technological products of the Void Dragon, it is still simpler and more efficient to rub them by hand. Now Qin can understand the idea of the caster betraying the Void Dragon, because even an ordinary worker in a factory would not want to screw for the boss for a lifetime, let alone a transcendent existence like the Star God in the real universe. Okay then. Yaoan had no choice but to bow and say goodbye. But just as the guard was about to leave, Qin stopped him again. After making the huge peeling weapon in front of him, Qin sent it to the warehouse of the Glory Human, where it was stored together with the tens of thousands of peeling weapons that had been made. But Qin did not continue to make the next weapon, but calmly thought for a moment. In fact, Qin suspicion that his original body was imprisoned in the webway was not a fantasy. Comoros had also been invaded before. For enemies, like demons that appeared because someone used psychic power to destroy the portal and the entire Comoros was in a demonic disaster, the Dark Eldar would find a way to expel them. And now, when the Tyrone army attacked Comoros, Qin also asked Uslan to guard the occupied portals to prevent demon invasion. As for those enemies, like the Tyrone army, who came in through the webway gate, the Dark Eldar would also find a way to fight. They are indeed afraid of death, but they are not so afraid that they don't even have the courage to resist. If the number of enemies is too small, the individual strength is too strong, and there is no way to exile the enemies with the means of dealing with demons, then it is obviously wise to lock the enemies in the webway. Comoros is the transportation hub of the ancient Eldar Empire, and there are many webway branches nearby. Suppose such a powerful existence as the Premarch is locked in the webway by the Dark Eldar. Any abandoned webway, as long as no one opens the webway, the Premarch will be helpless. I suddenly feel that Chenye's assumption is not unreasonable. Chinemo said this first, and then realized that what he was thinking was just a hypothesis. If he were a Dark Eldar, he would choose to lock the White Scar Premarch in the webway, but the premise is that the White Scar Premarch Jagatai really entered Comorak, instead of being lost in the webway now. Here. Chinemo suddenly flipped his hand, and a device appeared in his hand out of thin air, and then slowly floated towards Yao En. My lord, what is this? Yao En took the golden device with both hands, and thought in amazement, is this a divine weapon? Detector. Chinemo said, when the burner and I explored the webway in our sector, we used this thing. You can give this detector to Chenye, and let him try it slowly. Yao En held the detector in his hand, but hesitated. After a long silence, Yao En suddenly said, I suddenly feel that the return of the Premarch may not be a good thing, not a good thing for our sector. Guilliman's existence has prevented us from the possibility of a civil war with the Empire. Otherwise, we would not have time to fight Comoros. Now we should be thinking about how to take Terra. Chinemo said. Regents are different, but not all Primarchs are regents. Yao En raised his head. For example, Lion, he is very hostile to us. As for Sanguinius, it is still dormant and generally does not care about things, and will not come out to neutralize the relationship between Lion and our sector. What Yao En said is not unreasonable. This guard rarely speaks, but he can always see through everything and be prepared for danger in times of peace. This may be an ability he has developed from his tragic experiences in his early years. But Yao En also has a problem, that is, he is too cautious. Not all Primarchs are Guilliman, that's true, but not all Primarchs are Lion either. If the Eagle of Kagras can return, it will be a great thing for us. First, Shagatai has a good relationship with Lion. Second, Shagatai is a wise man, a super wise man. Chinemo explained to Yao En why he was so concerned about finding Shagatai. Guilliman would also be looking forward to the return of Jagatai, because he was very troubled by Lion. If Jagatai could come back, Lion would listen to his advice. So, helping Chenye and others find the Premarch is not just a gift, but also an expectation? Yao En suddenly understood. Yes. Chinemo nodded. Even if the White Scars don't come, we will send people to find the Premarch ourselves. In addition, I don't expect Chenye and others to successfully find their Premarch. After they came, I sent many ships to search along the branch line of the webway. Hearing this, Yao En put away the detector and felt relieved. He had been worried that Chenye's plan to find the original body would indirectly lead to the breakdown of the balance between the Empire and the Star region from the beginning to the present. What if the legendary Kagras Eagle is the second Lion? His early story is indeed like the second Lion, or even like a conqueror more extreme than Lion. Go, hand over the detector to Chenye. Chinemo waved his hand, signaling Yao En to hurry up and do his work. After Yao En left, Chinemo thought for a while. In fact, he had his own expectations and predictions about the return of the Premarch. I thought Lion would return later than Shagatai, because the Burning One appeared after the Battle of Baal, and this Star God, who was proficient in the webway, became a possibility for Shagatai's return. Then there was Leman Russ. In the 993rd year of the 41st millennium, Chinemo still fantasized about participating in the Plague War with Shagatai in the future, listening to this Kagras top laner blasting Mortar Ion. But the fact is that Lion returned much earlier than Shagatai, and Leman Russ is still unknown what he is doing now. But it doesn't matter, Shagatai can play a huge role whenever he returns. Chapter 651. On the ruins of the Dark City, Chenye led the Khan guards and galloped towards the horizon. Yao En accompanied Chenye, wearing power armor and riding a motorcycle side by side with Chenye. According to the instructions of the detector, the group came to the ruins of an arena where the energy of the web was detected. If the Death Army Prophet Evelyn's friend Lalith was here, she would be surprised to find that the ruins in front of her were the cruel castle arena that once belonged to her. In the past, countless people gathered together to watch the arena, but now 80% of it has been wiped out by the artillery fire of the Iron Man giant war body during the siege, leaving only one or two dilapidated iconic buildings. These buildings look like sharp knives, huge spikes, and the like. Chenye and the guardsmen stopped in front of the ruins with a beautiful tailspin, then got off the motorcycle and rushed to the place where the detector signal was the strongest. Yao En, who accompanied them, slowed down and changed from sprinting to walking. Don't you have to go to the war with the other guards? The war is almost over, and there is no need for a guard like me. After a few words of conversation, Chinyi stopped and pressed the red button on the detector. Energy poured out from the detector and gathered into a temporary door that was enough to activate the entrance to the webway. After the burners settled in the star zone for a long time, the guards occasionally took charge of the exploration of the webway, and equipment such as detectors were simplified as much as possible so that non-star god creatures could use them. Yaoen only needed to explain it to Chinyi on the way here, and Chinyi could figure out how to use the star god's creation in his hand. The webway gate in front of them was the first webway gate opened by Yaoen and Chinyi after they started the long journey to find the Primarch. Do you think your Primarch might be in there? Yaoen asked. I don't know, but we have to try. Chinyi didn't expect to find the Primarch right from the start. The group stepped into the webway. The webway in front of them looked very narrow, and the front was impassable. Although humans couldn't quite understand these psychic technology creations made by the ancient elves and the ancient saints, they could still roughly guess from the webway in front of them that this was obviously a webway that was abandoned before it was connected to other webway routes. But after going a little deeper, Chinyi and Yaoen felt that this webway might not be abandoned, but it was once used for entertainment, but it is no longer used for entertainment, because the entire webway looks like a circular racing track. Chinyi looked around and suddenly sighed. If I don't have anything serious to do, I will race in this webway. Before this webway was abandoned, the aliens who used it probably thought the same as you. Yaoen responded calmly. When Chinyi heard his friend say that he had the same idea as the alien, he wanted to correct Yaoen, but before he could say anything, a figure passing by quickly attracted his attention. But before Chinyi could see the figure clearly, the figure seemed to be riding on something and turned into the fork in the road ahead. Did you see it clearly? Chinyi asked his guards. All the guards shook their heads vigorously. But the eyes of these space marines of the white scars were shining with hope. The figure seemed to be riding something, and was moving very fast. It seemed to be his own original body. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Chinyi urged his guards to take the lead and walk to the fork where the fast figure entered, shouting loudly as he walked. Yaoen followed him doubtfully, thinking that everyone's luck couldn't be so good. How come they found the person they were looking for as soon as they came in? When the group passed through several forks and finally saw the figure, everyone was stunned. It was a Tyranid tyrant. But the lower half of the body was gone, and the upper half was sewn onto a vehicle full of razors. What was disgusting was that the shell of the razor vehicle was made of bones and flesh. When he found someone, the tyrant turned around and threw a biological weapon similar to a dagger. Chinyi reacted faster than his guards, and knocked down his subordinate before the biological weapon was about to pierce his face. In the end, the biological weapon hit the web barrier and fell down. It doesn't look like your Primarch. Yaoen joked, and controlled the shoulder cannon to kill the abominable creature of the hay monkey. Chinyi was very disappointed, and led the guards to the exit of the webway. Although he had expected the difficulties that might be encountered in the search operation, Chinyi still felt desperate because of this first setback. If it was just searching the branch webways in Kimura one by one, it would not be a painful thing. It was not a big deal if the Primarch could not be found during the search of the webway, because this was a setback that was expected with a high probability. But there are some terrible things in the abandoned webway used to lock things, and these things are very dangerous and may cause casualties. It is very likely that everyone will die before finding the Primarch. That thing was probably seriously injured in the arena, and was transformed by the homunculi but still uncontrollable, or because it went crazy, it was stuffed into the webway. Yaoen analyzed with great interest. When the guard found that the Dark Eldar released the Tyranid units that were imprisoned for fighting in a battle to attack the arena, he was shocked. Yaoen then understood that in this ghost place called Comoros, nothing should be strange. Chinyi was thinking about what to do next, and did not speak. Everyone walked out of the webway in silence, and then the temporary door began to collapse, and no one could enter the webway behind them anymore. Come on, next one. Chinyi picked up the detector. The detector showed the location of the next tiny webway branch. The next thing to do was conceivably arduous. Start searching from countless small-scale branches. If you can't find it, you have to go to a larger-scale branch until you completely find the original body, or confirm that the original body is not in a webway in Comoros at all. Just as Chinyi was about to start the motorcycle, a number of Devastator flying vehicles approached quickly. They looked like small boats that could fly in the sky and hold a lot of troops, similar to troop carriers. Everyone was indifferent when they saw these vehicles, because seeing the Dark Eldar in a controlled area meant that the Dark Eldar who came were not enemies, but a conspiracy group loyal to Arrow. They had fought side by side with the army before. The raiders swooped down and stopped on the side. Arrow, the Archon of the conspiracy, led his personal guards down. Are you looking for the pre-march? What else are we doing? Chinyi wondered in his heart, how come everyone knew that he was looking for the pre-march? Although no White Scar warrior said anything, the White Scars entered the webway together with the Talon sector, who had little communication with them. Anyone who knew the story of Shagatai could guess at once that these people came to look for the pre-march. You actually thought of starting your search from the blocked webway. You really gave me a surprise. Arrow stepped forward and held out his hand to Chinyi. I know your pre-march has entered Komarak, and I also know which blocked webway he is most likely in. Looking at Arrow's outstretched hand, Chinyi fell into doubt. It was hard not to be suspicious of Arrow's sudden appearance. Even though he had seen Arrow twice in a series of battles before, and even when attacking the cruel castle arena, the White Scars raced with the conspiracy warriors, but the Dark Eldar were just hard to believe. After a little thought, Chinyi gently touched Arrow's outstretched hand. Chapter 652. With the sudden arrival of the conspiracy group, Chinyi and Yaoan set out again to find the original body. However, this time it was not an aimless search, but a direct trip to the webway coordinates given by Arrow. When they arrived at the target location, they saw the ruins of a magnificent building that had been blown up. Chinyi took out the detector and scanned it, and found that there was indeed a webway entrance here. At least at this point, Arrow did not deceive them. Before entering the webway here, I have something to tell you. Ares' octopus-like lower body squirmed back and forth, supporting her upper body with her head held high and chest lifted to move horizontally on the ground. There is a shelter inside this webway. Don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of air raid shelter you humans imagine, just a planet-sized facility or something, but a facility. In your words, as big as a city. It was originally used to avoid the eyes of the hungry lady, but then something happened and it was abandoned. After that, it became a garbage dump. No matter how dangerous the things are, as long as they are not useful, they will be stuffed in there. The Archon of the conspiracy group directly confessed the past of the webway and the situation of this webway. These words were completely true, so true that Arrow's subordinates looked at Arrow with strange eyes, completely unable to figure out what their boss's mentality was at this time. I understand. Chinyi nodded. I have a question. Why do you want to help us? Because Li Sun knew that you were looking for the original body. She used a relic of the ancient elf empire in exchange for my help. Arrow replied calmly. Chinyi nodded. Yaoan discovered a problem, that is, Li Sun is no longer in the webway. She left with the rewards given by the Star Zone, and the things she found in the Dark City before the final strategy was formulated. Arrow sold out her relatives and peers for the ancient elf empire, and followed humans to attack Comoros. It is not impossible for her to help humans for the relic. But Li Sun is gone, and it is unlikely that she will find another relic. But Yaoan thought that he had only heard about these things. What if Arrow made a deal with Li Sun before she left? In any case, the motives of this Dark Eldar Archon have always been a mystery. Who is the Thirsty Lady? Chinyi asked while using a detector to open the webway. The Thirsty Lady, the Dark Prince, these are two different names for the same existence. I don't want to say its name. Ari responded vaguely. Yaoan wanted to persuade Chinyi to think about it. After all, the motives of the Dark Eldar Archon in front of him have not been found out yet. What if this webway is a trap? But the reaction of the Dark Eldar was beyond Yaoan's expectations. Under the leadership of Arrow, her members of the conspiracy group entered the webway first, and then immediately took out various items for detecting threats. The conspiracy group walked in front, and the Space Marines followed behind in confusion, watching the aliens find out various traps along the way for them, and detect every route available in this maze-like webway shelter. It was as if the Codrus Eagle was not the genetic father of Chinyi and the others, but the genetic father of Arrow. In order to find him, Arrow no longer cared about anything, including completely giving her back to the aliens. This damn place looks like a maze. As Chinyi followed the conspiracy through various traps set up to kill the horrible beings in the webway, he looked around. Every building here looked very old, but spotless. Some sneaky things in the shadows were quietly observing the uninvited guests entering the webway. At first, Yaoan and Chinyi thought it was an ambush set by Arrow, until one of the things hidden in the shadows suddenly attacked. Under the gunfire of the weapons in the hands of the conspiracy warriors and Space Marines, they saw clearly that it was not a Dark Eldar, but just a strange creature that seemed to have the ability to resist gravity. It was like a flying monster covered with tentacles, and it was not created by the Haymonkey. Fortunately, these creatures were not very strong, and everyone continued to move forward after quickly destroying them. The Dark Eldar, who were in control of the situation of the webway shelter, were still walking in the front, and the others followed behind, slowly removing the traps set along the way, and slowly moving forward. Along the way, everyone encountered all kinds of strange creatures, but Xinyi, Yao In, and the Khan guards were used to it. It was obvious that this webway shelter was abandoned, and used as a prison for holding terrifying beings. Fortunately, all the enemies encountered along the way were not strong enough to be defeated. After the conspiracy group led by Arui once again lifted the trap that was enough to kill everyone, Taiyatai and the team was suddenly shocked and reported to Xinyi, "Khan, there are people in front." Xinyi had already seen it. About 200 meters ahead, there were two people shivering in the dim light and huddled together for warmth. They looked like human structures, and judging from their body size, they should be very young. At the same time, there was a low whimper. "Hey, kid!" A white scar warrior put down his bolter and shouted to the two kids in front of him, "There's a trap here. Stay where you are, we'll be there soon. I suggest you kill them." Arui signaled his men to remove the trap in front of them, and then continued to move forward. After getting closer, everyone saw the two kids clearly. They were not two kids, but two guys who looked exactly like Necrons, but they were squatting on the ground. But there is a reason why the Space Marines mistook them for humans, because they were covered in human skin, and their skulls made of living metal had human facial features. The white scars had fought against the Necrons before, and Xinyi instantly figured out what those two were. They were obviously Necrons warriors called Flayers. Yao In knew more than Xinyi. He knew that the Flayers were born because they were cursed by the star god Langiger, and became extremely hungry for living flesh and blood. They thought that if they put enough biological tissue on their bodies, they could turn back into Necronter. Most of the Skinners came from the Manak dynasty, and even those infected with the Skinner virus would become followers of Langiger, who had been killed by him and hated him. Woo! The two Skinners looked around, imitating the behavior of children and crying. Arrow took the antimatter rifle from behind and aimed it at the two Skinners imprisoned by her ancestors. But when the Archon and others were about to open fire, a large number of Skinners emerged from the darkness nearby. One of them was covered with the skin of the Dark Eldar and held a scepter. The large Skinner threw a spear. "Hide." Ares' roar was about to come out, and then she and the Cabal guards around her stopped moving and talking. Then they retreated backwards strangely, making the same movements and saying the same words as before, until they finally retreated all the way back to the starting point of entering the Webway Sanctuary. Chapter 653. There are traps ahead to kill the exiles. Let's remove them. Damn it, that's the weapon of our ancestors. AI Rui said two completely different sentences, looked around, and then realized that he was blown up by something. The sphere that suddenly fell beside them was a tool used by the beast merchants of the ancient spirit empire. The original purpose was to capture rare and exotic beasts and sell them to nobles who like beasts. With the addition of another tool, it can form the effect of fixing the target forever in a certain time period and constantly reincarnating, achieving the purpose of making the target immortal and controlling them. In the hands of the Dark Eldar, this tool is used to exile all kinds of enemies that cannot be solved to the wasteland. Those Skinners obviously invaded Comarak and were exiled. They may have picked up the tools of the Eldar Empire merchants in this webway shelter as weapons. What should we do? Looking at the endless road ahead, the Arrow Guard asked his Archon. We have to go back to find those humans and bring them out. Arrow said and walked forward. Archon, do you like those monkeys? Otherwise, I really can't find a reason for you to help them so much. The guards were puzzled, but they followed Arrow obediently. I didn't bring them into the webway to help them find someone who knows where the pre-march they are looking for is. I did it so that we can have more hostages in our hands, so that those invaders won't destroy the entire Comoros. Ari roared the plan to his subordinates. I want to kill some of them in this damn place, and by the way, kill those bastards in the group who have two minds, but if they all die, our plan will fail again. On the other side, the Space Marines fought side by side, with the few remaining Cabal warriors, resisting the attacks of the Flayers wave after wave. Yellen fought in and out of the Flayers, trying to find the weakness of these enemies, but he found that these Flayers were endless. If the number of Flayers was a little smaller, it would not be necessary for the Dark Eldar of Comoros to exile them to the webway to solve the problem. Fortunately, although there were many Skinners, they didn't have any proper weapons in their hands. They either had claws covered with flesh and skin, or various things that could barely be used as weapons found in the ruins of the webway. During the battle, Xinyi quickly dealt with the three Skinners who came to kill him, and hid behind the guards, taking out the detector and trying to open the webway gate to leave this place. But the technology of the burner was obviously not strong enough to create a gate within the webway route instead of the connection point. When the energy injected by the burner sparked a few sparks, the webway gate opened on the side of Arrow and the others. The flayers seemed to have sensed something, and more individuals rushed to the road between the webway gate and Chen Yi and the others. Strangely, these flayers did not continue to attack, but suddenly stopped in place. The Necron's army has always been disciplined, but after these flayers stopped, they did not stand still like puppets, but trembled, stroked their skin, and made strange noises similar to those of living creatures. First, a burst of electric current sound came out of the mouths of the skinners. It seemed to be a language used for communication. Each skinner uttered a syllable, and together they formed a language that people could not understand at all. Not to mention that humans could not understand it. Even the conspiracy warriors, who were not lucky enough to be rewinded to the moment they entered the webway, could not understand it at all. The language, similar to the sound of electric current, sounded several times, and then gradually improved and changed to the point where it could barely communicate. That human. All the skinners uttered syllables to form this sentence, and then all raised their hands to point at Chen Yi. You, yes you, it's you, the skinner said in unison. Chen Yi took a step forward in confusion. His guards wanted to stop him from taking the risk of facing the skinners, but in this case Chen Yi had to stand up for the possibility of everyone's survival. Who gave you the thing in your hand? The skinners looked at the web detector. Their movements were uniform, only the syllables they uttered were different, but these syllables still merged into a complete sentence. They looked like hive-conscious creatures without individual thoughts, similar to the Tyranids. However, when it comes to Necrons, they should be called Gestalt creatures. Chen Yi and Yao En were both silent, and did not reveal that the detector came from an ancient existence among the stars. Is that something from Nyadrazada? The skinners asked again. Chen Yi was confused. Although he knew that there was often a guy who liked to burn and kill in wars, he did not know that the guy's name was Nyadrazada. Chen didn't know, but Yao En did. Seeing the other party mention the name of the burner, Yao En knew that it was meaningless to hide it, and he could only admit what the other party already knew. Human. Human, this rebellious child, has become the familiar of Nyadrazada? Is your entire tribe like this? Or are only you and these reptile hybrids its familiar? Yao En didn't understand this. Although he knew a little about the star god, he didn't know what the word familiar was related to the star god. The conspiracy warriors were also confused. But Yao En could tell that the other party didn't seem to know the existence of the sector leader. What are you? Chen Yi asked. You are a member of Nyadrazada's family, but you don't know what I am? Doesn't it tell you it's anything? Stand there and listen to my name respectfully. The skinners gathered together and chanted a name loudly. Langiger. Langiger. After reciting this name, the skinners made another sound, forming a supplement. The remains of Langiger. I was born from these stupid traitors. The skinners suddenly raised their hands and pointed at themselves. Yao En was horrified. Only the guards in the star zone knew every star god that existed in the star zone and did not exist in the star zone. The name of the skinner Langiger was also among them. Weren't you killed? Yao En asked in surprise. It's really no different from being dead, but there is still a little bit left. This time, it was not the skinners who responded together, but a larger individual holding a scepter among the skinners who responded to Yao En's question. This special skinner seemed to be fighting against something. His body was shaking constantly, and he even made some self-harming movements, but this did not stop the person who controlled it from continuing to control it. The skinner, who looked very large, came to the front of the crowd. All the other skinners began to get agitated, and then slowly approached. Thank you for bringing the burner's things so that I could get out. You Ents will die because you don't kneel down to see me. As a thank you, you will die without suffering. Chapter 654. As Langiger's punishment was announced, the skinners suddenly attacked. Yao En had some understanding of the temperament of the star god, and knew that these cruel guys could do anything. But the burner, who was known for his cruelty, did not kill the angel descendants who did not kneel to him, but Langiger attacked just because of a little etiquette, which made Yao En determined not to let it go. While fighting, Yao En was still thinking about what kind of existence this Langiger was. Was it parasitic on a certain undead individual who was transformed into a skinner, or was it that some of its things that had not been completely destroyed were reviving? Or is it just that a Gestalt consciousness was born among these skinners, and then this Gestalt consciousness imagined that it was Langiger who created the skinners? Whatever the truth is. It is better not that this Langiger really has something left after being destroyed, otherwise even the weakest star god can easily kill all. The mortals. Things are moving in a good direction. The special individual among the Skinners obviously does not have too strong combat capabilities. When a space marine fired at it, all it could do was to block the attack with its hands, and then take out a ghost thing it found from nowhere and throw it out as a weapon. Yaoan was thankful that the enemy was not strong. He used his shoulder cannon to open a path, and got a chance to break out in the opposite direction of the heavily guarded entrance. A large number of Skinners had long blocked the way to the entrance, and they were also happy to see these people being forced into the depths of the abandoned webway where there were more terrifying things. The people who broke out of the siege ran wherever they saw a road. Even the conspiracy warriors, who were not sent back to the entrance with Ari, did not bother to distinguish the road. How could Nyadrazada tolerate you, the rude slaves? Maybe it didn't have time to burn you slaves to death? If I help it kill you, it will thank me for helping it clean up the mess. The Skinners uttered one syllable each. It was so weird to say these words while facing the flying bombs, lunging forward, and rolling to avoid them. The outbreak of this war attracted the attention of other terrifying creatures in the webway. Those creatures groped along the road ahead, and immediately attacked Yaoan and Chinya's group after seeing them, making the battle more difficult. The Space Marines had no idea what the characteristics of those horrible creatures were, but fortunately the Cabal warriors knew better. They shouted to shoot or dodge, reminding the humans fighting side by side at this time whether to run away or fight after seeing something. The wings looked like a decoration, but the giant bird could fly in the air. The Cyclops who tore the giant beast coming from another fork in the road with his hands, and even the Eldar warriors riding dinosaurs. The entire webway, which was used as a place of exile, was like a museum. There was nothing you couldn't see, only things you couldn't imagine. Langiger followed slowly behind him, holding a scepter, and kept saying all kinds of contemptuous words. Before I was killed by slaves, I could turn a planet into a black hole with just a flick of my finger. You ants are lucky to have caught up with me when I was weak. Langiger suddenly shut up, not because he didn't want to talk nonsense, but because the Eldar warrior who rushed out from the corner and rode a dinosaur pierced his body with a spear. But Langiger didn't die. One of the countless Skinners trembled a few times, and continued to speak. The wisest thing for you now is to kneel down and wait for death. You are Langiger? I thought you were just an ordinary Skinner. Even the recorder is much stronger than you. Yaoan turned around and shouted. This sentence, which sounded harmless to Qinyi, made all the Skinners pause. You dare to compare me with the recorder? You damn slave. The Skinners began to hunt more frantically. Yaoan was still not sure whether this so-called Langiger was Langiger, but he felt that it was most likely the Gestalt was born among the Skinners, because that guy's ability did not look like that of a star god at all. When the Skinners attacked frantically, Yaoan had to deal with not the Skinners, but the many terrifying creatures in front of him. There was no need to worry about the traps, because the traps had been activated when those terrifying creatures emerged from all directions. Yaoan didn't know how far he had opened up the road and how many things he had killed. After he was distracted, a knight walked out from the corner in front. The knight looked about 4 meters tall, and he was only wearing a black robe. The black robe was obviously not an ordinary piece of clothing, because the face under the black robe was covered by a blurry black vortex. The knight held a sharpened stick and rode a flying dragon. The dragon had obvious stitches on its body, and was obviously a creation of the blood orcs. Yaoan subconsciously fired a shot at the knight. But the knight simply tilted his head and dodged the red beam that shot at him instantly. Then the knight began to charge. Be careful. Yaoan loudly reminded Qinyi, who was on the dragon's charge path. The flying dragon was obviously a defective product, and it couldn't even fly, but it had an extremely fast speed, an extremely large body, and a momentum that moved like a mountain. Qinyi tried to dodge, but a Skinner rushed from behind him, so he had to turn around to deal with the Skinner. The flying dragon carrying the knight rushed to Qinyi, and the flying dragon roared. The knight stretched out his stick and swept Qinyi out of the charge route. Their target was obviously not Qinyi and others. He even avoided the conspiracy warriors, who fought side by side with humans. In the end, the knight killed several terrifying creatures in succession and entered the Skinner army. He relied on the huge size of the flying dragon, the impenetrable scales, and his own superb fighting skills to stop the Skinners. Qinyi looked at the knight in confusion. There were more and more beings far more terrifying than the Skinner on the road ahead of him, and everyone had to slow down. The knight controlled the flying dragon that was stitched by the Haymonkey and killed it back. Finally, when everyone was about to be devoured by the Skinner and other various enemies, a colorful stone was taken out by the knight. Then everyone disappeared from the spot with a sudden light, and appeared in a safe corner of the webway shelter. This place looks like an underground fortress, surrounded by obstacles made of various items piled up. There is a bonfire in the middle. The detector in Chinye's hand was beeping non-stop just now, but now it has quieted down. The White Scar captain was surprised to find that the knight was using a small web device. The people were not teleported here, but passed through a small web that suddenly appeared and disappeared. Why did you help? Yao En walked towards the knight, trying to test whether he could communicate. Chinyi sensed something and walked towards the knight before Yao En. The knight got off the dragon, stroked the dragon's forehead, and then turned to look at Chinyi. Although the black robe covered his face, Chinyi could still tell from his body shape that it was a person about 4 meters tall. When such a person appeared in front of him, it was hard not to think of the powerful beings created by the emperor. You. Chinyi hesitated, with a look of astonishment. The man looked Chinyi up and down, and then looked at Yao En, who asked him why he helped him. Don't ask why the wind is howling. A deep and rich voice came from under the black robe. Then the man took off the black robe and revealed his true face. The gentle gaze fell back on Chinyi. But the wise man needs to ask where the traveler is going. The Eagle of Kagras, the Lord of the White Scars, the founder of the Chuanzhou fortress. Why did you get here by mistake? Shagatai looked at the White Scars, child. Chapter 655. When the Eagle of Kagras asked his descendants, all the White Scar Space Marines took off their helmets and knelt on one knee. We came here to find you. Chinyi confessed, we tried to find every webway in Comoros until we found you. And this is why we strayed into this webway. Get up. Shagatai raised his hand to signal. The White Scars immediately stood up. Although there were still many things that Chinyi had not said to Shagatai, the wise Primarch could infer the whole picture of the matter just by taking a few glances and combining what he knew before. Although he was in the abandoned webway, Shagatai still found something to observe the outside world. He saw that the whole of Komora was burning. Apparently, there was an army that was as good at webway technology as the Dark Eldar and was attacking here. And these warriors in front of him obviously thought that this was an opportunity to find the Primarch, so they followed along. After thinking about it, Shagatai mentioned another person. I saw that not only you entered this webway, but also the Eldar who guided you here. Where is she now? Chinyi immediately realized that the Primarch was talking about the Archon named Arrow. She and her people were hit by some strange weapon and retreated all the way back to the exit. They must have escaped now, Chinyi speculated. Shagatai nodded, turned around and walked to the corner, picked up a tiny device made of spirit bones and stuck it on his forehead. Then he saw the situation of the person he wanted to find with his own eyes, as if he was in another person. Arrow and her guards did not escape, but were fighting with the Skinners in the webway. They obviously did not flee for some reason. Although their motives were questionable, they led Chinyi and his men here after all. Even if they had no merit, they had worked hard. Shagatai thought about it again, and used the device that could open a temporary webway to leave his hiding place. At this time, the webway detector in Chinye's hand began to beep non-stop. This means that the temporary webway that allows people to travel freely has been created again. After 2 seconds, the warning sound of the detector disappeared, and when the original body that disappeared 2 seconds ago appeared in front of everyone again, he was surrounded by Arrow and the others. Excuse me, don't you hate them? Yao En asked doubtfully. In the Talon sector, there is a discipline called Primarch Psychology, which analyzes the past of each Primarch, finds out the motivations behind their decisions, and analyzes what kind of personality they might have in 10,000 years. At first glance, this discipline has no meaning other than wasting the tax revenue of the world where it is located. But now that the Primarchs dominate the Empire, this discipline has been upgraded to the point where even the guards must read their results. As for Shagatai, the 5th Primarch, the analysis of Primarch Psychology believes that Shagatai will be full of hatred for the dark relatives of the Eldar. But the Primarch went to save Arrow and the others. There is a war going on between humans and the dark relatives of the Eldar, Shagatai said, glancing at Arrow and his party, who he had just rescued in 2 seconds. In this war, these people are our temporary allies. We chose to cooperate because we all hope to get what we need from this cooperation and gain our own share of benefits. I don't know what kind of benefits your military force wants to gain from the cooperation, but because you helped my descendants find me, I'd better not destroy the cooperative relationship that you can gain benefits from. Shagatai explained his motives to Yao En in the most straightforward words. Considering the interests of the Star Zone, Yao En felt that Shagatai was much better than Ryan. At least he was willing to communicate. But Yao En also wanted to tell Shagatai that the Star Zone had already reaped all the benefits from the cooperation with the aliens, and this alien Archon was no longer useful. If she hadn't rushed to help for unknown reasons, she and her conspiracy group would have been left aside long ago. You'd better not say some things in front of me. I'm very fluent in High Gothic. Arrow reminded everyone. Chagatai smiled and shook his head. When you can listen to the conversation between two people in person, you don't need to doubt whether you should listen, because what you can hear must be heard by you. Arrow raised his eyebrows, and didn't want to delve into this matter. He tiredly lowered his body, and began to rest. Because his lower body was transformed into an octopus-like part, Arrow's resting habit changed from sitting or lying down to lowering his body, and then curling up. This was a strange scene, but Xinyi and Yaoan didn't find it scary, because although the Archon looked strange, he was still very loyal. It's impolite to let guests stand and talk on Congress. Chagatai motioned everyone to sit down and rest for a while. So the Primarch and others sat down around the campfire. This campfire was obviously Chagatai's living place layout habit. It had no meaning or use. Under the campfire was something Chagatai found in a corner of the webway shelter, which looked like a box. When the box existed, as everyone gathered around the box under the bonfire, they could feel that it seemed to speed up their body cells, because their physical strength was recovering rapidly, but their perception of time did not change. This is a device that can quickly restore physical strength. Why were you locked up in this web channel? Chinyi asked. It's a long story. Chagatai stretched out his hand to warm the fire, and explained helplessly. This is a long story indeed. Chagatai mentioned that after the Battle of Terra ended, he quickly left Terra and tried to clean up the Empire, which was in a mess at that time, and then he was targeted by some pirates. Those pirates tried to capture him, and sell him to the arena in Comoros as a gladiator. Coincidentally, at that time he also broke into the webway to try to find the people who were plundered by the Dark Relatives, who were beaten during the rebellion because the Empire had no time to take care of them. In the end, it was proved that the pirates' attempt to capture a Primarch as a gladiator was a false hope. They were like, even if you are a powerful individual created by an inferior race, we, the superior races, can play with you at will. The arrogant thinking almost destroyed them. If it weren't for the webway technology they mastered, and the wonderful method of exiling the unsolvable enemies into the webway, Comoros would have had an extra separatist force, the rebels. I don't know how long I have been imprisoned here, and how long I spent in Comoros before being imprisoned. I rescued a large number of slaves tortured by the Eldar. I persuaded hundreds of gladiators in the arena. We set off a massive resistance in Comoros. Chagatai described what happened from his entry into Comoros to his imprisonment with an expressionless face. Chapter 656. Barbarian Chaos. You have caused quite a stir in a lower city with a number of 4 digits in the 7th quadrant of Comoros. In the vast Comoros, this is a great achievement. Ai Rui recalled the records in a document he saw when he was a child. What happened next? The person who asked the original body very eagerly was not Chinyi, not Ai Rui, but Yaoan. Yaoan has a complex called Lord of Talon by psychologists in the Star Zone. Psychological problems. The so-called Lord of Tyrone plot refers to the emergence of a savior who leads people to resist and fight against the people who cause the dangerous environment in an absolutely difficult and dangerous environment. People are very interested in this kind of story. This kind of plot is very common among the veterans, who have fought side by side with the Lord of Tyrone in the Star Zone. And there are also many people in the Star Zone who like stories with similar templates. So Yaoan is extremely interested in what happened to Chagatai after he entered Comoros. We are unstoppable. Chagatai added some burning materials to the bonfire. The fuel was the bones and flesh of some creatures. We liberated the arenas and the terrible dungeons of the Dark Elves. Those who were tortured to insanity were supported until death, and those who were willing to rebel against slave owners and executioners took up arms to form an army. Everything was going well, until we found out that our success was actually an experiment by Victor. He wanted to see what would happen if the slaves rebelled. After a moment of silence, Chagatai told the last thing that happened after he was imprisoned in the webway. Another person who led the rebels with me had a disagreement with me on strategy, and then he convinced most people, and led the army into the ambush prepared by Victor. In just a moment, we were all sent into this webway. After listening to Chagatai's story, Yaoan sighed in depression. Then the guard asked in confusion, another rebel leader? In desperate situations, everyone should obey only one leader. Although the power of the governor is greatly limited in our star region, the planetary governor has absolute control and command over the defense forces on his planet in wartime, and can also execute anyone who disagrees with him. This is because an absolute authority is necessary in desperate situations. Hearing this, Chagatai stared at the guards. The wise always stand in front of the mirror. A structure with only authority is unhealthy. Even the wisest ruler needs a person who often speaks out against his opinions as his mirror and alarm. In addition, I don't want to have only absolute authority in the so-called desperate situation. Even if this authority loves everyone, everyone who is loved by him will lose his freedom. No matter how mighty the eagle is, as long as it succumbs to the food provided by the falconer due to hunger, it will sooner or later become a bird in a cage. Freedom, this is what Chagatai pursues. Yao En thought carefully for a moment, then nodded, although he disagreed but respected. In the analysis of the primarchs in the star zone, Chagatai is often labeled as pursuing freedom and ideals. Many people know that Chagatai completely disagrees with the emperor's ideas and will. The Lord of Talon once said that in Chagatai's eyes, the emperor is not a good thing, but the enemy is worse. You have to choose the less rotten apple between two rotten apples. Chagatai also proposed a new world concept of more equality, rationality, and freedom. The Congress Eagle researchers, a branch of pre-March psychology, used the main control intelligence sponsored by the Lord of Talon to simulate a virtual society, and finally came to a conclusion that was completely different from what the Khan researchers hoped. That is, if humans did not form an empire, but did what Chagatai envisioned. The probability that humans could survive for 100 years without extinction is 1%. Then researchers have to admit one thing, that is, a thing may be very bad in human perception, but as long as it exists, it is effective, and those beautiful things often do not bring beauty. For example, the empire is indeed terrifying and brutal, but it is effective when facing many enemies. In addition, those researchers even went to the star gods in the star zone to seek answers in order to find out why beautiful thoughts do not bring about beautiful things. The star gods responded, because you live in the real universe instead of the subspace, the real universe does not care what you think in your heart. Thinking about this, Yao En could only sigh with melancholy, and then asked, "You did not all die after entering the webway, you still survived, right? Then why are you the only one here?" Chagatai did not explain immediately, but picked up a lighting object and completely illuminated the surroundings. It made those obstructions no longer obstructed, and even human eyes could penetrate those thick obstacles. Then everyone saw that this hiding place was located in a city of the ancient Eldar Empire. The hiding place was a huge fortress-like building that looked completely different from the surrounding Eldar architectural style. So it can be imagined that this place was built by people. The whole building was full of lights, but not a single person could be seen. The empty huge square silently spoke of past prosperity. Apparently, those who were imprisoned in the webway with Chagatai not only survived, but also built a new city. But now they are gone, turned into stone graves on the large open space around the square. This is the destruction of a small civilization. Time is long, and the years are long. Chagatai said softly. All of us will eventually perish, but we will all become the memories of our descendants, and live in their spirits. The Sea of Souls is not the destination of every warrior's soul, but the memory of every person he protects. The warriors of the white scars raised their heads, and looked up at their original master, their eyes full of worship and admiration. Yao En was also amazed by Chagatai, and believed that this was a free and elegant man, completely different from his rough appearance. However, the Dark Eldars had no reaction at all. Everything the Primarch showed seemed too bland to them. For these Eldars, the Khan's personality would have to be magnified 100 times to resonate with their strong emotional races. Everything you do seems to have no meaning. Ari said, the people you saved and fought alongside you are just a few words in your speech. It doesn't matter. They existed and are remembered. Chagatai looked down at Arrow calmly. Just as Chagatai had made the decision in the Battle of Terra. When Horus's lackeys abused the civilians outside the Terra Palace, Chagatai stood with Sanguinius and Rogel Dorn. Dorn had no expression on his face at the miserable state of the civilians outside, and Sanguinius could only sigh. Chagatai asked Sanguinius, "How many people can I save in your prophecy?" "Countless." After receiving his brother's response, Chagatai jumped up and rushed out of the city. How many people could Chagatai save? Even if those who were saved by him did not die at the hands of the enemy, they might die from collateral damage caused by various weapons of mass destruction, such as radiation. But Chagatai was going to jump out to save people. Maybe it had no impact on the overall situation, and maybe it was useless from a utilitarian point of view, but it had to be done. Chapter 657. Chagatai's words made Arrow silent. The Archon lowered his head and pondered, thinking about how he should separate the Primarch from the others. As for taking the Primarch hostage, this was obviously not a realistic idea. If Comoros had a way to kill the Primarch, he would not have locked him up in the webway. While Arrow was lost in thought, Chagatai listened to others talking about the war. From Arrow betraying his own people because of the relics of the ancient Elden Empire, Lee Sun, the wandering trader, gained the trust of the Star Zone, and the Thunder Warriors opened the portal to the present. When Yoan said that Arrow sold out his kind for the relics of the ancient Eldar Empire, Chagatai was not surprised at all. Based on his understanding of these Eldar people, it was not surprising that they sold out their kind for the sake of their cherished ancestral relics, let alone for fun. After saying these things, Yoan looked at Arrow again. There are probably a lot of ancient Eldar relics in this webway. Don't you want to go and look for them? Arrow replied calmly, I care more about when we can leave this damn place. As soon as the words fell, Chagatai's face showed astonishment, and he turned his head to look at Arrow. But his astonishment soon disappeared, and he hid his surprise in his heart, but he paid more attention to this archon of the conspiracy group. Soon, Yoan stood up and walked to the side, using the communication device in the guard power armor to contact the outside world. He soon got a response. Mimicry will lead the team into the webway shelter, and everyone just needs to wait for rescue. As for the existence of the suspected Skinner Langager, it will be captured alive, and then it will be analyzed to find out what the hell it is. I think we'd better find a way to fight our way out with the people outside. Chagatai glanced at Yoan, who was communicating on the side, and then looked at Chenyi. Trust me, no need. Chenyi shook his head. Seeing his son so confident, Chagatai frowned slightly, still very curious about what could have gotten into this webway and brought them in without any of them doing anything. Those Skinners are not easy to deal with. But people in the webway still can't do nothing. Thinking, Chagatai looked at Arrow. It was late at night. Everyone was resting in the hiding place, packing up everything they could take, and then gathered together quietly waiting for rescue. After confirming that the Mimic would withdraw from the battlefield and enter the webway to rescue in a moment, Arrow suddenly found a reason to leave, came to a corner where no one could see or observe her, and communicated with someone outside the webway. Ari did not use the language of the Eldar, but a profound code that only a very few archons of the conspiracy in Comoros could understand. The general idea is to report what is happening now, and what will happen next. And Arrow hopes that people outside can find a way to close the webway gate. She will stay in the webway, and continue to look for opportunities to separate the Primarch from others. Her goal has changed from capturing some hostages to preventing the return of the human Primarch. When Arrow communicated obscurely with syllables that humans could not even utter, a huge and strong figure appeared behind her. Are you talking to your true ally about a plan against us? Hearing a sudden voice behind him, Arrow panicked and put down the communication device. He looked behind him with a look of astonishment and found that it was Chagatai who was talking to him. Every Eldar has extremely sharp senses. Arrow was panicked and surprised that he did not notice Chagatai approaching. I understand. Seeing Arrow's reaction, Chagatai nodded thoughtfully, and he had already judged something from her reaction. After thinking about it, Arrow nervously pulled out 2 daggers, slowly retreated to a distance of 3 meters away, and stared at Chagatai vigilantly. But Chagatai did not react, just stood there. When being stared at by this Primarch, Arrow had the illusion that he was cut open, as if his internal organs were all displayed in front of this Primarch. Stop playing those tricks, you are not good at this. Chagatai spoke slowly. Not good at it? Do you know that I and my kind are called dark relatives by those who live in the Ark? Arrow does not think so. I know. Chagatai nodded, but among all the Comorians I have met, you are the least good at playing tricks, and the most naive and stupid. Faced with the Primarch's analysis, Arrow sneered and disdained it. You are not good at hiding. You can't even hide your emotions. Your thinking is not that profound. I just tested you, and you exposed yourself. This shows that you are a stupid person. You are not good at playing tricks, but you just want to play them. However, your tricks are always full of loopholes, and are always easily seen through, and then they backfire. Your stupidity comes from your innocence. Let me guess. You should be a real child of an upper-class noble family in Comoros. Your father and mother have given you enough protection, and no one you meet will show you any malice. You have not been tempered by evil, so your tricks and thinking are very immature. Hearing the Primarch's analysis, Arrow was obviously shocked. She even began to recall whether she had been with Chagatai for a long time, so that the other party's analysis of her was so precise and in-depth. You wanted to gain the trust of the Talon sector by betraying your own kind, and you did it, but you didn't expect how much your trust could play in a war between one race and another. You wanted to place your own people in the sector by providing rapid assault troops, but you didn't expect the White Scars to come, so you gave up and thought of another bad idea. You think one thing after another, and you are too focused on your original purpose, which is why you have to run back when you are sent to the exit of the webway. Listening to Shagatai's analysis and sarcasm, Airo's body was shaking. Do you have the ability to predict the future? Do I need to predict you? Shagatai shook his head. The Archon didn't know that there were two reasons why Shagatai's analysis was so precise. First, Shagatai was good at analysis. He was a sharp-minded person, and could often see through the essence of things. Second, Shagatai's family also made it difficult for him not to cultivate the ability to analyze others thoroughly. The Emperor has 20 sons, each one is different. Except for Gilliman, who is a happy child, the others are all problem children, each with their own problems, different personalities and characteristics, and any family problem can be found in the Primarchs. You are a fool who wants to make a career and gain recognition from others. It is a miracle that a fool like you can survive to adulthood in Kimura. The people who protect you too well. But you don't want to admit that everything you have now is a gift and protection from others. You want to prove your ability, but you are too stupid and naive. You think one thing after another, and use all kinds of naive conspiracies and tricks to make things worse. You pretend to be a shrewd person, trying to use tricks to show your cruelty and cunning, but you are not cruel and cunning enough. Shagatai continued, approaching Airo. Others must have noticed that something is wrong with you, but they are too lazy to say it, because you are easier to control, because you are a stupid bitch who knows nothing. In essence, you are just a childish stupid bitch pretending to be a Kimorian. Do you know what you should do? When the Primarch asked the last question, the weapon in Airo's hand had fallen to the ground, and he kept sobbing with tears streaming down his face. This attitude even surprised Shagatai, because in his imagination, Airo would not cry on the spot, but would curse himself to cover it up. He didn't know that he had touched Airo's real pain point, saying something that even the most foul-mouthed and vicious people in the Dark Eldar dared not say to Airo. What you should do is to find a place with a better environment than Comoros, and then find a man or woman you like as a foil, and use silly smiles and stupid things every day to provide positive emotions to your male or female partner. Don't be an Archon. Although you have someone who gives you everything and offers you this position, if the person who protects you can't handle all the troubles, you will die sooner or later. This is Shagatai's sincere advice to Airo. After hearing all the words, Airo was finally so angry that he mustered up the courage to pounce on the Primarch. The only thing Shagatai could do was his hands, and he knocked Airo unconscious with a light palm. Perhaps there is another thing you can do, which is to spit out everything you know. Chapter 658. After quickly dealing with Airo, the Primarch returned to the crowd who were preparing to set off. Yaoan had just told the mimic, who had entered the webway, that Airo was suspicious. Then everyone saw Shagatai grabbing Airo's octopus leg with his hand, and dragging her back. Seeing this scene, Chinyi slowly stood up, pulled out his bolt pistol, and aimed at the Dark Eldar warriors, who were loyal to Airo. Others also picked up their weapons, and aimed at the Dark Eldar, and they didn't even load their guns. Although Airo could conceal her motives, she could not conceal her suspicions with more subtle conspiracy methods. Sure enough, the conspirators who were targeted by the gun seemed unusually calm, as if they had expected things to develop to this point. It was just a matter of time. Fire. Wait. When Chinyi wanted to give the order to fire, Shagatai raised his hand to signal his descendants to wait. The Dark Elves looked at Shagatai gratefully. Recently, there is a new sect in Kimura that has been hit hard. A Dark Eldar warrior was warming himself by the fire, and spoke very calmly. The main idea of this sect is that we should not continue to live in the webway, because the webway is not safe. It was once invaded by the lackeys of the Hungry Lady due to some problems. And the human star region protected by the Catons can have a higher degree of safety than Kimura because of the characteristics of Catons that can enhance the structure of reality. Although this enhancement is limited and psychic power can still take effect, it can at least isolate the evil beings in the subspace as much as possible. Maybe we need to give up everything to get asylum, but it doesn't matter, as long as we can keep our souls. The Dark Eldar told Shagatai a lot of things that he couldn't understand at all, but their actions made Shagatai understand. The Dark Eldar took out a star pattern made of simple lines from his arms. That was the symbol of the Talon sector. I've always wanted to be a Carisi. After that, the warriors of Airo's conspiracy, the elite and senior officials who came with her, wore the symbol on their chests. You have to pay blood tax, Yaoan said to them. The so-called blood tax does not refer to the blood tax of taking away materials and people like space sharks, but the tax paid with blood. Anyone who has made contributions to the Star Zone can be protected, or pay the blood tax with practical actions that benefit the Star Zone, like the tax collectors in the Imperial Tax Collection Fleet who secretly sold the Dimensional Engine to others decades ago. Or pay the blood tax with actual actions that benefit the Star Zone, like the later space warriors, the sons of Antaeus, the burning falcons, and shed blood in the war. The Arrow conspiracy, to which we belong, interacts most with humans, and we understand those strange rules. Trust us, in this war, we can bring you a surprise without any derogatory meaning. As he spoke, a roar sounded. Countless living metal fragments poured down like rain in the distance of the hiding place. Then a white-haired woman, who was not riding any vehicle and wearing no protective equipment, fell from the sky. Chagatai and his descendants were startled. Only Yon remained calm, because he knew that it was the mimicry of one of the gods of Tehran. Can we go now? The mimic looked around and asked the people around with a smile. Wait. Chagatai raised his hand. Had those skinners been killed? You broken alone? You're going to take us out alone? Of course. The mimic smiled and nodded. At this moment, Chagatai realized for the first time why the human side could launch a large-scale attack on Comoros. After a while, the eagle brought out of the webway by the mimic stood in the bridge of the glory human. The Archon named Arrow had been taken to have his brain read. Chin Mo did not come to see Chagatai immediately, but dealt with matters including checking Arrow's brain reading information and the sudden appearance of Dark Eldar in the war to provide target guidance for the orbital bombing of the Tyrone Navy. The drone took care of Chagatai's messy hair and appearance, changed him into a relatively clean set of clothes, and repaired Chagatai's damaged armor. Before the arrival of the Lord of Tyrone, who led this war, Chagatai stood in front of the porthole of the bridge and observed the entire fleet. Chinyi stood beside the father of Jeans, communicating with him using encrypted communications. As you can see, this is the naval power of the Tyrone sector. There is a reason why they have such a powerful navy and equipment. Only a very few people in the Empire know that the Tyrone sector was built on the power of a transcendent existence called Star God. Star God. You should know what it is. After all of us put together are not as knowledgeable as you. After listening to Chinye's words, Chagatai retracted his gaze and nodded. Not bad. Not bad? Chinyi originally thought that the pre-march would tell him not to trust the Tyrons, because they stood with the alien gods and were likely to be a threat to the Empire. The White Scars had not established diplomatic and trade channels with Tyron, because they were worried that if the pre-march did not return and the chapter cooperated with the Tyrons, like the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels, it might attract the malice of some high-ranking officials in the Empire. There are not many decorations about the Star Gods on their naval ships, but more of a personal worship. This means that the Star God has not established an absolute leadership position in their star zone. I speculate that in their star zone, the transcendent existence of the Star God is subject to certain rules. Chagatai said his speculation softly. Chinyi nodded. But we still need to have our own ideas. Chagatai warned in a deep voice. We don't know what the Empire's actual attitude towards this star zone is. We must try our best to stand with the Empire. We must not repeat the mistake of the Legion's wavering during the Horus Heresy. Chinyi nodded. In fact, the war captain thought so too. Just when the two wanted to talk a few more words, the bridge gate opened. Gilliman has heard about your return. He said that he and Lion will come to the Star Zone to welcome your return and celebrate the victory of this war. Chin Mo stepped into the bridge. This was the first time Chagatai saw Chin Mo. He noticed that Chin Mo called Gilliman by name. He habitually called him by name, which showed that he had a good relationship with Gilliman, who was already the regent. Have you started preparing to celebrate the victory of the war? Chagatai asked. It is a taboo to be happy before the victory is achieved. Yes, the victory of the war is within reach, it is just a matter of time. Chin Mo walked to the tactical table and swiped his hand on the holographic image on the table, showing the appearance of the entire Comoros and the next plan. Chapter 659. We will install bombs in the core area of Comoros, strip out the core of the city, and then destroy it. There is an unexpected gain. That is, Arrow's brain has information about Victor's location. In addition, in other war zones, some dark elves suddenly began to provide guidance for our offensive. Chagatai noticed that Chin Mo did not regard himself as an outsider at all, just as if he was talking about the plan to another collaborator in the war. This is a friendly attitude. Sorry, but the White Scars will not participate in the next war. Chagatai bowed slightly. Thank you for helping my descendants find me. They need to escort me back to Chuenzhou Fortress to handle affairs immediately. Okay. Chin Mo agreed without hesitation, which was beyond Chagatai's expectations. Then as a gift, I will give you something. Chagatai subconsciously wanted to refuse the gift, because as the saying goes, if you accept the gift, you will be short of money. If you really accept the gift and don't stay to continue the war, you will feel bad. Whether to stay and fight involves whether the White Scars are cooperating with Talon or just looking for the pre-march. For many reasons, Chagatai believes that he should not show any good or bad intentions to the Talon sector before knowing more about the Empire. But the gift Chin Mo showed made Chagatai's words stuck in his throat. A model of a motorcycle was generated on the tactical table. The new tactical motorcycle has a flying function, and can fly from the surface to outside the orbit of the planet. It is made of living metal that can self-repair. It can self-repair. It has a teleportation function, and a small space arsenal, which means that the motorcycle can be teleported at any time, and you can just reach in somewhere to pull out all kinds of large and heavy weapons that exceed the motorcycle's carrying capacity. The signature feature is that it will generate a small life support field, which means that even in a void battle, it can be used as a super high-speed boarding weapon. Looking at this cool motorcycle, Chagatai couldn't take his eyes off it, but finally forced himself to calm down. I appreciate it, but I won't accept it without merit. We are leaving soon, and I am really not qualified to accept this generous gift. This is just a gift for meeting, and it's just a gift without any request. Chin Mo scratched on the holographic model, showing more motorcycles, a total of 101 motorcycles, which have been loaded for you. Hearing this, Chin Yi glanced at Chin Mo, and then secretly pulled Chagatai's armor. Chagatai looked at Chin Yi, thinking that it was easy for this guy to say, what kind of gift is a gift, and it is inevitable that you will be grateful for what you have received. There is no free thing in this world. If they really took the things of the Tyrone Star region, they would just publicize it casually, and this matter would become a proof of goodwill between the Primarch and the Star region. It's just a gift, accept it. Chin Mo's voice was like the whisper of a devil. He didn't intend to use this incident to frame Chagatai, because doing so would only make Chagatai dissatisfied, so the Star Zone would never publicize the fact that Chagatai received a lot of cool motorcycles from the Talons, unless the White Scars drove the cool motorcycles around to show off. As the governor said, this motorcycle is nothing special, it's just an enhanced version of the motorcycle I gave to Captain Chen. Yaowen, who had returned with Chin Yi earlier, suddenly walked into the bridge and started talking about the motorcycle he gave to Chin Yi. Chagatai looked at Chin Yi. That was many years ago. Chin Yi helplessly spread his hands. No matter how many years ago it was, is it useful? Yaowen asked. Chin Yi really couldn't bear to lie and disparage his precious motorcycle. It's very useful. Chagatai thought deeply for a long time, and finally smiled and shook his head. Wise people can often resist temptation. I have to say you are very generous, but we also have our own principles. No gift without merit. I can't give you gifts without merit. Captain Chen led the troops to the heavily surrounded portal area, so that's it. Chin Mo smiled. Forget it. Xiao Galley Eagle waved his hands repeatedly, forget it. 2 days later. On the eve of the final stage of the Comoros core destruction campaign, a large-scale reconnaissance operation. Under the leadership of the Primarch, the White Scars Chapter Assault Company galloped across the ruins of Comoros at a very fast speed, rushing towards the area still in the hands of the Dark Eldar. Their motorcycles sometimes carried their owners across the plains, sometimes disappeared, and then flew out from farther away. So we finally accepted the gift from the Talons? While enjoying his first experience of driving a new motorcycle, Tailyatai said to his battle brothers in the communication channel. No one answered Tailyatai, but looked at the Primarch at the same time. I was making a fuss a few days ago. I thought this flying motorcycle was made by the power of their star region, but it turned out that the logistics machinery could mass print thousands of them in less than 10 seconds. The governor of the star region is right. This is just an ordinary gift. I made a big fuss about it. Chagatai confided his true feelings to his children. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the war will end soon. It will be so fast that the time we leave will be almost the same as the time it takes to finish the war. There is no need to worry about what the imperial leaders other than the region think of us. Chin Yi agreed. Chagatai looked back at Chin Yi, thinking that you have been enjoying the cool motorcycle for many years, and now you are talking like this, considering the views of some people in the imperial high level. But Chagatai also knew that what Chin Yi said was true, and the war was about to end. They were participating in the beginning of a large-scale military operation, that is, a large-scale reconnaissance. Those marginalized people who were on the fringes of the Dark Eldar society, and did not care about anything else in order to seek asylum had been arranged into the reconnaissance unit to carry out this reconnaissance operation with the White Scars. The purpose of the reconnaissance operation was to find out how much defense there was around the location of Victor in Arrow's memory. If it wasn't for the purpose of completely killing the overlord of Comoros, everyone would have started to evacuate after the core of Comoros was stripped away. We have to do what we have received, Chagatai said, pointing forward. In front of us, the defense line of the Dark Eldar gradually appeared. The Tyrone army, which was also assigned to the reconnaissance unit, and the Dark Eldar had already engaged in a small-scale firefight with the defense line. What the White Scars had to do was to take advantage of this time to obtain as much intelligence as possible. The Falcon of Kagras, Charge. Chapter 660. As the large-scale reconnaissance operation proceeds, battlefield information is quickly acquired. The acquired information is processed by the main control intelligence and gathered in the Bridge of the Glory Humanity, forming a holographic projection full of information and other components. What every soldier sees, what every company sees, what every fighter plane sees, and even what every reconnaissance Iron Man sees, are all gathered on this holographic projection, allowing the people in the bridge to fully control the battlefield information. Chin Mo stood in the bridge, watching the holographic projection with the high-ranking officers of the Tyrone army, the main control intelligence assisting in the operation, and the Star Gods, waiting for the end of the large-scale reconnaissance operation. The reconnaissance operation will be over soon. Then we will kill Victor. That's what we have to do before we completely strip the Comoros core. Chin Mo said these words to the Star Gods. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. No matter how much the war technology in this universe develops, in the end, there must be a battle between soldiers and generals. Dark Eldar, the dark relatives of the Eldar, no matter what they are called, they are the true heirs of the ancient Eldar Empire, whether considering their living habits or how much inheritance they have in their hands, they are all heirs. Antimatter rifles are just the most common weapons in the low-profile version of the war in heaven that was staged before. No one knows how many secrets of the ancient Eldar Empire Victor has come into contact with, how many weapons of the ancient Eldar Empire. Maybe he can summon many Kane incarnations, maybe he can wake up the super ancient warriors sleeping somewhere. Victor is in a pocket universe. The entrance and exit anchor point of this pocket universe in the real universe is the exact center of the area where we conduct reconnaissance operations. Chin Mo stretched out his hand and made a stroke, and the information previously read from Arrow's brain was displayed. According to Arrow's brain reading information, Victor was not in the core area of Comoros, so Victor could not be stripped out and killed together with the core. Victor was not in the core area, not in the edge area, and not even in Comoros. He and other Archons were hiding in a pocket universe. Pocket universe technology is only available to once-rich races, including the Dark Eldar and the Necrons. In the hands of the Dark Eldar, the pocket universe has become a technological black box, just like STC, but it can still be used. I only have one question. Serenova said, why can't we let the recorder kill directly and pull Victor out of the pocket universe? Why do we come out in full force? Because we don't know what else Victor, the Tyrant of Comoros, has in his hands. Chin Mo said, no matter what he has, we must kill him and destroy everything he has. Serenova nodded. It still felt that this was not necessary, but considering Chin Mo's habit of putting all his strength into a single battle, this was not unacceptable. Toying with enemies, with a huge gap in strength to death, is also an entertainment activity. We are rushing in for business? The Bernard shouted. I thought you wanted to make a brilliant appearance in front of that reptile bastard and bring him the greatest despair. Chin Mo looked at the burner and blinked his right eye. The holographic image changed rapidly, and more information was processed and integrated by the main control intelligence, and displayed on the image in the form of symbols. Even the reports of the Dark Eldar and the frontline officers were checked, and the parts with a reliability of more than 80% were selected and displayed. In addition to the Star Gods, there were some officers in the bridge. These officers looked at the holographic image and discussed the battlefield situation in a low voice. Grote, the general of the 44th Infantry Regiment, was also among them. Chin Mo looked at Grote. 10 years ago, Chin Mo had suggested to Grote that he return to the Royal Guards, because with the psychic matrix and its related technologies, Grote's problem of getting carried away in battle was no longer a problem. But surprisingly, Grote himself refused to return to the Royal Guards. The reason was simple. He had been a Royal Guard for decades. Now he was the general of the 44th Infantry Regiment and a senior manager of the Army's Tactical Research Department. He had invested too much energy in tactical research and command, and he didn't want to give up his investment for most of his life. Back then in the Agrippina Forge world, Grote's company experimented with the latest information-based tactics at the time, but he was confused and had no idea what he was doing. In the following decades, more relevant talents were trained, and Grote also learned a lot. It took him a long time to figure out why the company he led was walking in the wilderness on Agrippina. Chin Mo thought that an advanced tactic could be used as long as he wanted to use it, but the reality was not so satisfactory. Without the training of relevant talents, without corresponding investment, and without at least decades of accumulation, no matter how advanced the tactics were, they could not be used. But now it's different. Groot, Chi Nemo said, you will be in charge of commanding the next battle. Without a trace of weakness, hesitation, or worry, Groot stepped forward and saluted, and took on the heavy responsibility frankly. Yes. I only have one request. Chi Nemo raised a finger. Before I am ready to fight, I need you to tear the enemy's defense line apart. It's that simple. Yes. Groot nodded. Chi Nemo glanced at the star gods, and left through the gate of the bridge with the star gods. Groot pushed the person in front of him away, and came to the tactical table. He rested his hands on the table, and scanned the entire holographic projection. The enemy has defense devices similar to void shields, things that constantly use psychic energy to interfere with our transmission system, anti-aircraft positions, and artillery positions. I thought they were just a group of pirates and robbers. We need to tear apart the enemy's 29 lines of defense. After the reconnaissance operation, launch a large number of drones, and use suicide attacks to eliminate all defense devices and things that will interfere with our transmission system. After the drone operation, the Air Force fighters will cross the battlefield to test whether the enemy has hidden anti-aircraft positions, but the main goal is to kill the alien Razor fighters. Then carry out air strikes and artillery bombardments on the discovered positions. After the bombing, send the Iron Man to clean up any remaining enemies. If the enemy has heavy war machines like the Eldar's Nether Knights, send the Titan Legion and the Iron Man to deal with them. Chapter 661. In the most important area protected by all defense lines, a small device is roaring at the bottom of the spike-shaped fortress. The pocket universe is inside this device. Victor and all the Archons who didn't have time to escape or defect are hiding in the pocket universe. Everyone is watching another legacy of the ancient elf empire. It is a device similar to a holographic tactical table, with a size of only a small box the size of a palm, but it can directly detect the situation of the entire battlefield. According to the noble who guarded this device for 20,000 years before his death, this was the device used by the ancestors to fight during the war in heaven. Its principle is to directly show all the current and future situations on the battlefield through psychic prophecy. Perhaps due to the effectiveness of an unknown ancient technology, the heirs of the ancient elf empire found that the psychic application technology of their ancestors' equipment was much more powerful than their own. It was both advanced and seemed to be immune to the evil existence in the Sea of Souls. In another legend, this device that directly displays the battlefield situation has another function, which is to directly erase the soul projection of a certain enemy in the subspace. But just like even the pocket universe has to be placed in a fixed place, it is impossible to discover and use more functions of this device at present. And the battlefield situation shown by this device makes everyone pessimistic. About 20 minutes ago, countless drones destroyed the defense devices on every position. Then the Air Force rushed over to clean up the Razor fighters. Then, there was the air strike of bombers, the bombing of the Tylon army artillery, and the Iron Man giant war body. The elite conspirators, who were equipped with anti-matter rifles and ready to teach the inferior race a lesson, were now either cannon fodder or slaughtered by the enemies sent from the rear. The various command posts that were directly commanding the frontline operations outside the pocket universe were also gone. The combination of the despicable traitors and Comoros and thousands of missiles equipped with nuclear warheads killed them. Victor was not angry, nor did he regret it. He forced the conspirators who were like a pile of scattered sand to unite and fight like humans or relatives, but this was the result. This is already good. At least everyone is not being slaughtered like chickens by the enemy in the internal struggle. Perhaps we can choose a safer place to live in the human star zone, like those of the Karis sect. Fuck Victor, hack Comoros, long live Karis. Among the Archons present, some people have already thought of new places to go in addition to being pessimistic, and some of them are even believers of the Karis sect, which is excluded from the social margins. They whispered in very small voices, or thought in their hearts. But Victor had a secret tool that could directly hear the voices in their brains. But now was not the time to play tricks. You ants, just run away. I will meet my end as a king. Victor spoke to the Archons disappointedly, then turned around and walked towards the exit of the pocket universe. Long live Karis. Someone shouted, and 6 well-prepared Archons of the conspiracy group and their guards suddenly drew their guns and killed people. After shooting several competitors in a row, they pointed the guns at Victor's back. Victor, you bastard, you can't leave, otherwise how can we pay the blood tax? Hearing the fierce words coming from behind, Victor didn't even turn his head, but asked coldly, You want to be slaves of Caton now? Times have changed, Victor. The war in heaven has ended long ago, and the huge empire of our ancestors has also fallen. We are just a group of maggots who live in shame. Why bother to be slaves for whom? The star god can at least protect us. Our mother goddess Aisha is also on the side of the star gods. Now it is not the time of the war in heaven. Now it is a war between the real universe and the Sea of Souls. For the real universe, long live the real universe. The 6 archons who decided to abandon everything for safety gave various reasons. Some simply thought that they were maggots and didn't need to care about anything else. Some used the war between the real universe and the Sea of Souls to justify themselves, saying that they were warriors with a big vision, not cowards, who would give up everything to survive. And some archons were indeed big-minded, tired of the conspiracy and struggle in Comoros, and wanted to devote everything they had to a greater cause. Some even think that the Dark Eldar should change their lifestyle, at least not to fight among themselves. Only when they are on the verge of death can they fight a direct war like their relatives and other races. This is the diversity of an intelligent species. Will humans accept you, compatriots? Victor still did not turn his head back. You don't really think that Karis is a beautiful paradise where all races are equal, and both the Eldar and humans can coexist hand in hand? Of course not, but there you don't have to fear the covetousness of the hungry lady, and if you are lucky, you can even enter the upper class, just like the former ranger named Imorue, make movies and enjoy life. Victor wanted to say something more, but then he remembered that his kind was good at talking. The profound thinking, sharp senses, and obscure language of the Eldar gave this race the advantage of always occupying the truth at the level of talking. It doesn't matter. Victor raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A flash of light appeared, and then the 6 archons who decided to betray Comoros were beheaded in an instant. When the survivors were in astonishment, another flash of light appeared, and 2 warriors came to Victor's side. The 2 warriors looked extremely gorgeous, with no expression on their faces, as if they were dead bodies. Every weapon and equipment on them was rarely seen by the archons, or even never seen before. Hundreds of colorful stones were inlaid on those gorgeous accessories. They were ancient relics that could generate temporary webways anytime and anywhere. And such accessories were only the most insignificant of the 2 warriors. Some knowledgeable archon suddenly recalled that in the Eldar's memory, there was a powerful warrior who could slaughter countless Necroner when he appeared on the battlefield during the war in heaven. After the Necroner was defeated and compromised with the Star God, those short-lived ghosts had combat units that could compete with them with the help of the Void Dragon. The 2 warriors next to Victor were probably the legendary existence. Goodbye, fools who play tricks. Victor led the 2 warriors out of the Pocket Universe, and then destroyed the entrance and exit of the Pocket Universe before the Archons roared in anger. Chapter 662. The Lord of Conspiracy sat on his terrifying throne made of limbs and flesh. 2 ancient warriors, who were resurrected by secret magic, stood on the left and right of the throne. Victor, the Lord of Conspiracy, leaned on the throne and looked at the conspiracy warriors, who were willing to die for him very calmly. Those warriors were still deploying defenses and holding on. They were holding antimatter rifles, and could use heavy weapons left by their ancient ancestors, or toys that could be called weapons. But Victor knew that these people could not hold on for long. Even the ancient warriors beside him could be of any use. But Victor was not afraid, and sat quietly on the throne. He was dressed in his best clothes. He wore the strongest soul crown in the entire Comoros. This is a piece of equipment that contains fragments of the Eldar Prophet, which can safely predict the future. The soul helmet Victor wore contained the soul of the Prophet of the former Biotin Arc world. Under the soul helmet is a shadow force field, a mask that looks scary and can hide the user. Other accessories with various force fields and special abilities were hung all over Victor's body. Death. I saw it. Victor's eyes released light, and the soul helmet that bound the soul of the Prophet Jeton revealed the whole future to him. Then something strange happened. In the center of the defense position formed by the conspiracy warriors, the space was distorted, and then a small Dyson sphere flashed out. The majestic gravity instantly tore everything around. It was gravity like a black hole, but it released light. It emits light because it wants to, not because there is a law in the universe that allows light to escape from a black hole. Then, on the right side of the Dyson sphere, every molecule and atom in the space was torn apart by the flames that appeared out of thin air. The ubiquitous flames gathered into a storm, and a human-shaped transcendent creature with a burning body appeared in front of the storm. It raised its burning hands and looked down on all the creatures and materials in front of it. The metal material that was created out of thin air twisted and condensed, gradually transforming into a god holding a spear, with what looked like a broken data stream floating behind him. Another Victor appeared, sitting on the throne of flesh and blood, looking down on the real Victor. The white substance formed out of thin air gathered into a huge book, with pages turning, recording Victor's mood and feelings at every moment. Finally, a lightning bolt fell from the sky, and an existence that looked almost the same as a human landed in front of all the star gods. When seeing so many star gods appear in front of him, Victor's spirit still wanted to remain decent, but he could hardly suppress the fear from the bottom of his heart. The existence of the star gods is a curse to the real universe. It is difficult for any creature in the real universe not to be afraid of these transcendent beings, who can play with the supreme truth in the universe. You gave us a surprise. Saranoga looked at the ancient Eldar warriors on both sides of Victor. An arm appeared in the Dyson sphere, an arm that slowly rose. The energy that tore the past and the future apart and shattered space and time was released from Saranogha's fingertips. It was like a gentle touch from an elegant person. Irresistible energy rushed out in the form of lightning, smashing one of the ancient Eldar warriors into a piece of charcoal. Another Eldar warrior tried to attack, but just as he took a step, he was cut into countless pieces by the twisted lines from all directions. This is unfair. Victor looked at Chi Nemo, who had just put down his hand, and cut another warrior into pieces. You all came out in full force, and I only have a mortal body. Fair? The fairness you want is to watch your two ancestors kill my people, and bleed like a river. Chi Nemo's voice echoed in Victor's ears, and the Lord of Conspiracy flashed around him, and the whole person was moved directly in front of him, bearing the contemptuous gaze. For the star god, the two Eldar warriors were nothing. They were still creatures in the real universe, and could be easily wiped out. But if it was an ordinary Iron Man, Army, Space Marine, Thunder Warrior, no matter what, as long as they encountered the Eldar warrior, the only outcome would be to be killed and blood flowed. Humans often have to pay a lot of price to end a war, not because human tactics are crappy and technology is shit, but because there are really no more advanced units that can be used for soldiers versus soldiers and generals versus generals. Greenskin warlords, Eldar prophets, warped demons, tyrannid tyrants. Any of them can slaughter humans at will, and none of them can be dealt with by ordinary space marines. But fortunately, humans nowadays are not limited to using infantry or space marines to pile up enemies. Don't talk to us about fairness. The real universe doesn't care about fairness. The burner raised his hand, causing Victor's body to look at the god uncontrollably. You are far worse than your ancestors. At least they didn't shout unfairness when they were slaughtered by us. Victor wanted to refute the burner, but his eloquence was suppressed to the lowest point by fear. After holding it in for a long time, he could only look at Chi Nemo reluctantly. Kill me. You, the leader, personally. If I didn't suspect that you have some ruthless stuff, I wouldn't come here. Chi Nemo shook his head and looked at the narrator, put an end to his story. Victor looked at the gods in front of him in fear. The gods of Talon wanted to review the splendor of the War of Heaven and see how much legacy the true heirs of the Eldar could give, but Victor disappointed them. Victor, who can't even please the gods, will die. His soul will be shattered and his body will be annihilated. Among the gods, a god named the Recorder will put an end to Victor's story. It slowly floated towards Victor. Although this transcendent existence did not have eyes that could make Victor, a weak creature, understand, it did look down at the ant in front of it coldly. The Recorder came to Victor. The living metal gathered and extended, and finally gathered into an arm under the control of the essence of the star god. The finger gently tapped Victor's chest. The dark armor on Victor's body rippled, and the twisted lines formed a perfect circle. At the center of the circle, where the Recorder lightly tapped, a singularity the size of a grain of rice appeared out of thin air. The next second, Victor's entire existence began to collapse. Victor's soul was seized by the greedy burner, and this is his end. The Lord of Conspiracy's life full of conspiracy and meanness has ended, but Comoros still stands in the webway, but the city will soon be destroyed. The gods slowly turned around and prepared to do the last thing in this war. Chapter 663. The stripping weapons have all been installed. Very good. Let the Navy and Army start evacuating, and let Heat Death leave some more Iron Men in Comoros. Chi Nemo walked in the corridor leading to the bridge. The main control intelligence reported the situation and listened to the orders. The war has been going on for now, and the remaining steps have nothing to do with the mortal body. Comoros will not be completely destroyed, but the Dark Eldar will not only struggle in poverty, but will also be unable to leave because the Burning Ones have blocked the gates of the webway. They are finished. Lord of Tyrone. Uslan suddenly came from another corridor and walked side by side with Chi Nemo. I suggest you don't completely destroy the core of Comoros. Chi Nemo sneered. The relationship between the two of us is pretty good. You can say it directly. I just don't want Comoros to experience a catastrophe, because even the dark relatives are relatives, and the relationship is much closer than that between the elves and humans. Although Uslan was sharply ridiculed by Chi Nemo this time, he did not lose his temper, which proved that he did not think as Chi Nemo said. Since you don't trust me, I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I've been collecting things from the Comoros library while reading books lately. I saw a message saying that important facilities in the ancient elf empire like Comoros generally have self-defense mechanisms, but not the kind of defense mechanisms that fired at you when you came in, but defense mechanisms against star gods. Let's put it this way, if the core area of Comoros, which was once a transit station built by the ancient elf empire, is destroyed, it will counterattack in a way that is very deadly to star gods. Uslan said just that, and then shut up. He looked very honest. Can it kill me in seconds? Chi Nemo stopped and asked. I can't say for sure, after all, I don't know how this defense mechanism works. Uslan also stopped, although we Ark-Eldar always say that we are the heirs, but in fact, I understand. I will be more careful. For example, I and other star gods will try to stay away, but we still have to do what we should do. After saying that, Chi Nemo walked into the bridge and came to the porthole. The void dragon standing in front of the porthole turned around. There is no one at the detonation site. Chi Nemo looked at the Comoros core area outside the porthole. Let's start. The void dragon raised his hand and controlled the stripping weapons. Thousands of transport vehicles have already evacuated the troops controlling the Comoros core, and they are sailing towards the flagship. And behind them, a series of dense flashes flashed around the Comoros core. The huge city slowly separated from the entire Comoros, and was pushed upward by the impact of the stripping weapons. From the warship, it looked like only a small piece of Comora was peeled off and then floated up. However, the effect of the stripping weapon was far from digging out the Comora core constructed of materials that the star god could not control. The burner and the void dragon jointly developed the stripping weapon, so it was natural that there were some webway technologies in it. The huge Comora core rose infinitely in the webway, causing some chain reactions. The Desiderian portal was destroyed, and a tiny webway crack had appeared, but there was no invasion of any subspace creatures. Then a huge light curtain covered the entire core area of Comoros. This huge city was gradually covered by light, and finally disappeared from the webway. Chi Nemo thought about it from another perspective. If he were a dark elf, he would cry now. Because the core of Comoros, which was the most prosperous and had the highest productivity, was lost forever. But it's not over yet. The glory human and the celestial engine began to sail in the webway, then entered the real universe, and began to sail towards the destination. The same is true for the core of Comora. It first enters the real universe, and then jumps towards the set destination with the help of the last function of the stripping weapon, which is the superliminal function. And this destination is the edge of the Eye of Terror. Since the end of the Battle of Cadia, the Eye of Terror has been greatly reduced by the black stone obelisk on Cadia, and now it is about the size of a star zone. Countless demon worlds have been stripped from the subspace and gradually returned to normal. The fortress world of Cadia can never be the front line again. Gilliman wants to build a new Cadian gate. He ordered the people of the Storm Segmentum to start large-scale colonization of the worlds that have been restored to normal in the original Eye of Terror. Although there are still forces against the pre-march in the imperial institutions until now, the colonization activities are still carried out by force. The state church is the most enthusiastic. They call the large-scale colonization activities the spread of the light of the God Emperor. Countless fanatics leave their own worlds and gather at the Cadian Gate. Then, they eat a holy meal at the Cadian Gate, and then, they are sent into the original range of the Eye of Terror to start colonizing the planets that were once demon worlds. The fanatics baptize every place on every colonized planet in a religious way, and then large fleets carrying the Necromundas or other populations provided by the Hive worlds will arrive to send more people to the baptized worlds. Even Gilliman thinks this is necessary. Because the worlds that are not baptized or not baptized thoroughly will be haunted, and the worlds that are completely baptized are no different from normal imperial worlds. But this colonization activity has a fatal problem, that is, the consumption of religious ritual materials is huge and the progress is extremely slow. The Talon sector assisted in the colonization activities. The Soulless Scholars Organization, which specializes in anti-psychic research, believes that the reason why the unbaptized worlds have supernatural phenomena is that there are still some subspace rifts in the world that have not been completely closed. Therefore, more efficient means can be used to deal with those problems, so that those colonial forces other than the state religion do not have to wait for the slow baptism of the state religion. But the state religion turned this into a religious issue. Billions of fanatics in the religious world chose to commit suicide in front of the statue of the God Emperor, indicating that the state religion used 20% of its annual fiscal funds to spread the will of the God Emperor at all costs. If it gave up halfway, it would be better to die. In short, there are still large tracts of uncolonized worlds near the Eye of Terror that have been occupied by chaos forces again. And in the galaxy at the edge of the Eye of Terror, the junction of this subspace and the real universe can already be called the rear base of Chaos Space Marines. At this moment, the Black Legion Space Marines, who were accumulating strength for a conspiracy on all the planets in the galaxy and gathering supplies and troops, suddenly saw that the sky of the planet they were on was no longer half dark purple and half black. The sky was replaced by something that looked like a city. Chapter 664. This damn thing must be as big as 2 galaxies. What the hell are you doing building such a big city, you damn reptilian bastards? When Chinemo and Uslan appeared inside the solar structure of the celestial engine, all the star gods, who had been waiting here for a long time, were discussing the core area of Comoros that was pulled into the real universe. That place was as big as 2 galaxies, and even the gravity of the celestial bodies was affected, but before the celestial bodies collapsed, the star gods used their own power to stabilize the celestial bodies. We can't send that part of Komora to before the Big Bang in this galaxy. Saranoga pointed to the other half of the galaxy, the real universe eroded by the subspace. We can't sense it. We need a base point and range to exert our power. Otherwise, if we accidentally send all the surrounding galaxies back to before the Big Bang, the reality membrane will be completely destroyed. How about attacking it directly with the celestial engine? The recorder suggested. The burner immediately refuted. If the celestial engine can work on Komora, do we still need to find a way to peel off this part of the core? Why not just blow it up in the web way? Listening to their conversation, Uslan, who came with Chinemo, recalled the scene in the web way when the celestial engine attacked Comoros. Comoros seemed to be surrounded by something. It had no defense effect against orbital bombardment, but it could dissipate more massive energy. I will personally enter the core of Comoros to guide you to use your power. Chinemo interrupted the discussion of the gods. The gods thought for a while and nodded. Otherwise, there is no other way. When they were still in the web way, after Chinemo proposed a plan to destroy the Comoros core, Saranoga calculated the extent to which the reality membrane would be weakened by sending the Comoros core back to before the Big Bang. If time travel had not been repeated in a short period of time, the reality membrane would not have been weakened to the point where it could be invaded by demons. After all, it is not only the reality membrane that wraps the real universe, there is also the curtain. Whether it is a forward or reverse time travel, no matter how large the scale is, as long as the number of times is small, the reality membrane will not be weakened to the point of breaking. Otherwise, even if you shuttle back and forth repeatedly between the last second and the next second, too many times will cause the reality membrane to break. Even if the reality membrane breaks in this galaxy, the consequences are acceptable. That's it. Chinemo turned around and teleported himself and Uslan to Comoros. Uslan's mission is to find out as much as possible what Comoros' defense mechanism is, and then find a way to crack it. Even if he can't crack it, he will use his psychic power to remind Chinemo. After the two were teleported to the core point in the core area of Comoros, the gods began to infuse the weapons of the celestial engine with the power to distort reality. The 2 fragments of Deceiver and Nightbringer were responsible for powering the weapon system, and were squeezed to the point where their screams could please the burner. Look! Chinemo suddenly pointed to a nearby protrusion. Uslan, who was thinking about how to crack the defense mechanism, looked in the direction of the sound and found the front part of a giant battleship, and then exclaimed, "Planet Killer?" This giant ship did not appear in the Battle of Cadia, but was killed by the suddenly appearing Comoros city. Chinemo sighed, but just said it, and immediately began to provide base points and ranges for the star gods in the celestial engines. This was just to spread his own power, and form a very clear coordinate and area in the star gods' perception. What Chinemo didn't know was that Saranoga tried to do this, but its power could not take effect in the half area that was completely eroded by the subspace. It's true that characteristics are more important than anything else. Even the weakest Eldar god can still be alive and kicking in the subspace, right? Chinemo sighed. This involves many issues, and I can't explain it simply. Uslan nodded helplessly. The celestial engine released a force that spanned several light years, covering the entire Comoros core, and then the law of time, which is unique to the real universe, was distorted. Uslan, who released psychic energy to detect the surroundings, suddenly realized that something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think about it. The Eldar's extremely fast reaction made him subconsciously deploy a psychic barrier to cover himself and Chin Mo. Chin Mo also noticed something wrong. This feeling was very familiar. It was the feeling he had when he was pulled into the subspace by the Blackstone Fortress during the Battle of Tyrone. The moment he felt the familiar feeling, Chin Mo yelled at Uslan not to worry about the power, but the information transmission took time. The psychic energy that unfolded into a subspace rift instantly shattered Uslan's defense and sent the two into the subspace. At the same time, the core of Comoros was also sent to the Big Bang, and the next second, it was annihilated by the power of the real universe. A moment later, in a world full of life, psychic energy tore the space to form a passage. Chin Mo and Uslan walked out of the passage slowly. The moment the psychic door behind them closed, the Eldar prophet fell to the ground. Chin Mo quickly took off Uslan's helmet to check on him, and found that the prophet was already in a trance and his soul was dying. It turns out that the defense mechanism that sent the star god into the subspace. Uslan's mouth trembled as he spoke of his shock. Neither Chin Mo nor Uslan had expected that the defense mechanism would open a crack to the subspace in an instant. Chin Mo had experienced it in the Blackstone Fortress before, and he thought it was a suicide attack by the Eldar souls in the fortress, but he didn't expect that this measure also existed in the Eldar facilities. Why did you release the psychic barrier? Chin Mo hugged Uslan's upper body. I know you entered the subspace. It's okay. But I didn't have enough time to react at that time. Uslan answered tremblingly. Chin Mo lowered his head and fell silent. Perhaps other star gods would get into trouble if they entered the subspace, but Chin Mo himself would not, and Uslan knew this. So he subconsciously opened the psychic barrier just now. Was it a subconscious protection, or was he worried that the sudden surge of psychic energy was a means of attack? It was hard to say. Chin Mo lifted Uslan's upper body with one hand, and reached into his pocket with the other hand to take out the potion containing Aisha's power, and give Uslan an injection. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Uslan grabbed it. The Eldar. Humans. Our fate is the same. For the real universe. The handsome face of the prophet was twisted by the torture deep in his soul, and he spoke these intermittent words with difficulty. I know. Chin Mo patted Uslan's shoulder, but you have to let me. Before he finished speaking, Uslan closed his eyes, and was no longer breathing. His body began to gradually crystallize, and it seemed that he was about to become a crystal prophet. Chin Mo took out the potion helplessly, and was about to insert it into Uslan, but the prophet suddenly woke up. Don't let others steal me. Uslan looked at Chin Mo with pleading eyes, and made his final dying wish. The prophet fainted again after saying this. Except for the crystal prophet plunderer, no one would do such a rotten thing. Chin Mo said helplessly, and then inserted the potion in his hand into Uslan's chest. The limbs that had begun to crystallize began to reverse, and gradually recover. But Uslan was still unconscious, and his soul was being repaired by the power of the mother goddess of the Ida race. Chin Mo picked up Uslan, found the root of a giant tree, and threw Uslan to the ground, looking around for something that could be used to make a soul protection device. Although I don't know what kind of ghost planet I landed on, I can go anywhere as long as I pass through the caster dimension. I just have to find a way to protect Uslan's soul from being swallowed by the dimensional space. When Chin Mo was looking for something to use, a pterosaur fell from the sky. A man in armor rode on the back of the pterosaur. He first glanced at Chin Mo, then looked at Uslan under the roots of a tree, and finally took off his helmet and asked in human language, Did the Arc Prophet bring you here? Maybe not. He just opened a portal in the Sea of Souls, and then we came. Chin Mo glanced at the guy riding on the pterosaur. Are you the savage Eldar? It's rare to see humans like you who can distinguish the internal forces of Ida. The savage Eldar looked surprised. We are indeed the savage Eldar, but we prefer guests to call us Nasics. This is our home planet, Pandora. Chapter 665. The pterosaur knight's eyes fell on the prophet Uslan again. He immediately jumped off the pterosaur, walked to the tree, and stretched out his hand. The tree root with holes released water like a faucet. The knight took a handful of water and returned to Uslan, pouring the water on Uslan's face. The prophet woke up instantly and subconsciously raised his hand to release spiritual energy to resist the attack, but found that he was now very safe. Then the prophet remembered that he was not dead at all. Seeing Chin Mo standing not far away and staring at him with narrowed eyes, he recalled the scene of telling him about his last wishes before. Uslan couldn't hold it in and smiled with a very complicated meaning. Prophet. The pterosaur knight knelt on one knee in front of Uslan and saluted respectfully. Aslan put away his smile and looked at the knight in front of him, asking with the dignity of a powerful prophet of the Eldar Ark world, "Are you from the Gnostics tribe of Pandora?" "Yes." The Pterosaur knight answered respectfully. Chi Nemo was not surprised to see that the savage Eldar, who were completely different from the Ark Eldar, were so respectful to Aslan. The savage Eldar relied heavily on the protection of the Ark Eldar, and the two sides also exchanged what they had, and the relationship had always been very good. Aslan was respected here, obviously because he had done a lot for this planet called Pandora. Pandora? Thinking of this, Chi Nemo couldn't help but complain in his heart. I have long felt that the savage Eldar and Avatar are not much different. There is actually a savage world called Pandora in this universe. It's over. Aslan looked at Chi Nemo. We are 17,000 light years away from your star zone. The Aisha Prayer Craft world is active nearby. I can contact their prophet and ask them to pick us up. But before that, I have something else I must do on the way. In order to make up for his mistake, Aslan proposed a way to leave this planet. Are you kidding? Chi Nemo spread his hands. You don't need to contact other craft worlds. You just need to get your ass off the ground quickly, and I can find a way for both of us to leave this damn place. Aslan was obviously thinking about something, but he was very quick thinking and stopped thinking in an instant. Aslan raised his hand, and a stone appeared in his hand. This is the Dream Stone. I want to give it to the leader of the Gnostics tribe as a gift. Can you give me some time to solve this matter? Sorry for the trouble. The reason why Chi Nemo had a good impression of Aslan was that he was relatively polite. So Chi Nemo nodded. It won't take much time anyway, so it's okay. Aslan smiled and handed the Dream Stone to Chi Nemo. I brought 2 Dream Stones. This is a thank you gift for you. The so-called Dream Stone is a creation similar to the Soul Stone. This thing can protect the Eldar from the invasion of Slaanesh in their dreams at night. When Chi Nemo saw this thing, he thought of the spirit bone material used by the Eldar to make things. The spirit bone material is essentially an application of subspace energy in the real universe, just like the Dream Stone Soul Stone, but the spirit bone can have a function similar to the Geller's field, which can isolate subspace creatures. As the saying goes, you have to use magic to fight magic. Chi Nemo thought of his Iron Scholar, who made a weapon to fight magic. The Dream Stone might be useful. Although it is of no use to me, I will still accept it reluctantly. After all, our relationship is not so good that I can agree to your request without asking for anything. Chi Nemo said, picked up the Dream Stone, and threw it into his own dimension. Aslan smiled again, stood up and ordered the Pterosaur knight, take me to see your leader. A warrior of the savage Eldar, a dragon rider, was flying over the beautiful planet Pandora on a large pterosaur that he had grown up with. When Chi Nemo and Aslan stood on the back of the pterosaur and looked down at the scenery along the way, he was shocked. There were floating islands made of colorful special magnets floating in the sky. Almost every floating island was covered with flowers, and a blue reflecting waterfall poured from the floating island to the ground, forming a pool of water. Everywhere he looked, there were towering trees that were not exaggerated at all. Each tree is almost as magnificent as the giant building in the capital of the Tyrone Star region. In the sea of trees, there is a tree that is much larger than the other trees. Although it looks like a native plant, Chi Nemo feels the electromagnetic flow from it, which means that it is essentially a technological device. The Dragon Knight controls the pterosaur to fly through the trees with huge depressions. These trees will release gas, just like a fixed propulsion device for the pterosaur. All the plants in this world seem to grow according to the wishes of the savage Eldar. In fact, it is true. Although the savage Eldar chose a more primitive lifestyle and social form, they are still Eldar after all. They cannot tolerate themselves falling to the point of fighting with wild beasts, so they will shape the environment of the world they live in as they wish. The dragon rider drove the pterosaur and stopped at the root of the largest tree in the sea of trees. The savage Eldar tribesmen, who were collecting wild fruits, grinding wooden furniture, and training how to control dragons, gathered together. They saw that the visitor was Aslan and saluted him. Then the savage Eldar made way, and their leader came out. He was a very young man, with a clear foolish light in his pupils. Where is your father? Aslan asked in Eldar language. Go, Tukalan, tell your father not to hide from me. I will not take away a pair of twins this time. He can rest assured. He is gone, prophet. The young savage Eldar named Tukalan shook his head with a heavy face. He went to support Aisha's prayer, but never came back. Aslan was struck by lightning. He glanced at the elves around him, those who winked at him, those relatives who hoped that this Ark relative would bring some good things. Aslan couldn't believe that the burden of leading such a large tribe fell on the shoulders of the young Tukalan. Whether he could bear the weight of the crown was a question. What are you talking about? Shin Imo asked curiously. Aslan shook his head and said a few more words to Tukalan. Then Tukalan spoke loudly to his people, and the wild elves around him instantly became active, slapping their mouths and making a humming sound. Finally, a large group of people rushed towards Shin Imo, lifted him up, and rushed to the top of the giant tree. What did you say to them? Shin Imo looked at Aslan, who was walking beside him. I said you are the warrior who saved Aisha from the dark gods. Aslan laughed and answered. I am not interested in playing a primitive man here. You call his father out and give him the dream stone, and then I will set off to return to my people. Woo 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 woo. Shin Mo's voice was drowned out by the shouts of the wild elves. Aslan looked around and ran to the top of the tree excitedly. Chapter 666. It was already night when the savage Eldar carried Shin Imo to the top of the tree. At the top of the giant tree wrapped in the blue warm current, the mansion of the leader of the savage Eldar Nasik's tribe was here. Tukalan's mansion looked like an ordinary tree house, but it was built at the top. And his tribesmen's tree houses were distributed around the top of the giant tree, wherever there was space. These savage Eldars, who were enthusiastic for a reason, lit a bonfire and provided Shin Imo with everything that their tribal leader could enjoy. Some fruits that looked as delicate as gems. A plate of meat that could be grilled on a campfire. Give us something to cheer us up. Aslan held the helmet, smiled and hugged the wild Eldar girl, blinking at the top of the tree. The girl immediately understood and ran to the tree to pick a piece of fruit that looked like a helmet. Aslan put the fruit on his head, and the spiritual energy fluctuations rippled into space, and then a fantasy appeared in front of Aslan. The effect of this fruit is to directly show what the user wants to see most. In the illusion, humans, Eldar, Necrons, Tau, star gods, Eldar gods. All the orderly creatures in the real universe, who pursue survival and the future are united. The prophet releases his psychic power to predict the direction of the war. The powerful living metal warriors of the Necrons advance in the burning world, and the space marines fall from the sky in the airdrop pod and smash into the demon army. Aslan is really excited. He saw what he wanted to see most in this illusion, and he was immersed in the illusory world created by the fruit. As time passed, the helmet-shaped fruit began to wither and rot. Does this thing have this effect? Shin Imo picked up the fruit and put it on his head. Nothing happened. Forget it. Shin Imo threw the fruit far away. A spirit girl rushed to the point where the fruit fell, stretched out her hands worriedly, and after catching the fruit, she breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. It can be seen that the fruit of this tree is very important and rare. Shin Imo was a little embarrassed, but the spirit girl did not blame him. She just stood up and shrugged at Shin Imo with a helpless smile. This girl is pretty in face, but her figure is unacceptable to humans. Strong body. Arms, stomach, legs, strong muscles everywhere. You saved our mother goddess Aisha. The leader of the tribe, Tukalan, sat next to Shin Imo with a leaf like a water bowl, held the leaf in both hands and handed it to him, while speaking in human language like narration and praise. Shin Imo took the leaf and drank the water in it. The water was so sweet that it made Shin Imo almost spit it out. But it was not Tukalan's intention to embarrass him, because he and his tribesmen drank the same water. It was me, but it's a long story. Shin Imo put down the leaves and recalled, when I found Aisha, she was tortured. My scalp tingles when I recall it. Tukalan noticed that Shin Mo's expression was obviously not good when he talked about Aisha, so he stopped talking about Aisha and talked about their wild spirit tribe instead. It is said that when the ancient Eldar Empire had fallen into complete indulgence and depravity, some fierce critics appeared in society, but these critics were regarded as radical lunatics by the mainstream of the Eldar society. In the end, the critics cursed their own kind and said that they would be doomed sooner or later, and then left the ancient Eldar Empire first, and established a new home in a primitive form. Then the savage Eldar would establish good relations with the survivors of the fall of the Eldar Empire, that is, the Ark Eldar, because the savage Eldar had no ability to defend against enemies from outer space. However, the savage Eldar still have their own military power, such as the Dragon Rider. Literally, a warrior riding a dinosaur or operating a weapon platform installed on a huge dragon is called a Dragon Rider. Although Tukalan is very young, he is very talkative, and has no prejudice against humans. Shin Imo knows all these background things, but he is too lazy to listen. He looks at Aslan. When are we leaving? Shin Mo's only response was a burst of crying. The fruit on Aslan's head has completely rotted. He broke away from the beautiful illusion created by the fruit and returned to the cruel real world. The Eldar's ability to feel emotions is so strong that Aslan was so distressed that he couldn't help crying. If it were a human, he would probably sigh and squeeze out a few tears, and that would be it, far from being like Aslan. Seeing Aslan crying and beating his chest and stamping his feet, Chinemo looked at Tukalan helplessly. Is he always like this? This is the first time I've seen the prophet like this. Tukalan told the truth. Tell him that if he doesn't leave with me immediately, I leave him here. I have the ability to travel faster than light, but he doesn't. Chinemo said. Tukalan did as he was told and repeated the words exactly as they were. However, Aslan was still in grief and could not extricate himself. Chinemo was silent and roasted meat on the campfire. Tukalan was also silent. He found that Chinemo was not interested in the stories of the wild spirits, so he stopped talking about those stories. After thinking for a while, the young leader talked about the present. Are you interested in this tree? Chinemo glanced at Tukalan, raised his eyebrows, and nodded helplessly. He was not interested either, because he knew the background of this tree. But Tukalan didn't know that humans don't express emotions directly, so he didn't notice it and told Chinemo about it, thinking that he was very interested. After we die, our souls will enter the soul stone, and then the souls in the soul stone will be placed in this thing called the world shrine, and this tree is the shrine. The souls will form a collective consciousness called the world soul, and the world soul will penetrate into every corner of this world, and then our ancestors and parents will use the environment here to protect us, the descendants. In your human words. Gaia consciousness probably means this. Sorry. I'm not very good at human language. Chinemo shook his head after hearing this. No, it's already good. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that you can learn our language. After all, you guys. What? Tukalan asked carefully. Nothing. Chinemo shook his head. You are familiar with Aisha's prayer Ark World? That Ark World once promised me that it would come to help me immediately if I had any problems, but it just said something like deflation. Very familiar. Tukalan nodded vigorously. We are also half of the believers of Mother Aisha. We not only trade with each other, but also participate in each other's battles. But this Ark World is very weak, and often can't take care of itself. Before Baitan fell, they often helped us weak relatives in the Savage World and the Ark World, but then Baitan fell, and we and Aisha's prayer could only huddle together for warmth. Occasionally, relatives of Aisha's prayer would come to visit us, driving their large spaceships. Tukalan was not able to finish his words, as a sudden explosion in the sky interrupted him. Then a huge burning aircraft fell vertically to the ground. On the right side of the aircraft facing the giant tree, there was a red heart-shaped logo engraved. It was the logo of Aisha's prayer Ark World. But if they are guests, they usually don't come in this way. Tukalan stared at the falling aircraft with a look of horror. Chapter 667. As the leader of the Na-6 tribe, the young Eldar Tukalan is still too young. When all the Eldar in the tribe were shocked by this catastrophe and stood there stupidly, Tukalan was also the one who was stunned and stood there stupidly. Chinemo and Aslan, who had seen many war machine explosions, reacted first. The prophet shouted loudly and ordered everyone to check the situation. Chinemo reminded these friendly Eldar to prevent forest fires. Then Chinemo and Aslan rushed to the place where the aircraft crashed in a chaos. Before all the wild spirits arrived, the huge herds of beasts in the forest of this planet had already arrived. They were all eating a firebreak with their mouths, regardless of their species, or whether they were herbivores or carnivores. The trees in the tribe had already transported all the sweet water stored inside to the place where the aircraft fell. It turned out that the strength of the material of spirit bone is really not to be underestimated. The aircraft crashed directly into the forest, but because of the strength of the spirit bone material itself and some other protective devices, the people inside did not suffer any casualties due to the impact. The savage Eldars surrounded the aircraft in fear. Every tribe member dared not even breathe. The Eldar's physique made them hold their breath for a long time. Until a roar came from the aircraft, and then a big hand came out from the cabin wall. There were exclamations and gasps, and the savage Eldar women snuggled up to the men, carefully looking at the situation of the aircraft. Chinemo and Aslan realized that the big hand that came out of the cabin wall was the hand of the Eldar war machine, the Nether Knight. A series of shattering and tearing sounds were heard, and the Nether Knight in the aircraft tore through the entire cabin wall and got out first. Then came the sect warriors in Aisha's prayer Ark World, the civilians who practiced non-combat paths, and the children. The Nether Knight had been severely damaged, and after stumbling out of the aircraft with his charred and damaged abdomen, he fell to the soft and sweet ground. At this time, Chinemo and Wusilon saw that behind the Nether Knight was a crystallized Ark Prophet tied with an iron chain. TSK. The Nether Knight released a burst of gas. Then, in the cockpit, a male Eldar who Qin Mo felt familiar with came out. That was the Eldar who had protected the civilians on the Talon II during the Talon Defense War, the first to establish a good relationship with the Talon Star region, and later left the Death Army and joined the Aisha per Arc world because he was cheated by Uslan. Sal. Uslan walked towards Sal, wanting to check on him. "Get out of here!" Sal yelled at Uslan, then glanced at the Crystal Prophet on the Nether Knight behind him, and shouted to the Savage Kindred, "Don't let this guy steal my prophet." Hearing this, Qin Mo looked at Tukalan. The young leader stood there stupidly, looking hurt but not knowing what to do. "Let your people send the Crystal Prophet to the shrine," Qin Mo reminded. Tukalan then reacted and quickly arranged for people to send the Crystal Prophet to the World Shrine, and let the most powerful Dragon Knights in the tribe protect the crystal. Qin Mo's words also made Thrall notice the presence of this familiar person. He followed the voice and looked, holding his abdomen, and stood up to salute. "See you again, Lord Talon. What's going on with you?" Qin Mo stepped forward to support Thrall. "Sorry, we didn't respond to your call before the Battle of Comoros." Thrall apologized weakly. "We are in trouble." Qin Mo recalled that during the Comoros War, it was not Uslan who should have contacted the Thunder Warriors, but the Prophet of Aisha's Prayer Arkansas. But Uslan said that Aisha's Prayer Prophet had no way to come. Now it seems that this is not just an ordinary way. We are all in danger. Thrall let go of Qin Mo's arm and shouted to his relatives, "The Tyranids have attacked our homeland, and the Ark world of Aisha's Prayer is gone." As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of surprise, crying and screaming. Uslan, who was standing by, acted as a real-time translator, allowing Qin Mo to understand what Thrall said. This relative, the Dragon Knight, who was responsible for protecting the young leader, stepped forward and asked in disbelief, "Where are you? Where are the other survivors?" Thrall turned around, staggered to his Nether Knight, and leaned on the knight's arm. He glanced at his compatriots gathered behind the knights, and at the children with fear in their eyes and frightened expressions. "They are all here." Thrall said, "The prophet sacrificed himself to become a crystal, but it only allowed us to escape." Hearing this, the girl who had caught the fruit thrown by Qin Mo knelt on the ground and cried. People as fragile as her are not uncommon. Qin Mo looked at these people in surprise. The savage Eldar could never be so fragile. The weakness of these people was beyond his imagination, and the reason was unknown. Are all those who have anything to do with Aisha so stupid? The covenant between Aisha's Prayer and Pandora will still be fulfilled, and we will help you fight to the last moment, Sar said loudly, but we must discuss what to do next. On the top of the World Shrine tree, which had just hosted a banquet for the distinguished guests, the savage Eldar, and the guests, who had experienced great joy and sorrow, as well as the survivors of Aisha's Prayer, gathered together to discuss what to do next. Qin Mo and Wu Silon were silent. "We must not flee, because this is equivalent to handing our ancestors over to those insects and turning them into food for those predators. But are we going to wait for death here? We can't wait for death. We can't sit and wait for death. But Pandora is our home that has been supported for tens of thousands of years. How can we abandon our home and our ancestors? But if all of us stay here, the final outcome will definitely be that we will be eaten. Lord Tukalan, please tell us, what should we do?" After a discussion without a clear conclusion, all the Gnostics people looked at the young leader. Tukalan wanted to do something for his people, like his father, to come up with a definite solution for everyone to think about or find a way out, but he couldn't think of any good solution, and his face turned red. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on the three guests, Prophet Uslan, Qin Mo, and Sar. They placed their future, life, property, and everything on three outsiders. "Why don't you join the Death God army?" Uslan said with a wry smile. If it were any other spirit race, they would have already joined the Death God army. But the savage spirit race could not give up their own world, the world soul formed by their ancestors. So everyone looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo stood up and left. Chapter 668. In the lush forest, Qin Mo floated in the air, passing through one tree after another like a transparent substance, and his eyes swept back and forth on the ground. He was looking for materials that could be used to make protective devices. Under normal circumstances, even if he was given a drop of water, he could use it to make enough materials for warships. But Qin Mo was not sure whether the molecules and atoms in this world could be used normally after his power was applied. But if he really couldn't find it, he would just make do with it. "You don't want to escape, do you?" Uslan teleported back and forth on the tree, chasing Qin Mo to talk. "I just want to leave." Qin Mo shook his head calmly. Aslan also responded calmly. You said you want to fight against the enemies of the real universe. Your country and your people include people who are hostile to the human empire, and there are desperate rangers in other arc worlds. There are even those who seek your protection now, those hateful dark relatives of ours, and even the star gods and our mother goddess. But you ignored the demise of a very friendly spirit. They treated you with the highest standard of hospitality, and even the leaders of the tribe treated you with great respect, because you did not abandon our mother goddess because she was your enemy. But you ignored the extinction of these people? Aslan looked directly into Qin Mo's eyes, and questioned him repeatedly. The next second, the space he was in was distorted, and he instantly came in front of Qin Mo, with his legs hanging in the air. I saved those people you mentioned because they deserve to be saved. Qin Mo's tone was no longer so calm, but serious. Even your dark relatives who are twisted like ants, they also struggled in Comoros and paid blood tax to me. Aslan nodded without denying. A couple in Comoros chose to pay blood tax with their own death in a large-scale reconnaissance operation in order to allow their real son and daughter to go to Karis. Qin Mo raised his hand and touched Aslan's chest. What did these wild relatives of yours do? Hearing the disaster coming, they were so scared that they almost peed themselves, and then they put everything on us guests. They haven't fought a war for 7,000 years. Aslan said, maybe after this time, they will become real warriors, just like the people in other wild worlds. Hearing this, Qin Mo turned around. After this time, believe me, even if I pinched a black hole to swallow the Zerg Hive fleet, they would do what they should do afterwards, just like now, betting their lives on the guests, hoping that the guests will solve everything, and then they can continue to live this idyllic life. Whether it is worth saving is the standard for whether to intervene in Qin Mo's mind. The people of Talon are worth saving because they did not choose to do nothing when there are a lot of gods in their own star zone, and just wait for the gods to solve everything. The sons of Antaeus are worth saving because they have proved themselves with their loyalty to the human race, but they just lack a place to live where they will not be plotted to death by people they can't bear to kill. Even the Eldar on Karis are worth saving because they have proved that they are just desperate by hunting down the Inquisitor and the enemy with sacrifice, instead of looking for human support like the long-extinct ancestors of dogs. If the Gnostics people come to a conclusion after the discussion and say that we will not leave, no matter if we die or what, it doesn't matter what you guests think. We have made our decision. Qin Mo continued, for their friendliness and humility, I will immediately fly to the Hive fleet to feed the black holes to the stink bugs, and then I will have one more ally. Aslan was silent and lowered his head. Qin Mo took a breath and continued to look for materials that could be used. Found that the materials here were almost all modified. Qin Mo could only take a glowing and soft stone from the air, rearrange the microstructure of the branches, and then shape it into metal. Halfway through the work, Qin Mo recalled something and suddenly turned to look at Wusilan. Do you know what will happen in this wild world? So you deliberately brought me here? I didn't even have time to use my psychic power to predict the future. Aslan confessed, I just want you to see that not all of us spirits have suffered a great loss due to corruption, and those who have suffered a great loss and continue to degenerate. There are also knowledgeable people who gave up their comfortable lives and ran away to stick to their original intentions during the ancient spirit empire. Then you can tell me clearly. I hate people who can say something but don't, and like to hide meaningless things. Qin Mo raised his middle finger. Wusilan nodded helplessly. Anyway, I'm going to withdraw. You can either come with me or stay. Anyway, I know you won't die. Qin Mo turned around. It's not certain whether you will stay to help them, let alone me. Are we too weak and arrogant? A voice came from the air. Then the pterosaur roared down and landed on the branch. Behind the dragon rider, the young tribal leader Tukalon carefully stepped down from the pterosaur and said to Qin Mo, if I made you feel arrogant, I'm sorry, maybe it's a problem with my race. I really don't. You are not arrogant. Although you are nothing as a leader, you are at least a humble and good person. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Qin Mo shook his head. Tukalon was very uncomfortable to be evaluated as a leader by others, but he had to admit that this was really true. Except for being a little hurtful, everything was good. Is it because we are too weak? Tukalon asked. Weakness is not a problem. Qin Mo said what he had said to Nurgle, the population will multiply, the tribe will grow, the power will grow, the bully children will grow up with hatred, the weak will eventually become strong. But those who entrust their lives to others are not included. Then why can't you help us through the difficulties? Tukalon asked again. Qin Mo shook his head. I never said I couldn't help. I just didn't want to help. You can help, but you need to show me that your people are willing to give everything to survive. Willing to change your lifestyle. No longer inefficient slash-and-burn farming, accept technology and work that can keep you alive. Willing to stop being isolated and participate in the fight against the enemies of the real universe as an orderly race. Willing to give up peace, tranquility, and abundance, just to survive in this cruel universe. After listening to everything, Tukalan nodded firmly. We have just lived in peace for too long, but we are still willing to give everything for survival, just like our ancestors gave up everything they had for survival. Very good. Chinemo nodded. Then you'd better show me that you are willing to change first. For example, you have the courage to speak and act like a leader in front of your people. Chapter 669. Lightning and thunder roared above the Pandora sea of trees. Dark clouds gathered under the canopy of the giant tree, but there was no rain, only the roar of thunder. In the expectation of everyone, the young leader rode a pterosaur back to the tribe, but did not bring back the guests that the tribe hoped would return. Although Thrall was also a guest, he was already in the grief of losing his compatriots and could not extricate himself, which was no different from non-existence. We must stay and fight the Tyranids. Tukalan jumped off the pterosaur with the help of the dragon rider and spoke to everyone. Doubts, whispers, exclamations. These almost dissipated the courage that Tukalan had gathered with great difficulty. But knowing that the survival and death of the tribe was only a matter of thought, Tukalan became angry and pointed at the tribe members and shouted, I know that you all want to escape deep in your hearts, but you just don't dare to say it out loud. You want a leader who is not even old enough to learn to control dragons to make this decision for you, so that you will not be condemned in the future. This sentence forced everyone to be quiet. I have two plans. Tukalan sat on the throne and held up two fingers. The first one. Move out all the battle books stored in the World Shrine to study, and all adults in the tribe will receive combat training, and at the same time, grab resources at fixed times. No matter which child or person's dragon, whether it is a camel or a passenger dragon, all of them will be used as mounts for reserve dragon riders, and let the young dragons take over their original duties. All young tribesmen will go to blacksmith shops or sewing shops to learn skills, and will be responsible for the production of war materials when the adults and I go to war. Tear down all the tree houses and build more defensible fortresses. After saying that, Tukalan leaned on the throne and waited quietly for the tribesman's response. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was panicking. What if the tribesmen refused to do it? What if the tribesmen abandoned themselves and the tribe and ran away? But that means we will all die. A girl raised her hand. Death and fighting are uncommon only here. All other relatives, whether they are arch relatives or savage relatives, are always accompanied by death and fighting. Tukalan responded. No matter how calm Tukalan appeared, he was a man who was not even old enough to learn how to control a dragon, so his authority was certainly insufficient. So there were still people questioning, loudly or quietly. Or you can choose the second option. Tukalan suppressed his worries and raised his voice. We are all gathered here, waiting to die. There was a whisper, and then someone suddenly stood up and questioned loudly. You are so calm. Did the guests decide to take you away? After all, you are our leader, with noble blood, huh? Tukalan was so angry that he almost jumped up. He admitted that he was nothing as a leader, but he never thought of abandoning his people and running away. Tukalan pulled out the spear that his father had given him when he left from the side of the throne and stuck it into the ground. You can let me die now, so that I can't abandon you and live alone. The voices of doubt gradually subsided. Sometimes people just need a fair leader. When Tukalan said so, the others present had nothing to say. And those who supported Tukalan had enough courage to speak out. Fellow countrymen. For the soul of the world. Anyway, we had nowhere to go 20,000 years ago, for Pandora, for every ancestor sleeping in the shrine, for our continued survival. When he saw the eyes of his people gradually become firm, Tukalan, who was panicking, breathed a sigh of relief. The young leader looked at the spear stuck in the ground. He asked himself, did he really have the courage to face death calmly? The answer was of course no. But fortunately, the one who led the way and died crying under the claws of the Zerg was also killed in battle. The next morning, the adults of the tribe had already grabbed the resources and returned to the tribe, and began to cut down trees before combat training. The children had entered the production facilities to learn how to forge from the craftsmen. With the strong learning ability of the Eldar, spears and armor were forged one after another. Although these were just for practice, the quality was still good and was enough for training. In the forging places operated by top craftsmen, Chi Nemo, surrounded by craftsmen, forged more advanced weapons with the advanced production tools he developed. Armor with defensive force fields for dragons and knights. Spears with decomposition force fields that can pierce the carapace of Tyranids. fire support platforms that can be mounted on dragons. These weapons are simply wooden spears with circuit boards installed, but time is tight, and the savage Eldar are only good at using these things. Those Dragon Knights have already regarded combat skills as routines during the long peace, and they will only teach civilians how to ride dragons to fight. However, Qin and Mo did not expect these wild Eldar to stab the Zerg with their spears. They only needed to prove their courage to sacrifice everything to protect Pandora, and their determination to fight to the death. Aslan trained those with psychic talents in the tribe, and cultivated them into psychics. In his spare time, Qin and Mo walked to the edge of the top of the World Shrine giant tree to check the tribe's preparations. A crisp knocking sound came from the forge that was spewing black smoke. Below, a group of Eldar, who worked spontaneously during lunch break, were using advanced equipment to cut down trees and mine mineral resources on the planet. Those who are gifted in dragon riding are riding their own dragons in the air or on the ground, stepping up combat training. The Eldar are a race created by the ancient saints to fight against powerful enemies, and they have the advantage of being a war resource. Those Eldar kids who are born with strong muscles can not only take on the responsibility of production, but also take on the responsibility of militia. You see, I said that they have been peaceful for too long, not that they have no intention of fighting at all. Aslan came from behind Qin and Mo, leaning against a tree trunk and smiling. He is happy these days. In order to deal with the disorderly forces that want to destroy everything, the Star God is teaching the Eldar how to protect their homeland. Just like in the previous Battle of Cartier, humans and Eldar fought against the lackeys of the Dark Gods together. This is a grand occasion for Aslan. We will end things here soon, in just a few days. Qin Mo's eyes moved away from the men and women who gave everything for survival and fell on Aslan. Then I will return to my star zone. Long after you go back, the people here will still remember you. Maybe in the future they will appear on the battlefield where you are, and the grown-up Tukalan will ride his dragon and wait for your orders. Aslan smiled. That would be the best. Qin and Mo nodded. When I was in the warp, I thought that even if I had a hound to drive by my side, it would be a good thing. It would be a good thing to have one more person to fight side by side. Aslan did not respond, and was silent for a while. After a moment, the Eldar prophet spoke. Maybe I can see all the Order races united in the future. Maybe one day in the future we will defeat the strong enemy. Maybe. It sounds a bit worrying, but we may fight each other again at that time. This is inevitable. Qin and Mo nodded without thinking, but I can tell the difference between the main contradiction and the secondary contradiction. If there is a method that is 100% certain to kill one of the Dark Gods, but this method will turn the Greenskins or you into a huge empire, I will choose to kill the Dark Gods without hesitation. Aslan nodded. There are many people who can't tell the difference. Whether among you or among us, there are such people. But the prophet didn't know that Qin and Mo had some words in his heart that he didn't reveal. That is, the times have changed. There are not even half of the old saints who can fight a direct war with the star gods left. Not to mention that all races have become weak after the end of the war in heaven. The Eldar almost killed themselves. The biggest and weakest greenskin is not even 1% as good as the ancient orc in Trajan's collection. The Necrons lost and damaged a lot of things in their long sleep, and they still have serious risks of civil war. As long as the problems in the subspace are no longer a problem, the problems in the real universe are no longer a problem. Chapter 670. Can you help me predict the direction of the war? After a long silence, Qin and Mo talked about the upcoming war. The Hive Fleet has approached the entire Pandora galaxy, and the subspace shadow has covered the stars. But Aslan did not lose his mind or go crazy and die under the interference of the subspace shadow. He was still normal, even normal enough to train other psychics in the Gnostics tribe. The reason for this is that Aslan himself is a powerful psychic. He was active in major events of various races 10,000 years ago, and he also has many treasures. Another reason is that Pandora's world soul weakened the influence of some subspace shadows. Why do you want me to predict when you have not made up your mind? Aslan asked with a meaningful smile. I can use a black hole or a neutron star explosion to deal with the Hive Fleet, but I won't do that. Your relatives on Pandora need experience. Qin and Mo leaned over and looked at those who were receiving Dragon Knight training, but experience must be limited. If I accidentally cause Pandora to be eaten by stink bugs, then it will be useless no matter how many bugs I kill afterwards. Okay. Aslan nodded. Then I will predict the end of this war. But you know, I can't see you and those few people who died in the future but are alive now in the prophecy. Qin and Mo nodded. Aslan waved his scepter and used his psychic power under Qin Mo's gaze. The accessories on his body that could protect his soul exerted an influence on him. In Qin Mo's judgment of psychics, There is no grading of alpha, delta, this or that. In his eyes, there are only 3 types of psychics. A superior psychic can use psychic power frequently, and its performance is very stable. A mid-level psychic cannot use psychic power frequently, and its psychic power is not that stable, but it is not particularly unstable either. A low-level psychic cannot use psychic power skillfully no matter how strong their talent is, whether their psychic power level is alpha or something else. Most psychics can only reach a mid-level level in their lifetime. Even a psychic who can only pinch the head is no longer an ordinary psychic. Most psychics belong to the lower level. The value and significance of their existence is to serve as flesh gates for the creatures of the warp to enter and exit, or to burn for other psychics. Only a very small number of elite psychics can be considered superior. The Emperor, Malkador, think tanks, scholars, and Uslan are all superior psychics. In the stable use of psychic energy, Uslan predicted the future. I saw your ships. This hive fleet will not be left alone, so I saw your ships. But I don't know what happened. I only know that when the hive fleet was reduced to wreckage, a military warship in your star zone had just evacuated, and the civilian ships in your star zone were salvaging the remains of the biological warship. After listening to Uslan's mysterious words, Chi Nemo determined that Pandora would not be destroyed in the Zerg invasion after all. It makes sense. The Iron Man, a special force, was born to fight against the Zerg. If there is any opportunity for training, it will definitely not be let go by the main control intelligence that controls the Iron Man. But that so-called civilian ship. What does that ship look like? Chi Nemo asked. I can't see the whole picture, but I can see the logo. Uslan said slowly, a sturdy hand holding a wrench. A hand holding a wrench. Chi Nemo thought for a while, and recalled the power represented by this logo. It's a business group in the Tyrone Star Zone. Chi Nemo said to Uslan, Standard Industries. Uslan knew the Star Zone very well, and he immediately thought of the relevant information of the Standard Industries group. This is an industrial group born in a star system 70 light-years away from the capital of the Star Zone. This star system was previously a mining and industrial star system, and the governor on the planet is the nominal ruler. In fact, each world is controlled by technical bureaucrats. Standard Industries, a mediocre name, this naming style is not even as good as Bice's shipbuilding, which is directly named after the star system where it is located. But this industrial group is very special. The group does not belong to a certain person, but to the workers. It is managed by a company committee composed of very senior workers. The business areas are implants and holographic projections, but because the star system where it is located has a tradition of advocating technology, it also involves multiple scientific research fields. They are currently studying ways to block the connection between Tyranid sub-individuals and node units. Chi Nemo shook his head slowly. It's not important. Anyway, I now know that Pandora will not be destroyed by the Zerg, and I also know that we don't have to find a way to fly back to the Star Zone. Knowing through the prophecy that the Tyranid forces will eventually arrive on Pandora, Uslan does not think that the Tyranid navy came to prevent the Zerg from infiltrating the Milky Way. The results of the prophecy are always complementary. Perhaps they came here because they knew that their leader had landed on Pandora. But these are not the most important things at the moment. Uslan began to tell Chi Nemo in detail about other things he saw in his prophecy. The hive fleet that came to Pandora's galaxy is just a branch of the entire Tyranid tentacle branch, so we probably won't encounter particularly strong opponents. Maybe we just need to deal with a few predators dropped by biological warships. When Uslan talked about the possible attacks Pandora might face, Chi Nemo interrupted him. I will make Pandora the place of the decisive battle, and the queen of this hive fleet will fall on Pandora. This? Uslan was horrified. The queen worm falling on Pandora meant that Pandora would not have become a battlefield with extremely high intensity of war, but after that, Pandora would attract a large number of Zergs to protect the queen worm. You asked me to make a prophecy because you were worried that Pandora would be destroyed, but if the queen worm really fell on Pandora, this world would be crushed by the bugs that swarm to protect the queen worm. Uslan tried to persuade. I don't want Pandora to be destroyed. This planet is too beautiful, but sometimes you have to make a choice. I listened to your prophecy, and after thinking about it, I can guess why my navy came here. In fact, it is most likely not the Tyrone navy that will come, but the Iron Man. They reserved a large part of their forces to deal with the Zerg that invaded the galaxy. In any case, the reason they came is probably because these Zerg just ate in Craft World and absorbed your genes, which is a threat. The prophecy you saw is that the Zerg hive fleet left behind a large number of biological warships, but this does not mean that they were completely destroyed. Chi Nemo thought about it, and gave his reasons. Uslan thought about it, and thought that was true. But the problem is that the queen worm will not fall wherever someone wants it to. It is in the core of the hive fleet, and is in a huge biological mothership. It is not feasible to let it fall to a planet like Thrall and his men. Uslan raised this question. Chi Nemo looked up at the stars. Saranoga gave me inspiration. It can drive the hive fleet it will like a shepherd. In short, I will find a way to make the queen worm fall on this planet, and then we will solve this threat and train your wild relatives. Finally, no matter whether the Star Zone battleship you saw in the prophecy is from the Navy or the Iron Man, we will solve the queen worm, and let them do the rest of the cleanup. Chapter 671. A month has passed in the intensive preparations for war. This time is nothing to anything outside Pandora. The Tyrone Navy has just evacuated all the webways, and wiped out all the entrances and exits of the webway where Comoros is located. A large number of Iron Men have just been deployed by the Iron Man mothership, and continue to fight in Comoros after the catastrophe. The transport ships carrying the army, and the Navy fleet are preparing to return to the Star Zone. The senior officials also learned from the scholars that the Lord of Tyrone and the Prophet of Uslan were not in trouble. They just landed on a very distant planet, and they were doing something. The Iron Man mothership, which is independent of humans, has just detected another Zerg hive fleet, and has sent out the Iron Man fleet to clean up the Zerg in full accordance with the Iron Man's preset logic. In Pandora, the wild Eldar in the tribe have been on the right track. On the mountain where the giant tree is located, a large area of forest has been cleared, and fortresses have sprung up. A total of about 20,000 Eldar have transformed from farmers and herdsmen to warriors and war material producers. Although the Eldar are now as weak as a flame that may be blown out at any time in the cold wind, as a war resource created by the ancient saints, they have advantages similar to those of the greenskins, strong physiques, vast learning abilities, and mental endurance, so that the woman who only picked fruits every day a month ago quickly learned how to ride a dragon and poke things, and adapted and accepted herself that she would live as a warrior forever in the long future. In the period before the battle begins, every night all members of the tribe will put down all their work and spend 10 minutes holding a ceremony to commemorate their ancestors. Praise the great world soul, praise each of our ancestors who have opened up their homeland. Please bless us, we will fight for the survival of Pandora. For the ancestral souls in the shrine, for this beautiful home. All the people of the Gnostics tribe gathered at the top of the giant tree of the world shrine, and every adult wore armor, held a weapon, and led his own dragon. Recently they have not taken off their armor, because it is conceivable that war will come soon. When these Eldar performed sacrifices, the world shrine, and the world souls seemed to really know what these descendants were going to do and responded. Insects flashing beautiful fluorescence hovered around the trees. The gentle warm breeze brushed the skin of every Eldar, and the beasts gathered under the giant tree and chirped. Uslan watched all this. Although the Ark Eldar felt that the so-called world soul was the same as the infinite circuit in the Ark world, it was nothing more than a sacred place to accommodate souls, and it would be useless to worship it as a god. But that is not the case. At least on Pandora, at least for the relatives that Uslan saw, the world soul is really useful. As Uslan watched this beautiful ceremony, Chi Nemo quietly came behind him. Uslan was surprised to notice Chi Nemo's arrival, because he never participated in the ceremony during this period. Apart from making some blood-drawing machines to extract Pandora's minerals, he flew outside the planet. And today, he actually came to the ceremony. The war will start soon. Chi Nemo said in a deep voice, trying not to disturb the ceremony, I have found a way to destroy the biological warship that the Queen of the Zerg Hive fleet is riding on. If nothing goes wrong, a piece of biological warship wreckage will fall tomorrow morning, and then, there will be Zerg airdrop spores all over the sky. Uslan wanted to ask Chi Nemo how he did it, but he swallowed his words before he could say them. In the Battle of Baal, a fragment of the burner, just a larger fragment, floated in space and threw out a flame spear to kill the Zerg, ending the Queen in an instant, which originally required a large fleet to fight a long void battle to solve. It is not easy for a mortal race to travel at superluminal speed, but the star god can use electromagnetic force to transmit his words tens of thousands of light years away, crossing the astronomical distance of tens of thousands of light years in an instant. What is our plan? Uslan asked instead. It's very simple. Everyone hides in the fortress on the giant tree side, and then let your barbarian relatives organize the dragon knights to leave the fortress, charge to the location of the queen worm, and then kill the queen worm. It's that simple. You and I will both participate in this battle. Chi Nemo said the plan that he had thought of long ago. Uslan wanted to ask if this was too simple. But then he thought that this was actually very complicated for a star god. Fundamentally, The reason why this war had to be fought on Pandora was just to make the Gnostics realize what sacrifice and survival meant. If it were not for the purpose of investing in an ally who could devote himself to fighting against the enemies of the real universe in the future through education, then the Hive fleet would just be driven into a galaxy and catalyzing a star into a supernova. This Hive fleet has no psychic specialties and is not here to deal with the star gods. Just like the Blackstone fortress that threw Chi Mo into the warp indirectly caused Slaanesh to suffer a great misfortune, the Eldar indirectly caused other species to suffer unprovoked disasters. As for the wild Eldar on Pandora, they will sacrifice many people and there will be rivers of blood, but they only need to pay these prices to learn to survive. After thinking about it, Uslan sighed, I am really jealous of these relatives. The ceremony was over during the conversation. Normally, the Eldar should have stood up and done what they were supposed to do, but they didn't today. The young leader Tukalon walked down from the altar and looked at Chi Mo. His people gathered together, made way, and also looked at Chi Mo. Will you participate in the next battle? Tukalon asked. Yes. Chi Mo nodded. No matter how much these wild Eldar were strengthened and trained, they could not become able to fight against the Zerg in just 1 month. It was a question whether those dragon riders, together with their own dragons, could fight against the most common warriors of the Eldar tribe. Letting them charge at the queen was not letting them die. Then you should also get your dragon, Tukalon said, making way, raising his hands, and looking at the blue light cluster gathered above his head. This was the dragon-granting ceremony of these wild Eldar tribes. According to them, the world soul of Pandora would match each of its children with a dragon that was most compatible with them, and this dragon would establish a spiritual connection with the night. Forget it, I can build a motorcycle or something. Chi Mo refused without even thinking about it. It's not that Chi Mo doesn't want a dragon. After all, part of the reason why the Eldar launched a charge against the queen was because he thought it was fun. But Chi Mo knew that he was not a wild Eldar on Pandora, and it was unknown whether the world soul would accept him, let alone give him a dragon as someone who was not affected by psychic power. Chapter 672. Please come. Tukalon extended his hand to Chi Mo. Our ancestors will not reject a person who guides us. Chi Mo wanted to refuse, but the eyes of the wild spirits fell on him, hoping that he would agree to Tukalon. Tukalon had good intentions, but he was still too young to know that his behavior was inappropriate. Because if Chi Mo agreed and walked over, and the world soul rejected him, and did not give him a dragon or caused a bigger incident, it would be embarrassing. After thinking about it, Chi Mo felt that it was not easy to refuse the kindness of a future ally, so he walked towards Tukalon. After arriving at the altar, Chi Mo looked up at the fluorescent light above his head, wondering whether the so-called world soul could see him. My ancestors. Tukalon raised the spear that symbolized the power of the tribal leader and shouted, This distinguished guest once liberated the mother goddess of our entire race. He came to our homeland to guide us against the invasion of predators, and he will fight side by side with us. Before Tukalon finished speaking, a roar came from not far away. Then a giant dragon broke through the vines and rushed over, walked all the way to Chi Mo, lowered his head, and looked at this human, who was much smaller than himself. Chi Mo looked at the giant dragon. This is a dragon that looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it is covered with black scales all over its body. Its size is also larger than that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its height is about 9 meters. The giant dragon raised its head and roared, its voice shaking the entire giant tree, and then it lowered its head and lay on the ground. Thank you. Chi Mo scanned the entire tree canopy, stood up and rode on the dragon. The black metal that flowed like liquid emerged from the air in Chi Mo's hand, and gathered into a weapon similar to the lance of the savage Eldar dragon rider. The metal that emerged from the air then covered Chi Mo and the dragon, and gradually formed armor and riding gear. The Eldar present looked up at the dragon, happy that the soul of the world accepted the existence of this guest, and provided him with a powerful dragon mount. The war will begin tomorrow, and we will start preparing tonight. Chi Mo announced loudly to the Eldar, who were looking at him, Prove your courage in the war. Prove that you are qualified to survive in this universe, and can devote yourself to greater causes in the future. At this moment, Chi Mo was in a trance, and returned to the time when he was fighting in the bottom nest. At that time, the position was attacked by the Gene Stealers, and Chi Mo had to say something to boost everyone's morale. He was not particularly good at speaking, but he knew what the people who fought alongside him cared about. For Pandora. Accompanied by a sudden thunder, Chi Mo's roar resounded throughout the forest. For Pandora. The wild spirits raised their arms and shouted. Although these spirits were so weak that they didn't even know what kind of enemies they would face, They were full of fighting spirit and ready to face everything. Tukalon looked at the excited tribesman in front of him, and he remembered what the distinguished guest beside him said. The weak can become strong, and the tribe will grow stronger. Weakness is not a problem. The problem is whether a tribe is determined to survive and grow at all costs. The next day, the hive fleet, which plunders biomass as the main force of the hive will, is rampant throughout the star field. They work tirelessly to extract resources from one planet after another, and then store these resources in the biological ships that have evolved in the fleet and are specially used to store biomass. The biological ships will go to the edge of the galaxy and be eaten by the hive fleet responsible for war to strengthen themselves. This hive fleet responsible for logistics is doing what it should do leisurely in the void, and the mothership carrying the queen is completely unaware that something is targeting them. Until the mothership sailed near a star with special gravity, but no major problems. Then the special gravity of the star suddenly changed drastically, and the mothership was torn and dragged by the strange gravity. When the hive mind realized that this was a gravity trap set by some transcendent existence, it was too late. The space where the mothership was located became abnormal due to strange astronomical phenomena, and a small piece of debris where the mother was located suddenly disappeared in the galaxy. When it reappeared, it came to a planet containing extremely rich biomass, and was captured and dragged to the ground by the planet's gravity. Because the biomass content of this planet is too high, the hive mind, which could have produced another queen, chose to mobilize a small part of its power to invade this planet. On a macro scale, it is like a black tentacle clinging to the eastern part of the Milky Way star disk, extending a hair to the surroundings. On a micro scale, the planet where the queen fell, the beautiful world called Pandora, was instantly blocked by the biological warships that covered the sky and the sun, blocking the light of the stars. The huge biological warships approached Pandora's orbit, which would have caused the gravity anomaly of the celestial body to cause disasters such as volcanic eruptions. But Pandora did not encounter any troubles due to the gravity anomaly. But the gravity of the huge biological warship is just a prelude to the formal invasion. Spore airdrop pods filled with Zerg combat units fell to the ground, accompanied by various Zerg flying combat units. A strange cloud containing plasma formed in the atmosphere. Although it could not intercept the spores, it could kill the unprotected Zerg flying units. Above the mountain fortress, where the World Shrine is located, an invisible barrier protects the entire fortress, so that even those spores dropped directly at the fortress will deviate from their course. Not far from the fortress, the Fat Queen was dragged out of the wreckage of the mothership by the servant species called dragon lizards. Countless thorns immediately emerged from the ground to bind the queen, and the whole earth was shaking. The trees used to replenish water for the Gnostics tribe no longer sprayed honey water, but corrosive venom, and the poisonous miasma was released by the colorful flowers and spread throughout the forest. The beautiful fluorescent insects that served as the atmosphere group in the tribal ceremony rushed to the location of the queen in groups. They attached themselves to all the insects protecting the queen and ignited themselves, forming an effect like a white phosphorus incendiary bomb. The rolling bugs that played with the children of the tribe rushed out of the nest, came to the invaders and exploded. The whole Pandora became like Katakan, but this could not solve the invaders. The thorns that bound the queen were cut by the tyrant, the trees that ate the bugs were broken into biomass by the tearing bugs, and the poisonous miasma could not even kill the most ordinary Zerg individuals. Pandora's world soul gave Chi Nemo a surprise. It was obviously more powerful than the world souls of other wild spirits, for unknown reasons. Although the world soul could not fight against the invaders with all its strength, this was the only thing that the souls of the Gnostics ancestors, who constituted the world soul, could do for their descendants. Chapter 673. I saw it. Uslan, sitting cross-legged on the altar of the world shrine, opened his eyes. His duty was to see where the queen was, and then serve as a guide in the next battle. The 20,000 Eldar dragon riders, who could participate in the battle, gathered around Uslan. They did not need to participate in the defense of the fortress, because the huge dragons carrying giant firepower platforms had already gone to various locations in the fortress to assist the automatic turrets in resisting the endless sea of worms. All these dragon riders need to do is to charge on their dragons in the next war against the queen. Uslan looked at Tukalon. Tukalon looked at Chi Nemo. The latter said nothing. In this war, it is not just the people in this wild elf tribe who need to be tested. Tukalon, the young leader, must also prove that he is capable of leading his people in the future. Tukalon turned around and raised his spear to his people. Let's go! Everyone left the giant tree and headed for the main gate of the fortress. Tukalon was not old enough to claim his own dragon, but as a leader who personally participated in the war, he had to have his own mount, so he brought the dragon his father left behind before he went to support Aisha's prayer arc. It was a white-scaled dragon of the same species as Chin Mo's black dragon. Check your weapons and equipment. Chin Mo boarded his dragon and turned to shout to the dragon riders. The dragon riders had checked many times, but now they checked again honestly. At this time, Tukalon had just put on the armor for his dragon with the help of his tribesmen, and climbed onto the dragon's back with the help of his guards. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize his body on the dragon's back. Although he was not old enough to own his own dragon, he had ridden many dragons when he was young. After checking the weapons and equipment, all the dragon knights raised their heads and waited quietly for the next order. These 20,000 dragon knights were divided equally into air and ground forces. It was not known whether the world soul had intentionally allocated them this way, or it was just a coincidence. Anyway, there were exactly 10,000 dragon riders, and 10,000 dragon riders on pterosaurs and ground dragons respectively. The ground troops will fight their way to the queen under the guidance of Uslan, and the air troops will be responsible for intercepting the air combat units of the Zerg. The tactics and the responsibilities of each soldier in the battle are very simple. Listen. Chin Mo reminded Tukalon, and then turned to look at the other dragon knights behind him. After the gate is opened, we will fight our way out. We must follow Uslan to the queen as quickly as possible and kill the queen. Remember not to fall behind, because falling behind means death. None of us can stop and wait for others. Hearing this, all the dragon riders nodded. Uslan, who was riding on a large pterosaur and holding the dragon rider, pointed to a direction. There are other tribes on Pandora. If we wait for them, Tukalon whispered. The wild world often has more than one community, tribe, or clan, and Pandora is the same. In addition to the Gnostics people living in the trees, there are other small tribes living in the desert and the ocean. But those tribes are too small. No need to wait. Although you sent someone to contact them last night, they won't come. Believe me. Chin Mo shook his head. Let's take a step back. What can those small tribes of dozens of people do even if they come? Tukalon nodded, thinking that was true. Before the war, we need to talk about some precautions to unify everyone's ideas. Chin Mo said again. While Tukalon was remembering, Chin Mo raised his spear and signaled the people on the wall to open the door. As the heavy metal gate opened, all the dragon knights' hearts tightened. When the gate was opened to half a meter high, a group of insects squeezed in from the gap, but were cleared by the drone Chin Mo made last night. When the gate was fully opened, a large black swarm of insects appeared in front of everyone, spreading all the way to the horizon. Most of the dragon knights had just received training, and their training level was similar to that of the common planetary defense forces in the Empire, but these people just felt heavy-hearted, and their morale had not yet collapsed. The Eldar themselves are weapons made by the ancient saints, just like the green skins. The ancient saints are very philanthropic. They will not let the Eldar's existence, value, and meaning be used as consumables in war, but no matter how they think, they have to be forced by the situation to make the Eldar a consumable like ammunition. After all, they themselves have been in a difficult situation. The Eldar have a high mental endurance, which makes it difficult for them to collapse and go crazy on the battlefield because of seeing too many terrible scenes. This species is good at war, which is also one of the reasons why Chin Mo would spend his mind on these wild Eldar. Remember, don't fall behind. Chin Mo raised his spear and rushed out of the fortress first. The dragon easily knocked away all the bugs along the way, opening a bloody path for the dragon knights behind. In the dark, a liquid assassin bug observed Chin Mo, who rushed out first. The transmission and reception of intelligence and orders were completed in an instant, and then among the flying units of the swarm of insects, an evolved tyrant flapped its wings and fell from the sky, directly attacking the target that the will of the insect nest considered to be a threat. Seeing that the swooping tyrant's target was not Tukalon or others, Uslan did not intervene. Chin Mo stared at the tyrant that was killing him, and found the right moment to shoot a spear through the tyrant's shell. This powerful Zerg node unit lost its vitality in an instant, and was hung on the spear until Chin Mo threw its body aside. Although he repeatedly warned not to fall behind before setting off, the situation on the battlefield was often not as people wished. Some dragon knights' mounts were bitten by insects, and accidentally knocked down their masters in pain. Some dragon knights were buried in the hands of Zerg before they rushed out 1,000 meters. Those who didn't die immediately detonated the small bombs on their bodies, killing as many bugs as possible before they died. The new equipment of the Dragon Knight includes something to protect the Soul Stone. Even if the dead detonated the bomb on their bodies, the Soul Stone protected by the force field would capture the wearer's soul and teleport back to the World Shrine. However, the dead will not live in the Soul Stone forever, but will become part of the world's soul and be added to the collective consciousness. Whenever someone dies, Tukalon will cast a look. As the leader of the tribe, he had talked with Uslan and learned that in fact, whether the tribe participated in the war or not, the Zerg could not eat Pandora, and people could survive this catastrophe without shedding a drop of blood. Because the human guest was a real god who had been opposed to the gods of the Eldar, he could make the Zerg hive fleet be sucked into the black hole with just a move, unless this Zerg hive fleet could use black stone. Uslan told Tukalon this just to make Tukalon perform well in the war, at least to let Chinemo see that the Eldar can indeed play its due value after becoming an ally of humans. Tukalon also guessed it. After all, the one who could save Aisha from the dark gods could not be immortal. Although he knew that the value of the entire war was to prove it, Tukalon did not want to ask a transcendent being why he did not take action to quickly resolve the catastrophe in front of him. At least the Gnostics tribe still had a chance to prove that they had the determination to survive. This was lucky. Chapter 674. The optimized and transformed dragon was tireless, carrying the dragon knight into a forest. The poisonous miasma gradually dissipated, and the thorns all over the forest gradually shrank. The forest itself was making way for the dragon knights. The insects that suffered from environmental resistance could not hide in the forest to attack, and their attack on the dragon knights would also be hindered by the environment, so it was smoother to advance here than near the fortress. But this smoothness did not last long. When the dragon knights rushed to the edge of the forest, and were about to rush to the plain gnawed by the insects, even Chinemo himself was stunned. The trees had been transformed into biomass by the tearing worms, so the wreckage of the mothership where the queen worm landed can be seen at a glance. Here, like the fortress, there is a boundless sea of worms in front of you, but although there are many worms, there is no need to carefully look for the location of the queen worm, because the place surrounded by the dozen tyrants and tyrant guards must be the location of the queen worm. There is even a seriously injured biochemical titan at the location of the queen worms and tyrants. The titan stands still, and uses its body to cover the head of the queen worm. At this time, there was no need for anyone to command or give orders. The dragon riders knew very well what the only way to rush to the queen was. The older people in the tribe, who were not good at fighting, drove their dragons to speed up and rushed to the front and left and right of the entire team. Those who were dragon riders in the tribe, and the new riders with great fighting talent were guarded in the center. At this time, the super large dragon carrying the firepower platform in the fortress had loaded the shells and bombarded the surrounding area of the queen. Then the survivors of Aisha's prayer craft world used the dismantled aircraft weapons to bomb the queen again. They had bombed many times before, but apart from leaving some wounds on the biochemical titans guarding the queen and helping the ground troops to clear the way, there was no other effect. After the bombardment, the insects pounced on the dragon knights. The knights riding pterosaurs fought with the Zerg flying units. Tukalon saw his guards rushing towards a gargoyle, and then their figures were blocked by other flying insects. The ground troops not only had to face the sea of insects, but also the flying insects that kept swooping down and killing. The knights riding pterosaurs were entangled in a fight, and could not protect themselves. At this moment, Tukalon suddenly heard a roar of beasts. At the moment when he rushed out of the jungle riding the white dragon, countless beasts on both sides also rushed out. Their combat power was not as strong as the dragon, but they were faster and more agile, and they took the lead in facing the sea of insects. The number of those beasts was countless, but they were still many orders of magnitude lower than the Zerg, and they quickly dissipated like a stream flowing into the ocean. Then the sea of insects rushed towards the dragon riders galloping on the ground. Those who rushed to the front and the left and right sides were the first to encounter the enemy. They were all old and not good at fighting. The Zerg gradually peeled off these dragon riders, and their dragons like peeling fruits, and then devoured them. But their sacrifice allowed the entire team to move forward further. As if realizing that the enemy could not start bombarding again, the huge body of the biochemical titan moved from above the queen insect towards the rushing enemies. Looking at the giant creature that was rampant like a mountain, Tukalon's face showed a look of despair. Keep charging with your people. Chinemo drove the black dragon to take the lead and face the biochemical titan that was enough to annihilate his entire army. But before the giant beast was killed by the dimensional lightning, a flash of light appeared in front of Chinemo. Sar, driving the Nether Knight, appeared on the battlefield, rushed over before the biochemical titan could react, and a beautiful roundhouse slash cut off many legs on the left side of the titan's body. A mournful cry resounded throughout the battlefield, and the titan fell to the left, with its tentacles reaching out to the Nether Knight. The Nether Knight was not a war machine of the same level as the biochemical titan. He was easily entangled and dragged to the titan's mouth by the tentacles, and then submerged by the sea of insects. Tukalon and Chinemo had become the vanguard of the entire Dragon Knight army, and were not far from the queen. The tyrants rubbed their biological bone knives, their legs deeply embedded in the ground, ready to resist the impact. "You come and kill the queen." Chinemo looked at Tukalon. Tukalon's helmet was sobbing, and his tears had soaked the entire lining of the helmet, but he was obviously not crying out of fear. "Yes," Tukalon responded, holding the spear tightly in his right hand, lowering his body, and staring at the queen insect behind the tyrant. The two dragons, one white and one black, burst out with amazing speed and strength before they were exhausted. They worked hard to knock away all the insects blocking the way, until they finally sent their masters to the tyrants. Tukalon saw that the spear in Chinmo's hand pierced and decomposed the bodies of tyrants one after another without any obstruction, and finally the two dragons crossed the tyrants' barriers at the same time. When the dragon Chinemo rode past by the queen worm, Tukalon beside him recalled the skills his father taught him, and when the time was right, he shot through the queen worm's body. This special weapon was only inserted into the queen worm's body, and it was broken into several pieces and scattered all over the ground. The effect of the decapitation tactic was amazing. When the queen worms and tyrants died one after another, a large number of insects seemed to have suddenly awakened their wildness. No longer swarming in unison, some insects rushed in the opposite direction of the enemy, and some even began to kill each other. The wounded Nether Knight cut off the tentacles of the Bio-Titan and stood up. Chinemo and the Dragon Knights behind Tukalon completely separated the swarm of insects. "I did it!" Tukalon raised his spear and shouted loudly. Chinemo looked at Tukalon and wanted to praise him, but suddenly saw that his mount, the white dragon, suddenly slowed down and lost balance. The white dragon was exhausted and fell to the ground and rolled for several rounds. Fortunately, Tukalon on its back was thrown away when it fell, avoiding the fate of being crushed. I don't know how long it took. Tukalon slowly opened his eyes and found that his body was covered with wounds. His arms, which were tightly wrapped with white cloth, were in great pain. "Lie down, you almost fell to death." Uslan, who was slightly injured, walked to Tukalon with a scepter. "How long have I been unconscious? How much did my people lose? Is the battle over?" A series of questions were thrown out by Tukalon. "At least the battle on Pandora is over." Chinemo entered Tukalon's residence. "You were unconscious for 2 days, and 37% of your people died. In addition, your dragon was just exhausted at the time, and is still alive now." Hearing this, Tukalon lowered his head. Uslan patted Tukalon's shoulder to comfort him. Chinemo stood there and looked at Tukalon, until the young leader looked up and asked, "Have we got your approval?" "No, you are too weak." Chinemo shook his head, "But you have proved that you are qualified to survive. I helped you deal with the remaining bugs, and the biological warships in the Pandora galaxy were also completely destroyed. But if there is another catastrophe that comes to Pandora later, it depends on whether you can resist it at that time." While Chinemo was talking, Uslan used his psychic power to help Tukalon see what happened during the days he was unconscious. The remaining bugs on Pandora were destroyed by the ecosystem and the continuous lightning. Then the star became abnormal, pulling all the Zerd bioships in the galaxy into the star. Sacrifice and death were unnecessary, but Tukalon also understood that if sacrifice and death were not used to prove that the tribe was qualified to survive, how could the tribe expect a Katon to take action to eliminate the Zerg? Then the Hive Fleet. Tukalon asked again. "Soon there will be no Hive Fleet," Chinemo said, looking at Uslan. "We have done what we should do. Do you want to leave with me or stay here?" "You want to leave?" Tukalon originally planned to hold a ceremony to thank the guests for their help. However, for the guests he wanted to thank, this was just a small matter that did not even need to be celebrated. Take on the responsibility of a leader, protect your people, and be prepared for battle. Sooner or later, you will be called. Uslan finally gave Tukalon a word of advice, then turned around and followed Chinemo out of the leader's tree house. Tukalon struggled to get up and followed them, wanting to ask them how to leave now without a flying vehicle. But the moment he walked out of the house, Tukalon saw a small planet in the orbit of Pandora. It looked like a black satellite, but it had a series of metallic appendages. That was the Leviathan Iron Mothership. The Iron Mothership was here to clean up the Zerg Hive fleet and pick someone up along the way. The large transport plane it said landed on the open space under the giant tree. The survivors of Aisha's prayer arc, including the wounded Nether Knight, had already entered the transport plane. These Aisha believers who had lost their homes would go to the Mother Goddess. Chapter 675. The aircraft, without any power, flew backwards in the boundless void, crossing the astronomical scale of tens of thousands of light years and heading towards the Tyrone star zone. The aircraft itself does not rely on the dimensional engine or any other superluminal engine to navigate, it is simply entangled by an electromagnetic force that cannot be generated naturally. Relying on electromagnetic force, this is the way the star gods travel. In order to break through the confinement of the speed of light, the mortal body has to pay the price of dozens of generations and thousands of years for scientific research, while the star gods are born with the fastest superluminal navigation speed by just moving their hands to evoke special electromagnetic force. In the view of scholars of the ancient Elven Empire, the existence of the star god itself is a curse to the real universe. But the star gods born in the Big Bang, their privileges of playing with the laws of physics, and their innate power can also be regarded as the supreme favor of the real universe to its own creations. Neither the Talons nor the Primarchs had ever enjoyed electromagnetic navigation when traveling side by side with Chin Mo, but the Eldar in the aircraft enjoyed it, although it was only because Chin Mo, who liked to rely on external objects, could not find the dimensional engine for the time being and wanted to return to the star zone faster. However, the Eldar inside the aircraft were not happy at all. "I'm sorry." Chin Mo looked at the Nether Knight huddled in the corner, and the survivors of Aisha's prayer ark surrounding the Nether Knight. There were less than 200 people left in the entire Ark world. The destruction of an Eldar Ark world did not make Chin Mo sad, but he had friendship with Thrall. To be honest, this Eldar warrior left a good impression on Chin Mo. He helped the resistance on the Talon too, and helped Chin Mo solve the Blackstone Fortress in the Battle of Cartier. In a sense, in the great cause of fighting against the enemies of the real universe, Thrall is a friend and a comrade in arms to Chin Mo. The Ark world is already crumbling. If it doesn't die at the hands of the Zerg, it will die at the hands of the Greenskins. Thrall shook his head, and his Nether Knight shook his head as well. "Why didn't you ask for help?" Aslan asked. "I contacted you before the Battle of Comoros, but you just said you were in trouble and didn't ask for help." The crisis was not serious at that time. The Mother Goddess blessed us. We thought we could survive, but the shadow of the Sea of Souls covered everything. We lost contact with the Mother Goddess and you," Thrall said sadly. Aslan was silent. He didn't think it was tragic, but he felt that if one craft world perished, there would be one less craft world to fight against the dark gods in the future, which was not good for the overall situation. "You can go to your Mother Goddess, or you can go to Karis." Chin Mo stood up and walked towards Thrall, putting his hand on the skull of the Nether Knight. "The universe is big, there is always a place for you." This was Thrall's original plan, but he had doubts in his heart. Will humans accept us? If we surrender to Katan's protection, how will our relatives view us? The people of Carisi will not reject you, they are used to it. As for you surrendering to Catan, Chin Mo hesitated. In the Eldar settlement on Carisi, some Eldar scholars argued for the Eldar of Carisi that the Eldar should surrender to Catan, while some Eldar were conflicted and could not resolve their grievances. The former stayed on Carisi openly. The latter stayed on Carisi with a conflicted mentality, hoping that the Lord of Talon, who was also a conflicted existence, could express his attitude in his busy schedule, and at least establish a theme. "Times have changed, Eldar." Chin Mo said to Thrall, "You were once weapons of the old saints, and were absolute enemies of the star gods and the Necrons, but now everything has changed. The old saints have perished, the star gods have shattered, and the dark gods in the warp are the great enemies of all existence in our real universe." Aslan raised his head and realized that this was not only said to Thrall, but also to other Eldar. "But the past needs to be concluded. My conclusion is that the main mistakes during the war in heaven were made by the star gods and the necromancers. The ancient saints are a respectable race, they are fraternal in kind. The necromancers launched the first war in heaven because they hated the immortals, and the ancient saints for not giving them immortality. The star gods coveted the souls of the intelligent races and helped the undead to destroy the ancient saints. Then it led to a series of consequences, including the soul sea becoming a cesspool. In the matter of the war in heaven, it was difficult for Chin Mo to favor the star gods, although both the mimics and the burners had a good relationship with him. Facts are facts. Chin Mo's motivation to suppress the star gods is to prevent them from recruiting believers in the star region, to prevent them from devouring other people's souls at will, and to make them surrender part of their essence. That's why we can cooperate with humans and Tyrone without worry. Aslan stood up and walked to Chin Mo, saying with great approval, "This existence that cannot be defined as a god or a human can bring a new situation to the entire universe. He has clear cognition and rationality. Go to Karis, Thrall, you will be reborn there." Hearing this, Thrall emerged from the Nether Knight and glared at Aslan angrily. "What qualifications do you have to reason here? Do you want to give the Eldar a safe place to live so that you can select twins from more Eldar, who can be sent to be Nether Knights and Night Pilots?" Faced with the accusation, Aslan had a blank expression. We and humans can survive until now because countless people in our two species have made sacrifices. Just as the prophet of Aisha's prayer paid the price to let you survive, you are just breathing and enjoying the fruits of others' sacrifices, and you should also be prepared to make sacrifices. Heretical reasoning. Sar rushed down the Nether Knight. You let my sister die just to give the Death Army one more Nether Knight. You don't care what she thinks, or what I think, you just want the Death Army. That's for sure. Aslan admitted frankly, if I had an Ark world, I would issue an order that one of every twins born must be killed and become a soul attached to the spirit bone creature. Thrall was so angry at these words that he trembled all over, and wanted to stab Aslan on the spot, but he knew he didn't have the ability to do so. Individuals cannot survive without sacrificing the group. Humans with simpler thinking can figure it out, but you with more complex thinking can't figure it out. Aslan continued to talk about his great principles. But Thrall found that he could only see Aslan's mouth closing, but couldn't hear his voice, and then realized that someone was affecting the transmission of the sound. Have a good rest. We will reach the star zone in a few minutes. Chi Nemo signaled Thrall to go back to the Nether Knight to rest. Chapter 676. Tyrone Sector. The huge expeditionary fleet has crossed the webway and, as stipulated in the naval regulations, all gathered at the orbital dock in the sector capital for inspection and maintenance. As the flagship, the Glory of Humanity deployed a large-scale dimensional navigation force field and led the entire fleet to sail quickly towards the sector capital. So my brothers will come to pick me up? Come in person? Inside the bridge of the Glory of Humanity, the white scar Primarch Jagatai stood in front of the porthole and talked to a blonde lady. Yes, Primarch. The lady's position is intelligence officer. She held a list of affairs and reported to Jagatai according to the arrangement on the list of affairs. The Imperial Regent and War Master are expected to arrive in the Star Zone in 2 days. The Star Zone has begun to prepare to welcome the two Primarchs. Jagatai nodded in a daze. He actually knew that Gilliman and Lion would come to the Star Zone to pick him up. When they were still in the webway, when the core of Comoros had not been blown up by those transcendent beings, Chi Nemo mentioned it in the first meeting. Are you sure they will come in person, not send someone? Jagatai asked again. The lady shook her head. Tyrone and Ultramar have implemented a detailed communication protocol. If they say that the Regent and War Master will come in person, then they will come in person. Oh! Jagatai looked at the dimensional space outside the porthole. That's great. Jagatai originally planned to leave immediately, but because Gilliman and Lion would come in person, he changed his plan. Kagras' eagle has an ability that his twin Primarch brothers would envy, that is, being invisible. Jagatai originally thought that he would remain invisible until he returned to Chuanzhou, and then his descendants would spread the news of his return to the whole galaxy. But his brothers took it so seriously that they came in person. Are you happy? The lady saw Jagatai's mood. Of course. Jagatai nodded. Do you know what I'm thinking now? I just thought that if Ryan and the others could come earlier, I would be so touched that I would give them a bear hug. Jagatai was looking forward to meeting Lion. During the Great Crusade, the two worked closely together for a while, and established a friendship. If you ask how good this relationship is, it is equal to the relationship between Jagatai and Magnus before his fall. Thinking about how to taunt Lion, who is now the War Master, when he meets him, Jagatai's mood becomes better. In addition, the fleet has just returned victorious, and the other personnel in the bridge are also happy. However, this joyful atmosphere did not last long before it turned solemn. The gate opened. The star gods floated into the bridge. Their transcendent existence itself would bring heavy psychological pressure to the mortal body. Saranoga floated in front of the blonde lady, who was the intelligence officer, looked down at her and asked, Is your master back? The aircraft that Lord Talon took has entered the Star Zone, so... Of course, he has returned, but he has not yet reached the capital of the Star Zone. The lady, who was not nervous at all when talking to the Primarch Jagatai, was inexplicably afraid and nervous when facing the Star God. Although she knew that these guys would not do anything to her, fear was fear. I was shocked when he was sucked into the warp. I thought we had to break up, Saranoga said, looking at the other Star Gods. He is unique in every way. In every way. The burner floated to the porthole of the bridge. Jagatai glanced at these transcendent beings and asked in a joking way, How powerful are you? Compared to the Primarch? Hearing this, the burner turned his head to look at Jagatai, then turned his eyes back and said nothing. The other Star Gods stayed in the bridge directly. According to the rules, they have to go to the Star District capital after each action, talk with Chi Nemo, and then go back to their homes. Go back to the Star District capital, talk about something. I hope to finish these things within 2 hours, and then I can go back to do my own thing. What? Burn the race you created? Yes. I found that they are evolving towards a high tolerance for fire. I won't burn my family, I will tell them stories, although they still need to be transformed to be a better listener. Listening to the conversation between the star gods, Chagatai realized that these transcendent beings were a group of guys without moral concepts. If he wanted to make these guys work for the same thing, it would be useless to use the human ties. This also made Chagatai more certain that the governor of this star zone must have restricted these transcendent beings in a special way. The voyage is over. We have arrived at the star zone. A crew member shouted loudly to everyone in the bridge. Then the ship jumped out of the dimension, and the entire huge Talon Navy fleet arrived in the Talon Galaxy. But this fleet was not the only one. When the Tyrone Navy crossed the dimension, a fleet had already appeared in the galaxy and sailed towards the starport. There was a blue flagship and a black flagship in that fleet, namely the Glory of Macridge and the Invincible Reason, and a large fleet led by the 2 flagships. That's my brothers. Chagatai was overjoyed. Although the intelligence officer said that they would arrive in 2 days, it was not known whether it was because the dimensional engine was too easy to use or whether Gilliman and Lion paid enough attention to the newly returned pre-march. In short, they arrived early. The fleets of the Imperial Regent and War Master were approaching the starport. They arrived before the Navy, so they would naturally have priority in entering the starport. The Tyrone Navy could only queue up and wait to go to the starport to complete the formalities and procedures before going to the orbital dock. However, the star gods obviously did not have the patience. Saranoga looked at the Void Dragon. The Triumphant has priority, what do you think? I agree. The Void Dragon gently raised his hand towards the void outside the porthole. All the warships in Gilliman and Lion's fleet stopped sailing in unison and were fixed in place. What are you going to do? Chagatai rushed to the side of the Void Dragon. The Void Dragon controlled every warship in the fleet, letting them reform in the void and then stand aside. That was different from the star god's common ability to distort the laws of physics. The Void Dragon did not work on the spatial coordinates of those warships, but directly took control of those warships. The machine soul, the thinker array, the mechanical teaching equipment used to resist data invasion, all of these lost their function. Those ships seemed to have received the call of their father, and were all controlled in an instant. All the warships of the Tyrone Navy also lost their autonomous control at the same time, and sailed towards the starport first under the control of the Void Dragon. Chagatai looked at this scene, fell into deep thought. Chapter 677. After the fleets of the Tyrone Navy had all been inspected and maintained, and Gilliman and Lion's fleets entered the starport for docking, Chagatai saw his brothers at the landing point of the starport. Gilliman was surrounded by the guards composed of Ultramar champions. Lion was surrounded by the Lion Guard composed of the Primaris Dark Angels. The two came together, but it didn't seem like they came together. Whether it was the Ultramar champions or the Dark Angels, or the 2 Primarchs, they all kept a certain distance from each other. Gilliman smiled as soon as he saw Chagatai coming down from the transport plane. But Lion had a gloomy face. The moment he saw them, Chagatai realized that Lion's gloomy face was not directed at him. He had obviously had an argument with Gilliman just now. As for the reason for the argument, it was obviously because the fleet was forcibly driven away from the vicinity of the starport by the star god just now. You came here in person, leading the fleet in person, just to welcome me? Chagatai opened his arms and walked towards the 2 brothers. Yes. Yes. Gilliman nodded. But his performance made Chagatai realize that the Regent and the War Master came in person, obviously not to welcome him. But it didn't matter. Lion. Chagatai. The Lion King embraced the Eagle of Kagras. Meeting with a brother who had a good relationship, Lion no longer had a gloomy face. After the hug, Chagatai pressed Lion's shoulder and looked at him carefully, then exclaimed, "Why are you old?" The lion in front of him was completely different from the blonde handsome guy back then. There was a wrinkle at the corner of his eyes, and he had a white beard, looking much older. You haven't aged, which is what surprises me most. Lion glanced at Gilliman. It seems that the webway has a similar effect to the static stand. Station is better, at least everyone knows that I have been squatting in the static stand for 10,000 years, instead of sleeping in a corner for 10,000 years. Gilliman smiled. The conversation between the two made Chagatai hear a hint of mutual irony. In fact, Gilliman and Lion did quarrel just now, as Chagatai judged. After the fleet was completely controlled by an unknown force and retreated to the side, Lion still didn't know who controlled the fleet until he found that the Talon Navy, which was supposed to be in line, entered the starport first, so he could guess who controlled the fleet with his toes. Lion once again warned Gilliman to be careful of the Talon sector, and Gilliman said that Lion had been talking nonsense about this matter for decades, and he was tired of listening to it. So the two of them quarreled, which is why Lion had a dark face when he came over. Seeing that Lion's face was dark again, Chagatai quickly changed the subject. I heard that you are the War Master? A long time ago. Lien smiled when he mentioned this. Although I am the War Master, if there is anything in the future, we should discuss it together. How many general cannons did you give to Gilliman to become the War Master? Chagatai asked with a smile. Hearing his brother making fun of the general cannons he gave to Perturabo, Lion rolled his eyes. Don't mention the general cannons. I gave Perturabo the general cannons not for personal desire, but to let him go to the palace to support Dorn. How could I know that he had rebelled at that time? Really? Chagatai smiled. At that time, Sanguinius, Dorn and I were standing on the wall of the palace. Do you know what I saw? What? A general cannon that bombarded the palace. When it fired, it did not make a roar, but, let Ryan be the War Master. Let Ryan be the War Master. Nonsense, you must have heard it wrong. Really? Chagatai was hugged by Ryan's shoulders. Lion smiled and said, the general cannon actually shouted, Perturabo is a fraud. Perturabo is a fraudster. The Lion King hugged Chagatai, talking and laughing as he walked towards the landing pad to leave the starport. Let's go to my flagship to reminisce about the past. I have prepared a surprise for you. If you want to give me a motorcycle, then no, I already have a good motorcycle. Then let's just reminisce about the past. Looking at the two people staggering away, Gilliman frowned slightly and reminded Lion's back. Don't forget to talk to Chagatai about business. Lion ignored Gilliman. Gilliman suddenly felt helpless, but there was no way to deal with Lion, so he turned and left. Talon 3. Gilliman's transport plane landed on an island. This place was arranged like a camping sanctuary, with bonfires and barbecues on the shore. The holographic equipment projected a huge screen beyond the coastline, creating an open-air cinema. The sea water was even warm, and a controllable volcano under the sea provided heat for the entire ocean. Gilliman got off the transport plane and jumped into the sea, leaning against the shore and turning on the screen very skillfully. The pre-march was not here for vacation, but for something extremely important. But it would be nice to take a break while waiting for Chin Mo. Lord Tyrone has entered the capital of the sector. He brought back some Eldar. He may have to wait until they are settled before coming back. The person on the transport plane said to Gilliman. No hurry. Gilliman waved his hand, stretched out his hand, and tapped in the air with ease, and then the giant screen outside the coastline changed the channel. A news report was playing on the screen. News about the Eye of Terror on the Astronomy Channel. Recently, scientific research experts in the star region measured the scope of the Eye of Terror through astronomical detection methods, and found that the scope of the Eye of Terror has shrunk slightly. Although the scale of the reduction is not large, only a few meters, it can be speculated that if this continues, the Eye of Terror will completely disappear in tens of thousands of years. This is an idealized speculation. In fact, according to a series of Eye of Terror activity data provided by the Astronomical Department, it is more likely that we will find that the Eye of Terror has expanded again when we detect it again in a dozen years. Eye of Terror. Gilliman murmured the word, lowered his head and frowned in thought. Not only did the researchers in the Talon sector find that the Eye of Terror was shrinking, the Empire also found it. But as the news said, the Eye of Terror is active, and it is a daydream to expect it to shrink and disappear on its own. Of course we can't just sit and wait for the Eye of Terror to shrink. A familiar voice came into Gilliman's ears. When the pre-march looked in the direction of the sound, he found that Chin Mo suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily on the sand. Gilliman stood up from the sea and looked at Chin Mo excitedly. Chin Mo also looked at Gilliman excitedly. This was the first time the two had met since the Plague War. Sorry. What? About your and Lion's fleet being controlled. Chin Mo sat next to Gilliman and soaked in the warm sea water. He had just arrived at the Star Zone with Thrall and Uslan 2 minutes ago, and then he heard about Gilliman and Lion's fleet being controlled. Nothing. Gilliman smiled and shook his head. It's just that I had a quarrel with Lion because of this, but don't take it to heart, it's not a big deal. Chin Mo nodded and stopped talking about the fleet being controlled. Gilliman couldn't not care about this matter, but he was more concerned about the overall situation. Compared with what he had to do in the future, the fleet's affairs could only be said to be a small matter. Chapter 678. Although it is not a bath in a bathtub, it is still a bath in the hot sea water on the coastline of an isolated island, and the environment is even better. Gilliman could hardly help but relax and talk to Chin Mo about the recent events of the Empire. The utilization rate of the dimensional engine has exceeded 40%. Decades have passed, and the dimensional engine has not been fully installed. This is not Gilliman's negligence, but the Empire is too huge. Some people have already used the dimensional engine, and some are still waiting for the dimensional engine to be delivered to them. Some people don't even know that there are already dimensional engines. Chin Mo said that it's okay not to promote dimensional engines or even stargates, because he has a plan called Hyperspace Channel. As long as the Hyperspace Channel plan is implemented, there is no need to wait for the Talon sector to produce dimensional engines, and then let others install them. Instead, the engine can be directly manufactured to use the Hyperspace Channel, which can enable humans to get rid of subspace navigation faster. But since the Hyperspace Channel plan is still in the planning stage, Chin Mo didn't say much. The two then talked about Comoros. They talked about the core of Comoros being sent back to before the Big Bang. And Chin Mo was thrown into the subspace by the Comoros defense mechanism, and appeared in a wild Eldar world again, experiencing the feeling of being a dragon knight. The regent and the Lord of Talon soaked in the seawater, leaning on the shore, chatting and watching the screen. Gilliman turned the channel to a channel playing a love drama. Chin Mo thought Gilliman just randomly turned to this channel, and he wanted to switch to a channel discussing the current situation in the Star Zone, but was stopped by Gilliman. Don't change it. I just saw this episode a week ago. Wait. Why are you watching the romance drama on our sector channel? Why? Gilliman looked at the screen, pondered for a moment, and then gave an ambiguous answer. I don't know why. Anyway, when I'm under too much pressure, I watch these things and then continue to deal with the mess. Maybe I want to see how people who don't have to struggle and suffering live under normal circumstances. Well, you are a guest, do as you please. Chin Mo had no interest in this kind of drama. While Gilliman was watching seriously, he was thinking about why Gilliman and Lion came to the Star Zone. To welcome Shagatai, this is the reason. But not all the reasons. In order to announce the return of the third pre-march, Gilliman and Lion had to make a bigger noise, which is why they came in person. But coming with a fleet is obviously not just for Shagatai. Maybe the Empire will have another war next, and Gilliman is hesitating whether to ask the star region that just ended the war to participate in another war. But since Gilliman didn't ask, Chin Mo didn't want to ask. How about I recommend you a romantic drama? As he said that, Chin Mo raised his hand and changed the channel. Gilliman looked at the screen curiously. A warning sign with 25 written in a red circle appeared on the screen. Then a loud warning sounded. Viewers under the age of 25 and those with heart disease, please watch the show accompanied by a friend or under the guidance of a doctor. In addition, the heroine in the show is an elf, who can often feel extremely strong emotions. No matter how strong human emotions are, they are bland to them. So this means that the heroine in the show may do something that exceeds the psychological tolerance of the audience. Is it necessary to warn about a TV show about love? Gilliman sat up straight and watched attentively. The series began to play. The image of an Eldar woman appeared on the screen. Chin Mo pressed the pause button and said to Gilliman seriously, "This series is performed by an Eldar actor on Karis. Her name is Mo Rui, an Eldar who grew up on Karis. After she became famous, she opened a film and television company, which filmed according to her requirements. During the filming, Mo Rui would ask the hospital that cooperated with the company to inject her with amnesia injections, so that she would forget everything about herself and then concentrate on participating in the filming. According to Mo Rui's request, the filming was also secret, intended to make her believe that she was really the character in the play." After listening to Chin Mo's explanation, Gilliman was surprised. Then this guy is quite dedicated. Is it that serious? You will know whether it is that serious or not after watching it. Chin Mo pressed the play button. A synopsis of the previous story appeared on the screen. The heroine played by Mo Rui and a human hero fell in love. One of them was an Eldar ranger who escaped to Karis, and the other was a special police judge of the Hive Law Department. The love between the two began from the moment they met, and then there were some small conflicts. Then the male protagonist thought that the female protagonist did not love him anymore, so he moved and hid in a wilderness on Karis to be a farmer. This is all normal. Gilliman touched the back of his head. Why is there a 25-year-old warning before the show starts? You will know if you watch it. Chin Mo looked mysterious. On the screen, it was snowing heavily, and the male protagonist locked up his livestock, and then went back to the house to light a fire to keep warm. It was night, and there was silence outside. A moment later, when the hero was sitting by the fire, warming himself and reading a book, a faint cry sounded. Has the heroine become a ghost? Gilliman guessed. The hero stood up, picked up a shotgun and walked out of the house, and then saw a tall figure who was obviously an Eldar walking towards the house on the snowy stone road. It was the heroine played by Mori. Sarah. Mori staggered, and weakly called the hero's name Sarah. The male lead hurried forward to support Imorue, and seeing that she was only wearing a windbreaker, he immediately took off his clothes and put them on Imorue. Have you been drinking? I told you not to drink a long time ago. You know the reason why I broke up with you. I know, Sarah, I know. Imorue staggered to a stop, looked at the male lead and said seriously, You said I don't love you. I don't have you in my heart, so I do. Stop talking, you are wearing so thin. The male protagonist supported Imorue and wanted her to go into the house to warm up. But Imorue pushed the male protagonist away and began to take off her windbreaker. You said I don't have you in my heart. So I let you see. When the windbreaker was untied, the male protagonist saw a heart pounding in his chest. Imorue stretched out her hand and pressed the heart. Look at my heart. Whether there is. You. Gift crab. Gilliman was so shocked that he jumped onto the shore. Chapter 679. Calm down, calm down. Compared to the battlefields we have seen, this is very simple. Chin-Emo pulled Gilliman back into the water. Gilliman stared at the screen with wide eyes. The scene was not so scary, but it was hard not to make the audience feel like being struck by lightning. It was like watching a cartoon for children, and then the characters suddenly picked up knives and slashed at each other as if Korn was possessed. It looks outrageous, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. Gilliman calmed down and sighed. Indeed? Chin-Emo nodded. This actress is also very famous. Her parents were originally exiled rangers, and she grew up on Karis. If she had not been in contact with humans since childhood, she would not have had emotional resonance with humans. Imorue was really moved when she acted in her first drama, and she couldn't extricate herself after the filming was over. She was arrested and imprisoned for 2 months because she stalked the male lead actor. Later, she realized that no matter how she felt, filming was filming. So she chose to separate her memories before and after filming, so that she would be completely immersed in the plot during filming, and would not remember anything after filming. After listening to Chin-Mo's explanation, Gilliman gradually understood everything. No wonder the Ark Eldar wanted to use the Tau to restrain themselves. I can't accept this. Gilliman quickly changed the channel. Most people in the Star Zone can't accept it either. People who like Imorue like her more as a person than what she plays, so her film and television company relies entirely on the money she earns from modeling and interviews to subsidize it. Chin-Emo laughed. Outrageous. Gilliman switched to the Serious Astronomy channel. The channel was still broadcasting about the Eye of Terror. Outside the Talon sector, people would have mental problems just by looking directly at the Eye of Terror, but in Talon, where the reality structure was strengthened, there would be no problem even if they studied the Eye of Terror all day. Gilliman stared at the Eye of Terror. Chin-Emo looked at Gilliman and guessed something. Are you here for the Eye of Terror? Chin-Emo asked. Gilliman shifted his attention from the screen to Chin-Emo, but he still hesitated and didn't speak directly. Eisenhorn went to investigate the Eye of Terror. He found that an unknown alien god helped the traders in the Eye of Terror establish a logistics system and built a giant city on a demon world to steadily supply warships and weapons to the traders. Since the Battle of Cadia, the Black Legion has disappeared, but they have not settled down. Chin-Emo interrupted Gilliman. You want to drag me to the Eye of Terror, right? Gilliman nodded helplessly. But your sector has just ended the war, so? If there is a war against the enemies of the real universe, I will be there, and the sector will certainly join the expedition. Chin-Emo thought about it. The Imperial Navy and the Astra Militarum led by the Primarch, plus the Tyrone Navy and the Tyrone Army, this will be a large-scale epic expedition. Of course, the sector cannot be absent. But it will not immediately participate in the war. My sector needs some time to rest, and I have another thing to do. Chin-Emo said. What is it? About the Thunder Warriors. On the other side. Invincible reason. So, the Talons even protect the Thunder Warriors, right? The Lion King stood in front of the porthole with his hands behind his back, staring at the endless void outside, his voice low. Yes. Chagatai, who was sitting at the table, nodded. The sector is a threat. Ryan said. Yes. Chagatai nodded without hesitation. Lien turned to look at his brother in surprise. I thought you would defend them. Too many things are threatening to the Empire. Chagatai said calmly, because whether it is threatening does not depend on the idea, but on the power and influence it possesses. Lian walked back to the table quickly and sat next to Chagatai. I knew you would support me, Gilliman. I never said I supported you on this matter, brother. Chagatai shook his head calmly. Lian was stunned for a moment. Then Chagatai told Ryan his reasons. There is no doubt that the Talon sector is a great threat. I can conclude that they are no different from Randan, Jingyuan Federation, and those forces in the Great Crusade in terms of military strength. But the problem is that this sector is not hostile to the Empire. No, I can see that they are very hostile to the Empire, but not to humans. Those star gods controlled your and Gilliman's fleets, but they did not do anything else. They are undoubtedly a group of bad species without morality and shame, but they are obviously bound by certain rules. At least in this situation, in this overall situation, we must trust the Talonians and their star god friends. Chagatai's reasons are exactly the same as Gilliman's. But Lian did not resist as much as he did when he heard Gilliman's story, but fell silent. Let's take a step back and go to war with the Star Zone. How about that? Chagatai asked. The Empire cannot afford the consequences of a civil war. You know very well that the reason you did not issue an extermination order for the world of Talon No. 1 is because you know that the Empire cannot afford the consequences of a civil war. Lian was silent. His only complaint with Chagatai was that this brother saw through everything too clearly. After thinking for a long time, Lian said, So you think Gilliman is right, and I should trust the Talonians unconditionally like him? No, Gilliman has his problems. Chagatai shook his head. He either doesn't trust a person at all, or trusts him without hesitation. So this is why he hates betrayal, and this is also his problem. And what is your problem? Dude. Chagatai stared at Lian. Your problem is that you don't believe in anything except your father. Everything you did 10,000 years ago makes you suspicious and wary. That's fine, but you should learn to trust Gilliman. Lian argued, but 10,000 years ago, Gilliman. Chagatai shook his head. Don't mention 10,000 years ago, brother. Your personality has changed a lot after 10,000 years. So what are you talking about 10,000 years ago? Lian was speechless. Chagatai continued. 10,000 years ago, I also felt that Gilliman had bad intentions. When we regarded the Legion as our home, Gilliman was busy managing the 500 worlds. But now there is no doubt that Gilliman supported the current empire before you. After hearing this, Lian stared at the empty corner and said nothing for a long time. Gilliman must have told you these truths, but you wouldn't listen. But you will listen if I tell you, because you don't have preconceived vigilance and doubts about me. Chagatai's words went straight into Lian's heart. The Lion King was silent for a long time, rubbing his chin lightly. What you said makes sense. I have to talk to Gilliman and Governor Tyrone. If we are going to expedition to the Eye of Terror next, it is better to establish mutual trust. Chapter 680. 7 days after the Imperial Regent and War Master's fleet arrived at Talon. Talon Sector, Star System number 188. A transport plane that uses electromagnetic force to travel faster than light flies into the star system. Gilliman, Qin Mo, and the Emperor's humanity possessed by Vanessa are in the cabin. This is the residence of the star god Saranoga. Listening to Qin Mo's brief description, the Primarch and the Emperor stood by the window and looked at the entire galaxy. There are 3 stars in this galaxy, and the strange thing is that these 3 stars revolve around a planet. Planets cannot have the gravity to make stars revolve around them, but since this is the residence of a complete star god, everything is possible. The 3 stars themselves have also been transformed. They are covered with silver shells, which output almost endless energy to the planets, which is a device similar to a Dyson sphere. The new Thunder Warrior project will be carried out here. The Thunder Warriors will be shaped into more perfect and powerful combat units. Qin Mo and the Emperor came to the residence of the Outer Ones for only one purpose, the new Thunder Warrior project. The Emperor's humanity felt guilty about the Thunder Warriors, so he planned to participate in this new project that would make the originally flawed biotech creations perfect. After hearing about the new Thunder Warrior project mentioned by Qin Mo, Gilliman first thanked Qin Mo for treating him as his own and directly told him about the new Thunder Warrior plan. Secondly, Gilliman expressed his hope that he could also go to the residence of the star gods. Gilliman came to the Talon sector for 3 purposes. The first was to meet with Chagatai. The second is to persuade Talon to join the expedition against the Eye of Terror. The third is to meet the star gods, because he has too many questions in his mind that need to be answered. Are those star gods friendly? Will they answer the questions I want to ask? The Lord of Ultramar looked away from the window and turned to Lord Talon. Gilliman had many concerns about this trip. As you can imagine, they are certainly not friendly. Qin Mo shook his head, but they will answer questions and answer your doubts. Gilliman nodded. What do you want to ask, son? Vanessa spoke with golden eyes. Chinemo didn't know what Gilliman wanted to ask. He and Gilliman finished their seawater bath, and then Gilliman hurriedly asked to follow him to the residence of the Outer Ones. Regarding closing the Eye of Terror, we need the star god named Void Dragon to create more black stone obelisks to completely close the Eye of Terror, Gilliman said. And then? The Emperor asked again. Then, there are the historical questions that the Society for the Study of the True History wants to seek answers from me. Gilliman did not go into detail. The Society for the Study of the True History was an organization that Gilliman had established before the Plague War. There were many scholars in this organization who were persecuted because their ideas or research conclusions were different from those of the state religion. They were sent to the stake or sent to areas with harsh environments to work as slaves. Gilliman rescued these scholars in time and allowed them to participate in the study of the true history of the empire. Now the history of the entire empire has been distorted, and the imperial people don't know what the Horus Heresy is. In the mouths of the state religion and other imperial institutions, the catastrophe that led to the God Emperor sitting on the golden throne was the Emperor and his 9 noble sons fighting against the devil's minions. Gilliman didn't want the people of the empire to know that the Great Rebellion 10,000 years ago was an internal struggle of the Emperor's family, but he needed to let the decision-makers of the empire know more. Do you want to explore the origin of mankind? Chinemo asked. Gilliman nodded. Yes, this is a very important thing. Maybe it doesn't have any substantial effect, but it is definitely very important, believe me. Very important. Chinemo nodded thoughtfully. It was so important that Gilliman had to meet the star gods in person and ask them questions. They will tell the truth, Chinemo promised. In the planet where the Outer Ones live, all geological structures from the core to the crust have been hollowed out. Every 12 square meters of space from the crust to the core is sealed by a metal chamber with no entrance or exit. That metal is an energy metal created by the Outer One Saranoga. There are more microscopic energy absorption and conversion structures in the atomic structure of the metal. If it is used to construct a war machine, it means that the war machine does not need to install an engine, nor does it need to consider the issue of energy supply. In the secret rooms of this unique metal structure that fill all the space from the core to the crust, there are devices leading to another dimension. These different dimensions are assigned by Saranoga as various unique research sites because of their unique properties. In the dimension led by the secret room near the core, the gods and all the surviving Thunder Warriors gathered here. 5 Thunder Warriors led by Bendis were placed in the container. In a state of clear consciousness, watching those transcendent beings busy. When Chinemo, the Emperor and Gilliman entered the dimension, the busy star gods looked at them. Look who's here. Master of Genetic Engineering. The one who said this was the burner, who was obviously dissatisfied with the progress of the new Thunder Warrior project. It was not that there were difficulties, but that the person who was supposed to come in person to improve the defective products he made was late. How is the plan going? Chinemo asked. Not bad. Even without the help of a genetic engineering master, it is not difficult to improve those defective products to a good level. Saranoga floated over. The eyes of the outsider fell on Gilliman. The Primarch is also a super warrior, but unlike the Thunder Warrior, the Primarch's warp content is a bit too strong. The star gods, who cannot understand the warp, will feel uncomfortable just by seeing the Primarch. The star gods cannot block the warp and psychic energy, but their existence can strengthen the structure of reality. When they were in the star zone, although Lion and Shagatai never said it, they felt uncomfortable. Especially when they were in front of the star gods, the discomfort was particularly strong. This was the mutual rejection between 2 different existences. But strangely, Gilliman did not feel any discomfort in facing the star gods. Tell me what you want to transform the Thunder Warriors into, so that I can help you. The Emperor did not want to work with the star gods, but as a human who wanted to atone for his past sins, he had to bite the bullet and do this. Just tell me your ideas when designing these defective products. Saranoga turned around and floated to the container where the Thunder Warriors were. This will save us, the Catons who are not good at genetic engineering biotechnology, a few seconds. Chapter 681. The Emperor recalled the ideas when he designed the Thunder Warriors 10,000 years ago, and then sorted them out. This also includes the biological science technology applied to the Thunder Warriors. Every star god is a natural scientist, but they cannot rely on some mysterious power to know everything instantly like the things in the warp. After learning all the details of the Thunder Warrior plan 10,000 years ago, in a few seconds, the star gods began to formulate a more detailed transformation plan. I thought you could transform the Thunder Warrior into a perfect being in a moment. The Emperor looked at the star gods, who gathered together and communicated in a unique way, as if he was looking at a group of human scientists solving a difficult problem. It is never easy to create a masterpiece. The Void Dragon said, the forger can use mechanical technology to transform the most ordinary human soldiers into super soldiers, but the Thunder Warrior's improvement plan is based on genetic engineering. Unless we want to create another kind of guard, we have to discuss human genetics. Hearing this, Gilliman realized something and asked, you have never understood humans? When your father was born in a corner of the earth, millions of years had passed since the Catons were betrayed by slaves. How do you think we can understand you humans? Serenode asked back. Gilliman recalled the information about the star god given to him by the Eldar and nodded. The birth of the Emperor is regarded as the beginning of human history. Although it was not the primitive era, it should not be too far away from the primitive era. But no matter when humans appeared, the history of the race should not exceed 1,000,000 years. Gilliman thought so. He soon got a different answer. The birth of your father is not the beginning of the history of the human species. The recorder, who was responsible for providing records to the star god, said something different to Gilliman. In fact, some Caton not only knew about humans, but even left their own traces among humans. Gilliman looked at the recorder and asked with his eyes. The narrator continued. We can improve the Thunder Warrior into a more powerful and perfect masterpiece, but that doesn't mean we are good at it. In fact, all the star gods present, including the one next to you, are not good at biotechnology. We don't have much experience. Who is the star god who is really good at biotechnology? There is only one Murflan. When the narrator mentioned Murflan, Gilliman didn't react for a moment to who the narrator was talking about. It was not until he reviewed all the information he had learned from the Eldar that he remembered that it was the star god called the Deceiver. Isn't the Deceiver's power a fraud? Gilliman asked. My power is still energy. Will it delay my ability to open the webway gate? The Burning One asked back. Gilliman still couldn't believe that Murflan was the best at biotechnology. The Burning One could open the webway gate, there was no problem, because it had studied it, and the webway of the Old Saints itself was also the use of energy. If the webway is as incomprehensible to the Burning One as the warp is to the star god, then the Burning One cannot improve the webway technology. The Necromancer's tomb gate is unstable, but the webway technology improved by the Burning One is stable. If you want to improve something, you must first understand it. A guy who likes to cheat, what is the connection between it and biotechnology? Don't ask me what the connection between Murflan and biotechnology is, anyway, it is good at this. The narrator continued to tell those ancient things. Murfitlan once had contact with humans. Those of you who are called soulless and untouchable are the masterpieces of Murfitlan. It was he who tampered with the evolution of humans, resulting in the birth of special anti-psychic individuals in this human race. If it is here, we don't need to study human genes from scratch and then formulate a plan. It is very familiar with humans. The soulless are the work of the star god Fraudster. This information made Gilliman stunned. According to the Death God army, humans were most likely created by the ancient saints, so the branch of the soulless should also be created by the ancient saints. Let's not talk about the soulless for now. Except for the soulless, most of the ordinary humans, were they created by the ancient saints, or evolved naturally, or were they created by another existence? Gilliman caught the recorder and asked. Chi Nimmo was also very interested in this question. He knew that the recorder was not lying. The soulless was created by the Fraudster, and the Fraudster was very good at biotechnology. But he didn't know what the origin of humans was. I have never paid attention to humans, so I can't judge what the origin of humans is. The recorder gave a disappointing answer to Gilliman. But, as far as I know, some star gods call humans rebellious children. I don't know where this name comes from, and I don't know if those star gods have evidence, but there is such a saying. As soon as the recorder finished speaking, the Burning One refuted, I don't want to admit it, but some of our kind do like to talk nonsense. What evidence do they have for the so-called rebellious children? Humans are a race with psychic talents, although the psychic talent is very weak, but it is still a psychic talent. Primitive humans should not have psychic powers. The Void Dragon fragment on the side suddenly said, this is nonsense. I was sealed on Mars because I once went to Earth to harass humans. Hearing this, Gilliman's heart ignited a fire. The fire of hope. If it is true, as the Void Dragon said, that ancient humans did not have psychic talents, then this means that humans may have developed a common psychic talent due to some past events and connected with the subspace. Don't listen to its nonsense, son. The Emperor possessed by Vanessa glared at the Void Dragon fiercely. Primitive humans don't have psychic powers? You mean the primitive humans with the purest bloodline and the purest genes? Then why do I have psychic powers? Maybe you are the special one. The Void Dragon said. Nonsense. The Emperor angrily refuted, I am the purest human. I was born in Asia Minor on Earth. I have a father, a mother, and my people, 2K or even 3K humans will call me ancestor when they see me. After saying that, the Emperor looked at Qin Mo. You are also a primitive human who has not experienced genetic modification in the space age. Tell me, am I a true primitive human? Faced with the Emperor's question, Qin Mo pondered for a long time. Finally, he spoke slowly. It's hard for me to say. Chapter 682. After the debate about humans ended, the star gods began to transform the Thunder Warriors with the Emperor. The original Emperor needed a lot of auxiliary tools when conducting related experiments and research. At this time, the star gods also needed auxiliary tools such as instruments and equipment, because they must control the impact of their power on the flesh with great precision. The star gods can easily achieve precision, but whether their precision is accurate enough for the flesh is a problem. Bindis and the others did not fall into hibernation in the container, nor were they anesthetized. They watched their bodies change in the container. What level is the transformed Thunder Warrior? Gilliman asked curiously. The level that can kill the Greenskin War boss in a one-on-one battle, the Emperor said. Although it is not clear what the star gods can transform the Thunder Warrior into, the Emperor can roughly guess the transformation route and direction. It cannot be such a simple analogy. Bernard turned around and said, the new Thunder Warriors will be high-level combat units. The star gods see war as a battle between soldiers and generals. Low-level combat units should be replaced with low-level combat units, and high-level combat units should be solved with high-level combat units. One thing is certain, they are far superior to Astartes. Although their combat power is much stronger than Astartes, the narrator said. As if to show off to the Emperor, the star gods introduced their improved masterpieces while carrying out a special form of transformation process. It does not contain any mechanical structure, everything is based on converted biological energy. They only need to absorb sunlight to survive and fight. They will be about 5 meters tall. Although we cannot replicate the biological technology used by Murfland to create soulless people, and cannot allow them to suppress the energy of the warp within a range, we can at least ensure that they themselves are not affected by the warp. Their manipulation of matter can reach 1/1000th of hours, which means they can release lightning out of thin air or penetrate an object. The genes will carry some technological codes written by the Void Dragons, which will exist in each of their cells in the form of biological molecules. As long as they have a piece of flesh left, this piece of flesh can serve as a technological information library, allowing them to create powerful weapons, like a scientific research expert who has accumulated tens of thousands of years of technological knowledge. The Void Dragons will create powerful weapons and equipment for them, and the mass production of these weapons and equipment will be completed by a god whose power is productivity. Even if you are seriously injured, you can quickly recover from the wound by absorbing solar energy. Listening to the introduction of the star gods, the Emperor realized that the transformation of this new Thunder Warrior would far exceed his expectations. Are you shaping the pre-march of Catan? The Emperor asked. No, just shaping a high-level combat unit. The Void Dragon looked at Bindis and others, who were gradually taking shape in the container. The warriors who followed the Eldar gods to fight during the war in heaven could distort several celestial bodies with their own thoughts. I have created equally powerful warriors for the transformed Necrunner. These warriors will not be as powerful as the masterpieces I made during the war in heaven. I am broken, and I can't remember anything that happened a long time ago. These warriors will be enough for now. Anyway, the intensity of the war in the galaxy is not high now. Others are thinking about whether these new warriors are strong enough, while Gilliman is thinking about the cost issue. The products of the new Thunder Warrior program are indeed powerful, but the cost of this kind of warrior is a big problem. But think about those big soldiers in the Tyrant army wearing power armor. The cheapest part of the whole plan is actually the cost. Can they be mass-produced, like the Astartes? Gilliman asked. If these warriors, who are so powerful to you, cannot be mass-produced, then there is no need for them to be produced, because they are far from being sub-god level combat units of the God's Guard. The Void Dragon floated in front of Gilliman. But don't say like the Astartes. Because the two things have in common that they can be mass-produced, and their status, use, and combat effectiveness in war are completely different. The relationship between the new Thunder Warriors and the Astartes is like that between mortals and the Astartes. Hearing this, Gilliman nodded. As the regent of the Empire, Gilliman was very clear about the noble virtues of those mortal troops, such as sacrifice and dedication, and why these virtues were recorded and passed down to this day. The root cause is that humans are always fighting against enemies stronger than themselves. As the main fighting force of the Empire, the Astra Militarum is always facing enemies stronger than themselves. Without sacrificing lives and a large group of people carrying out suicide attacks, they can't win. The green-skinned guys in the green-skinned army, in terms of physical fitness alone, are far superior to an elite veteran of the Astra Militarum, who has been tempered for decades. This is the ability of the cannon fodder that grew out of the ground. The Tyranids, who are always fighting a war of attrition, those low-level bugs that rush forward stupidly under the drive of the tyrant or other node units, and only serve to consume ammunition, are not comparable to ordinary soldiers in the Astra Militarum in terms of combat effectiveness. And the Astartes. Regardless of the small number of Astartes, even in terms of quality, it is difficult to call them strong compared to warriors of other races. Even if the Mechanicus is willing to invest a huge amount of resources, they can transform an ordinary person, who has never been on the battlefield, into a person who is far more powerful than the Astartes. The advantage of the Astartes is that the cost is not that high compared to other plans for producing advanced combat units, and it is more stable. Guilliman had a clear understanding very early. That is, in every battle between the human empire and the aliens in the galaxy, the main force should not be the Astra Militarum. The Astartes of the size of a legion should be the main force, and they should charge on the battlefield or defend in the trenches together with the mortal auxiliary army. The Astartes Legion and the mortal auxiliary army will be thrown into the battlefield before the war becomes fierce. Perhaps in the Emperor's plan, after the success of the Web-8 project, he will have enough energy to create warriors far more powerful than the Astartes, and then these more powerful warriors should shoulder the current Astartes' responsibilities in the war. The Astartes should not be the kind of troops that only appear when the war reaches a life-and-death situation. Guilliman pondered for a long time, and made a decision in his heart. After the success of the new Thunder Warrior project, I will proceed to revoke the Holy Code. The Astartes must return to the size of the Legion, and more powerful warriors will do what they do in the current war. Chapter 683. Whose ownership does this super soldier have? When Guilliman said that he would revoke the Codex due to the birth of the new Thunder Warriors and force the Astartes to take on the war responsibilities that they should have taken on, the Emperor asked a crucial question. The Emperor's humanity that possessed Vanessa had many flaws, such as escaping. But at serious moments, he always said what he should say, and did what he should do. That's your own political problem. Saratoga glanced at Chin Mo and the Emperor, whether you two think you are human, or those who are pure humans. This is your problem, not ours. What nonsense are you talking about? The Emperor angrily refuted. Then the Emperor suddenly realized that he and these star gods may have different understandings of the same issue. I am asking whether the new Thunder Warriors belong to us humans, or to you star gods. The Emperor added. I thought you wanted to ask whether the new Thunder Warriors belong to the Talon sector, or the human empire. Saratoga spread his hands, and in order to make this move, he even created a metal arm out of thin air. After all, you humans just like to fight among yourselves, and you can take a small matter to the point of going to court. Hearing Saratoga's judgment on humans, the Emperor was a little angry, but he still searched for evidence in his mind that he liked to fight among himself, because he was a human being. Then he realized why he should believe a star god's judgment on humans, just because they lived older. After Saratoga finished his judgment on humans, he did not clearly say whether the new Thunder Warriors belonged to humans or to the star gods. Until the Void Dragon stepped forward and said to the Emperor, you should ask this question to the magical existence beside you. He holds our essence in his hand. Hearing this, the Emperor looked to his side. Chin Mo stood there. He was silent from beginning to end, as if he was thinking about something. The new Thunder Warriors belong to us. Chin Mo also looked at the Emperor, without a doubt. The Emperor nodded. The star gods didn't care. They didn't care whether the new Thunder Warriors belonged to star gods or humans, even though they were indeed the product of their hands. In essence, the new Thunder Warriors were an improvement on the original Thunder Warriors. Another question. The Emperor spoke again. Will these Thunder Warriors reproduce? Of course, reproduction itself is a way to increase the number of troops. The star gods either answered directly or nodded. The Emperor was thoughtful. This discussion is over. Guilliman got the information he wanted. Not only did the History Research Association have more references, he also knew about the new Thunder Warrior project, and could prepare for the plan to completely cancel the Codex with more confidence. But the cancellation of the Codex will not start before the expedition to the Eye of Terror, and large-scale military changes before the war are taboos. As for the new Thunder Warrior project itself, the star gods determine the characteristics of the new Thunder Warrior, but some of them involve the psychic potential of the human species, the connection with the warp, and the changes in genes after 10,000 years. These tedious matters involve the warp, and the star gods who knew nothing about the warp could only let the Emperor complete it. Fortunately, there weren't many of these things. Late at night, when the only thing left for the new Thunder Warrior project was waiting, Chi Nimmo and his team left to do what they should do. The gods also left the Outer's residence and used the Star God Forge to go to the ownerless galaxy to forage for food. A transport plane using a dimensional engine carried an uninvited guest into the interior of the Outer's residence and passed through the secret room made of energy metal with ease, opened the dimensional generator in the secret room, and entered the research point of the new Thunder Warrior project. The Star Gods are looking for food thousands of light years away. Although the Star God Forge made by Chi Nimmo has similar functions to the breath of the gods of the Necrons, and can extract the energy of stars in the past, present and future, considering the safety of the reality membrane, the extraction process will not be fast. All the Star Gods have left to look for food. It will take them about half a month to line up and eat and drink enough. There are no Star Gods left in the dimensional research point, and the defense mechanisms used to deal with invaders have not been activated. The uninvited guest easily entered the core of the new Thunder Warrior project and came to the containers that were holding the future super soldiers. "I'm sorry, your flaws are my fault." The uninvited guest raised his hand and pressed on the transparent metal shell of the container. The Thunder Warriors inside were still awake, blinking their eyes and watching all this, not knowing why. Cough, cough. The sudden cough startled the uninvited guest, and he turned around in astonishment. Behind the energy beam used to support the dimension, Chi Nimmo walked out slowly with his head down, then stood still, put his hands in his pockets, leaned on the energy beam, and slowly raised his head. Lord Tyrone had an awkward but polite smile on his face. The uninvited guest in front of him was Vanessa, the Emperor, with golden light in her pupils. The Emperor was completely unprepared for Chi Nimmo's appearance. He was embarrassed, turned around to look at the Thunder Warriors, and then turned back to look at Chi Nimmo, with an awkward but polite smile on his face. "Why are you here? Why are you here?" The two asked at the same time in the same voice. Then, they smiled awkwardly at the same time, and fell into a brief silence. "You are here to castrate those new Thunder Warriors, right?" Chi Nimmo opened his mouth for the second time, and revealed the Emperor's thoughts. So the Emperor admitted, "Yes, Astartes, pre-March, these tools should not have the ability to reproduce, otherwise they will replace the original humans as more perfect new humans, which is unacceptable. Of course, most real humans are weak, but in the 10,000 years since I sat on the Golden Throne, they have made countless sacrifices to take on the responsibilities that should have been borne by the Astartes. Humans are weak, so they are strong." The Emperor added a meaningful and contradictory sentence. "Humans still have to evolve." Chi Nimmo said, "Stronger, smarter, bigger, this is the evolutionary path that humans must take." Hearing this, the Emperor said nothing. But the products of the new Thunder Warrior project are just warriors. They will not be the direction of human evolution. Moreover, recruiting new Thunder Warriors is not limited by luck and age. You only need to extract their hard work and then infuse them with material power to become new Thunder Warriors. The only question is who is suitable to be a Thunder Warrior. So it is unnecessary to recruit new Thunder Warriors through reproduction. What kind of woman can give birth to a 5-meter-tall Superman? It is better to mass-produce than to carry a baby for 10 months. When Chi Nimmo finished speaking, a smile appeared on the Emperor's face. He now understood why Chi Nimmo left and returned like himself. It turned out that they had the same purpose. Chapter 684. While performing genetic engineering adjustments on Bendis and others, Chi Nimmo and the Emperor talked about things while working. "You said human evolution. What do you have in mind?" the Emperor asked while adjusting the genes. "Humans must evolve, no doubt." Chi Nimmo assisted the Emperor in adjusting the complex machines created by the power of the Star Gods. "I haven't really figured out how to evolve. Anyway, I already have a plan, but I don't know if your plan is as reliable as mine." The Emperor then spoke of the evolutionary direction he had set for humanity. Psychic upgrade. Since humanity is already bound to the warp, it is better to run in the direction of psychic energy. In the end, perhaps after the success of the grand plan combining the Webway project and the Imperial Truth, many years after the Primarchs and Astartes have retired, a super plan will be carried out by the prosperous human race. The entire race will be upgraded to a psychic race, like the old saints through a ritual or a huge psychic science experiment. Then, like the ancient saints, come the subspace. The webway created by the ancient saints even thwarted the 4 gods without any hidden dangers. The protective measure of the webway, a superluminal navigation method, is even the same as the natural defense mechanism that wraps the real universe and prevents the 4 gods from descending into the real universe. As long as humans become ancient saints, they should be able to use their understanding of psychic energy to create a means of isolating the four gods similar to the webway defense mechanism. Even if they cannot destroy the four gods, at least they can create a beautiful world where they don't have to worry about the four gods. Psychic upgrade, everyone is the emperor. This is more of a dream than a plan. The dream of a socially anxious tech geek who stays in the laboratory all day. He thinks about how to save humanity all day, talking about races in his mind, and making various research plans that affect the fate of the entire human race. But he can't really do anything before Malkador finds him and tries his best to persuade him. The emperor sighed. I think you are a natural leader. Qin Mo stopped his work and looked at the emperor. I thought you were born with all kinds of great principles in your head, and your breath was full of consideration for the survival of the species. I am, but when I found that it would be better if I didn't affect humans, and my best friend who had fought side by side with me for thousands of years always stabbed me in the back, even I had to doubt whether I should really stand up. The emperor said. Qin Mo nodded and didn't continue. The two quickly canceled the fertility function of the new Thunder Warrior. The fact that the product of the new Thunder Warrior project can reproduce is more like a show-off by the star gods, and its functional value is very low. Although this matter is incredible, the star gods believe that the Astartes and Primarchs cannot reproduce, because the Emperor does not have the ability to give them the reproductive function. Even if the Emperor can create a Primarch who can reproduce if he wants. He never tells others about this. What is your evolutionary plan for mankind? Before leaving, the Emperor asked about this matter that Qin Mo did not say. Actually, I'm just thinking about it like you, but I haven't really considered the feasibility. Qin Mo stepped back to the edge of an instrument, supported his body with his hands, and sat on it. I call it ascension. Not by psychic means. Use pure material means to let the human species ascend and become the pride of the real universe. After ascending, humans will no longer be three-dimensional creatures. They can travel freely in time and space. The appearance is similar to that of humans, but in essence it is an energy body, and the soul will be preserved as part of the energy essence. After ascending, humans will be completely isolated from the subspace and have the ability to counter the subspace like the soulless. After listening to this ascension plan, the Emperor pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. It sounds great. In any case, no matter whether it is the pride of the real universe or the psychic ascension, the road to fighting against the dark gods is very difficult and long. Qin Mo sighed helplessly. As a time traveler, Qin Mo knew very well how great the contrast between the subspace and the real universe was. The warp has never been equal to the real universe. Some higher dimensional and controlling existence has made the four gods too powerful. But one thing is very fortunate, that is, whether it is the warp, the real universe, or any other universe, there is an iron law that is supreme. Characteristics are above everything. No matter how evil the dark gods are, there are 9 or 8 times the number of demons. There are demons that destroy another universe that is completely corrupted by the warp. There are demons of Nurgle that easily destroy the ancient empire. The characteristics of warp creatures are warp creatures. They are strong in the warp. They can blow up planets at will in the warp, or they can compete with psychics like the Emperor. There is no gap in the real universe for them to enter. They just can't enter. Even if the reality membrane is broken, only demons can enter. Even if the four gods try their best to enter the real universe through the Eye of Terror, there is no possibility at all. Because the characteristic of the curtain is to block. No matter how strong the four gods are, it is useless. They can't enter. Just like Abaddon's magic sword, which is equivalent to the super demon of the Emperor's nemesis, it almost killed itself just by entering the real universe. But then again, the corruption of the four gods, and the invasion of the subspace demons and various gaps in the real universe are enough to make the creatures in the real universe drink a pot. If you just hide in the real universe, you will be destroyed sooner or later. Just as the four gods are helpless with the veil, they can use the father and son of the He family to make trouble. Qin Mo thought about many things. The past and the future, the plan and the reality. Finally, Qin Mo thought about the question of the Emperor again. He couldn't help but ask about the human will of the Emperor. Lord Cypher wanted you to stand up, but you stopped him. If it were me, I would kill him and stop him forever. Because if you stand up, you will become a new dark god. Humanity will instantly wither like the Eldar, and this is not the most fatal. A new Eye of Terror will explode with Terra as the center. Aw no. That is not the Eye of Terror. It will probably become a rift that tears the galaxy apart. Qin Mo explained the interests involved. He wanted to tell the Emperor that he was helpless against the torture of the Golden Throne, because this was no longer just a question of whether the Emperor was tortured, but involved the continuation of the real universe itself. 10,000 years ago, on the spirit of vengeance. When I listened to the persuasion of Orpesan and Malkador and chose to resist the powerful dark power, I had already realized my fate. The firm gaze from the golden pupils fell on the black pupils. I have never told anyone, even the Imperial Guards, the Chosen, and the Champions, that I sit on the golden throne not to allow me to survive, but because the Astronomicon needs to be lit and the leaked webway needs to be suppressed. I can sit on the golden throne forever. Enduring 10,000 years of torture, what is that? I can endure until the heat death of the universe and the destruction of everything. When Qin Mo and the Emperor were having this heavy conversation, the Thunder Warriors in the container heard it. They were very shocked, but they couldn't speak, or even keep this memory. The past and memories of Bendis were written into their genes by the Star God to prevent them from falling into amnesia after this stage of remodeling and sublimation, but they would lose everything except what was already contained in their genes. I'm glad you can tell me what's in your heart. Qin Mo stood up and walked towards the Emperor. It would be better if you could tell others this. What do you mean? You know, among all the returning Primarchs, you have only seen Sanguinius and Guilliman, and Lion and Chagatai have not seen your human side. The Emperor was silent for a moment and smiled awkwardly. Don't. Chapter 685. You don't need to apologize or say anything nice when you see Guilliman later. You only need to say one sentence. I support you in the next war. It's that simple. Kiagori's Eagle and Caliban Lion King walked in the corridor of Macridge's glory. After 2 days of continuous persuasion, Lion's heart knot was finally completely opened by Chagatai. And under Chagatai's persuasion, Lion thought he should find Guilliman to express his position. If it was 10,000 years ago, Chagatai's success rate in persuading Lion would be close to 0. But 10,000 years later, this matter is much easier. The much more mature Lion knows very well that he should not doubt Guilliman, and should accept the close cooperation between the Empire and Talon. But for Lion, knowing something is one thing, and accepting it is another. In any case, the current Lion is more receptive to advice, relatively speaking. I support you. These 3 words are very corny to me, Lion said. But sometimes just 3 words can have great power. The discord between you and Guilliman will be eased, and even the relationship between the Dark Angels and the Ultramarines will change because of the change in your relationship. Chagatai patiently persuaded. Father gave us an organ called a mouth, and its function is not just to allow us to eat and drink like Russ. Hearing Chagatai's evaluation of Russ, Lion frowned and wiped his beard on his chin. I agree. The two quickened their pace and walked towards the command deck of Macridge's glory. This meeting was not only organized by Chagatai and Guilliman, but also Guilliman's own request. So when the 2 Primarchs entered the command deck, all the crew members on the deck left. But Guilliman was not the only one here. There was also a blonde woman. I want to talk to you about something. Lion winked at Guilliman, signaling Guilliman to get the woman out so that the conversation between the brothers could be carried out in secret. But Guilliman was indifferent, as if all his wisdom had disappeared, and he became a simple man who couldn't even read people's expressions. Meet our father, brother. Guilliman introduced Vanessa. This is our father, up here. Before he finished speaking, Lion rushed up and held Guilliman's head, ruffling his hair. Did the Talon stuff a chip into you? In the conspiracy theory of some institutions, and some people in the Empire, the reason why there has been no rebellion in the Talon sector is that control chips have been implanted in the heads of civilians. In Lion's opinion, Guilliman must have been equipped with a control chip, so he would call a woman who was obviously dressed like a Talonian father. I feel like there are more chips in your head than your white hair. Calm down and listen to me. Guilliman pushed Lion away angrily. He was shorter than Lion, which meant that Lion could easily look down at his scalp. Guilliman hated actions that easily showed the height difference, such as holding the head and pulling the hair. Father. When Lion wondered if Guilliman was crazy, Chagatai had already knelt on one knee to salute the Emperor. Lion looked at Chagatai in astonishment, and then looked at Vanessa. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Caliban 10,000 years ago. At that time, a large spaceship landed, and a tall and handsome man wearing cool golden armor walked out of the spaceship. Then the man said, I am your father. Guilliman is right, Lion. The Emperor pointed to his golden pupils. You should have remembered something. At this time, Ryan was very sure that the woman in front of him was his father. It's not that the appearance of this woman is the father, but her inner self, the things attached to it. As soon as Ryan came in, he felt a lot from Vanessa, but he didn't dare to admit it. This father is different from the father who sat on the throne and tortured you mentally. He is the humanity that was abandoned 10,000 years ago, a very pure humanity. Guilliman continued, so if you find him a little strange and difficult to deal with, don't be surprised. The emperor nodded. Although the emperor looked very calm on the surface, he had long wanted to run away in his heart. He had only met Guilliman and Sanguinius. It was not that he had no time to meet Lion and Chagatai, but he really didn't want to meet them. The emperor felt guilty about Lion's human will. Lion pursued the position of War Master. Lion did not pursue the position of War Master. What he actually wanted was recognition, hoping that his son, who had contributed as much as Horus, could be valued by his father as much as Horus. The emperor is ashamed of this. If the relationship between him and Lion is compared to the relationship between a normal father and son, then Lion is outstanding, but does not get any reward. When he wants to ask his father for a reward, his father will say that you are not an ordinary child, and you don't need the rewards I give to other sons. Guilliman, when did you discover our father? Lion stared at the emperor and asked. A long time ago, Sanguinius and I both met him. I treated you as a brother, but you hid it from me. When Lion wanted to continue to hold Guilliman accountable, the emperor spoke. Be quiet, find a place to sit down, and then we will talk. Lion shut up and sat down, with a very obvious expression of dissatisfaction on his face. As always, he cursed and was honest. Then the emperor looked at Chagatai. He didn't want to see Lion because he felt guilty, and he didn't want to see Chagatai because... Please sit down. The emperor gestured. Thank you. Chagatai brought a chair and sat down. The two of them treated each other with respect like strangers, and there was a hint of awkwardness in the air. 10,000 years ago, before the emperor sat on the golden throne, the relationship between him and Chagatai was just like this, very polite, without quarrels, but also without emotions. The emperor knew very well that his imperial truth was nonsense in Chagatai's eyes, and the empire he created also made Chagatai dissatisfied in every way. Chagatai would not give up like the rebellious Primarch, or secretly harbor bad water. He knew very well that the imperial truth was a lie, and the empire established by the emperor had unbearable oppression. The emperor is indeed bad, but chaos is worse. You have to choose the less rotten apple from two rotten apples. Chagatai would still obey orders, because he had no choice, and he was too lazy to pretend with the emperor. I know you treat me as a tool, I don't believe you have any feelings for me, you better not pretend to be a father. Everyone should do what they should do, don't talk about other things. Chapter 686. I have met Guilliman and Sanguinius a long time ago, but you have only just learned of my existence. This is not my fault. Don't look at me like that, Lion. This is indeed not my fault. I wanted to call you to me, and meet you like I did with Guilliman, but you were in Karis 1 second and ran away the next. The emperor explained to Lion and Chagatai. Lion listened silently. Chagatai also sat in silence with an expression that showed he saw through everything, but I didn't say anything. You can't blame me for this, blame you, Ryan. Besides, why do you have to see me? I am so fragile that a female psychic can tolerate me, and I can't do anything for you. Hearing the emperor's self-defense, Chagatai lowered his eyebrows. With just a few words, he could be sure that the emperor in front of him was indeed a very pure human part. Only mortals would do such a thing as shirking responsibility. Blame me, huh? Ryan spread his hands. Why did you sit there fishing, and say nothing in the illusion that I woke up? Why couldn't you raise your head, and say a few clear words while fishing? Besides, you didn't catch a single fish after squatting there for half a day. Brother, what we see before us is the humanity of our father, not the collection of all wills from 10,000 years ago. Chagatai said in a deep voice. Correct. The emperor pointed at Chagatai with both hands and smiled. Lian nodded, and could only accept it. I actually appeared very early, probably in the 989th year of the 41st millennium. I saw the Lord of Talon when he was still the leader of the PDF Legion as you know him. I helped him deal with a Genestealer leader. Speaking of Chin Emo, a smile appeared on the emperor's face. He said a lot. From controlling the guy named Groot to bring Vanessa to the Underhive Fortress, to the conversation with Chin Emo a while ago. Chagatai noticed that the emperor was very excited when talking about these things, especially when talking about various interesting things in the Talon sector. He couldn't believe it. The cold, majestic, cold-blooded monarch 10,000 years ago, the monarch's humanity is actually like this now. Perhaps if there were no other cold wills, the emperor would be like this now. In addition, Chagatai also realized that the emperor's humanity and the Lord of Talon had a very good relationship. However, Chagatai knew that he should not point this out in front of the lion, so he said nothing. As the emperor spoke, Chagatai's thoughts gradually drifted away. The praises of the Talon sector in his ears reminded Chagatai of Malkador's attitude towards the Primarch. He thought of the Primarch as a tool more than the emperor. Even thought that the Primarchs were defective, because their emotions made them unable to be a tool, that could be called upon and dismissed at will. Malkador never expressed his opinion on any pre-march, but Chagatai could see it. Chagatai could even see one thing, that is, Malkador was more like a human being than the Emperor. Even if Malkador had a bad attitude towards the Primarchs, if everything went well, and the Primarch's mission was completed, Malkador would not kill all of them. He would find a place to place the Primarchs, and then monitor them. Even after he and the Emperor returned everything to mortals, he would stay with the Primarch. This is called affection. Also about the expedition to the Eye of Terror. The Empire needs you, Chagatai. When Chagatai's thoughts were getting further and further away from the father-son conversation, the Emperor suddenly called him and pulled his thoughts back to the command deck of Makrij's glory. What did you say? Chagatai asked. The Empire needs you. The Emperor repeated, although you and your offspring have a low presence, I know what you are good at. You are not only good at blitzkrieg, but also good at fleet warfare. Hearing this, Chagatai narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised that the Emperor knew the characteristics of the White Scars so clearly. Whether it was the Legion or the Chapter, the characteristics of the White Scars were that they liked to ride motorcycles and fight blitzkrieg. But the White Scars also have another specialty, which is fleet warfare. In fleet warfare, the White Scars warships will quickly defeat the enemy with extremely fast response speed and varied strategies and tactics. I thought we were just a group of space cavalry in your eyes. Chagatai laughed. So what are you waiting for? Hurry back to your chapter, organize your fleet, and then hurry up to join the preparations for the expedition to the Eye of Terror. Fortunately, speed is what you are good at, the Emperor said. Yes. As soon as he said it. Without saying a word, Chagatai stood up and saluted on the spot, turned around and left the command deck of the Makrij's glory, and set off home to prepare the fleet without even a second. You should also do what you should do. The Emperor looked at Guilliman. Guilliman stood up and left the command deck. At this time, only the Emperor's humanity and Lion were left in the huge command deck. Lion, the Emperor called softly. Lion listened attentively. But the Emperor did not continue to speak. His expression looked very strange. In this moment, he seemed to have thousands of words to say, but he seemed to just make a meaningless expression. There seemed to be a lot of hesitation between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be only indifference. Finally, the Emperor spoke with great difficulty. Hard and bitter words squeezed out of his throat, one by one into Ryan's ears, sounding like ethereal whispers. Sorry. Sorry? Ryan was stunned for a moment. You said it so hard. I thought you wanted me to kill all the traitors in the Eye of Terror alone. Uh-huh. The Emperor smiled awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Ryan was not observant of people's hearts, but he could probably figure out why his father apologized. He was obviously apologizing for what happened 10,000 years ago, for those honors that were not granted, and for the overly heavy secrets. Regarding your opinion on the Talon sector, the Emperor spoke again. I hope you don't think about these things and focus on your duties. Your duty is to lead the Imperial army to win the battle. Okay. Lion said yes without hesitation. The Emperor was stunned for a moment. He thought Lion would argue with him for a long time. I think about those things because no one thinks for me, but now that you, Guilliman, and Chagatai all think that the problem of the Talon sector is not a problem, then I have nothing to worry about. I am now the war master of the Empire. I just need to do my part. I will always fight for your will. Now I just need your clear opinion. Lian held his helmet, stood up from his seat, and knelt on one knee. Looking at Lion, the Emperor nodded with emotion and reached out to touch Lion's face gently. Go, get ready, we will embark on the greatest expedition in history. Sew up the wounds suffered by the real universe, and the wounds eroded by the subspace forever. Chapter 687. Before the expedition to completely close the Eye of Terror began, the Empire and the Talon sector were already preparing for the expedition. Chagatai returned to his sons, and used his appeal as a pre-march to prepare troops and fleets. Guilliman and Lion's fleets and their sons, the Ultramarines, the Dark Angels and their successors were all in the fleet, and did not need to be mobilized. The Death Army and Uslan were withdrawing from their search for the Crone Sword and trying to participate in the expedition against the Eye of Terror as much as possible. Outside the forefront of the war, the Grand Magus Belisarius of the Adeptus Mechanicus was delivering the White Scars Primaris Space Marines to Chagatai. Thanks to Chagatai's wisdom, the Primaris Space Marines did not encounter any problems when they were sent to the White Scars. Everything went very smoothly. Before Chagatai returned, all the leaders who participated in the expedition gathered together to name this expedition of great significance. The Golden Crusade. After the human empire was ravaged by Abaddon's Black Crusade 12 times, humanity finally launched an active attack on the Eye of Terror, the Black Legion and many traitors and heretics. This was also the first active attack by the creatures of the real universe on the existence of the subspace. The Golden Expedition went smoothly in the preparation stage. Even the new Thunder Warrior plan was also smooth. On the battlefield filled with smoke. In the apocalyptic war on the surface of the demon world, the elite Astra Militarum Corps such as the Astartes, and the Cadian Assault Corps, and the Mordian Iron Guard jointly attacked the Black Legion fortress. The weapons and equipment of the Black Legion Chaos Space Marines are better than any information recorded in the Empire. With the help of other Chaos warbands and demons, they can not only defend the fortress, but also have the spare energy to leave the fortress to fight. In the sky with lightning and thunder, nearly 100 eyes stared at the ground. Those eyes were not the strange sky of the demon world, but the eyes of people who were watching the battle. Sheen M.O. Gilliam and Lyon, the senior officers of the Tyrone Army, the Ultramar Auxiliary Army, the Ultramarines, and the chapter masters of other subgroups. The original members of the Dark Angels Inner Circle, led by Azrael, who still served as the top leaders of the chapter after the Inner Circle was abolished. These people gathered together to watch the battlefield simulated by the equipment made by the Star God. When the war reached the most intense stage, a square black cube suddenly jumped out of the dimensional space and came to the sky above the battlefield. Then the black cube released energy, and 5 golden light beams fell on the forefront of the battlefield one after another. After the golden light beams turned into starlight and dissipated, 5 superhuman warriors, with a height of 5 meters, and wearing heavy golden armor appeared in front of a Black Legion Terminator battle team. Seeing these 5 warriors suddenly appear, the veterans of the Long War were a little dazed. These 5 warriors, who looked very powerful at first glance, formed a combat team, and the captain was the new commander of the original Thunder Warrior after Gunter, Bendis. In the brain activity that the viewer could not perceive, in just less than a millisecond, Bendis issued an order in the mental link established between each team member. This command method is not about transmission and reception, but what Bendis thinks, others will think the same as him at the same time. The mental link will filter out messy thoughts or other perceptions, and only share the feelings that are clearly given as orders with other members of the team. The other 4 warriors, as Bendis thought, split into 4 groups, and killed the Black Legion lackeys, or demons, who were fighting with the Astartes and the Mortal Army. And Bendis faced the Terminator battle team alone, each member of which was a veteran of the Long War. Hunting, the most powerful and prestigious person in the Terminator team, gave orders to others. It only takes one word for others to understand what their boss wants to do. But as the voice spread in the communication channel, Bendis took action. Storm bolters, assault cannons, melta, all kinds of weapons roared at Bendis at the same time. Countless attacks that were enough to easily penetrate ordinary Astartes only caused a ripple around Bendis. The experienced veterans of the Eternal War immediately realized that the uninvited guest in front of them must be wearing equipment such as force fields. But when they realized this, Bendis had already rushed to the leader, and the spear in his right hand instantly pierced through the various defense mechanisms of the Terminator tactical dreadnought armor itself, and even those defenses that used the subspace psychic energy were pierced by the spear coated with the holy wax of the state religion. An old soldier of the Eternal War died on the spot. The other members of the combat team immediately dispersed, trying to use their advantage of long-range weapons to eliminate Bendis, who only had close-range weapons. When a round of firepower coverage only caused ripples around Bendis again, and the traitors could not even see where the force field around this guy came from, another veteran of the Eternal War was pierced from top to bottom by a spear, and the whole person was nailed to the ground. The traitors looked at the extremely powerful enemy in horror. Bendis pulled out the spear from the corpse, and walked forward slowly. Boom! A shell exploded behind Bendis, and 2 shrapnel hit the golden armor when the force field was briefly stagnant, causing the shoulders of this warrior, who was far more powerful than Astartes, to tremble. Bendis turned around, and saw a Lehman Russ tank painted with blasphemous symbols. He raised his hand. The lightning rushing out of his hand instantly blew the tank into powder. Then Bendis turned around, and slaughtered the remaining traitors. At this point, the simulated environment disappeared. A round of applause rang out. Gilliman clapped excitedly, cheering for the success of the new Thunder Warrior plan. Lyon and most of the other people applauded with complicated expressions. This is just one of the countless subconscious trainings that the new Thunder Warriors are undergoing. Chi Nemo looked around. As you can see, their fighting style is still far from perfect, and they cannot adapt to their bodies for the time being, but sooner or later they will become stronger through countless trials. It's nothing to just destroy a Terminator squad. The technology used in this training equipment is very advanced and expensive, but it can still be popularized to every regiment. All the regiment leaders present, whether they were Dark Angels or Ultramarines, nodded. But to be honest, they are not as interested in this kind of training equipment as they are in the new Thunder Warrior project. Indeed, training in a virtual world where the flow of time is completely different from the real world is more efficient. But startup groups with a long history often follow their own traditions in training, and those traditions are meaningless if they are brought to the virtual world. Chapter 688. How many new Thunder Warriors are there? There can't be only 5. Ryan asked. The powerful new Thunder Warriors left a deep impression on Ryan. In the simulation training just now, Bindis could easily kill a Terminator team by himself, and they were the eternal veterans of the Black Legion. Perhaps the veterans in that combat team participated in the war against Terra 10,000 years ago. Although Bindis's combat speed was slow, and he lacked experience, these were not problems. The real problem is the production. Chin Mo looked at Ryan and raised a finger. The first batch of new Thunder Warriors will be about 10,000, which is not much compared to the number of Astartes, but the Golden Crusade cannot be completed in a short time. We can build while fighting. Hearing that there are 10,000 people, Gilliman was first delighted, and then asked, I remember that I only saw 5 Thunder Warriors in the laboratory of the 188 star system. Those 5 are samples of the new Thunder Warrior plan. Chin Mo smiled and replied, I have selected 10,000 people who are suitable to become new Thunder Warriors in my star region. Then Chin Mo talked about how to transform new Thunder Warriors. Blood is extracted from the hearts of existing new Thunder Warriors. It looks like blood, but in fact, the Star Gods have established a gene database in the atrium. The hard blood is injected into the people waiting for transformation, and then the transformed people are sent to the Celestial Engine to receive the infusion of material power, so that a new Thunder Warrior can be created. They grow faster than the Astartes? Ultramarines, Chapter Master Calgar raised his hand to ask. No, much slower. Chin Mo shook his head, but we have ways to speed up the cultivation, whether it's putting them in a dimension where time flows super fast, or using growth rays to shine on them, there are many ways. Hearing this, Azrael, the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels who followed Ryan, reacted. He pulled Ryan's hand, and whispered a few words to Ryan when he lowered his head impatiently. Then Ryan rolled his eyes at Azrael, and looked at Chin Mo. Are the first batch of new Thunder Warriors all Talonians? Yes. Chin Mo nodded. People selected from the Talon army, some people in the Talon No. 1 Sola settlement, they are absolutely suitable to become new Thunder Warriors. Absolutely suitable? How can you say that? Ryan asked. Mental health, not a giant baby, not eroded by the warp. Chin Mo said. Chin Mo was particularly certain about not being eroded by the warp. Although the Star Gods will not have too many intersections with the Talonians due to their relationship and agreement with Chin Mo, they are influencing the Talonians all the time. The Talonians who have lived in the reality structure strengthened by the Star Gods for more than 30 years have also strengthened their mental defenses, and it is almost impossible for them to be affected by the subspace. The day before, Chin Mo received a piece of intelligence. That is, demons appeared in Comoros. They appeared after the evacuation of the Star Army and the Star Gods. Of course, this cannot be 100% certain that it is because the Star Gods came out in full force to enter Comoros, causing the demons to be unable to invade Comoros, but it can also prove that the Star Gods' ability to strengthen the reality structure is also effective in the web way, otherwise the Slaanesh demons will appear in Comoros 100%. And they will never sit idly by and watch the Dark Eldar, who are the minions of Slaanesh, perish. The Star Gods can also affect the creatures living within the affected area in the entire star zone, and even the resistance of mortals to the subspace will be improved due to being in the range of influence of the Star Gods. As long as the recruit is a Talonian, as long as he is not corrupted before becoming a new Thunder Warrior, he will have resistance to the subspace after becoming a new Thunder Warrior. Although he cannot counter the subspace like the Solus, it is still no problem to ensure that he is not affected. Chin Mo continued to think. Strengthening the reality structure does not mean regional counter-psychic power like the Solus. Psychics can still use psychic power in the star zone, and even because their brains are affected by the strengthened reality structure, the use of psychic power can be more frequent and stable. As for how much and how deep the impact of the enhanced reality structure is on mortals, this is a very complicated matter. Speaking of the resistance of the Talonians to the warp, those who have survived from the dark ages of Talon, and those who joined the sector halfway, these two types of people have weaker resistance to the warp than those who were born directly in the sector. However, since the enhanced reality structure does not mean shielding the warp, people born in the sector will not be isolated from the psychic energy, but will have a complex interaction with the psychic energy. For example, there are psychics among the children born in the star zone, But these psychics are born with more stable mental will, and are relatively less likely to be targeted by subspace creatures. In short, the impact of the enhanced reality structure cannot be summarized in one sentence. There is even a huge research project in the Star Zone that specifically studies the various effects of the enhanced reality structure. Seeing Chin Mo suddenly silent, Gilliman signaled Lion not to ask so many questions, and then he changed the subject. What is the name of the new Thunder Warriors? You won't always call them the new Thunder Warriors, right? Of course not, but the name cannot be decided immediately. Let's see their combat performance and fighting style in the Golden Crusade and decide after the war, Chin Mo said. Gilliman nodded in agreement. So far, the discussion about the new Thunder Warriors has been almost completed. When everyone was about to leave, a Talon Navy officer suddenly came over. After whispering a few words to Chin Mo, the officer turned around and left in a hurry. What happened? Gilliman saw that the officer came and went in a hurry, thinking that something bad had happened. However, Chin Mo smiled and told everyone the good news. The Ball people will also participate in the Golden Expedition. The fleet, including the Blood Angel's mother and daughter, will arrive at the Talon starport tomorrow. Sanguinius will also participate in the expedition? Lien was overjoyed and looked at Gilliman. I told you that Sanguinius would not stand by and watch us go to war. I asked you to contact the Ball people, but you refused to listen. Gilliman spread his hands helplessly, and did not explain anything. In the arrangement of the Imperial Regent, the war group led by the Pre-March needs to participate in the expedition against the Eye of Terror, and the war group whose Pre-March has not returned is responsible for staying in the Empire when the expeditionary force goes to the Eye of Terror. Sanguinius has returned, but not completely. After all, he cannot stay in the real universe for a long time in his physical body. If something goes wrong during the expedition, it will be difficult to explain to the angel descendants. But now that Sanguinius has come, it is not good to let them go back. Shagatai's fleet is already on the way. They applied the dimensional engine faster than any of us. Gilliman glanced at everyone. We can start this expedition as soon as Shagatai's fleet arrives. After speaking, Gilliman looked at Chin Mo again. How about it? Okay. Chin Mo nodded. The Star Zone will be responsible for the logistics of the expeditionary force, and the rest of you just need to take care of the war. Chapter 689. Be careful, be sure to protect our daughter. Don't let her or yourself get hurt. Don't worry, I will as always. Yalan said goodbye to his wife. Diana and the crew members of the Mars, which, wearing combat uniforms, stood beside Yao In. They were saying goodbye to Yalan's wife. Yalan's wife was a dark-skinned, short and thin woman. The most advanced life extension technology kept her looking forever at 40, which was not a youthful and beautiful age, especially for a weathered woman from the bottom nest. But when this dark, skinny woman met Yoan, who was picking up garbage and stuffing food into his mouth beside the garbage dump in Kato City, the bottom nest of the Tyrone hive, and smiled as she took out a piece of bread stained with muddy water, she had already imprinted her most youthful and beautiful image into Yaoan's mind forever. Go back. Yaoan let go of his wife's hand. The wife also let go of her husband's hand. There was actually no expression on their faces, but the process of letting go of each other was particularly sticky. Yaoan turned around and took his daughter and her subordinates to the transport platform of the starport. The status of the guards allowed them to pass by the soldiers waiting in line for the transport planes and enter a small transport plane first. When the transport plane flew out of the starport and headed towards the huge fleet in the galaxy, Yaoan and his companions stood in the narrow cabin and looked out through the virtual window. A huge fleet gathered, with dense warships neatly arranged. Above the fleet division, the flags displayed on the giant holographic projection indicated the ownership of the fleet below. 300 warships of various types from the White Scars. The Greater Ultramana fleet is as large as the fleets of two sector fleets combined, totaling 2,700 warships of various types. The Dark Angel's mother and daughter chapters have 1,500 warships. They certainly didn't spend all their money. The Blood Angel's mother and daughter chapters have a total of 900 warships. The fleet organized by the descendants of the four Primarchs is already so huge. And under the star-like symbol drawn by the stick figure, there are 5,000 warships of various types from the Talon sector, and this is not all out. Around the huge war fleet were countless army transport ships and material transport ships, which were like mosquitoes compared to the large ships. Such a large number of warships was enough to cause gravity anomalies in all celestial bodies in the entire galaxy, but the long sword of the statue of Lord Talon standing outside the giant starport forced the gravity to stabilize, because there was a huge device on it to control gravity. What a grand occasion! Diana's eyes sparkled, and she shouted excitedly, "This is the first time in 10,000 years that humans have assembled on such a large scale. After all, we are going to close the Eye of Terror." Yawen looked helplessly at his daughter, who seemed to have never seen the world. "You are almost 50 years old, and your personality should be more stable, right?" Diana restrained her emotions and nodded. Yawen turned his head and stared at the fleet going back and forth outside the window. The logistics of the expeditionary force is completely undertaken by one star region. This is unimaginable in the Empire. Astronomical materials are gathering from all parts of the star region to the capital star system. The transportation of some non-essential small amounts of materials is even contracted to logistics companies in the star region. Yawen could imagine what would happen next just by looking at the ships coming and going. Many logistics companies that would sell everything they had to buy transport ships would grow up because of the expedition and become giants of interstellar logistics companies. The value of the stocks of those unknown small logistics companies in the Tylong No. 1 exchange might soar tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye. The least valued transport ship business of Bice's ship industry would suddenly become the focus of the entire enterprise. This was just the transportation of the least important materials in the logistics work of the expeditionary army. Just this one small thing can stir up a strong wind that can affect the fate of billions of people. As Diana said, this is indeed a grand event. When we arrive at the fleet, you will go to the ship of the Mechanicus. You should know which ship the Mars, which is arranged to be transported on. Yes, father. Then I will go to the Glory Humanity and participate in the discussion of expedition strategy with my colleagues. After Yawen finished nagging about trivial matters, Diana asked, "What will the guards do in this war?" "I don't know, but it's not to save people." Yawen shook his head. In the last war, the Battle of Comoros, the work of the guards was to go deep behind enemy lines to rescue the human slaves who were abused by the Dark Eldar. Although the guards often face and destroy many conspiracy groups alone, what they do is to save people. Gray likes this kind of thing, but Yawen doesn't. Fortunately, the guards' mission in this golden expedition will definitely not be to save people, because there is no one to save in the Eye of Terror. Guards enter the bridge. Yawen stepped into the bridge of the Glorious Humanity the moment the gate opened. This largest warship has become the core of the entire Golden Expedition fleet. The thousands of people gathered in the bridge are all unique and high-ranking figures. 4 rows of the Lamenters has to sit in the second row here. Yawen found an empty seat in the first row and sat next to Gray, looking forward. What I am most worried about is the problem of ammunition supply. The Lion King and the leaders discussed the problem around the tactical table that represented the entire Eye of Terror. Logistics issues are never a problem. Chinemo said. Lian smiled, patted Chinemo on the back, and continued to talk with others. He seemed to be in a good mood. You already know the strength of the Navy. In addition, regarding the Army. In addition to the Space Marines, there will be 27 Titan Legions. The Mortal Army will be even more, with a total of about 1.7 billion. They are gathering at the Cadian Gate, where they will join the expedition. As for the siege cannons, let's put it this way, there are enough for you to send 10 cannons to Perturabo. There are also the Star Gods, but they obey your orders as appropriate as the Telonians. There was also a war group called the Malice Warriors, who were supposed to come, but I don't know if they were unwilling to come, or if something happened on the way that delayed them. Gilliman gave a rough account of the military strength, and even took the opportunity to mock Lion. But the War Master, Lion, was in a very good mood today, and just laughed off Gilliman's sarcasm. He even didn't blame the Space Marines who were late. It doesn't matter, those bastards can come or not. It's not like we can't go on the expedition without them, right? Malice Warrior. Chinemo frowned slightly. He had heard of the notoriety of this regiment. This regiment is the opposite of the Weepers. That's great. Lion leaned over, supporting the tactical table with both hands, his eyes burning. A war without considering logistics, a war where my 3 best brothers all obey my command. Even in the Great Crusade, I have never fought such a beautiful war. Even more beautiful. Gilliman pointed to the hologram of the Eye of Terror. An inquisitor named Eisenhorn spent more than 30 years helping us figure out the internal situation of the Eye of Terror. Chapter 690. The Eye of Terror was not originally called the Eye of Terror. It was an abnormal astronomical phenomenon named Cygnus X1 by early astronomers of the human empire during the Great Crusade at the end of the 30th century. The name Eye of Terror comes from Perturabo. In the Eye of Terror, the laws of physics are almost non-existent, and all the absurd scenes that cannot be created by imagination can be seen in the Eye of Terror. Although all the information Eisenhorn investigated may become useless waste paper in the next second, or even the previous second, the information he exchanged for half his life still has a high reference value. Ryan noticed that the location of a Nurgle demon world called Anthrax was completely different from what he remembered. The locations of the doghouses of many other important demon worlds, the Death Guard, the Thousand Suns, and other hateful traitors were also different from what he remembered. The victory of the Battle of Cadia, the opening of the Blackstone Obelisk on Cadia, caused the scope of the Eye of Terror to be greatly reduced. The Cadian Gate Defense Zone, which was originally at the forefront of the anti-confusion, is now in the rear, but the demon world Shana 2, which was supposed to confront it, is now in the deepest part of the Eye of Terror. The locations of those worlds have changed. Lion said. Yes, but fortunately the locations in the real universe will not change. Gilliman pointed to a sector. We can set it as the base for the fleet to attack the Eye of Terror. Bellis Corona sector. This sector, like the Medusa subsector in the Scala sector, belongs to the sector around the Eye of Terror. But the reason why Bellis Corona can be used as the fleet base is because it has a miracle. A super-orbital starport. This is the only starport in the Empire that can rival the Talon Eye starport. It was once described as a miracle by a great man named Huffman. This starport in the Bellis Corona sector cannot accommodate the expeditionary fleet, but at least it can accommodate most of the expeditionary fleet. As for the other fleets, they can be dispersed to nearby star regions. Moreover, it is not necessary for the entire expeditionary force to rush into the Eye of Terror like a swarm of bees. The expeditionary force is divided into 4 groups, launching an attack from the 4 directions of the Eye of Terror. Lion pointed to the surroundings of the Eye of Terror. In the Void War, our fleet's mission is to escort the Black Stone, and in the Landing War, our army is also to escort the Black Stone. Lion briefly summarized the strategy of this war. The reason why this expedition to the Eye of Terror was launched was not because Gilliman felt that the situation was good, and it was time to beat the 4 bastards in the warp. It was because the Void Dragon was found in the Talon sector, and the Blackstone technology could be used more skillfully. In the fleet, the Tyrone Navy built many warships made of Blackstone, plus the Blackstone fortress that was once found by Heat Death. In the army, there are countless mobile Blackstone towers made by Void Dragons. There is no room for personal command art in the war. Due to the characteristics of the Eye of Terror and the existence of Blackstone, there is only one strategy for the war. Escort Blackstone. The fleet escorts the Blackstone ship to the predetermined Blackstone placement point in the galaxy and activates the Blackstone suppression subspace. The army lands on the Demon World, escorts the Blackstone to the 2 poles of the Demon World, and activates the Blackstone. It must be escorted by someone, and someone must clear out the remaining enemies nearby after it is opened, because the Black Stone can not only suppress the warp, but also amplify the influence of the warp. If it falls into the hands of the word bearers, it will be equivalent to aiding the enemy. It cannot be opened before it can be opened, because once it is opened and fully operated, it will destroy the souls of people in the affected area. Even if it is not fully operated, it will greatly weaken the combat effectiveness of the army. It can only be sent as deep as possible, and then opened, and always placed in a fixed position to sew up a part of the Eye of Terror. We advance step by step, steadily, and gradually erode the entire Eye of Terror. No matter what the local results are, don't move forward rashly. If any of the 4 fleets finds that the enemy is too strong, don't start a war. Even if it is a war in a galaxy or a demon world, don't fight. Wait for support. Ryan talked about the things that need to be paid attention to, and then asked Chinemo, "Excuse me, can the gods be deployed as a combat force?" Ryan has asked as politely as possible, because this war originally needs to rely on the Void Dragon among the gods of Talon. If it quits, then there is no need to expedition to the Eye of Terror, and everyone can just go back to their own homes. Yes, but they cannot enter the Eye of Terror, Chinemo said. He was now extremely certain that the star gods could not enter the subspace. The flayers that were found in the Battle of Comoros, and claimed to be the consciousness of Langigal, were indeed the remnants of Langigal after research by the star gods. However, this part of the remnant was so small that even a star god fragment, with a 1% degree of completeness, was considered complete compared to it. The final mimic proposed that the flayers had tortured 3 gods in the Masquerade 7. And the value of its existence is to add a madman named Langiger to the star zone, and to let the recorder recall the past tortured by Langiger. It can't even generate electricity for a ship. In front of the gods of Talon, Chinemo sentenced Langiger to death. The Skinners were thrown into the subspace and disappeared in an instant. The reason may involve the essence of existence. Just like the 4 gods were born in the subspace, and are part of the chaos of the subspace, the star gods were born in the real universe, and are part of the real universe. Even if the reality membrane is gone, even if incycers are blown into flesh gates to clear the way for the four gods cannot descend into the real universe. Even the great demons will lose a layer of skin if they enter the real universe. Since the real universe is weaker than the subspace, the consequences of the star gods entering the subspace will be extremely serious. Oh then. Okay. Ryan just thought that those transcendent beings were unwilling to help. But as long as the black stone activates to suppress the subspace, the star gods can appear around the black stone to participate in the battle. So as long as an area is covered by the black stone obelisk, this area will never fall into the hands of the enemy again. Chinemo said again. That's great. Lien looked at Chinemo with a more warm and friendly look than Gilliman looked at Chinemo. Before. Cough cough. I had many prejudices against you. But after my father and I communicated, I realized that these prejudices were. So. You don't have to say it, I know what you want to say. Chinemo signaled Ryan not to force his mouth. Lien was relieved and nodded with a smile. The Lion King continued to formulate war strategies. Although the general plan has been made, war itself is a huge undertaking, and many people have to do many things. There are still many details to be worked out. Whether a war commander is competent depends on whether he can successfully lead a large group of people with different opinions and complicated interpersonal relationships to fight for the same goal. 2 transport personnel in a transport fleet of a transport ship of a transport fleet in the expeditionary force have interpersonal relationships. One person may not have a good relationship with the other, and as a result, they may trip each other up at work, affecting the efficiency of transportation. 2 generals who have a bad relationship may fight before they meet the enemy, and even not support each other and betray each other on the battlefield. During the march of a huge army, a car may fall behind because of a trivial matter. It is difficult to host an event involving thousands of people, let alone the march and battle of the army. A qualified war master will reduce the probability of the above events, or even prevent them from happening. As for military strategy, it is relatively less important, because what a large-scale expeditionary force lacks the most is tactical and strategic talents. Tens of thousands of battle-hardened space warriors and mortal generals can command the battle at the forefront, and nearly 100,000 staff officers who spend 80% of their lives studying war can provide advice. While Ryan took on the responsibilities of the War Master and used the Primarch's superhuman brain to plan. In the Bridge of the Glory Humanity, where no one present could notice, an artificial intelligence was recording Ryan's every move, every word, and even every micro-expression, analyzing the meaning behind it, and then completely copying his thoughts and building a huge War Master model. This will provide support for the Tyrone sector to organize nearly 10,000 warships, and tens, or even hundreds of billions of troops to carry out huge wars in the future. At the same time, the huge Golden Expedition fleet began to set sail, and sailed towards the Eye of Terror. Chapter 691. 1 month later. As countless orders were sent and received, the huge Golden Expeditionary fleet continued to move towards the direction of the Eye of Terror. After a busy day's work, Lord Tyrone left the bridge and walked towards his private room. He walked with a blank expression and a calm look, holding his head high. In the eyes of passers-by, every step he took was graceful. Governor. A flesh-tearer space marine came to Lord Tyrone and bowed. Excuse me, can we increase the synthetic plasma ration of our chapter? As if he was afraid of being rejected, or as if he realized his own rudeness, the space marine added, I know this matter should be asked to the crew member in charge of logistics, but I just happened to meet you, and this request is really too. Yes. The Lord of Tyrone nodded expressionlessly, stretched out his hand and scratched on the bulkhead, and a projection appeared that could provide office conditions anytime and anywhere, and then he issued an order in the logistics rations displayed on this projection. Thank you. The space marine saluted again and turned to leave. The Lord of Tyrone continued to move forward in the corridor. Every crew member and officer he met on the road saluted him, and he nodded expressionlessly. The Lord of Tyrone seemed to be an emotionless machine leader, calmly dealing with everyone and everything he met. Finally, the leader of the 544 worlds in the entire Tyrone sector walked into his private room. You are late. The moment the door closed, a familiar female voice came. Chinemo smiled before he turned around and looked behind him. The mimic, who was dressed a little differently, stood in the center of the room and smiled at Chinemo. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why didn't you come yesterday? Chinemo smiled and walked forward, sat on the sofa, and poured a glass of wine for the mimic. In the huge glory human ship, the probability of Chinemo and the guards meeting each other was no more than 3%. This warship was as big as a city, not to mention the mimic, who was not usually in the Glory human ship. The Ultramarines need to do tactical deductions. I help them. After all, I have the ability to create a simulated illusion. The mimic sat next to Chin Mo. Chin Mo was unhappy when he heard this, and the word dissatisfaction was written on his face. What do they think of my best friend, the Star God, a technological device? But you have always maintained a good relationship with Gilliman, so wouldn't I be able to indirectly help you by doing this? The mimic asked. I do have a good personal relationship with Luobao, but that doesn't mean I have to please his sons. Chin Mo complained while drinking. Tomorrow I will go to Kaldar, who follows Luobao like a tail, and ask him if he doesn't have time to ask the logistics department to give him a simulation device, or if he just wants to find something for my friend. Mimic thought for a moment and changed the subject. You didn't come back because you were upset, did you? Of course. Chin Mo put down his wine glass. This star's own lord, the Lord of Tyrone who can mobilize thousands of fleets, more than 1 billion Tyrone armies, and hundreds of worlds with just one sentence, hesitated and stammered. You know, I like to try something different. So? The mimic asked. Then don't use the white hair and red eyes now. How about Vanessa? Okay, I don't have any good ideas anyway. You can become a burner. Chin Mo nodded slowly. The mimic changed instantly, and his figure flashed to 2 meters away, with his hands on his waist, shining with golden light. Worship me, Governor Tyrone. I am the great lord of humanity, the master of the entire empire. What are you doing? Chin Mo stood up in shock. The human emperor can't do that. Sorry, I switched to normal Vanessa. No. Don't bother. You've been busy lately, so I don't want to bother you. Just when Chin Mo wanted to do something with the mimic that only the two of them knew about, as he had done in the past, a heavy sound of footsteps came. Chin Mo instantly recognized that it was the sound guessed by the power armor of the guards in the corridor. The leg bones have integrated silencers, and it is not easy for a guard of normal human size to make such a loud sound. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and then suddenly disappeared at a certain moment. After another pause, a voice sounded. Governor. Regent asked you to go to the bridge together. There is an emergency. That was Gray's voice. Chin Mo raised his eyebrows, and signaled the mimic to wait for him. The Lord of Tyrone left the room, expressionless, and majestically went to the bridge with Gray, who had to return to the bridge to do something. Before entering the bridge, a yellow-armored space warrior quickly walked past Chin Mo, looked at him, as if he was giving him a cold look, and then looked away. Chin Mo thought it was a weeper, but after careful observation, he found that it was not a weeper at all, but a malicious warrior. Sorry, we are late. The malicious warrior entered the bridge, and saluted Gilliman to apologize. Gilliman shook his head generously. It's good that you are here. I was worried that the fleet's use of dimension navigation would make you unable to catch up, but you found us when the fleet was replenishing supplies. Why are you late? Did the dimensional engine not arrive at your place? Chin Mo asked the malicious warrior. The malicious warrior stood there without any reaction. Seeing Gilliman's eyes change, the malicious warrior responded, Our regiment came here using the subspace engine, Navigator. There is a reason why such a large expeditionary force can be assembled in a short time, because we are all using a more stable navigation method. Chin Mo directly interrupted the malicious warrior's defense. We all use dimensional engines and stargates, and we use dimensions and space folding channels. You use the warp engine to swim in the cesspool. No wonder you are late. The malicious warrior stood there, turning a deaf ear to Chin Mo's words, and only looked at Gilliman. It doesn't matter. No matter how you came, you are here after all. Gilliman said, but your ships can't cooperate with us, so you go back first and thank your chapter leader for me, because your chapter responded to my call. The malicious warrior was stunned for a few seconds, turned around and left. After the gate closed, Gilliman explained to Chin Mo, I understand. Chin Mo nodded. The Malice Warriors, this war band that does not use the dimensional engine is just a microcosm. The microcosm of the forces within the Empire that oppose the pre-march and the new FTL travel. The Malice Warriors themselves are not a war band that adheres to tradition. They do not use the dimensional engine because there are forces that will provide the war bands that insist on using the subspace engine with enough supplies for 500 years. This force can be guessed without thinking that it is the Navigator. Although the Navigator has financial resources, weapons and equipment cannot be purchased with financial resources, just like the unsaleable force feedback armor that the big soldiers could not buy even if they saved hundreds of years ago. Therefore, we can draw a conclusion that the Mechanicus is not entirely composed of fence-sitters, like the current Forge General, or true Ohm Messiahs like Vic. There are other factions. Don't worry, the navigators can only do these small tricks. I have divided them into internal strife. Gilliman pointed outside. The dimensional engine used by the entire fleet is proof of this. I understand. Sheen Imo nodded. Gilliman also nodded. At this time, the fleet had completed its supply, and a part of the Tyrone transport fleet left the formation to travel back and forth. The Golden Expedition fleet set sail again and jumped into the dimensional space. Where is our next stop? Sheen Imo asked. The dimensional engine is indeed efficient, and the fleet's sailing speed is extremely fast. Gilliman returned to the tactical table. The Primarch extended his ruling hand and pointed to the star map. The Cadian Gate. Chapter 692. The huge fleet arrived at the Cadian Gate in batches. As the former front line of the Anti-Chaos, and now the rear of the Anti-Chaos, the fortress world Cadia is no longer full of war. But it still plays a role. The Cadians, the shock troops, are still active on the fronts of the Empire, even though most of them will never return home after leaving their home planet. And now, on the 6-star orbit in the galaxy where Cadia is located, there is a large star port at the location of the prison world that was originally destroyed by the celestial engine. Although the starport cannot be used as a base for the fleet to operate like the next stop, the Bellis Corona system, it is still no problem for the fleet to stop temporarily. Moreover, Gilliman will let the mortal army join the expeditionary force here. In the Cadia starport, the assault troops are being transported to the Golden Expeditionary Fleet one after another by transport planes. The commander of the entire assault army is commanding and mobilizing here. The Castle Lord's guards will go to the Glory Humanity first. According to etiquette, we should meet with the Imperial Regent. Colonel Carl, just focus on this. Yes, Lord. As he spoke, Lord Tyrone, accompanied by his guards, came to the busiest place in the starport. The sweaty soldiers almost filled up the apron. There were messy supplies and dust everywhere. Sheen Imo stopped, because he saw the person he wanted to see. The Supreme Lord of Cadia, War Hero Yusaka E. Creed. Creed gave orders while blowing smoke rings, and the cigar was pinched between his index and middle fingers, and occasionally went into his mouth. Creed noticed something and turned to look at Sheen Imo, but his eyes just swept over Sheen Imo. The rest is very simple. Board the ship. The 8th Regiment will wait for me to meet the Regent and the War Marshal after I get on the warship. After giving the last order, Creed turned and walked towards Sheen Imo. Governor Tyrone, I have some logistics matters to discuss with you. After a while. Starport Cargo Center. Sheen Imo and Creed stood at the edge of a wide platform, climbing on the pull rod to look at the giant cargo assembly lines in the distance. I haven't seen you for decades. Sheen Mo's eyes fell on Creed. Seeing you, I once again felt the passage of time. Creed is now gray-haired and slightly hunched. But his facial lines are still strong, his eyes are sharp, his temperament is awe-inspiring, and his body is strong. His neck is still so short. To be honest, Creed doesn't look very old, far from what a person who is nearly 100 years old should look like. After all, the Empire has a lot of life extension technology, and Creed can afford it. But seeing Creed now, Sheen Imo couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. You still look like you're in your 20s. Creeder said, as he took a puff of his cigar, if I were like you, I could fight for the throne forever. Smoke more. It's good for your health. Sheen Imo patted Creed's shoulder. If you want to live forever, go to Taiwai. There are plenty of technologies to help you. When he heard that he could live forever, Creed reacted coldly. I should have died a long time ago. Sheen Imo remained silent. Creed puffed on a whole cigar, then put his hand down and touched his waist, and took out a cigar out of thin air. That was the cigar belt Sheen Imo had given Creed, and since then Creed had an unlimited supply of cigars. This cigar can even heal wounds and prolong life. Thinking of the cigar, Creed leaned on the railing and exhaled a puff of smoke with a serious face. When the Battle of Cadia just ended, I was chased by assassins. 2 Calidus assassins. I suspect that the High Lords of the Empire were dissatisfied with me at that time, but this has never happened since the Regent returned. Creed looked at Sheen Imo, raised his eyebrows, and took a deep breath. The Lord of the High Castle spoke again, and his steady voice penetrated the swirling smoke. When you left, you said that this cigar belt could conjure a cigar god to save me when I was in danger. Shit, this is true. When I was cornered by the 2 Calidus assassins, I asked for one last puff, and the belt drew an Iron Man out of thin air. Are you making fun of me? It was actually a cigar. It looked like a cigar man with tobacco-like hands and feet. I watched a cigar tear 2 assassins to pieces. Creed said this with a complicated expression. The cigar man even walked up to me covered in blood, handed me a cigar and lit it, and then returned it to his belt. Speaking of this, the Supreme Castle Lord's face was full of helplessness. He was saved by a cigar. When he told this to his deputy named Carl, Carl didn't believe that the Empire would send assassins to kill him, nor did he believe that a cigar could save his life. You don't think I would really only give you a simple gift to turn into cigars, right? Chinemo smiled. It seems that you have good command skills. There are no enemies on the battlefield that can kill you, otherwise the belt will print out a bunch of cigar people to beat up your enemies. Hearing this, Creed couldn't help laughing twice. If Carl was there, he would be very surprised, because this was the first time in his life that he saw Creed laugh out loud. Both of them were silent again. Creed became serious again. Actually, he was in a very relaxed mood, but he was born with a bad face. Thank you. What? Thank you. I thank you for the Cadians. You have shrunk the Eye of Terror. 50% of newborns' eyes are not even purple anymore. Thank the sacrifice. After all, I was not the only one who repelled the enemy. Chinemo recalled the Charger Nye. When he first entered the subspace, Chinemo saw Nye among the dead souls of the Tyrone army. He charged with a Cadian soldier on his back, a suicide-bombing demon. They are the epitome of all the soldiers in the Battle of Cadia. There is still a custom of mourning the victims in the Star Zone, but there are so many names that they have to be read separately, but they are still mourning. Chinemo will also make speeches through various channels on the day of mourning for the victims, turn off all devices, let everyone leave, and recall the victims he has seen with his own eyes. When I think of the bloody Coxcomb gang member who shouted, "I don't wear a helmet because I don't want the Legion commander to see my face." Thinking of the man who grew from a gang member to a qualified Tyrone army soldier, and saw the Legion commander he admired in the warp, the still excited look at that time. Chinemo would cry, "Can you promise me one thing?" The Supreme Castle Lord suddenly said. Just like the historic moment when Creed and Chinemo made an agreement on the roof of the new Kato city, looking at the funeral procession below, he wanted to make another agreement. Turn off the Eye of Terror. Creed said, this war may last for centuries, and I may not live long enough to see it through. But turn it off. Anyway. So up this subspace drain that has brought countless generations of suffering to the Cadians, and my brothers and sisters. Just as Chinemo said decades ago, Talon will respond. Chinemo agreed without hesitation. Lord Talon patted Creed's shoulder and turned away. Not only will I sew it up, I let you watch it being sewed up. Let's do it now. Chapter 693. When a large number of Astra Militarum forces, including the Cadian assault force, joined the Golden Expedition fleet, and the entire fleet was about to split into 4 groups and disperse to the vicinity of the Eye of Terror, another member of the Golden Expedition finally arrived. The Eldar forces appeared. Those Eldar suddenly appeared on the fortress world of Cadia. Just like when they suddenly jumped out to help humans resist the invasion in the 13th Black Crusade. The first to appear from the webway was the Death Army. Enad Prophet Evelyn and her mentor Thousand Faces led most of the Death Army to appear, and of course Prophet Uslan was also indispensable. However, it was not only the Death Army that wanted to join the Golden Crusade. When Chinemo and the 4 Primarchs arrived at the exit of the webway on the Bastion world to welcome their allies, they saw a group of Eldar in costumes emerging behind the Death Army. That was the clown troupe that believed in the god of laughter, Zalego. When the leader of these clowns came to Gilliman along a path that everyone had made way for, Gilliman discovered that the person who came was the Veil Walker Hilandri, who had helped him in the Maelstrom. "Hello again, human regent." Hilandurli said hello lightly. Among the human leaders present at this time, the Talon sector led by Chinemo was not a direct ally of the Eldar forces, and Lion and Shagatai both hated the Eldar aliens very much. Sanguinius, who had specially drilled into the living metal container to come together, just thought that he should not be absent from such an occasion. That only Gilliman could communicate with the allies who came. "Welcome to join the expedition. I thought you would be late." Gilliman came forward and exchanged pleasantries with Hilandri and Evelyn. Uslan, who came with the Prophet Enad, stood silently aside, took off his helmet, and hugged it to his waist, leaning on the Prophet's staff. Uslan just nodded politely when he saw Chinemo. This prophet always managed to hold his composure in important occasions or in front of others, and his every move was elegant and steady. Why did the Harlequin troop come? After a few pleasantries and condolences to his allies, Gilliman looked at Hilandri beside him. Although the Death Army had long stated that they would come to participate in the expedition to the Eye of Terror, Hilandri and her team's appearance here was still very surprising and unexpected. The power of the Eldar was very scattered and not united. Every craft world and savage world was extremely scattered. The alliance with the Eldar was actually just an alliance with the Death Army, nothing more, and it did not mean that the Eldar of other forces would participate in the alliance affairs. The Eldar nowadays will not pledge allegiance to a certain leader, so even Aisha, the mother goddess, has only been seen once by the Aisha per craft world that believes in her. The Harlequin troop must be here to participate in the Golden Crusade, which makes it hard for Guilliman not to feel strange. Don't ask them, Sheen Imo quickly reminded. He could already imagine what the super riddlers of the Harlequin troop would do. Perform a drama on the spot. As for what they want to express, guess it. If you don't guess, you don't deserve to benefit from Zalago. Guilliman also regretted asking subconsciously, but Alandri's reaction was beyond his and Sheen Mo's expectations. We will use a more neutral way of communication. After all, you gods who were born from the origin of reality have always hated fraud and guessing. The Eye of Terror is a threat to all of us. No one cared about it before because no one had the power to do so, but now the situation is very different. The Harlequin has been active at key points in the fate of humans and the Eldar many times, and now the entire real universe has come to a key point in its fate. We will do our best to help you with your expedition and give you advice. I think our primary goal should be to rescue an Ark world that is being invaded. Its name is Otanza. Hillenderly told Sheen Imo the reason and purpose of her visit in a way that shocked him greatly. Sheen Imo thought that Zalago, the god of laughter, was not so unreliable at times. What if he didn't let his believers be more straightforward? Just what Alandri said was enough for the clown troupe to perform for 10 days or half a month. Lord Tyrone sighed like this, while the War Master beside him had another idea. These bastard aliens want to use us as guns again. Sheen Imo heard Ryan's muttering. He had different ideas from the Lion King. Admittedly, what Alandri said about saving the Eldar craft world was indeed using humans as guns at first glance, but as long as it was to save Otanza, no matter what the clowns thought, it would be beneficial to the entire expedition. The reason was that the craft world named Otanza was extremely special. Look at him. Lien gently patted Sheen Mo's back and motioned him to look at Guilliman. At this time, Guilliman was talking to Alandri and Evelyn. Guilliman looked very happy. He kept promising to save the Ark world of Otanza and strongly welcomed the joining of the Harlequin troop. My brother's affection for the aliens really confuses me. Lien continued to mutter. The War Master was very dissatisfied, so dissatisfied that he was even willing to complain to Sheen Imo. Your brother hates aliens including the Eldar just like you do, because the Primarchs have inherited the Emperor's character to a certain extent. Wait, are you talking about my 13th brother? Lien lowered his head and looked at Sheen Imo, his eyes narrowed into a slit. He didn't think Sheen Imo knew his brother better than he did. Yes, believe me. Sheen Imo nodded very firmly. But Lien was confused. What he saw and heard were completely different things. Look at him. Sheen Imo did not explain much. He knew the character of any Primarch well, and Guilliman was no exception. Perhaps because the course of the galaxy had changed, the new situation made Guilliman make a new decision, and he pushed the alliance too fast for the sake of the interests of the Empire, so that Lien thought he had a good impression of those aliens. The voices of the two people when they talked were deliberately controlled, and they did not reach the ears of the Eldar, whose senses were more sensitive than those of the Space Marines. Where is the Ark world of Otanza now? If we don't know where it is, we can't rescue it. Guilliman really intends to help, because the rescued Otanza craft world can also join the Golden Crusade. More power means more chances of winning. If we know where the Otanza craft world is and how to get there, I will bring the Otanza army to you and directly express my willingness to join the expedition to avoid misunderstandings. Only one person can save Otanza. Only this person can safely walk through the illusory and impossible road, and only this person can bring salvation to Otanza. As he said, the curtain walker looked behind Guilliman. Guilliman turned around and looked at Sheen Imo. Lien looked helpless, thinking that this half-human, half-god guy was going to be in the limelight again. The Lion of Caliban is the life-saving straw of Otanza. Chapter 694. After the Death God army and the Harlequin troop went to the Golden Expedition fleet, the entire fleet did not proceed to the next step as planned, but stayed in the Cadia galaxy. The fleets that could not be accommodated in those galaxies were sent to the Bellis Corona sector for parking. Because the Harlequin troop found something for humans, the expedition could only be postponed for a few days, but fortunately for the traders in the Eye of Terror, who had no concept of time, it made no difference whether the expedition arrived early or late. In the meditation room of the Glory Human, which originally belonged to the Iron Scholar, almost all the leaders of the expeditionary force gathered here. Enad Prophet Evelyn, Guilliman, Sheen Imo Lien, and of course the Veil Walker. Lien sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room, his hands on his knees, looking helplessly at the others who were focusing on him. Are you kidding? Go to save the Ark world of your relatives, without sailing there with a dimensional engine, without taking the webway. You're all staring at me, expecting me to lead the way? Lion wanted to knock Halandry's head off. Gilliman was just as confused as Lion. Ephriene helped Halandry, who was trying to speak simply and directly but still spoke in riddles, to explain, if you want to go to the suffering Otanza, normal means will not work. Its location is very special, so you have to use some special means to get there. What means? Ryan asked. You? Evelyn raised her hand and pointed at Ryan. Ryan was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. If you just want to use pranks to make fun of me, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy now, otherwise I will really teach you a lesson. No, what Prophet Anad said is right, you can do it. Sheen Imo walked up to Ryan and helped him recall. Do you remember why you appeared in Karis? Do you remember why you suddenly went from the interior of the Talon sector to the outside of the sector overnight? The Primarchs were all very smart, and Lion figured out what he could do to save Otanza almost instantly. That strange teleportation. Lion had teleported more than once. When he helped Gilliman integrate the Astra Militarum decades ago, he had a bizarre experience. That was being in a warship, hundreds of light years away from the next target location, and then waking up to appear in front of a group of shocked and terrified officers. This is why Ryan fell asleep in the stone fortress, but woke up in Karis, on the edge of the Empire. But Ryan himself could not control it. He could not teleport when he wanted to, and he might be lost in a thought when he did not want to teleport. The Lion King did not want to say that he could not do it, so he changed his way of rejection. Why should I save Otanza? Haven't you lost enough relatives? What's so special about Otanza? Why can't he die? Don't ask. Sheen Imo shouted. Although the clowns were frank about their purpose of coming, and they didn't know whether it was true or not, they probably wouldn't say anything about the history of their family and the past. Just as Sheen Imo thought. The clowns suddenly gathered together strangely. I don't know if it was because of the influence of the equipment they were wearing or because of the high power of Sheila Gao, but the lights on the scene suddenly dimmed. With a spirit in white clothes as the protagonist, the members of the clown troupe began a hearty performance. In this performance, the history of Otanza was revealed. Long, long ago, when the ancient Eldar Empire fell, the Empire's territory exploded into the Eye of Terror. All the Eldar who are still alive are remnants. The Wild Eldar, the Eldar who are far away from the Empire, and the Eldar who left the Empire first on the Ark survived. The Otanza Ark world was unlucky. It was a step late, and was sucked into the Eye of Terror. Other Ark worlds thought that Otanza was finished, but only the Phoenix Lord Morganla of the Otanza Ark world was still insisting on looking for his people, and then he really found them. The truth is so outrageous. The Otanza craft world disappeared for a full 10,000 years in the place closest to Slaanesh, who is called the Lady of Hunger, or the Prince of Darkness by the Eldar. However, they did not fall. Although only a few people survived, they were not completely extinct after all. Otanza was once the sister craft world of Uswi, where Uslan was born. Uswi and several other craft worlds contacted Otanza, and then dealt with them for a period of time. But soon Otanza was hit by a catastrophe again. According to your human millennial chronology, at the beginning of the 42nd millennium, the psychic screams caused by the 77 dark servants at the end dragged Otanza back to the Eye of Terror. Why they were dragged back to the Eye of Terror is still unknown. Ephriene explained beside her so that the human audience would not be too confused. So this Ark world called Otanza is very familiar with the Eye of Terror, and can serve as a guide? Ryan's eyes lit up. Yes, that's why they deserve to be saved. Halandry stepped forward. We must also figure out why Otanza was pulled back to the Eye of Terror, and how the end of the 77 lackeys of the Dark Gods happened. The end of the 77 servants of the Dark Gods. The beginning of the 42nd millennium. Sheen Imo licked his dry lips, and looked at Gilliman. Gilliman was also looking at Sheen Imo, recalling the 77 demon princes, and great demons, that Sheen Imo had taken to Osmos in the last battle of the Plague War. It was an end that could not be observed, but one thing is certain, the place where the end occurred was probably near. Wait. When Halandry wanted to ask more questions from her allies, Gilliman interrupted him. The Primarch took out a booklet with the logo of the Society for the Study of Reliable History, and asked the Veil Walker, "What does the word Otanza mean? I record it for others." Halandry pinched her waist with her right hand, and touched her helmet with her left hand twice, looking like she was having a headache on how to explain. Evelyn was obviously better at dealing with humans than Halandry, and immediately gave an explanation. In the Eldar language, the word Otanza means rescue, escape, twists and turns, and a bright future. It is generally used to describe the escape of our mother goddess Aisha and her husband, the hunter god Kunos, from the imprisonment of bloody Cain. Okay. Gilliman quickly wrote it down, and then put the notebook of the Historical Research Association into the compartment of the armor of fate. The topic of the catastrophe caused by the termination of the 77 servants of the Dark God was successfully diverted. Only you can save them. Halandri said to Lion, they are extremely familiar with all the cursed scars in the real universe. If they can be saved and join the expedition, it will reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chapter 695. According to the original strategic concept, the Golden Expedition fleet will gradually erode from the edge of the Eye of Terror to the center. But this is an ideal situation, and anything can happen in the war. Ryan had to make plans for the worst-case scenario that the expeditionary force might encounter, that is, when the black stones provided by the star gods become ineffective or are used in reverse, the entire expeditionary fleet will be trapped into subspace. Although I don't want to admit it, what Halandri said does make sense. The expeditionary force needs Otansa. After careful consideration, Lion nodded. I try my best, but I don't care what the people of Otansa think. If they can be saved, they must participate in this expedition, otherwise they will die in front of those scum traitors. If the Death Army participates in the expedition, Otansa will participate, because they can survive in the Eye of Terror because of the protection of the God of Death. Yvrini said. Lion was a little relieved and closed his eyes. Gilliman signaled everyone to leave, so after the gate opened and closed, Lion was the only one left in the meditation room. The Lion King sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to recall his experiences and feelings every time he teleported. A ray of light pierced the darkness. Ryan, with his eyes closed, saw a forest in his spiritual world, and an old man fishing on the lake in the forest. The old man was dressed like a king, with a golden crown on his head and gorgeous clothes on his body. But he was too old, the crown was covered with dust and tattered, and the gold and jade threads on his body were also damaged in many places. Now Ryan knew that the old king fishing was his father, and he could understand the meaning of this scene. The former human emperor walked among all living beings and made great achievements, but now he sat on the golden throne, unable to live or die. These were what Ryan could guess, but he felt that his father had more profound meanings, but he really couldn't understand them. It would be great if Chagatai could come in with him. Ryan. The king looked at Ryan with empty eyes. At the moment the last syllable was uttered, Ryan heard many kinds of names, requests, praises, and curses. Some voices asked Ryan to go to the golden throne to liberate his father, some cursed Ryan to death, and even said that their first tool was not suitable for being a war master. Some voices praised Ryan for understanding his brother, praising him for being much more mature after 10,000 years, and not causing a civil war that could completely destroy the empire because of his passion. Among the countless voices, one voice was extremely clear. Accept. Ryan did as he was told. He chose to accept. This is an attitude. Face it calmly, and accept it calmly. There was no hesitation or resistance at all. Everything in front of him disappeared. Ryan found himself in a dense forest. A ray of light penetrated the gap between the treetops and projected onto his face. Then the light became larger, and everything in front of him changed. There were gunshots everywhere. The warriors of the tribe, who practiced the way of the warrior, formed a defense line with the militia, defending the red tower under a broken dome. In front of the Eldar warriors were a group of traitors, who had betrayed the human empire 10,000 years ago, and a large number of mortal servants with abnormally twisted limbs and abnormally crazy minds. The Lion King had no way of figuring out what factions these traitors belonged to. Anyway, they were a group of colorful guys gathered together. As for the mortal servants of the Chaos Space Marines, at first glance, there were several Astra Militarum Corps that betrayed the Empire in the past 10,000 years, and a group of people who should have lived in an environment seriously corrupted by chaos since childhood. In addition to these people, Ryan also saw a group of blue and purple demons fighting in the corner. Ryan thought everything in front of him was an illusion. He scanned everything in a trance, and saw a person, he thought, was a demon, but was fighting side by side with the Eldar warriors. It was a warrior wearing white armor, holding a heavy weapon in both hands and firing while walking. The white armor looked like a skeleton, the helmet was a skull, the left and right shoulder armor were skulls, and the chest armor was made of ribs. This scary-looking guy was like all the fallen traitors Ryan had seen. I don't know if it's because they feel they need a new look that's trendy after falling, or because they want to write the word evil on their faces in some way. Anyway, these scums often have something in common when they dress up. When Ryan approached, The big skeleton-like guy suddenly noticed something and turned his head to look at Ryan. The next second, Ryan found himself back in the forest, and the dazzling light restored everything around him to the appearance of a meditation room. Ryan found that Gilliman and others, who had walked out earlier, had returned and looked at him anxiously. I guess I didn't succeed? Ryan looked around. Otherwise, I should be where I want to go now. What did you see? The curtain walker asked. Ryan briefly described what he saw. Helendry nodded. You succeeded. You really disappeared just now, and what you saw was not an illusion. I disappeared just now? Ryan stood up in surprise, and then suddenly grinned like an old man with a stretched waist, and sat back down. Impossible. If it succeeded, then I should be there, instead of being sent back again. Maybe when you were there, your subconscious thought you were not ready yet, so you came back. Ephraim said. Lien fell into deep thought. Chinemo, who was silent on the side, looked at Ryan. He realized that Ryan should have accepted his own subspace essence and awakened some of his unique abilities, just like the Raven King Korix 10,000 years ago. Every pre-march has the essence of the subspace. As long as the pre-march accepts his own subspace essence, he can gain more powerful power. Teleportation is Lion's special skill. Gilliman also has his special skill, but he is extremely resistant to his own warp nature. Both his mind and subconscious mind firmly believe that he is just a larger human being, not to mention that he doesn't even know that he has a warp nature. The plan is very simple. Lion thought about it, and thought about the whole plan. We will take a group of tough guys to kill them. I should not be able to bring too many people, so the more powerful the people who go with me, the better. As he spoke, Ryan looked at Chinemo, and after his eyes swept over, he saw Chinemo motionless, and then looked at him again. Although he just looked at him, the meaning was very clear. Seeing the Lion King's crazy hint, Chinemo stood still and said calmly, 20 new Thunder Warriors, can this number be teleported over? Ryan was a little disappointed, but he still thought about whether his teleportation could take more than 20 people, and then nodded, yes. Seeing that Chinemo was unwilling to go with Ryan and only sent out new Thunder Warriors, Gilliman wanted to go with him, but Ryan signaled him to stay with his eyes, and looked at the Eldar allies again. The meaning was very clear. Gilliman had no choice but to stay. When the 20 new Thunder Warriors led by Bindis entered the meditation room, Lion stood there and closed his eyes, ready to teleport all the participants to the Ark of Otanza. At this time, Chinemo suddenly took out the chainsaw sword from the dimensional space, stood in front of Lion, and gave Gilliman a look that he could rest assured. I didn't ask you to follow me. After saying that, Lion glanced at the chainsaw sword in Chinmo's hand. He knew the name of the chainsaw sword, Warmaster Sorrow. Chinemo looked helpless, wondering who was hinting at me just now. Hurry up, Lao Ding. Chapter 696. The core of the Otanza craft world. In front of the infinite circuit, the warriors of the Eldar tribe used simple shelters to resist the attacks of the Chaos Space Marines. Almost all of these warriors of the Otanza craft world wore red armor, with a touch of purple on it. The red color commemorated the blood of every ancestor who had paid to protect the craft world when the entire craft world was in the eye of terror, and was constantly attacked by chaos. The purple color reminded them that they could never get rid of the influence of the Eye of Terror, and what was the source of the tragedy of their entire craft world. Eldar and Chaos Space Marines fought to the death. In the corner, demons were happily hacking at each other. No one noticed that behind the Chaos Space Marines, a green aura emerged out of thin air in the space, and then a total of 22 people appeared out of thin air. The leader of the new Thunder Warriors was Bindis. He took a spear in his hand, and walked towards the enemy, who had just noticed it. The nearest one was a 10-man Black Legion team. When they just turned around, an old friend of Bindis, who had fought with him until now, and became a new Thunder Warrior together, stepped forward first. This veteran warrior, who had plenty of combat experience even without virtual training, held a giant sword. All the warriors in the entire Terminator team were cut in half by the giant sword before they could fire. Bindis didn't need to give orders, and there was no communication equipment in the helmet he wore. He just thought about how he should lead his subordinates in the battle in a microsecond. The pineal gland in the brain structure of the new Thunder Warrior removes useless information from the brain's thinking activities, leaving only the most important part and transmitting it through the sense that should be illusory. Then the 20 warriors who came with the Lion King all realized Bindis' strategy at the same time. They dispersed and faced the enemies they were supposed to deal with, and in a few breaths, they disintegrated the offensive of nearly 1,000 Chaos Space Marines against the Otanza Eldar, turning the battle into a melee between them and most of the enemies. Although the new Thunder Warriors are undoubtedly powerful and qualified as a high-level combat unit, there are only 20 warriors here after all. It is not easy to quickly solve nearly 1,000 Chaos Space Marines with 20 troops in a head-on conflict on flat terrain. Therefore, Bendis' strategy is to use his individual combat power to contain the Chaos Space Marines as much as possible, making the battle situation chaotic, so that the Ark Eldar can have a chance to breathe, and then launch a counterattack to cooperate with his side to eliminate the enemy. As a commander, Bendis himself also participated in the battle. Like all new Thunder Warriors, he wears armor made of energy metal. This armor made of metal made by Saranoga can accumulate energy in battle, and then leave the energy for the wearer himself or the wearer's weapon to use. The spear made of living metal is not only used as a cold weapon. Bendis can also control the spear to become a new weapon or change the tip of the spear into a muzzle, using the energy accumulated in the armor to make a big hole in the head of the Khorne cult executioner who is coming to kill him. When Bendis was targeted by a wizard, he crossed hundreds of meters in a breath and killed the wizard. When the wizard raised his hand to release psychic lightning, the black stone fragments in Bendis' body were activated by the biological organs that grew in the new Thunder Warrior in the form of mechanical structures. The surging purple lightning instantly turned into electricity that dissipated in the air, and then the wizard was chopped into charcoal by the lightning released by Bendis. During the battle, Bendis can also perceive the situation of each subordinate in real time, including what they are doing, where they are, and what they see, and all the information collected on the battlefield. This information is transmitted to Bendis' brain at an extremely fast speed, and then he makes decisions and issues orders based on the information, adjusting the position and target of each subordinate in real time. This command and coordination ability is not unique to the Commander Bendis. The Thunder Warriors combat teams are composed of 5 people, and the captain also has the same command and coordination ability. However, when the number of people is small, Bendis prefers to make fine-tuning to each person in detail, rather than ordering the 4 captains who followed him and Ryan to do something. This command and coordination ability similar to the Tyranid Zerd node unit is Saranoga's masterpiece. The Tyranid Zerd once inspired Saranoga. While the new Thunder Warriors and the Ortanza Eldar were fighting the Chaos Space Marines, 2 more powerful combat units walked towards the demons fighting in the corner of the dome. There were a large number of demons, including even big demons, like the Lord of Change and the Keeper of Secrets. They were obviously not enemies that anyone except Shin Imo and Ryan could deal with. "I guess those Thunder Warriors are not enough for that ghost thing to chop," Ryan said, staring at the Keeper of Secrets, who was slaughtering the blue demon. Shin Imo rolled his eyes. The Primarch had to think twice before encountering a demon. The new Thunder Warriors were strong, but they were not a fighting unit that could fight against a demon. The reaction of the demons at this moment was as confusing as why they appeared here. They were completely immersed in the conflict between each other, and regarded the 2 enemies who were coming as air. Shin Imo was not in a hurry to kill the demons, and looked around silently. The battlefield was under a dome, which was obviously not the full view of the Ark world. The buildings of the Ark world could be seen outside the dome. The Ark world of the Eldar was literally a huge mobile world. Beyond the dome, there was a strange scene. A curled-up man, whose body was morbidly obese, was floating side by side with another dark purple demon world. Shin Imo was absolutely certain that he was not mistaken. The morbidly obese man was floating in front of the planet, and his size was even larger than the demon world next to it. The obese man was a world in itself, the demon world of Slaanesh named Alisu. A fat man was a demon world. It was incredible to think that demons and traitors were living in the body of this bastard. But in the chaotic Eye of Terror, this is only the most common absurdity, and there are more absurdities that are difficult to understand and imagine. Shin Imo remembered that Alisu should have been destroyed in a military operation called the Abyss Expedition launched by the Empire in the 37th millennium, but it still exists intact in the Eye of Terror. This inevitably made Shin Imo think deeply and recall. Once when Shin Imo and Cardo Diego were resting on the back of a giant whale during his journey in the warp, the Grey Knight Grand Master talked about many amazing things he had done. Destroyed the impossible city of Sinch, burned the garden of Nurgle, and killed many demons. Then Cardo said that it was meaningless, because those he destroyed would be rebuilt, and those he killed would be resurrected. Chapter 697. The Lord of Change, immersed in the fight with the Slaanesh demon, mobilized the power of sorcery. After a blue horror used its life to block the sharp claws of the Slaanesh demon, the Lord of Change released powerful sorcery, and instantly sent the Slaanesh demon back to its master. The battle between the 2 demons ended, and the Slaanesh demons were gradually swallowed by the blue flames and sorcery storms. The battle between the Ark Eldar and the Chaos Space Marines, the battle between the demons, they all took place in the same place, but they were very separate, because the two wars seemed to take place in different places, without any interference. But at this time, the battle on the demon side was decided first. The Demon King realized that he was materialized, and he slowly turned around to look at the newcomer. The Primarch carried a shield and a long sword, standing 20 meters away waiting for the demons to lose members due to internal fighting. The killer god who was famous in the warp stood next to him holding a chainsaw sword. Qin Mo has always been curious about the power comparison between the great demons of the dark gods, such as whether Tsinch's changing Demon King is stronger or Slaanesh's Secret Keeper is stronger. But now he found that there is no need to worry about it, because the battle is not a pure numerical competition. Moreover, the disordered creatures born in the disordered subspace cannot be quantified at all. Look who's here, my old friend. The demon army raised his hand, and the demons around who were ready to rush forward or flee stopped. Do you know him? Ryan looked at Qin Mo. Blue-haired stupid birds all look the same. How can I know who it is? Qin Mo replied, raised his hand, and prepared to release lightning to send the demon away. But the demon's next words made Qin Mo stop. Remember me? We met on the Tyrone too. The demon lord tapped the ground with his scepter, and an illusion appeared. The illusion was a demon possessed by a human girl. Wait. Qin Mo slapped his head. Kia, impossible, I killed you? The demon lord in front of him was a familiar demon. It was Kia, the demon who possessed the daughter of the governor of Tyrone on the Tyrone too. The master of this demon is Tsinch, but it has a strange characteristic that it can only tell the truth when it speaks. But Qin Mo clearly remembered that he had wiped out Kai, and it was at that time that he discovered that he could kill a demon forever instead of exiling it. You must find it strange. Kai looked at the humans and Eldar in the battle. They can't see us, only you and the Primarch beside you can, because the environment here is no different from the high heaven. They will do whatever I want them to do. I'm not surprised about this, I'm just surprised that you didn't die. Qin Mo asked. Demons will never die. Kai's 4 eyes looked outside the dome. Just like the destroyed demon world Alisu, it will be destroyed, it will not be destroyed, it is fragile, it is eternal. Qin Mo suddenly realized something, and fell into deep thought. Alisu outside the Ark of Otansa, Kai who is resurrected in front of him. All of this is a proof of nothingness. It is meaningless to kill more demons, they can be resurrected. The destroyed demon world can also reappear. As Cardo said, nothing he did. No. That's not right. Qin Mo suddenly thought of something else. The essence of the demon is a part of the 4 gods, not an independent individual that emerged with the birth of the 4 gods. K was indeed wiped out by himself, there is no doubt about that. But this does not mean that it cannot be resurrected, because Tsinch can create another K at any time. Suppose it was not K who was wiped out by himself, but Carlos. When Carlos appeared in front of him again, he still looked like he had crawled out of the well of eternity, not like he looked before Tsinch threw him into the well of eternity. Then it can be said that killing demons is meaningless. Think about why Kai was resurrected, why he appeared here, and how he happened to meet in the Ark of Otansa. It was also very coincidental that he was next to the reshaped Alisu. Does your master want to use you to make me fall into self-denial? Qin Mo questioned Kai. Yes. Kai's head shook up and down. Although it also thinks that such a clumsy method is useless, it just wants to find some fun, because it can't see whether you will really see through such a clumsy method. Even if it can predict the direction of this matter, it just wants to see it, because there are many possibilities of changes. As for me, I am indeed the resurrected Kai, but strictly speaking I am the second demon named Kai. If I can deceive you, that's even better. If I can't, it doesn't matter. At least my master is still looking forward to it before I say these words. After listening to Kai's simple and straightforward truth, Qin Mo cursed Tsinch 10,000 times in his heart, but he didn't want to say it out loud to make Tsinch happy. Lien, who was standing aside, rubbed his eyes. Is this demon so honest? Anyway, it's better to have more demons named Kai. Qin Mo was too lazy to bother, and began to use Kai's characteristics. Why didn't Slaanesh's lackey show up in the Battle of Kimura? The high heaven is in chaos, and the Lord of Change is facing attacks from 3 other brothers and sisters at the same time. From the past to the present to the future, the entire timeline of the real universe will be much more stable. How will your master interfere in this war? I don't know, but for now, we will stay from the Well of Eternity to the end of the Crystal Realm. Perhaps in a long, long time, the disputes among the gods will end, and we will still have time to interfere at that time. After asking all the questions he wanted to ask, Qin Mo raised his hand, ready to use fire to kill the second Kai. Will you believe what I say? Kai asked. Qin Mo shook his head. No, because I don't know whether you, The self-denying demon who was created to make me fall into nothingness, and the clumsy plan you implemented, are a small plan in another big plan, so I just listened. Kai suddenly laughed a satisfied laugh. The disgusting laughter continued until Kai was burned to ashes by the flames. Kai died, and the battlefield where the demons were fighting suddenly had an effect similar to broken glass, and then the Eldar, who had just eliminated the Chaos Space Marines, noticed this side. The Eldar warrior, who looked like a sturdy skeleton, and wearing white bone armor that Ryan had seen before, came over, holding heavy weapons, and quickly killed all the remaining demons. All the Eldar people present gathered around. The Eldar warrior, who looked very evil, was obviously a leader respected by his tribe. He was the first to stand up and thank the humans who brought reinforcements. Shin Mo looked at the Eldar warrior. He knew very well that although this guy looked evil, he was a very positive person. The Phoenix Lord of the Dark Death Sect, the Soul Harvester Morganla, the Eldar Warrior Path Branch. Chapter 698. Faced with the visitor who saved the entire arc world of Otanza, Morgana expressed his gratitude with gestures. He just bowed slightly. When Ryan wanted to ask this guy why he didn't say thank you, another Eldar warrior in red armor came over and spoke for Morgana. Thank you. Thank you very much. You saved us when the entire arc world was about to be taken away. Our Phoenix Lord cannot thank you in person. His soul is injured. Morgana spoke very politely. The surviving Eldar gathered from all directions and cast grateful eyes at the savior. It seems that you don't thank us very much. Ryan walked in front of Morgana and looked down at the Phoenix Lord of the Dark Death clan. Morgana raised his head. His eyes were as fierce as a ghost, but apart from his eyes, he did not have any hostile movements or emotions, but nodded very hard, intending to show that he was really grateful. Why don't you take off your helmet? Lien looked at the other Eldar. When the Eldar express positive emotions such as respect or gratitude, they will take off their helmets or masks. The most common image of the Prophet Uslan is that he holds a scepter in his right hand and his helmet in his left hand. This is not because he wants to show off his handsome face, but he really needs to show his true face to others to show his respect. From a personal standpoint, Ryan does not need the Eldar aliens to respect him. He doesn't care, but he comes to the rescue not because he likes these aliens, but because he needs the Otanza people to act as guides in the next expedition. As a warlord, he must see the respect of these aliens who will participate in the expedition, because this involves whether they will obey next. We can't take off our helmets. The warrior who spoke for Morgana spoke again. Morgana nodded repeatedly. Ryan knocked on his helmet with two small wings and repeated, "Take off the helmet." Forget it, they. Shin Mo knew why the Otanza people were unwilling to take off their helmets, and he wanted to persuade Ryan. But before Shin Mo finished speaking, the Phoenix Lord Morganla took off his helmet first. The Eldar present took off their helmets one by one. Ryan looked at these Eldar people in surprise. They looked different from their relatives, pale and haggard like corpses. Just one look, as a human, Ryan knew that these guys were not normal. Even the Dark Eldar couldn't look so lifeless. Seeing these lifeless faces, Ryan almost instantly regretted his decision to help these Otanza people. They look abnormal. The Phoenix Lord is not normal at all. We come here on behalf of the human empire. Shin Mo spoke to Morgana, and his voice reached the ears of every Otanza person. I am the master of a star zone with 544 worlds. And the one next to me is the unique War Master of the human empire now. Hearing Shin Mo's words, unique War Master, Ryan's face hidden under the helmet showed a smile. Ryan is a real donkey who is willing to give in to softness, and not to hardness. If it were normal, Shin Mo would not bother to pay attention to Ryan, but now everyone is fighting side by side, and it is really not good to make the relationship too stiff. We are entrusted by your relatives to come to lend a hand. We hope that you can join the war against the Eye of Terror. Together, we will permanently close the scar of this real universe. Shin Mo continued. When hearing the words war against the Eye of Terror, the Eldar who understood human language were surprised to translate it to their compatriots beside them, and then all the Eldar looked at their most respected leader Morganla. The war to permanently close the Eye of Terror. The man who spoke for Morgana looked at Ryan. Are you the commander of this war? Ryan nodded. At your disposal. You didn't even ask your boss's opinion. Seeing that an ordinary Eldar made a decision for his Phoenix Lord, Ryan looked at Morgana. Morgana nodded. It seems that the person chosen by this Phoenix Lord, who couldn't speak because of his injured soul, was not randomly chosen. Perhaps the two of them established a spiritual connection, or perhaps his mouth really knew him too well. But we have to find a way to leave here first. Ryan looked at Shin Mo. I can't use teleportation to take so many people away. Can you think of a way? Teleport in batches slowly. Chi Nemo glanced at all the elves present. There are nearly 1,000 survivors. Ryan teleports 20 at a time. If he does it a few more times, he can take everyone away. Maybe Ryan is getting more and more proficient in his teleportation skills, and he can teleport faster and faster. You really think highly of me. Ryan doesn't want to teleport slowly, because he can clearly feel that teleportation puts a heavy pressure on his body and mind. We can't abandon the craft world. Morgana spoke for him again, but we do have a way to leave here without abandoning the craft world. After that, Morgana took the lead and walked away. The Phoenix Lord passed through the corpses of Chaos Space Marines, through the battlefield where extremely fierce battles had broken out, and finally came to an open area with a pentagram pattern. Morgana stretched out his hand, and a pillar rose from the center of the pentagram pattern. Judging from the large number of Chaos Space Marine corpses lying around the pentagram pattern, the human traders obviously knew a lot about the Otansa Ark world. When attacking, they deployed a large number of defensive forces near the pentagram to prevent the Otansa people from escaping. In front of the pillar rising in the center of the pentagram pattern, Morgana knelt on one knee and stretched out his hand to the pillar. It was like praying, asking for something. Then the pillar released the cold power of death. It was not a concrete power, but a white wave spreading around the pillar. People nearby could clearly feel the sadness of all things withering. Supreme God of Death and Ad, please lead us out of this cursed land. Just like 1,000 years ago. Morgana's mouth was like an external organ of the Phoenix Lord, and it spoke in an extremely timely manner. Then the illusory image of the Eldar God of Death and Ad appeared in front of the column. It raised its hand slightly, and the entire Ark world left the vicinity of the fat planet Alasu, and the demon world of Slaanesh in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the Ark world appeared in front of the Golden Expedition fleet. Lien looked at the Golden Expedition fleet outside the dome and sighed. It seems that saving these aliens is not in vain. Enad is indeed more reliable than other Eldar gods. Chi Nemo also sighed. Chapter 699. A human empire transport ship was heading towards the suddenly appeared Otansa Ark world. Before Chi Nemo and Ryan, who were still sighing at the reliability of Enad, could remind him, Phoenix Lord Morgana had already given orders to others through his mouth, asking them to help the transport ship dock inside the Ark world and then go to meet the allies. Then a large transport plane flew into the dome and docked on a large open space. I don't want him to be in the limelight, but it's better for him to handle matters concerning the Eldar. Lion muttered as he walked towards the transporter. Who's in there? The Eldar who spoke for Morgana asked Chi Nemo, who was obviously better at communicating. The regent of the human empire. Chi Nemo replied. Morgana nodded and followed Lion's steps towards the transporter. The hatch opened, and a large group of people walked out slowly. The Imperial Regent Primarch Guilliman, his Eldar allies, Evelyn and Uslan, two high-ranking members of the Death Army, and a large group of entourage, who looked like members of the Ecclesiarchy. Among them was the Regent's fanatical follower, the War Apostle Matthew. He did not die in the Plague War, and Guilliman asked him to spend the rest of his life to atone for his sin of instigating Sister Parmenio to snatch the young living saint in the Plague War. Lord Talon? Matthew greeted Chi Nemo with his mouth after seeing him, and then bowed from a distance. Chi Nemo thought Matthew would ignore him. After all, he was a non-believer. With this attitude now, it is obvious that he still has not given up on preaching. In addition, Matthew only lip-synced the greeting instead of coming over directly, because Guilliman was present. A few years ago, the Primarch pinched Matthew's neck when he sneaked out to preach on Talon again, and was politely invited out, warning him not to spread his fanatical beliefs among the Lord of Talon and his people, otherwise he would throw Matthew into the Terra dungeon and let the heretics in the dungeon kill him. This warning is 10,000 times more effective than Guilliman's direct threat to Matthew to kill him himself. Matthew restrained himself a lot. After greeting Chi Nemo from a distance, Matthew left the transport plane and took the state priests to make a big circle and came to the bodies of the Chaos Space Marines under the dome. The priests held various religious items and loudly preached the gospel of the God Emperor in the confused eyes of the Eldar people, burning the bodies of the Chaos Space Marines. Gree! Come here, Grace! Morgana's mouth suddenly spoke in the direction of Guilliman. Then, behind Eveline, the prophet of death, a cat-like familiar jumped out and rushed towards Morgana with joy. Morgana stared fiercely at the familiar that was inseparable from Eveline. His eyes were fierce, but his movements were gentle. He knelt down and stroked Grace's fur. We meet again, Lord Phoenix. Eveline walked forward, squatted beside Grace, and stroked the fur of the familiar with Morgana. Do you know each other? Guilliman was surprised and delighted. Eveline insisted on coming with him, But Gilliman didn't want to take her because the Death Army was not welcomed by the Eldar, because the craft worlds generally believed that the Death Army would bring the Eldar to complete destruction. The craft world of Hortensia was also likely to be hostile to the Death Army. But Eveline insisted on coming, and said that she could definitely help Gilliman. Now it has been proven that Eveline really didn't come here to cause trouble. It's more than just acquaintance. Eveline picked up Grace, and told the regent about her past with the Hortensia Ark. Grace, the cat-like familiar that was inseparable from Eveline, was originally a member of the Ark of Hortensia. Eveline once conducted a joint operation with the Ark of Hortensia, which had been out of contact for 10,000 years, and suddenly reappeared, to search for one of the 5 Crone swords on a Crone world in the Eye of Terror. A female war witch from the Ark of Hortensia took her own familiar to the battle, and after her death, she entrusted the familiar to Eveline, who was Eveline's favorite Grace. Gilliman was not interested in these little things between the Eldar. He immediately asked Phoenix Lord Morgana, "The ones who entrusted us to rescue you were the Veil Walker and the Death Prophet next to me. They said that if you are rescued, they will definitely join." Morgana looked at Gilliman. His fierce and violent eyes penetrated into the soul of the Primarch. Gilliman had no expression on his face, but he couldn't help but have some prejudice against the Phoenix Lord in his heart. "Of course we will." The Eldar next to Morgana spoke up. "There is no doubt about it. We dream of closing the Eye of Terror." "As I said, Robot." Ephraim smiled and looked at Gilliman, a little proud. Morgana's fierce eyes fell on Ivernay again. As before, the Death Army and Hortensia will do their best to cooperate. Seeing this look, Gilliman realized that the Phoenix Lord looked at everyone the same way. It was probably because he had been in the Eye of Terror for too long. Or the Warrior Path branch called Dark Death God was so dead and violent. Seeing that the other party had a good attitude, Gilliman saved the trouble of persuading the Hortensia people to join the war. He just persuaded Morgana to accept something that was difficult to accept. That is to make the Hortensia Ark world a mobile starport to station the fleet of the Human Empire and store the supplies of the Human Empire. Morgana agreed without thinking, and said that he was willing to pay any price for revenge. "What method did you use to navigate just now? Was it just praying, or was there a device under the pentagram symbol?" When Gilliman's diplomatic work was going extremely smoothly, Cheen Mo walked over from Lion's side and joined the conversation. Gilliman immediately introduced him to Morgana. "He is the top technical advisor in our entire expeditionary force, and he is also a strong man who is so powerful that he can destroy a world by himself." Just now, Cheen Mo and Ryan were teleported to the Ark world to rescue these Hortensia people. Gilliman now introduced Cheen Mo in order to make Morgana pay attention to this heavyweight member of the Golden Expedition fleet, and make him realize that some things that may be confidential do not need to be kept secret. It is indeed not just a prayer or ritual. The Eldar next to Morgana answered. Under the pentagram pattern is a navigation engine called the Blessing of Anad. Pray that our Phoenix Lord is using his authority to start the engine. When we were sucked into the Eye of Terror for the second time, in the extremely critical moment, the God of Death guided us and gave us this artifact. Thanks to its existence, we can reach any place in the Eye of Terror in an instant. Blessing of Anad? Cheen Mo thought about the name, and turned to look at Eveline. Eveline also looked at Cheen Mo. She obviously realized that this engine named Blessing of Anad was not simple. As the prophet of the God of Death, Eveline had never obtained such a powerful thing. Perhaps the God of Death's army has not fallen to the point of struggling in the Eye of Terror. Eveline explained why she did not have the artifact called Blessing of Anad. With this thing, can we attack any world in the Eye of Terror? Gilliman suddenly had an idea. Morgana nodded. Our plan is to gradually erode from the outside of the Eye of Terror and make steady progress, not to attack a certain planet. Ryan reminded Gilliman. Gilliman remained silent. He thought of a big problem that he and the Inquisition had faced together in the past 20 years. Chapter 700. After a brief meeting, Gilliman said goodbye to the Phoenix Lord and returned to the Glory of Humanity. In the archives of the Glory of Humanity, a place that Gilliman used as a resting place, the Primarch sat behind a huge square table. He did not handle the affairs of the entire fleet as usual. He also did not deal with the matter that he and Morgana had agreed to use the Ark of Hortensia as a mobile supply starport. Gilliman just sat there, looking at the empty space with a solemn expression. The Primarch recalled his meeting with his father. As with every previous recollection, the only meeting presented a different content. In this recollection, the Emperor's chaotic will and voice jointly mentioned something about a pharmacist. Fabius. Fabius Bile. New human. Blasphemy. Genetic pollution. Under the command of the traitorous Primarch Fulgrim, there was a pharmacist named Fabius. The Emperor mentioned a pharmacist, a little traitor, because this pharmacist did something terrible. He created a species called the New Humans. The New Humans are extremely good at hiding. They are scattered all over the Empire. The Inquisition tried its best to find and clean them up. It even burned several New Humans and their worlds during the cleanup operation, but the cleaning efficiency was still very low. The Emperor believed that the New Humans would pollute the human gene pool, which was a blasphemy against humans that he felt was outrageous. Guilliman's considerations were more practical. He believed that the New Humans were potential chaos pawns, and they would sooner or later jump out and give the Empire a surprise. For decades, Guilliman had been working with the Inquisition to deal with New Humans-related incidents, but there were too many New Humans to find and kill. In this case, it was wise to kill the birthplace of the New Humans from the source. The birthplace of the New Humans, the lair of Fabius, the father of the New Humans, and the birthplace of countless blasphemous dark creations, was a world called Bloom. When he met Morgana and heard about the amazing Enad's blessing engine, Guilliman had a plan. The Inquisitor has arrived. The sound of the gate opening and Calgar walking in interrupted the Primarch's thoughts. Behind Calgar's sturdy body, a white-haired Inquisitor walked in and saluted the Primarch respectfully. Eisenhorn. The Primarch's face instantly showed a look of joy and appreciation. He stood up from behind the square table, walked to the front of the legendary Inquisitor, took his hand, and sat on the chair. Decades ago, Eisenhorn and Qin Mo worked together to revive Bakun, and when he said goodbye to Qin Mo, he said he was going to do something, which was to be sent by Guilliman to investigate the Eye of Terror. After a legendary adventure that could be written into 10 books, Eisenhorn successfully completed the task. Not only the internal situation of the Eye of Terror, but also about the New Humans. More and more New Humans are being dispersed from Broom to all parts of the Empire. They are not transported by ship, but using a webway cracked by Fabius. The traitor has improved his technology for creating New Humans. The New Humans are stronger, smarter, and more cold-blooded. There are many other things. I have recorded them all here. Eisenhorn never talks nonsense. He knows what Guilliman wanted to know most when he asked him to investigate the Eye of Terror, and what he should report to Guilliman most now that he has just come to the Golden Expedition fleet after the internal investigation of the Inquisition. He got straight to the point, and concisely extracted the most critical part of all the information he wanted to report. Then, Eisenhorn took out an ancient chip that could be inserted into the data board. This ancient chip had been passed down in the hands of successive popes of the state religion for nearly 10,000 years. It was ancient and sacred, and the information inside would not be corroded or changed even if it was not written on parchment. After listening to Eisenhorn's report, Guilliman took the chip and put it into the compartment of the Armor of Fate. Thank you for your hard work. It's my honor. Eisenhorn shook his head slowly. After returning from the Eye of Terror, he accepted the internal investigation of the Inquisition, and before going to the Golden Expedition fleet again, the Lord Inquisitors of the Inquisition hinted that he should urge Guilliman on the matter of dealing with the New Humans. However, Guilliman cares more about the New Humans than the Inquisition, and does not need any urging. We must destroy Broom, not just Broom, but also Fabius, and all his disgusting creations. Guilliman looked out the porthole with a firm gaze. Lian's war strategy is to gradually erode. A traitor legion stationed on a demon world may not be able to move at will, but a scientific madman who wanders between various forces, it is easy for him to move before the war reaches his creations. We can't wait until the front line advances to the vicinity of Broom before launching an action against Broom. We must launch a surprise attack on Broom before the Golden Crusade officially begins. Eisenhorn listened to Guilliman's words and nodded in agreement. He came to the Golden Crusade fleet not just to deliver a small chip. The Inquisition and Guilliman had the same idea. They must launch a surprise attack on Broom before the expedition fleet officially begins its attack and Fabius begins to move his laboratory. At that time, Eisenhorn, who had been lurking on Broom for a long time, will serve as a guide to guide the Battle Sisters and the Grey Knights to launch an attack. We need a strong man to organize an assault, Guilliman said again. A strong man. Eisenhorn could realize the best candidate without Guilliman telling him. What responsibilities does Lord Talon have in this war? Eisenhorn asked. Very important responsibilities, Guilliman said. The arrangement of the Lion was to let the 4 Primarchs lead 4 fleets to be distributed around the Eye of Terror, deploying Blackstone, while advancing. Qin Mo did not need to lead any fleet, but this did not mean that the Lion intended to exclude him or not value him. On the contrary, the Lion wanted Qin Mo to directly lead the main fleet composed of the flagships of the 4 Primarchs. But Qin Mo refused, because he thought that if any expeditionary force encountered a demon Primarch or a bunch of big demons, It would be troublesome if he was dragged into the void battle and could not go to rescue. As the only person on the Order side who could exert the power of a Star Destroyer in the Eye of Terror, it would be disadvantageous if he served as a commander in this expedition with a large force instead of a warrior who turned the tide at a critical moment. Then let him go, I will be his guide, and we will raid Bloom right away. Eisenhorn stood up eagerly. We must launch a raid before the Golden Crusade officially begins. Fabius is a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. He can run away with his bastards at any time. Gilliman shook his head. It's not about whether to allow him to do so, but whether he can do it. He is not a subordinate of mine or Lion. Even if you and Lion do not agree to launch a raid on Broom, I will go alone because it is a must. The gate opened. Eisenhorn looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Chi Nimmo walking into the archive alone.